or the index of wholesale prices, in its practico-inert development, creates the of the it outside, in the multiplicity of individuals. This discontent realizes itself in the and practical protests individuals, who do not know one another as individuals, as the index of their separation. In this sense, it is a social reality, it is a force, as impotence. 295. Lived individually, it renai lead a person to sell his business, to cornrenelt suicide, etc., and in circumstances which will be defined below, it can serve as a basis for regroupment, and this force is simply the practico-inert power of hundreds of thousands of people as potential energy. But not reside in, and it is the of everyone, it is ALDERID itself precisely the extent that, for everyone, it in specific cases where discontent, or some other affective state, has spread through the country, then, rather than being felt and expressed everyone in his own right, people take part in serial propagations which clearly illuminate its character. Alterity _ recall the great fear of which Lefebvre has provided such a first he shows that the fear did break at time it did not cover whole of France, contrary to what same historians have claimed in the name of a spontaneous organicism. He shows that 5 different waves of fear ought to be distinguished, and that certain regions were never affected. Fifthly, he shows that these waves, the origins of each of which can be localized and dated, were propagated serially, from town to village and from village to town, and that their roots were determined by quite precise conditions. But the most striking thing in his hook is that one constantly feels driven to discovering the intelligibility of a movement rationality of other. I will a few observations. The fear arose in very specific conditions, but what it expressed, in the provinces and the countryside, was above all a structure of ALDERID in realm Dion to Paris. News was scarce, slow to arrive, and impatiently awaited. It eventually reached the towns, but it spread unevenly and confusedly in the countryside. It was stale and distorted when the Eurocents heard it on market days. Thus the contrast, the rapidity of in and the of armation showed everyone passivity in relation to those others, aristocrats, deputies of the Third Estate, the Parisian people, who made history in parles. Later, Jacobin societies tried to organize the province 5 and even the countryside. But at this time, these men disturbed, anxious and impatient all felt themselves as others, who suffered history, in 50 far as they could have no effect on the subjects were making history. Paris. 87 Great E 789, 1956, Joan White, NLB, ed. 296 book. The conditions which gave it set to the great fear must therefore be seen in the context of everyone's discovery of himself as other, as an object of a history made by others. But it is striking that the fear was essentially of bandits, in fact, was chronic, sore of the countryside. There were beggars and tramps everywhere. Basically, these were just ruined or the children of over-large families. Nevertheless, the farmers did not regard them favorably. The smallholders and even the day laborers saw them as an agricultural lumberproletarial at the same time as recognizing themselves in the vagabonds, in that a permanent possibility threatened them too, with ruin, with vagabondage, and with being others. But, the peasant, the truth was, of the aristocracy with its feudal rights. Now it is remarkable that, on that plot was feared the link between aristocrats and vagabonds suddenly coarse, one might offer the had the vagabonds in their pay in order to crush the country people. But this interpretation rationalizes retrospectively a movement whose intelligibility in the process of ALDERID itself, and which makes the vagabond appear as absolute other, rat is to say, as doubly other, other as a pauper, and other as a hireling of the oppressing class, combining in himself, in the dimension of ALDERID, both crunk as the anti-human activity of the other than man, and oppressive domination as a praxis owning to reduce the %TNT to a subhuman state. The proof that it was essentially a synthetic union of all ALDERIDs in the absolute other, a cruel man reducing his fellow men to self-humanity, a cruel exactly like that his is to eliminate, is that, in regions where memories of the ravages cadre, ed by the 100 Years' War still lingered on, bandits were known as Englishmen, and that, almost everywhere, with no concern for coherence, the vagi and hirelings were known as foreigners. The aristocrats' plot, supported by a professional initially in fact, in it was that they would use the troops massed around Paris to break the resistance of the Third Estate and of the people, and certain aristocrats actually attempted to impose this policy. But, in the new form that this policy assumed in the eyes of the peasant, it became perfectly absurd. Nevertheless the same, hut seen in the milieu the other by individuals whose impotence had world of aristocratic plot as other, original of collectives and as a characteristic of absolute alteriority, they were history as an enemy force, coming to everyone as alien. What makes the great fear even more complex is that, as Lefebvre has shown, it did not riots or the looting of chateaux but, on the contrary, was preceded by a series of local insurrections, though narrowly there as far more looting during and after the Great Fear. Peasants occupied and damaged them and they also attacked some of the nobles. Now these local actions also helped to end not only the fear of the others' reaction, or of reprisals, for they also appeared, to those who had not taken part in them, and perhaps also, after some time, to the participants themselves, as terrifying, actions rather like a violation of some sacred prohibition or a fearful unleashing of violence. Now, these non-participating peasants were the same as those who took part in the riot, by seeing the action, directed against SWNC oppressor they hated, as in against saw own violence as that of another and their fellows as aliens. Thus setting a chateau on fire assumed an ambivalent character in popular memory, in the form, falterity a structure of memory, like the sacred itself, both black and white. It was both a legitimate revolt of the people and other violence as other, which is why it was attributed to faced with this alien violence, everyone, in effect, as though confronting history, felt himself to be an odor object. Similarly, the storming of the as a piece of everywhere, 110th or less vague, positive aspect people had stormed the Bastille, and a polymorphous, negative aspect, depending whether it was rationalist, the storming of the Bastille would unleash the vengeance of the aristocracy on the people, and a consequence of storming of the Bastille was that numerous bandits escaped from Paris and disappeared into the countryside. In this version, Paris comes, in spite of everything, the negative cause. The source of evil, or to the revolution have helped, Bastille was by having said THLS, neither the economic, political and social causes known to us, nor the fear of bandits or the constitution of milieu of other as a refracting medium, milieu, of history are enough to explain the great fear. The factors referred to, including fear of bandits, are in fact universal. The great fear as a real process was but localized. In each case, it had to be triggered by some local incident which was perceived as other by those who witnessed it. Book 1 and seriality had to propagate itself by becoming actual, said. At first, indeed, what appears is always taken for something else. This does not in any way mean that one object is mistaken for another, as in the case of a sensory error, the object correctly conceived actually returns as an other in the very of propagation. A gang day in valley protest the farmer to pay what they news, said a newspaper, grew. Bells were rung in all the parishes. In the same region another newspaper offered a different interpretation, from a dealstance, a GN-up of surveyors had apparently been mistaken for bandits. Elsewhere, town militias or soldiers were mistaken, for bands of assassins. From a means, when the was so that it was impossible to know who was coming. In such a that is to say, witnesses between a positive and a negative interpretation, between reciprocity and alterity, between man and anti-man, they chose the other, the no, the anti-human. Anyone seen from a distance was other than man because the observer felt himself to be other in this developing history. We must now show how alterity creates its own laws. The truth becomes obvious for everyone not _miley in far as it is negative and relates to the other, but also in so far as it is transmitted by an other in far as he is the of belief. What everyone believes of rhe other is what the other enveys in so far as he is other, or in far as the news comes to him already from an other. In other words, it is negative information in that neither the person who receives it, nor the one who gives it, could or can verify it. Their impotini is simply seriality itself as a negative totality, and it should not be supposed that everyone believed his informer spite of it. On the contrary, this impotence in each of them as other supports and sustains the belief in the other as a means of propagating truth as other. If I believe my informer, not because I cannot check what he says, because crust, which would re-establish a direct relation of reciprocity, or because, while I may see LWXK at some time it is prudent to be prepared the worst. Because, other, the truth of a report is its seriality, that to say, the infinite series of impotences which will or am being, or have been actualized, and which constitute me through OERS as equerrier of the truth. I believe IR is odor, that is to SY, in accord with the principle that history is really the history of the other than man and that the worst is always certain, because it SLOCOS the 299. It describes as an alien SLX size, and because the mode of its communicatin is other, and has no reciprocity. The inforuner propagates a material wave, he does not truly inform, his report in a word, the other, is a state by it is quasi the other state of other in or and it is which grounds IRFCT everyone, in so far c, it is ultimately the other being of the series which realizes itself through JL it in him. If I believe a madman whom I see approaching, running, and shouting, when I am already aware of my own impotence, become the same another and run like a madman towards my neighbor. Belief, in a pro.rr like RHE great fear, is ALTERITY itself in so far as it tempi releases itself in the of an already series. The is apart from the which gave rise to it, it would never have produced itself as a chain disintegration unless it had taken place in the structured Tamarin-Dashrali of the practicoinert field and unless the infinite complex of serialities had already been parousia as the very grain and web of this field. Indeed, it was in terms of reality and ALTERITY that contemporaries explained it when they tried to slow it down. One simply changes L. Newspapers and local authorities explain that _Wainers are spreading rumors to the effect there are off in order to spread amounts to into the of the are playing the game of other. I have used this example in order to exhibit a temporal object. A series in the process of actualization. It is not an historical event in the ordinary sense of the term, that is to say, a developing totalization of antagonistic and concerted actions, but rather a process. However, in so far as the prakriko-inkrite field is the field of material exigencies, of counterfinalities, and of inert meanings, its necessarily remains teleological and signifying. Thus, the great fear appeared to contemporaneous either as the practical result of a revolutionary agitation which aimed to set RHEPE% against the feudal lords, and, in fact, looting and rioting, as the first group against the of did increase, and, a little of also appeared as a reaction against the impotence of Isle or as the result of an attempt by Reaper 5 Entative 5 of the aristocracy, and a section of the lower clergy, to demoralize the peasant masses and to set them against the bourgeoisie of the Third Estate. In actual fact, it involved this double counterfinality only because the series lived. 300 history as an basis of human of public opinion arise like the great fear, in that everyone makes himself other by his opinion, that is to say, by taking it from the other because the other believes it as other, and makes himself the informer of the others. At this level, the idea is a process, it derives its invincible strength from the fact that nobody thinks it. That is to say, it does not define itself as the conscious moment of praxis, that is to say, as tile unifying unveiling of obedience in the dialectical temporal. Innumerable impotent activities, or activities of impotence. And sometimes, as in the case of the colonialists, impotence presents itself as a unitary exigency ofakrian, but, in this case, action is not really it I5 practico-inert because it realizes the other as a fleeting and prefabricated passivity. In this way, a differi as a process, that is to say, as a development which, though one entated, is caused by a force of exteriority which has the result of actually fiving the series as Rhe temporalization of a multiplicity in the heating unity of a have us, not simply the foreton of being of certain social realities, but that it is being of sociality itself field. And I have been able to describe this being as social being in its elementary fundamental structure because it is at the practico-inert level that sociality is produced in men by things as a bond of materiality which alters is in a sort of any activity carried out in it. It is constructed, moreover, on TLW reciprocity of the practical agent and of worked matter, in reality, worked materiality, in bearing the seal of an other activity, and entering into human action under Rhe impulse of a series of dispersed becomes in the collective the practico-inert unity of the multiplicity of which it is the common object. Thus Rhe unity oi the gathering, far from being organic or practical, manifests itself with all the characteristics of sealed materiality, in other words, inorganic materiality corns to the of its inorganic materiality which produces itself in and through practical reliance, takes on the determination of thus, in the dialectical movement which characterizes the structure of false reciprocity within the collective, seriality as the seal of the common object projected onto human and it by the action of as an, oliet azure, that is to say, a common object as the of he or as c, her objectivity. It is in this dialectical moment Rhe object produces its men, as workers, as whose is and who on it or suffer its in so as it for his other or his other interest, that is to say, in so far as the activity of query 1 in so 89. Though or these realities have 305. It responds exigencies of object also reveals the impotence of everyone in the objective form of the inflexibility of the object. The celebrated inexorable laws of bourgeois economics in the 19th century have never been anything but Rhe effect of scarcity apwang in a practico-inert field of senile impotence. Indeed, from this same proclico-inert, solidified finality, simultan inversion of the of analytical quantitative laws of inorganic materiality, apply within the collective, to matter as the sealed unity of men, to the gathering as the material negation of molecular dispersal and of the human relation, and tend so far as itself as into activity of Rhe other 10 practico-inert exigencies of the worked thing. In fact, we rediscover here a real and universal mode of discourse, in 50 far as discourse itself is a practico-inert designation of Rhe practico-inert field. These verbal structure of thought for world of passive activity and is a practice, on the part of an individual or a group, should take them in practico-im rting and use them, as is only proper, as replacements for things. Ad in so far as they have been invented by nobody, and in so far ray are language organism herself as passive acriviri in milieu of that is to say, the common object in so far as it is produced, under everyone's real actions, as a material idea of the being of man or of the acting individual in so far as he acts and speaks as other in Rhe milieu of serial verbal for constructing an indeterminate series of sentences, are characterized by an absolute refusal to make a distinction at any level between the agent, or agents, as member of a series and the object as producing men as its products. In fact, in the collective, exigency Re//y is in the object, because some men have put it there and others maintain it there on Rhe basis of the entire historical process, and it really is inhuman, because inorganic maya as the conducting medium, necessarily inverts the structures of pra_is. Conversely, it is real, human in everyone, in 50 far as it is grounded on need, etc., and in so as it manifests itself through a project which transcends past and present conditions towards the future, but it is deserving in so far as ir produces itself ms the unification of the gathering by its as in so far as it produces impotence as the negative and totalist link of the series as materiality. Furthermore, the structum of aldirity which is manifested on the basis of this impotence forces man to demand, as other and conditioned by others, and as conditioning them as an other, so that, ultimately, Yourion's need, though directly present in the organism as a real negation of it, is itself felt through impotence as the need of the other or need as other. At this level, there is no difference between saying that RHR children of poor districts need sun, that the car needs petrol, RHE ruin needs a good, or that France nerds children, be to reduce their of expression to capitalist sexy elis alone and to regard them as a historical product of capital. Others can be FLKLLLD, different in content, similar in essence, in socialist societies too. A Polish journalist Nantly quoted the following sentence, which had appeared all over walls of Warsaw, 2 years before Poznan: tuberculosis impede production. Il was both right and wrong. Rob indignant. He was right because it makes the tubercular worker, as a manual worker, into a mere negative, and inert, relation between a microbe and a machine. Included there can be few slogans which show more vividly the equivalence, serial multiplicity and immaterial object within a collective. 9. But, on the other hand, the slogan is neither stupid false, is as position, by the exigencies of a practico-inert field, of an active ruling group into a serial gathering. Bureaucracy, in effect, is the other erected a principle of action of the group has totally enclosed men in the internal field of the practico-inert. It is nor that man has seed to be the future of man, but hat the man of the future comes to man ahirnan. From this point of view, dialectical investigation provides the answer to the question just posed. It shows us class A are the of the practico-inert field as a collective, and class being as a statute of seriality on 10 of being and language, in order field. 9 is the quantity in so far as there of or producers. As affirms of the which is so by go far as iris a statistic, is to say, by of which causes co be finally, relation them is by a w inch quad I if I on t of h into a within men am lati on ulthin a relation nuatira and negatron by. 307. Imposed on the multiplicity which composes it. But a few points still remain to be cleared up. We shall return for a moment to the example the French proletariat produced by in the 1st century. 5. Series and class. The French proletariat as collectives are both a result of particular undertakings and a radical inversion of finality. They have peculiar powers which may have made it possible to believe in their subjective existence, which need to be studied in objectivity. Because the economic system of a society is a w/arrive, it can be conceived as a system which functions of itself, tending to persevere in its being. In particular, what Marx calls the of capital necessarily be through and is rigorous of it. But if it is true that this prot_TSS is partially responsible for atomization of crowds and also for reverence 02, it is also true that it can exist as a relation determined by production only in and through this milieu of recurrence which it helps to maintain. Capital is a collective product, and only by the united action of many members, nay, in the last resort, only by the united action of all members of Sokotai, car. It be set in motion. Capital is, therefore, not a personal, it a social power, we read in Communism Manifesto. But this social power imposes itself as existing outside individuals through what Marx called an introversion and a prosaically real and in no way imaginary mystification. And a passage in Caput explains the origin this introversion itself, in the form of society now under consideration. The behavior of men in the social progresses of production is purely atomic. Hence there to other in production a character independent of their and conscious action. These facts manifest at first by products as a general rule taking the form of complicities. Hence the riddle presented by the money fetish is but the riddle presented by the commodity fetish. Thus it is not so much, as Marx gaze sort what unfortunately in the manifesto, the united action of many members, but above all their separation and atomization which endows their real relations of production with the inhuman character of a thing. Yet this uniting of action does occur. The proof is that bourgeois economists speak quite readily of the solidarity of the interests of workers and employers. Thus, the finished product is presented as if it were the result of a concerted undertaking, that is to say, of an action and work group comprising management, staff, and workers. But the bourgeois economist does not wish to see that this solidarity is expressed in matter as an inversion of real relations, this false unity, as the inert seal which supposedly signifies men, can, in fact, refer only to relations of antagonism and seriaty. It is the and the object alone which come and ness in human unity, it make people in the existence of an original agreement where there is, in fact, only an antisocial, practico-ion, the of capitalist forms of alienatic_m mean elimination of alienation. Force, this is yuccos its passive unity, in its radical heterogeity, cannot any of human unification. In other words, it leaves the social origin of a machine as such totally indeterminate, at a moment there is no way of sealing, for example, whether a particular machine was produced in a country with a capitalist system or in one where the means of production are socialised. How can one fail to see that reification comes to man through rents, that is to say, precisely as that which makes him act as other than himself and which determines his real relations on the basis of relations between others. We have seen how vice stabilizes as a result of recurrence, and how it immediately imposes itself on everyone without having been wished as such by anyone. We have also seen how the concrete relation of the buyer to the seller is relegated to being an inessential appearance, entering the shop, saying hello, asking the price, haggling, and buying. These supposed moments the act are then gestures, the exchange is settled in advance, the price imposes itself, it is thingy that determine the relations of men. If, as Marx has often said, everything is other in capitalist society, this is primarily because atomization, which is both the origin and the result of the process, makes social man an other than himself, conditioned by others insofar as they are other than themselves. Insofar as the worker is a product of capitalism, that is to say, in far he works produces goods which from him and uses industrial which belongs co-individuals or to private groups, the negative common object of the working class in the first half of the 19th century was, as we have seen, its total national production, that is to say, machines as capital requiring the worker to produce, through them, an expansion of capital. We have also seen that the common interest of the class can only be the negation of this negation, that is to say, the practical negation of a destiny which is suffered as common inertia. We must therefore recognize that practical organization, as human exigency, is, in itself, and even in the practico-inert field, a constitutive structure of relations amongst workers. This become clearer the next chapter. And this is both a means and an end, since it presents itself both as a instance of struggling against destiny, that is to say, against men who in a particular system make this particular destiny out of the machine, as the future reintenorization of field and its projected dissolution within a perpetually active social organization which, as a concrete totality, will govern both the means of production and production as the worker will be saved from his only if the human multiplicity as a whole is permanently changed into a group praxis. His only future, therefore, is at the second degree of sociality, that is to say, in human relations as they arise in unity of a group, and not in the disunity of the gathering milieu. This is Marx when he spoke of the sociality of the worker. Yet it should be noted that this sociality appears as the joint negation of two reciprocal aspects of the practical field, a negation of the common object as destiny and a connected negation of multiplicity as seriality. In other words, ality as a still individual project of transcendence, in the organized group, of the multiplicity of individuals reveals seriality itself as a link of imfkjatance. This seriality is the being to be transcended towards an action tending to socialize the common object. On the other hand, this sociality, in so far as it was determined in everyone by the very structure of collective in which he produced himself, and so it result, that during the first quarter of the 19th century and, basically, right up to the revolt of the Leon silk weavers, or was limited to the creation of reciprocal relations, appeared in everyone as a structure peculiar to his own project and thus decomposed into a multiplicity of identical projects, before producing active organizations through itself. Thus it emerges a process of isolation precisely the extent that it is fundamentally a transcend of plurality. That organizing project in everyone begins by being negated by that which it transcends, that is to of when we look at it more closely, we can see that the necessity of some action can arise only out of an existing link between men can present itself only as the transcendence and inversion of this fundamental link. If it were possible to real, but individuals in a per state, and I do not the social atoms of liberalism in so as they are united by bonds of reciprocity, and if one could abstract from the object's transformation of reciprocity link of alterity, would impossible the infinite dispersal of human relations could of itself produce the means of pulling itself together again. This conception is completely impliable to human history, but it retains some sense as a logical possibility, provided the idea mentioned above of living organisms, which depend on universe, but are not affected by the contraction which is caused by scarcity as a fundamental, contingent characteristic of our history, is consistent. And the practico-inert world based on scarcity, the object brings men together by imposing the violent, passive unity of a seal on their multiplicity. And in the very moment where this object is a threat, for the colonist, or rhe exploited, in the very moment where this object, as positive interest, is or the of impotence transforms itself into a violent contradiction, in it, opposes itself or the impotence it. We of later time being, what to is of unity in its negative form, primary, action in the form of passivity, and primarily finality in the form of counter-finality. 96 As we have seen, there is a sort of amongst the white minority in a city where the majority are black. Quite simply this behavior is common in that it is imitated by everyone but never by anyone, not counting the creation of organizations. All the same, the practical unity of men can never arise or originate in the domination of work matter over man, from such unity itself. In this sense, the common class being of the workers in 1830, in the presence of Machinu Desrani and of the organs of up and was the thereof in that this impotence in fact, the of a link of antagonistic reciprocity between workers, in which separation was lived as opposition and alterity, in the negative of individual selling power, we have seen everyone featuring both as himself and as other. It is also clear that labor itself, according to the mode of production, see these it has from the beginning of the original foundation of two book I engenders relations either of positive reciprocity or of dispersal. Although the century capitalist tended to workers' dispersal of factor dispersal of industries throughout France, the dispersal of residential groups, etc. Yet the worker tended to become aware of the objective characteristics which made a worker of him and which defined him by his labor and by the type of exploitation to which he was subjected. He gradually aware of his objective reality and, thus, of that of comrades. Their characteristic product of their product and of the society which was organized around this product, however apparent it may have been to some of them, could not create anything more than an abstract, conceptual identity amongst them, unless it was lived in action. By this that common characteristic was the reciprocal and of antagonism the market and of solidarity in and on the occasion of local retaliatory actions, through their first failures and surrenders. In these early days of the workers' movement, when was spontaneous, impotent, and rapidly repressed, the defeated realized themselves in impotentity and lived it as the serial dispersal of men in their condition, but this objective condition realized itself through their everyday relations with their comrades, and it was this that held back all their efforts to rake common action. This indefinite plurality of contradictory relations is both rat defined their condition as workers, in particular, the fact that competed with their comrades, and what created class as an indefinite series whose serial unity lay everywhere in the impotence of individuals who composed it, just because impotence derived their separation. Exploitation revealed as passive unity of, and not simply as an identity of condition, in so far as everyone lived the isolation of others his own isolation and their impotence through his own. Class as a collective became a material thing made out of men in so far as it constituted itself as a negation of man and as a serial impossibility of negating this negation. This impossibility of factual necessity, it is and of finality is individual unifying and reorganizing of field. But we this get at level of the and that it exist, them only to itself, to the of C313 changeable destiny. It is not a practical solidarity but, on the contrary, the absolute unity of destinies brought about by lack of solidarity. Every worker feels himself confirmed in his inertia by the inertia of all the others, every organized group its own as a universal flight, which neutralizes all its efforts. For this proletariat in the process of formation, the other is primarily the serial totalization of others, in which he features as an other, that is to say, of all those, including himself, who represent for everyone the possibility of being out of work or of working for lower wages. In short, it is himself as other, in so far as antagonisms manifest themselves in the fact that on the labor market he is his coemptor ferrari, who emerges as the other who forces demands to be lowered. This serialist antagonism, or negative seriality, which, for reasons of space, we have not examined thoroughly except in relation to the market, constitutes an initial structure of altruism, based on the reciprocity of antagonism, and constitutes every worker for every other as so far as he is his. But in moment the serried unity of these oppositions posits itself as a contradiction of the same and of the other, demanding a unifying praxis. Now, paradoxa but very, it is not these antagonisms as which make so difficult, on the contrary, as we shall see, their truth lies in the transcendence which integrates them in the common unity of demands. What rendered the workers impotent, in the first half of the last century, was altruism as spatial and temporal stratification. At the of positive reciprocity in labor, which is the structure of altruism which contradicts the and creates the true tension of class, it is in effect dispersal which creates impotence. At this level, in fact, everyone's objective grasp of his class being as the practico-inert reality of his own praxis, which was examined above, implies a reciprocal grasp of his comrade in his particular CLXSS being. This was achieved, and not theoretically, at least at that time, by friendship, mutual aid, work relations, etc. And, in so far this reciprocity spread through France in constellations and chains of constellations, including, through their relations with other groups, the villages which of the proletarians came and the political groups of the public and petty bourgeoisie, class posited itself as the indefinite seriality of classes beings as an alien. But this milieu was not an objective representation of the worker, it realized as practical impotence. If he learnt that a workers' newspaper had as a practical determination of class would produce as high group, which, from within the practice finard, affected him in his being as an imperative order ro negate the structure of impotence and separation in this being. But, at the same time, because this limited undertaking was constituted at Rhe, he did not work in the town where it constituted, a comrade from there told him about it, showed him a copy of the paper, it produced itself as a negative determination of itself and of everyone, in itself. It was in fact a proof the totalization of the milieu by class action was always possible, and that it is profound truth of the passive burr, by the same it defines as not being in relation ro class. Totalitarian and in a way as negating it through the simple fact, which is any case it therefore refers back by itself to the class gathering as an inert unity of multiplicity. As for the worker in Lyon who, in a moment of defeat, learnt of the initiative of his Parthian comrades, he himself was constituted as inertia, as rooted in impotence by sheer distance, connected in fact with everything, which prevented him from joining them and by circumstances which that their action had yet arrived at Lyon. At same in this of uncertainty, he about initiative, he has nor completely thrown off Christian ideology, and he knows that his Parisian comrades are nor entirely free of it either, so that his relation to the object produced, the newspaper, the ideas it supports, its propaganda, remains here again it is common class being which realizes itself in this contradictory relation, in this in-group, however and this group known, unity the group is lived nega by everyone as a sort of serial and the active organism, everyone is united with the others, passively but directly, in so far as he determined as a moment or a total totalization by Rhe movement of partial totalization which, somewhere else, and through a few people, negates the class euro plus gathering as wary one's inert being there. Between him and the groupusculk, through the inert density of the milieu, a synthetic link of univocal interiority, which proceeds from V0 up to individual, at the 97, clay which to joined is only in which H manifest as in of materiality, same time, both his own indeterminacy and the thorough indeterminacy of the group action, mean that this relation remains indeterminate negative positive, that of ority allows itself to be absorbed by the serial bond of common membership of the milieu. On the hand, through the of which had supported and through, or sustained and every group saw active class an inert exigency of he class object on the basis of the rediscovery, in the defeat of negative solidarity, of destiny as serial flight. What was at stake here was not a conflict of interests between workers, but rather their separatio faced with this indefinite milieu which needed to be agitate by serial methods. The group became aware of its smallness, its impotence, and its fragility. In other words, it came to seen as a fragile mode of Rhe substance and, by the token, it in its vacillating activity as relation of am using this term in an organicis reorgestaltist sense, to the substance which it and gives it its and fragility. Naturally, class head manifests itself as a tempi or least separation, not only because any political education and agitation presupposes a hysteresis originating in the passivity of the masses, that is to say, in the seriality of the class gathering, but also because the workers are at different levels of politicization and liberation depending on their individual histories and because spatial dispersal is reinforced by temporal dispersal. In any insofar as the historical reality and specific structure of and defined in men by of production through of production, its general structure the constituted it as a serially structured milieu and that other classes, through the which opposed it, through same negative unity of its in the example of the archaic proletariat, the worker is in T/U class Tn so far as he is conditioned by others, that is to say, to the extent that he is himself, for himself, always other, and that his lahu_ver power, as a commodity, is other than him, that is to say, he is in class in so far as his owo inertia is on the inertia others and becomes the class itself in everyone as the inertia of the other as and is normally expressed in the serial, negative practices of abstentionism, defeatism, demoralisarion, or surrender. These practices in everyone are seriality as a whole. Book in this way, Kornman class being manifests itself in all its rigidity in par excellence when workers are on the defensive, on the basis of the contradictions or the individual, and of the material conditions of his life, it becoming, in everyone, destiny producing itself as the other being of the worker ill relation to himself and to all the others. In this sense, common class laying as an interiorized CN-man object is neither a totality imposing itself on its parts but differing from them, nor a connoting the indefinite repetition of particular class being universal reproduction of the identical, nor a way of designating the set of conditions common non to everyone and which are sometimes called the condition of the working class at the most superficial level of the investigation. Everyone is in the class, in so far as the indefinite series of relations is realized as a milieu by the human terms between which these relations hold. But at first this milieu as such is other than men and their objects making themselves into the milieu of man or, in other words, it is reciprocity as a relation amongst workers making themselves through things not only humanity but also a homogeneous, inert container of all. But in any case, at a later stage of the investigation the milieu will dissolve and reveal serially structured multiplicities of multiplicities. At this moment, class being is no longer, for everyone's being where in far he constituted as the other bitely progressive series of others, and as the other being of every me in his position in the series in so far as he constitutes the others. Class exists as a totalized series of series. This is why it is not really very significant to find, or to think one can find, continuous transitions from one class to another, intermediate groups, if class were to be treated as a total, synthetic form, enclosing its members. It would indeed be highly admit those imperceptible from class T and another which bourgeois economists are so happy to describe, and the aporia 5 which this new scepticism claims to have found, and whose logical structure resembles that of the old arguments about the bald man, etc. But, if class is a serial totality of series and if the ensemble of these series corresponds roughly both to the worker's class being and to his other being, it does not matter if these series finally disappear, decompose, or nine come other. On the contrary, it is of the essence of, as of the practico inert, to he infinite or indefinite, thus it is of the essence of class being, as the absolute elsewhere of impotence, to disappear at Rhe horizon and to allow itself to be determined in its other being to infinity, by the other being of other individuals belonging to other classes. These mediations do not affect the true weight of class and are practically ineffective in cases of tension, which is to say, permanently, Alternity sticks at the level of mediation, and nothing gets through any more, or the intermediary explodes and the two freed series by their struggle. Conversely, if defined precisely historical reality of a class and if this definition could be applied to all its members and to them alone, the series would still be infinite, because they be circular. But the seriality cf class makes the individual, whoever he is and whatever his class, into a being who defines himself as a humanized thing and in the practico inert universe, is strictly interchangeable, in with soi any material product. What finally characterizes the working class, this being our example, is that the organized praxis of a militant group originates in the very heart of the practico inert, in the opaque materiality of impotence and inertia as a transcendence of materiality underscore the other of is to say, the group which totalizes in a praxis, originates at the heart of the passive form and as Hegelian. A holy class, all of whose members are integrated into a single praxis and whose apparatuses organize themselves in unity rather than conflicting with one another, is realized only in very rare, and revolutionary, moments of working class history. Even without going into the question of the development of the working class and of its, which are and the same, it is therefore from the point of view of the intelligibility of the practico inert, that the proletariat, in so far as it is both destiny and the negation of destiny, constitutes in very form a changing and contradictory reality, or in other that it is determined the usually, of group whilely erodes one le inert unity of it is therefore a clxss which produces itself as a contradictory double unity, for the inert being of seriality, as the basis and material of every other bination. 15 Really the unity of workers in their being and through being, in so far as their destiny owes its rigidity to their dispersal, and i.e. of which process of concentration, can help to decrease it by increasing dispersal is of in far by a dispersed plurality, of dispersal may be book, increases it, whereas an active organization constitutes itself against bring, and its unity is purely practical. In other words, praxis, as the foreinissing transcendence of inert being towards the reorganization of the social field, is the unity of the multiple of perpetual labor. However, of points noted first, praxis can occur only on the basis of a fundamental common being, secondly, that it will remain structured by the being which it transcend 5 and which determine it up to its limits and efficacy. As we saw, trade union practice was structured in its variation by the practic inert characteristics the proletariat they had been under the universal. Thirdly, that it stands in a relation of alterity and thn-ug antagonisms, of seriality to other organizations independent of it, and that the co-acting medium of this new seriality is the class as a collective. Fourthly and lastly, that any organization, as we shall see, is in constant danger of dissolving into senility, the bureaucratic nature of certain unions in some countries, or of falling straight back into the inertia of common being, while, at the same moment, the class collective, as worked marrer, with inertia, supports the unities. Which unities of being and inert as a whether or notchen has progressed beyond the series, the working class in its contradiction represents the visible effort to re-own another, that is to say, to rescue them being to the extent that it gives them the statute of a human thing amongst other human things which are their inanimate products, and the field of practico inert being 15 constantly closing up or threatening to do so, King Petrov 5 through actions in full freedom. This new moment of the investigation show us that the practico inert field is no more than an abstract structure of history, it cannot constitute itself unless the world of alterity produces as a serial condition and principle of its own transcendence. We must now examine this transition from being to organization. Having grasped the dialectical intelligibility of individual praxis and of the passive activity of the collective, WC must now grasp and fix that of collective praxis. Collective praxis. We have traversed the practicio inert field with intention of covering whether this place of violence, darkness, and witchcraft has dialectical intelligibility or, in other words, whether some strict rationality underlies the strange appearance of this. It is that it does, not only, and processes which there obey rules of dialectical development, thus making prehension always possible, but also RHE structuration of the itself through appearance of end, the heart or free individual presents itself as the of existemi of inert activity. In other words, in the practical experience of a successful action, the moment of objectification presents itself as a necessary end of the individual practical dialectic which is submerged in it as in its object and as RHE appearance of a new moment. And this moment, that of the practico-inert or of fundamental sociality, comes back to the total, translucid dialectic of individual and constitutes the first of a complex this that in every the field its negation and favor of passive activity as a common structure of and the as has preserved by inertia precisely to the extent that, both for the individual agent himself and in the apodicticire of the investigation, it presents itself as the transcendence of individuality, in this agent and in everyone, by suffered original stature of refeeing sociality. And we have carried the of far discover in it, through a new kind of investigation, the principles of an inversion, which refers from necessity to a different freedom, that of unification, as a third moment. But this dialectical movement, as I have described it and as it sacrificially upon res has no intelligibility, or rather, if we were to its we would fall an external do only magic or fate could explain how individual in the be the source of a by which it transforms itself into the first moment of a dialectic of collectivity, if we really had to accept that the intelligibility of the practica inert field and of its negation by the group resides in the action of a dialectical force expressed. 3. Free praxis and developing as I have word fundamental does any 320 book I through changes I the field and differenerkins ofakrian. The intelligibility of individual praxis as translucidity cannot in any way be the same as that of practico-inert field, and, similarly, it would absurd or idealistic to imagine that individual inert activity and common action are the development single conceived as praxis, for example. In reality, there are quite distinct dialectics, that of individual practice and that of the group as praxis, and the moment of the practico-inertfeld is in fact that of the anti-dialectic. It is, in EFFCTT, contained between two radical negations, that of the individual action which are antxts it in itself, in so far as it still to its product, its, and that of groups which in as a practical of if one can nevertheless apply the term dialectical to this material field of the anti-dialectic, it is precisely because of this double negation. In this field, everyone's action disappears, and is replaced by monstrous forces which, in the inertia of the inorganic and of exteriority, retain some power of action and unification combined with a false interiority. And the simple as it developed in the working class in the course of the last century, was sufficient to constitute the class, its unificampotence which W as haunted by an invincible power, as the serialization of a fundamental totality. The intelligibility of practico-inert PNSs therefore rests on a few simple, clear principles which are themselves the synthetic contraction of the obvious characteristics of the univocal relation of interiority as a basis of individual praxis and of the plurality of agents within the practical field. In fact, objectification always directly involves alterationsream. When they say that, in a socialist society, man will be his own product instead of the product of his product, Marxists mean that if man is his own product, he will be his only objectification, in himself and in others, thus objective will be homogeneous with the practice of objectification. But if the individual's reality lies in a material object, an anti-dialectic starts, appears being. Now, this very situation obviously depends multiplicity of individuals in the field of scarcity. In other words, only the free praxis of the other on the eases of material circumstances, through some worked matter, can limit the efficacy and freedom of my praxis. In his sense the explanation or classes in Deing is correct, although it hardly has any historical value. But, it is correct as a dialectical schema of intelligibility collectives 32 rather than as a reconstruction of a pericular social process. Engels claimed in fact that classes, that is to say, the collective as a practicoiner type of sociality, begin to constitute themselves in an agricole-rural cornmurery when the products of labor become commodities. T have shown that his examples are all irrelevant, because they communities disintegrating under the impact of bourgeois societies which surround them or which have commercial relations with them. But from point these as the characteristic of a comes to the product peasant labor from the outside. Engels assumes that the land is cornman property and that every produces in order to feed himself and his family, and we shall make the same assumption. At this moment of rural the product is neither aim nor an objective limit, it is of to extent that it is of getting food. It is on the basis of exchange and in varieté of exchange as practiced between bourgeois societies and underdeveloped that demand, as a moment of a free praxis of other, constitutes the product as other, that is to say, it removes it from the closed circle of the production consumption cycle and it in itself as an independent object, which has absorbed and is capable of being exchanged. Of course, this is not some structure conferred on the product by the mere desire of the future purchaser. These changes occur in the course of a common action, colonization, semi-colonization, art and overall movement to enclose the community, and turn it into an enclave, performed by bourgeois groups, and through a set of serial praxises the gradation of the village through a society which trades with it. The product really becomes a commodity. But the important point here is that this transformation itself on free individual praxis, objectification becomes production of the object in so far as it posits itself for itself, in this case, the product becomes the man and as such the product. But this transformation is wholly intelligible. If we ignore for the moment the serial processes and transformations of the practicoinert field, things remain. First, a praxis, that of a buyer or a group of buyers, has appropriated the freedom of the producer. It is as year of this free enterprise that the producer will find himself to be producing commodities rather than objects of immediate consumption. Objectification becomes it because it produces its object in the free field of another's action. It is freedom limiting freedom. But secondly, two practical freedoms can confront one another only in the practical 322 book field and through the medium of materiality as a whole. If circumstances pre-this to appropriate of only means that the object in which the latter objectifies itself takes on a different meaning and a counter-finality, for its producer, in the practical field of the former and through a reorgani 5 athlon of this held. The original situation therefore presents itself as follows. Univocal relation of interiority enables the buyer to manipulate the peasant's practical in relation to his environment, that is to say his labor is an interiorigation insofar as is a unifying organization and insofar as the organism has its being outside itself in nature. But a produced materiality cannot transform anything since stands in a univocal relation with producer. On other hand, as soon as it is given another meaning for the producer, and other whose relation with it is also a relation of interiority though in a different way, a false relation of reciprocal interiority establishes itself between the product and the producer, because the former signifies the latter and because the producer behaves as signified by his product. Now, all this perfectly clear, because, through this product and in so far as he is this product, a human dirks himself at the worker and tends to make him work for others when he is still working for himself. On the other, it is no less that the product, in becoming a cognati, allows itself to be constituted according to the laws of its passivity. It is its very inertia which sustains its new unity, and which transforms the praxis of the buyers into an exigency in so far as it becomes its own independent meaning, signification, against the worker. And it is his independence, as an absence of human lived in of inhumanity, that, as a product which posits itself for itself as a commodity exigency, it becomes that which the worker has made, and therefore what he is, in the world of the object and an object. Distruk, tip power is simply a structure of praxis as individual dialectic, but the confrontation of freedoms, by the double constitution of the internex_liar cannot and unless inertia of the object makes the two unities which are conferred on it inro real, is tense, into passive forces. This simple example contains all the conditions of the intelligibility of the field. The only practical dialectical reality, RH of everything, is when a field determines the confrontation of real agents. A new statute is imposed on the worked thing by RHE activities which confront one another. In Collectives 32.3 everyone's field so as it is everyone's, it takes on a crit, multiple meanings which indicate the directions of its flights toward others, and as means and end of a particular undertaking, that of transforming RHE freedom of the other inro a docile RNCXTNS to my own freedom, not by force but by manipulating the practical field. It converts the one who is winning into an inert the practical in univocal interiority it of conqueror as the interiorizing synthesis of the practical field L and as signification exigency it reflects high arding to the producer as the inner exteriority of a slave in the milieu of interiority. But, by mortgaging the worker's freedom by its imperative inertia, it transforms, through itself, the free praxis which confronts the worker into a mere inertia of exigency. And, in a way, every freedom, both in the milieu of other and in its own milieu of its own inertial is to say, it's as soon as the serial sense, the multiplication of actions and responses is unified in the object which posits itself for itself as a negation of everyone by everyone, and, later, a common object. And when I say that the object, as inorganic, sealed inertia, posits itself for it *LF, I mean this literally, although we are grasping the process in its full intelligibility. The fleeting unity of the object which irremes itself in opposition to everyone is in reality the negation of everyone, and of everyone for everyone in everyone's practical field, in so far as it a negative, inert unity in the, for example, everyone's impotina revealed in and every attempt to change the ensemble of living structures must, therefore, be recomposed in the rule the particular process. If we are to reach the schemata of intelligibility we are looking for, first, the univocal relation of interiority within free praxis as the unification of the field, second, the equivocal relation of a multiplicity of practical activities each of which tries to appropriate the freedom of others by the transformations which it imposes on the object. Practices are bore for negative reciprocal relations, and therefore relations of interiority, through the mediation FFE inert object, indirect relations of extera third, the of free so far as is absorbed and returned by the object, into an exus, fourth, the inevitable transformation of every X of worked things into a passive activity by the free praxis of an other, whoever he may be, whose projects and overall point of view other, the of 324 book I everyone into by passive activity of the not through some metamorphosis of his and human reality. Through his relentless transformation of himself into an other, effected by and under his own hands when he produces RHE object, in so far as the multiple meanings of the object, its exigencies, and the meanings it are prefabricated by other activities or by other objects mdued by activities. From this point of view, it must be pointed out that the field that is and that free activities are not thereby eliminated, that thou art not even altered in the translucidity as projects in the process of being realized. The Feld exists, in short, it is what surrounds and conditions us. I need only glance out of window, will he able see cars which are and drivers who are cars, a policeman who is directing the traffic at the corner of the street and, a little further on, the same traffic being, controlled by red and green lights, of rise up towards me, pedestrian crossings, notices, and prohibitions, collectives, a branch of the AA blocks flats, and also a visible seriality, people kukurerg in front of a shop, and instruments, pavia a taxi rank, a stop, with their frozen voices how they are to be used. These beings neither thing nor man, hut practical unities made up of man and inert things these apples, and see through exigencies do not yet concern me directly. Later, I will go down into the street and become I will buy that collective which is a newspaper, and suddenly the inert ensemble which besieges designates me will reveal itself on the basis of field, that is to say, of the earth, as the elsewhere of all elsewheres, or the series of all series of series. It is true that this reality, which tells me, from elsewhere, my destiny as a petty bourg Frenchman, is still an all-resurrection although, depending up, and it will either crush me or ensnare me. But we must be absolutely clear, it is an insofar as groups are in it and against it, in order finally to try to dissolve it, it is an abstraction in a total experience must involve the conscious striving for a unity which, most of the is not perceptible, or which masked by but if, from point of view of totalisation, and taking the practico-inert field in its totality, there is such a thing as a group goes while am in my flat arn thing o/other collectives 325 intelligibility as the transcendence of towards a common freedom, if, indeed, the dialectical origin of regroup lies in the passive unity of altruidm so far as it negates itself as passivity, then, apart from their concrete situation and history within totalising history, there is no way of telling whether given individuals or gatherings will emerge from their abstract condition as practico-inert beings. In other words, for some men and some multiplicities, in so far rare are concrete realities, the possibility remaining within the limits of one life or of a set of lives, under the statute of being is no guarantee that a given bureaucrat or day, by integration into a group, cease to be an other both for himself and for others. At by as a co-ilgras as in he is other a factor of a passivity and of as if he were a thing, a Spanish ducat, through men's hands. Is know that, in itself and for him, this situation contains the seed of a contradiction. This contradiction would be inevitable, however, if the freedom of practice came into conflict with constraints, with interiorist exterior prohibitions, everyone. Cases due they are to our present concerns. Mystification, in fact as a real process rather than a concerted undertaking is unfortunately so deep that the reified individual remains in possession of his free praxis. Or rather, to be alienated, or simply altered, a man must be an organism capable of dialectical action, and it is through free praxis that he will discover as a transformation or his product, and of himself by his product, in the other. Me constraints of need, the exigencies of the worked imperatives other, and his praxis will reveal all these to him and interiorise them. His freesertivity, in its freedom, will take upon itself everything which crushes him exhausting work, exploitation, oppression, and rising prices. This means that his liberty is the means chosen by the thing and by the other to crush him and to transform him into a worked thing. Hence of the free contract by which, in the century, the isolated worker, a prey to hunger and his power to a powerful imposed his is both the most shameless mystification and a reality. It is true that he has no other way out, the choice is an impossible one, he has not the ghost of work in case he asks himself the what is the point he and sells himself at the factory every morning, in the good R/D days, they made one-day contracts to keep workers, by a sort of somber resigned excess which scarcely resembles a PMT is. And yet, in fact, it is a praxis, habit is directed and organ said, the end is posited, the means chosen, if he learns that their will of themselves will get up our earlier order to their before the others, in other words, the destiny which is crushing moves through him. It would be true to say and I said it above that the semi-automatic machine dreams through the women workers, last in same day dream and moving in a rhythm external ROREM which is everyone's work itself us other. But, at the same time, these dreams are quiet, private wavy hour, carrying out the machine's sentence by pursuing its own ends, the valorization of the against devaluation by the alien universality of exigency, etc. And this which is so alien to the personal rhythms of her life that roar the first days it seemed absolutely unendurable, the woman worker wanted to adapt herself to it, she made effort, took advice FMR and her friends, and invented a personal relation of interiority applying to herself alone her strength, other physical characteristics, etc., and this, one might say, is the best instance of individual adaptation. It is clear that this involved giving herself to the machine, and that the latter, as the work of others in the negative unity of a destiny, took possession of her work and made it other. Ultimately, the total adaptation to semi-automatism meant of her bodily the of a rhythm wag absolutely other, but the moment in which the girl emerged as RHEOLJECR of RHE machine, that is to say, when mystification revealed itself in objective alienation, was also the moment in which her adaptation was accomplished, within RHE narrow limits assigned her. There is nothing in this that she could have avoided by failing to adapt and getting herself eliminated, first fall from the labor market, and then, as surplus population, from society, through sickness. The initial constraints, the fact that her family could not survive without at least 3 people working at the factory, the constraints which put her in the factory, on the production line, etc., are ineluctable, and they reign another. These constraints derive things only in so far as things become transmitters of human actions lying behind them. There is the multiplicity of workers and their false unity through the factory, that is to say, through a destiny which they have to and suffer together, and in any case these are not so much purely constraints. A.g. go far a free defines itself according Stoney. In other words, freedom, in this context, does not mean RHE possibility of choice, but the necessity of living these constraints in the form of by the family situation. The illness or unemployment of some of its members may constitute itself, in the practice inert field, as the impossibility of ensuring the survival of all its members. A particular woman or old man resumes work. This family situation, as such, can be described by a quantitative a functional relation. On the one hand, the family structure, family size, and the members' chances of survival, and, on the other hand, the number, and character of its active members, in a given society, at a given moment, and for a given branch and sector of production. Nevertheless, for the old man who resumes work, this situation is first manifested as specific. Specifically, the dangers are more definite for children or invalids and, consequently, appear to him through his human Roland preferences, which the old can. The others are out of work, or sick or already employed. And, in so far as the danger is avoidable, its negation constitutes itself, through the particular relations of the old man with the members of his family, and once illnesses are manifested in behavior or as the excess of some mem of the family in restricted this characteristic of exigency and the actual context _f individual is, a matter of entirely useless, the of the group, eroded at the same time by an internal seriality, one might say, comprises in its very development the possibility of a moment in which it will develop through the work and action of this old man. He knows this, everybody knows it, and, in a way, his initiative in himself for hire did not involve any individual decision, in the lexical sense of the term, hesitation, weighing of arguments for and against, etc. Indeed, this is precisely what characterizes free individual praxis, when it develops as an underraking WHCH tempi releases itself or the course of a life. Motivations are psychical or subjective, they are things and real structures in so far as are revealed by the project through its concrete ends and on the basis of them. Thus there is normally no of consciousness, the situation is known through the act which it and which negates it. But others are in things, and because their 328 book I confronts my freedom as other, that is to say, as a freedom thing or as the freedom of a given thing, the structure of situation is nevertheless still exigency. Importance of this authoritarian structure of passivity veins. It negligible in the present case, but, in certain cases, it is crucial in that RHE free praxis of the individual reactualizes it in constituting it by surrendering its own sovereignty, this piece of matter which, as we have seen, turns it against itself and it into inertia because of the impossibility of transcending it. But this inertia itself reaches praxis in so far as it is praxis, it confers its statute as a thing on a free activity, rather than on another thing. Similarly, if RHE exigency of a thing confronts another work, tuberculosis slows down production demands the disappearance of this can only be through the of between rings, as we have seen, the of others institutes the individual's activity as a mediation, that is to say, as a means, essential as Arnians, but inessential, but it constitutes it a, that is to say, as an activity which a field in of certain objectives. It is really in so far as the of the practical agent are in such a way that they give way to other material objectives and that they may never be attained. Thus the manual worker steals from himself and processes the wealth of others at the expense of his own life in the very work he carries out in order his these manipulations, which make freedom a curse, presuppose that the relation of men to matter and to other men resides above all in doing, as synthetic kren of work. And the being of man, as inorganic passivity, comes him in his action from the fact that every individual undertaking is forced by its dialectical freedom to enter it or is a double inert materiality, number, as the material statute of inert exteriority which characterizes human multiplicity quanti, which is revealed only through the set of relations which we have examined, and worked matter, as the inert meaning of the worker. Number can be regarded either as the absolute abstraction of or as his absolute materiality in the abstract, and it is in this abstraction that worked things designate him individually, as a jerksry individual in a population. But if he reinteriories this reciprocity of materiality as the being of his activity, this because other have already and it other. In other words, the materiality of the multiple remains indeterminate as long as it is not itself revealed in a practical system. 329. Demography, example, is study and abaxis. Number appears as the product of a certain mode of production and of the institutions it products, and also as the movement of producrion, and its exigencies produce demographic differentiations between different sectors of the population. And these conditions are interiority for query 1 through their individual practices birth cx entral, or the Christian prohibition of it. This of view, for an individual is say, for every one of us, in go far as receive and interiorize the statute of deconsciousness of our as free remains, through every constraint and exigency, our own constant reality in so far as we are the perpetual transcendence of our ends. And the individual does not recognize that it is in direct contradiction with his other being, because this untranscendable other being rewells itself in praxis, either a motivation praxis exigency ot in value systems, or as an obit ct of it. It is clear, in fact, that the other being of the individual as the common structure collective derives its from its by, iry. But precisely to the extent that it is freedom which reveals untranscendability as a necessary structure of alienated objectification, it does so in the milieu of freedom as transcendable untranscendability. Indeed, for an exploited man who, in a period before any important developments of proletarian organization, became aware, through Elise as reality, or his fatigue, of his occupational discases, of price rises, of the obsolescence of his trade through machinery, etc., as the statute which defined him in his suif humanity, the reality he grasps is simply the set of his impossibilities, the impossibility of living hirnanla, or, perhaps more radically, of living at all. Clearly this reality of his being is precisely that of his impotence. It defines itself, in and through the series of exploited men, as alterity, or as an index of separation in negative unity. But in so far everyone perceives his own impossibility, that is to say, his inability change, or through his praxis, which posits itself in its lectical structure as a permanent possibility of transcending any actual circumstances, this impossibility inside freedom appears to him as temporary and relative. No doubt. Praxis not a concrete, transcendence of impossibility towards a particular reorganization. This, indeed, is what proves that the statute cannot be transcended. But the murk exposure of the impossibility makes it confront itself as the 330 pure, abstract, and ideal negation of every given by a transcendence towards an end. Confronted with the real impossibility of living humanly, it affirms itself in its generality as human praxis. This affirmation is neither more than nor ohcr than the action itself in so fx it transcends milieu in order to reproduce life, and its affirmative power is simply the material power of the organism striving to change the world. But for lack of any real objective and of real means of attaining the end, the praxis reveals itself as a pure negation, or of affirmation, universally, and, to be more precise, what it immediately is not structure, but, in the impossibility of man. In fact, the impossibility of man is given as an individual determination of life, but the praxis which reveals it cannot see it as its own impossibility. It sees it in action which is, of itself, an affirmation of man as an impossibility which is in some way impossible. In fact, praxis, as the of an organism reproduces life by the environment, is man making himself in remaking himself. To make oneself and to produce oneself on the basis of one's own possibility are one and the same thing, but it is at the level of the practico-inert, in the real production of man, that the impossibility of man reveals itself as his being. This impossibility refers to pure, formal transcendence as an affirmation without an object. It is that this should continue, it is that it should unchangeable, it is that there should be no way out, should continue to live like this. Formulas, which insist the objective structure of possibilities, are very common. And there are also ones which refer to the subjective moment, I'll find a way out, find a would be danger of exploding if it oppose two homogeneous moments. But the individual he will occasionally have a chance to improve his lot. Thus the untranscendable comes to be transcended. But it is only an appearance, he has simply realized his being the very thing he cannot change in slightly different circumstances, and these superficial differences make no difference to the being which has actualized. A particular worker leaves a where working are particularly bad and goes to work in another where they are a little better. He is defining the limits within which his statute allows a few variations, themselves due to general circumstances of production. Manpower wage rises in a particular sector, but at same 3.3z time he is confirming his general destiny as exploited. A rise in wages in a particular branch of production occurs only in of the search for profit, and it is to be explained in terms of the historical the implementation of the verdict, but he cannot transcend it. Kantings are not so simple, provided he breaks his bonds of impotence but avoids replacing them by union, he will be to acquire, in a still indefinite society, a which indeterminate in spite of serial structurations, and Beck percent utsa of them, the efficacy of an imponderable, that is to say, of a disintegrated individual. In certain circumstances, in certain historical moments and in certain societies, may be possibilities of from to another. And possibilities vary from sector to sector, and country patrician of the 16th century, the bourgeois had absolutely no possible access to the patrician class. Elsewhere in France, for example, they were able to betray their class and enter the noblesse de Sirois, and sometimes even slip into the noblesse d'épée. Thus, at this level, an individual may avoid being a class individual, and may sometimes transcend his classixing and thereby produce for all the members of the class he has left the possibility of individually escaping their destiny. However, in fact it took him a great of patience to transcend the common destiny. All he has done is to realize, in his person, one of the possibilities in the structured field of his class possibilities. In other words, if he moves into the petty bourgeoisie or his son to so, he practically at same moment as evil other individuals a possibility, statistically determinable and conditioned by the whole historical process, office of origin, in the structured social feld of his possibilities and impossibilities, as destiny, this class, at a particular moment and in definite conditions and sectors, is also determined by possibility a definite pro of its members into another class. Return to the peasant class, renru into the bourgeoisie, etc. This can be called class virority. Thus the worker who becomes a bourgeois demonstrates the viscosity of his class, by thus escaping the untranscendable in his the of rity to which or there bought. Old I ed L 3.32 book Equality as an atom, he helps to constitute in its reality the structured impossibility which produces itself as the common class ending of his comrades and himself. Thus untranscendability as destiny relates to the free isolation of a molecular praxis when the individual lives it and at class. We shall see shortly that this same practical freedom, positing both impossibility and the impossibility of this impossibility as the common class being which is to transcended by the class itself, will posit a new X of transcend, namely the group. But important point has been to show that this impossibility can be through practical, directed activities, and allo that it reveals praxis to itself in the abstract as the sovereign affirmation of the possibility of man. It would be quite wrong to interpret me as saying that man is fey in all situations, as the Stoics claimed. I mean the exact opposite. All men are slaves insofar as their life unfolds in the practico-inert field, and insofar this field is conditioned by scarcity. In society, in effect, the alienation of the exploited and that of the exploiters are inseparable. In other societies, the relation between master and slave, though very different from what Hegel described, also presupposes a reciprocal conditioning in alienation. And the master of ancient times alienated his slaves not because they were his truth, though they were that too, nor because of their labor, as free praxis expressing itself by operating on the material environment, illut above al. Because the cost of a slave tends constantly to increase, whereas his productivity constantly tends to decrease. The practice finer one field is the field of our servitude, which means not ideal servitude, but real sub*revience to natural forces, to mechanical forces and to antisocial apparatuses. This means that everyone struggles against an order which really and materially crushes his body, and which he susgns and strengthens by his individual struggle against it. Everything is born at this line which simultaneously separates and unites huge physical forces in the world of inertia and exteriority, insofar the end and orientation of the energy which give a definite statute of improbability to and to human life in particular, and practical organisms, insofar as their praxis tends to confirm them within their structure of inertia, that is to say, in their role as converters of energy. This is where the change from unification as a process to unity as an inert statute occurs, and where inertia, as moment which has been transcended and preserved life and practice, turns so as to transcend them, and collectives 33.3 preserve them in the name of their dialectical unity, precisely to the extent that, in labor and through instrumentality, it identifies itself with the practical inertia of the tool. These are, or rather, everything really takes place in the universe, and the organism's power of assimilation and of strictly biological selection at the of consumption. But we'll never understand anything of human history if one fails transformations take in a practical geld inhabited by a multiplicity of insofar they are produced by the free actions of individuals. Serial plurality, as the inorganic unity of inertia, to this multiplicity only through the mediation of worked matter insofar as it transforms individual labors into the negative unity of counterfinality. Thus alone, as it apvrs the inert, and abstract, multiplicity of number and the /usually abstract, passive exteriority of RHE physico world, in its the real and permanent foundation, in human history up to the present, of all the human sentences which have on men through worked in multiplicity, scarcity, exteriority, improbability of the continuation of life are as the of the human race, through it, the same characteristics of the inorganic take on the practical and directed aspect of THIRD-WORLDism, and their simple non-humanity becomes counterfinality or anti-humanity. Of course, it is possible to reverse the terms completely, and, as W.C. did at a more tract moment of the dialectical investigation, show worked matter in its primacy and inorganic materiality as governing men through it. This view is as erect, or perhaps more so, insofar as it refers directly from the non-organized physico-chemical world to RHE nummels are of individuals as the inorganic materiality of the social, but it will remain abstract as long as the development of the investigation fails to show clearly that any relation between things, insofar as they mediate between men, is strictly conditioned by the multiple relations of human actions in far as they mediate things. From this point of view, the problem of notion, stated at the beginning of this chapter from a simple practico-inert point of view, is also completely explained. Our problem, in relation to the origins of the iron and coal complex, was to explain how it was that RHE discovery of techniques, which the exploitation of fabulous took the form of a negation for most of a nation book, gradual elimination of the English by expropriation and proletarianization. We were acquainted with the historical, and it appeared obvious, provided it was based on an intelligible structure of field, that is to say, provided we see its dialectical skeleton matter itself as the inert negation of the which works it and uses it in the context of multiplicity. We more or less know this much, that free phi_ris is the negation of every particular given, in the course of a particular action, and that it negates matter insofar as it reorganizes it in its passive erring in terms of a future objective originating in Rhe satisfaction of needs in eicht. It is neither the prevent nor the possible instrumentality of matter which is negated by the project, but simply its coefficient of adversity, insofar as inertia presents it a factual impossibility. And in its first moment, that is to say in its elementary structure, negation is a practical, univocal relation of interiority which man derives from matter through the need which explains it, and which matter derives from men insofar as the present material state, and not materiality, is always what has already been transcended. Thus in the practical field of man, as an individual worker, there appear tools which he himself made, or acquired in exchange for his labor, and these material tools are a practical, solidified negation, which is by matter and which refers to certain states of materiality in their passivity, that is to say, adversities, or counterfinalities. Thus, from the tool as a solidified product of past and a solidified inscription of future to the, which might a example, one which needs to be mended, a negative signification establishes itself as solidified passivity. The future comes to oblex through the tool, as a necessity that some material conformations should be realized and that others should disappear. In fact, it seetnies through freedom practical field in so it is already unified need. But the negative arella work to nature and of tools nonetheless appears, in the field of scarcity, as a definite tension. Destruction, and destructibility as a negation of man's materiality and of his goods, come to matter through man, they designated and negated, wholly or partly, by the presence of the human tool. It is obvious that the tool has sworn positive, creative function, and that it is this function which characterizes it. In the next chapter we shall see the positive aspect. At present what interests us is that, even in productive labor, tools are the inert as a negation of inert, combined with the permanent possibility of the organism acting in exteriority by becoming the tool of its tool. It is at this level that the matter to see worked, as passive resistance, makes itself a negation of man insofar as man negates the existing state is in it is distinct from knowledge and from praxis, in facts as its inert capacity can be only through of immersi. It is the inertia or exteriority interiorized in the organism insofar as organic praxis exteriorizes itself as the seal applied to the product. Negation is there in these fundamental relations of need and labor and insofar as, in the practical field, they constitute materiality as the negation of its own passivity as much as of human activity. It comes to matter in praxis and, through the development of this praxis, it turns back against the individual insofar as it becomes a double negation solidified by inertia, the ambivalence of the tool. Is obvious, however, relation between human activities is as we have not defined the material conditions on the basis of which it arises. It is not true that each must aim at the death of other 02 or his life, for that matter. Material circumstances as a whole, the set of took and goods in the context of scarcity, settle it. In a word, if some free praxis becomes the negation of another praxis, this negation, which comes to them as a reciprocity of antagonism, produces itself in everyone as primary inertla, because it is the interionization of an exterior negation. It is in this sense that there was competitive antagonism between workers on the labor market, at the beginning of the century, even before they made it a moment of practice or rejected it in the name of unity of action. Thus, PRCN is a fundamental relation of man to the environment structures the practical field as a set of inert, intramaterial relations of negation. Negation as a force of inertia is a human inscription in the inorganic world. And the multiplicity of activities is constituted in its being as a multiplicity of negative relations, antagonisms, every praxis reactualizes for Rhe other, with all its signifying power, the inert negation of a particular part of the field by the other insofar as this refers to statute 1, the inert negation of an other, in and in a form. Indeed, it might be said that comes to inert matter fnem individual jahur, and that negations come to men through worked matter as the matrix and receptacle of all passive negativity, through the inert numerical stature of their multiplicity. In counterfinalities, Rayleigh p. 233. If _d.l book 1 pmcir inscribes itself in inertia and inertia returns as inverted to dominate rhe very group which has oherctified itself in this worked matter. Thus nor only do individuals and groups receive through statute in inertia through matter negation, in this of action and passivizarian, in addition, this very matter, in the development of dispersed actions, becomes their unity as the pure negation in every me as other both of himself and of all others, in the name of an alter fry which might, purely metaphorically, be called the perspective of the inorganic. These Favy observations enable us to elucidate one final 9 int. We have in effect, that everyone experience in his work and in his public life, and, to a lesser degree, in his private life, and that in fact, our life saw that it remained behouse this inert bond of sociality nor explain group, as an organized plurality, but that the universe of passive activity was still, for particular individuals, divining their function, their class etc., a field which they could not leave. Yet, at the same time, we saw that everyone's free praxis remained his translucid experience of himself, not in so far as it was rhe other but in so far as it was produced by praxis in the produces as the as itself as so as to remain the same. It seems herefore that, for all of us, there are two experiences. In other words, although critique of dialectical reason can and must constitute the second as a negation of the first, as deriving its in everyday reality, our remarks might imply that the practico-inert field is not a synthetic blossoming and a reunification of the fundamental abstraction and its contradiction. Something is negated in means that negation itself is, and that all activities in practico inert to the advantage of false, anti-human unities. How, it will be asked, is one to conceive of this duality of experiences, which is peaceable for everyone? Can we just pass from the translucid consciousness of our acriviary to rhe grotesque or monstrous apperceptio T1 of the practico-inert, according to circumstances? My answer is not only that we can but also that we constantly do. There can be doubt that at the moment of labor, and in far as there remains, even in the case of a small section of work, the simple necessity of a control or, in the total subservience of the individual to specialized machines, a need or a prior to automation, the action still appears at least as an adaptation of the body to a demanding vs 337 situation. Similarly, if some worker agreed to work extra hard and thus to contribute to raising the norms, this result, from which he will at first present to him as an almost able work rhythm, which neural helus he bears by a decision which anticipates the exigency of machines, that is to say, by a choice which may be disapproved of by his comrades. In this the moment of freedom as practice is the of the by positing itself as free individual praxis, it contributes for its part, in itself and for all, to the realization of the world of the other. And this is precisely the procreal moment in which it apprehends itself and sees only its reality. The terrible constraints which matter forces on both factory worker and the agricultural worker never allow them to remain for long at this level of abstraction, but there is nothing to prevent a member of the middle class, in certain favorable circumstances, from fortifying himself within the consciousness of his individual praxis by using an interior monologue on freedom as a kind of solder. However, it is through the experience of alienation as necessity, that is to say, as the real, social being of one's being, that the practice-finite field is revealed. It is for this reason that simplistic Marxists have calmly eliminated rhe moment of individual praxis as an irreducible experience of the dialectic or, in other words, as dialectic realizing itself in practical experience. They have not seen that unless the fundamental reality of this moment is preserved, the reality of alienation will have to be rejected. Their only excuse, and it is a feeble one, is that the moment of necessity THRCRWS experience into the universe of ALDERITY. From the moment in which impotence becomes the meaning of practical power, and counter-finality the deep meaning of the aim pursued, when praxis discovers that its freedom is the means chosen elsewhere to reduce it to slavery, the individual suddenly finds himself back in a world where free action is the fundamental mystification. He no longer knows it except as a reality which is at this stage of the experience, or forever fleeing, and as propaganda of the oppressors against the oppressed. But it is important to see that this experience is no longer that of the action, but that of the materialist result. It is no longer the positive moment in which one does, but the negative moment in which one is produced in passivity by what the practice finite ensemble makes are of what one has just made. It is RHE moment, for example, when the worker who wished to raise his own work norm finds that this norm has become a general exigency and, thereby signified as an other, that is to say, in this as his own enemy, as the agent of the employers and of exploitation. In this sense, the disaltivary of sociality passive being containing work matter is not a plenary experience, comparable to the individual's experience of the action of his activity as a dialectical development. It occurs as a fleering discovery, precisely because, through alienation as a passive in, worked, it is the of sociality as series, and because this is flight, normally indefinite or infinite. Similarly, when anyone discovers his other being in so far as it is constituted by the serial absence of others, he can exit only as a negative, abstract meaning whose content he can express in language though he cannot hold it in a plenary intuition. The being of this being is that it should elsewhere. I do not mean by this that the alienation and the other being which are in it are essentially beings, as given to experience. It may, of course, happen that the otherness of my act remains obscure and probable for me. This depends on the circumstances of my experience and on the type of act in question. Nevertheless, alienation is the object of a necessary discovery, in the sense that the passwising, reflection of objectified praxis is always given as necessary, even though the particular meaning, signification, of the alienation may remain confused and blurred. This renews that the experience of alienation is not an instantaneous intuition. This would be meaningless but a process itself, and which the sways of the can always interrupt, either provisionally or definitively, outside and within by the intervening transformation of the conditions of the experience. But, in the context of a shorter, uninterrupted experience, other being may also manifest itself in its own content as a rebang. In short, it is possible to have a precise knowledge of it as the necessity that a given action will actualize a particular other being. This knowledge, however, does not realize anything. The other which is in principle incapable of living in the dialectical development of praxis. It is the fleeting obwct of rather than consciousness itself, an abstract and precise limit of knowledge rather than a concrete presence to intuition. In this my everyday experience of the other being of others realizes itself as concrete experience only in moments when the necessity of the discovered alienation and the night of incite me to pursue this other in his flight to the others, for example, to realize my ALDERITY through the serial of the members of the 33-0. But, this shifting, indefinite experience of the practico-inert field reveals the elsewhere to me as a spatial structure of a THIRD, and shows my other being in this itsev here. Fleeing from one to the other, as the other to others, that is to say, to reified man as other than man, as well as to the work thing as other than the thing, as the anti-human being Offman. This fleeting experience reveals its unity only in the form of common as the negative cement of the beings in a series, or as the development the limit, that is to say, the practical, abstract affirmation of a totalization to infinity of RHE series by current, infinite transcendence. In this experience, which is constantly eluding itself, it is true that work things come to us in the most everyday moment of life. And the theater has made great use, in me_drarna, of the frightening effect produced by a door which opens by itself in an empty house, and this amounts to the same thing of a door which slowly opens and we know to conceal the criminal, and which becomes the door being of the criminal, etc. But this is true only in so far as man has become, for us, pure flight, in us and in objects in so far as the inanimate relation of 1,000-franc note to some absolutely article may be altered at a by the serial ensemble of serialities, an alteration of my being outside myself, just as my human relation to a comrade or RO of my family may be alienated everywhere, in the ensemble of series which constitute my class, so that there is, in the a unity and fusion of meanings of practico. Inert obcis things, relations of things, and relations of to the infinity of in this first form, as the limit which separates praxis from passive, alienated activity, that is to say, from the individual of sociality, provides its intelligibility, that is to say, the we seen that it could not even in individual praxis or in relations of, without a third party. But, in the same way, not way, except by conceiving of natural laws in terms of a Platonic conceptualism, can imagine that such laws are a nori rules which impose themselves on matter and inflexibly govern transformations of energy. To the extent that scientific laws rest on experience, which constantly returns to them and modifies them, they are both and, at least for us and at this stage, in fact, we can now that necessity is a particular meaning, signification, which links human action to the thing in which it itself, on the basis of a univocal link of interiority between the organism and the environment. This is the moment where, through the very book freedom which produces it, the thing, transformed by other freedoms, presents, through its own characteristics, the objectification of the agent as a strictly predictable but completely unforeseen alteration of the ends pursued. This case, the characteristics of the object become the sorry foundation for any explanation of this alteration, because the action of other freedoms puts them in relief and manifests them. You have that if you did this with that the result mold be such and such, etc. But the fixed characteristics, exigencies, instrumentality, of the instrument are precisely those of Gork. Thus, as one might sly, necessity is freedom as the excess of worked or worked materiality as the of others in so it revealed within a free operation. And, from point of view, we can conclude that necessity manifests itself neither in the action of the isolated organism, nor in the succession of physical chemical facts. The reign of necessity is the domain, the real, but still abstract domain of history, in which inorganic materiality envelopes human multiplicity and transforms the producers into its product. Necessity, as a limit within freedom, as blinding obviousness, and as the moment of the inversion into activity, man has swung back into serial sociality, the very structure of that is to say, the of their absence in and of their empty obviousness. It is the shifting of unlucky materiality in so far as it is simultaneously affirmed and stolen away, for everyone and in any free act, by all free acts as others, that is to say, as forging is the only possible relation practical organisms and their milieu, and, through the milieu, between in so as they have not a new practical unity. B. To show so-called scientific necessity, that is to say, the modality of certain chains of exact propositions, comes to bow practice and ir as the limit negation, through exteriscience orally, of the dialectic, and how it appears by means of FRE dialectical research as its real and always other objectification. But this is not our present cot. What we retain from all this is that the field is not a new moment of some universal dialectic, but the pure and simple negation of several dialectics by exteriority and plurality. This negation, however, operates not by destruction or dissolution, but by deviation and inversion. This second moment, l'expertance, but not of the dialectic, appears in itself as the anti-34 dialectic, or, in other words, as the inorganic simulacrum, in and outside man, of the dialectic free human activity. Just the dialectic transcends material conditions in preserving them in its very negation, so materiality as the inflexible necessity of the practico-inert everyone's, that is to say, the multiple dialectics in their development, so as to preserve them in it as the only means of setting its clumsy machinery in motion. We have seen that the practico-inert field, considered in general and cannot, by any of its contradictions, occasion the form of practical sociality which we are about to study, namely the group. Groups always constitute themselves on the basis of certain particular contradictions which define a particular of the field of passive activity, while one cannot have any a priori assurance that the same applies everywhere. When such contradictions occur, then, as we shall see, the dialectical praxis of the individual puts itself on trial at the heart of the anti-dialectic which appropriates its results, and invents itself in space of actions by a totalizing objective result. This new approach is both reflexive and constituent, each praxis as if an individual totalizing dialectic places Eiswolf at the service of a common dialectic whose very type is modelled on the synthetic action of an isolated worker. Thus the original dialectics are transcended towards an other dialectic, which they constitute on the basis of the anti-dialectic as an impossibility which cannot be transcended. In this sense, we might be said to be passing here from the nature dialectic, as an original relation of interiority between the organism and its milieu, to the culture dialectic, as an apparatus construct against the power of the, in other words, individual dialectics, after having created antithesis as the power of man over nature and, in the same act, anti-humanity as the power of inorganic matter over man, create through own antithesis by unification so as to construct human core, that is to say, free relations amongst men. It is at this level and on the basis of previous conditions that men totalize, and totalize themselves, in order to reorganize themselves into the unity of, in other words, we are approaching the third and last moment of our investigation, that which the world, that is to say, world of men and their objects, in the undertaking. Structure of the investigation presents an inversion of the practicio inert field, is to say, the nerve of practical unity is freedom, appearing as the necessity of necessity, in other words, as its inexorable inversion. Indeed, in far as the individuals in a given are directly threatened, in practicio inerti of their radical unity, in reappropriating this very impossibility for themselves as the possibility of dying humanly, or of the offernation of man by his death, is the inflexible negation of this impossibility, to live working or die fighting. Thus the group constitutes itself as the radical impossibility of living, which threatens serial multiplicity. But this new dialectic, in which freedom and necessity are now one, is not a new incarnation of the transcendental dialectic, it is a human construction whose sole agents are individual men as free activities. For this reason, in order to distinguish it from constituent dialectics, we shall refer to it as the constituted dialectic book. 11. As we have qn, TLW necessity of group is not present a priori in a gathering. But we have also seen that through its serial unity, in so far as the negative unity of the series can, as a abstract negation, oppose seriality, the gathering the elementary conditions of the arsibility that its members should a group. But this remains abstract. Obviously everything would be simpler in an idealist dialectic, the movement of integration by which every organism contains and dominates its inorganic pluralities would be presented as transforming itself, at the level of social plurality, into an integration of individuals into an organic totality. Thus the group would function as a HYLRR organism in relation to individual organisms. This organicist idealism is often to be seen re-emerging as a scryal model of conservative thought. Under the Restoration, it was opposed to liberal atomism. After 860, it tried to dissolve CLAS formations into a national solidarity, but it would be a mistake to reduce RHE organicist illusion to the role of a reactionary theory. Indeed, it is obvious that the organic character of the group, its biological unity, reveals itself as a particular moment of RHE investigation. As we apt third stage of the investigation, we can describe organic structure as above all the illusory, immediate appearance of the group as it produces itself in and against the practico-inert field. In two remarkable Mark has shown in and few 2, 3940. English by A. Routledge Paul. 11. Before the 12th century, the nobility, the bourgeoisie, and the serfs, to mention only through three classes ceased, if not de jure in terminology we would describe them as collectives. But the RW efforts bourgeois, as to integrate themselves into the this to up, it a facto statute to a de jure one. A common undertaking, it imposed draconian conditions on anyone wishing to enter night, with the rule that this mediating institution between the generations became a selective organ. But this also conditioned the class consciousness of Rhe serfs prior to juridical unification of nobility. Uri serf had regarded his situation as an individual destiny, and lived it as an ensemble of human relations with a family of landowners, in other words, as an accident. But by positing itself for itself, the nobility ipso facto constituted serfdom as a juridical institution and showed the serfs' interchangeability. Their revelation was of the factors of peasant in later centuries. The point of this example is simply to show how, in the movement of history, an exploiting class, by tightening its bonds against an enemy and by becoming aware of itself as a unity of individuals, show the exploited classes their material being a collective and as a point of departure for a constant effort to establish lived bonds of solidarity between its members. There is nothing surprising about this. In this inert quasi-totality, constantly swept by great movements of counter-finality, the historical collectivity, the dialectical law, is at work. The constitution of a group, on the basis, of course, of real, material conditions, as an ensemble of solidarities has the dialectical consequence of making it the negation of Rhe rest of the social field, and, as a result, of occasioning, in this field insofar as it is defined as non-grouped, Rhe conditions for an antagonistic grouping, on the basis of scarcity in divided. Important point here is non-grouped, on the outside, behave towards the group by positing it through their very praxis as new find its archetype in any other older one, because praxis as the unificalion of the practical field objectively tightens the bonds of the object group. It is striking that our most elementary patterns of behavior relate to external co//w1 ives as if they were organisms. The srimture of, for example, for a taken as a totality, in a theater, everyone, in confronting a scene he finds outrageous, in fact conditioned by the reaction of his neighbors. Scandal is the other as the formula of a series. But as the first manifestations of scandal have, that is to say, the first acts of someone acting for the others insofar as he 15 other than himself, they create the living unity of he audience against the author, simply because the first protester, through his unity as an individual, raises this unify for intranscendence, la transcendence. Moreover, it will remain a profound contradiction in everyone, because this unity is that of all Rhe others, including himself, as others and by an other. The protester was not revealing or expressing opinion, he was expressing, in the unity of shouts, insults, etc., what still for everyone only the opinion the others, that is to say, as shifting, serial unity. The scandal been reported and it in the eyes of TLN-SE who did not witness it, a synthetic event which gave the audience which play that a temporary unity as an organism. Everything becomes clear if we situate the non-Arupst who liga-ver themselves to be a collective through their impotence in relation to the gmup which they reveal. To the extent that, through the unity of its praxis, the group determines them in their inorganic inertia, they conceive its ends and its unity through the free unifying unity of their own individual praxis and on the model of the free synthesis which is fundamentally the practical temporalization of the organism. Indeed, in the practical field, all exterior multiplicity becomes, for every agent, the object of a unifying synthesis, and, as we have already the result of this synthesis is the serial structure of gatherings is but the group which unify in practical itself, a group, as already unified, that is to say, as structured by a unity which in principle eludes my unification and it, in so far is praxis me to impotence. This free active unity which eludes me appears as the substance of a reality of which myself, in my practical and perceptual field, have unified only its multiplicity as the pure materiality of appearance, or, to put it another way, I do not attribute inertia which must constitute the real foundation of the group, as inertia which has been transcended and to the active community, on the contrary, it is my which, in its unificatory movement takes responsibility for it. And the action, eludes of this appearance, that is to say, the practical, synthetic substance, the totality trolling its parts, Entleche, life, or, at another level of perception book N and for other groups, a Gestalt. We shall encounter this naive organicism both as an immediate relation of the individual to the group and as an ideal of absolute integration. But we must reict orgum C1SN1 in every form. Relation of the group, as determination of arrive and as a perpetual thread of relapsing into a collective, to its inertia as a multiplicity can never in any way be assimilated to the relation of the organ LSR and to the inorganic widget. But if there is no dialectical process through which the moment of the anti-dialectic can become by itself a mediation between the multiple dialectics of the practical field and the constituted dialectic as common pra.xts, does the emergence of the group contain its own intelligibility? Following the same method as we have used so far, we shall now attempt to find in our investigation the characteristics and moments of a particular process of grouping from the point of view of the purely critical aim of determining its rationality. In our investigation we shall therefore have to study successively the genesis of groups, and the structures of their, in other words, RHE dialectical rationality of collective action and, finally, group as passion, that is to say, in so far as it in against the by which it is affected. I will begin with two preliminary observations. First, I have claimed that the inert gathering with its structure of seriality is the basic of sociality. But I have not meant this in a historical sense, and the term fundamental here does not imply terminal priority. Who could claim that collectives come before groups? No one is in a position to advance any hypothesis on this subject, or rather despite the data of prehistory and ethnography no such hypothesis has any meaning. Besides, the constant metamorphosis of gatherings into group, and of groups into gatherings would make it quite impossible to know a priori whether a particular gathering was a primary historical reality or whether it was the remains of a group which had been reabsorbed by the field of passivity. In either case, only the study of earlier structure and conditions can answer the question. Anything are for positing the logical anteriority of is simply that according to what history teaches us, groups constitute themselves as determinations and negations of collectives. In other words, they and them. Collectives, on the other hand, even when they result from the disintegration of active groups, preserve nothing of themselves as for dead structures which the G-rope scarcely conceal the flight of seriality. Similarly, the group, whatever it any be, contains in itself its reasons for relapsing into the inert being oft gathering. Thus the disintegration of a group, we shall see, has an a priori intelligibility. But the collective as such an AFRT from the action of the factors we are about to study contains AR mort the mere of a synthetic union of its of prehistory. The important thing here, in a history conditions L by class struggle, is to explain the transition of a pre-settled class, from the state of being kala_tifts to revolutionary group praxis. This is particularly important such a transition in each, but having mentioned CLAS relations, I will make a second observation. That it would be premature to regard these classes as also being groups. In order to determine the conditions of their intelligibility, I shall, as with collectives, take and discuss ephemeral, superficial whoops, which form and disintegrate rapidly, and approach the basic groups of society progressively. The upheaval which destroys the collective by the flash of a common praxis obviously originates in a synthetic, and therefore material, transformation, which in the context of scarcity and of existing structures. For organisms whose risks and practical movement, as well as their suffering, reside in need, the driving force is either danger, at every level of materiality, whether it be hunger, or the bankruptcy is hunger, or of, the exigencies scarcity of the replacing the of immediate object of need, or the modifications of the scene in their ascending signification, as necessary modifications of the collective. In other words, without the original tension of need as a relation of interiority with nature, there would be no change, and, conversely, there is no common praxis at any level. Holks regress ve or descending sid #lification is not directly or indirectly related to this original tension. It must therefore be understood ARRHE outset that the origin of any restructuration of a collective into a group is a complex event which takes place simultaneously at every level of materiality, but is transcended into organizing praxis at the of serial unity. But however the event may, it cannot be as it's towards the unity of unless its universality is objective for everyone, or unless it creates in everyone a structure of unifying objectivity. Up to this point, in fact, in the dimension of the collective, the real has defined itself by its impossibility. Indeed, what is called 350 Book 11, the precisely meaning of which, in print pi, is forbidden. The transformation therefore occurs when or the reveals that the impossibility of change is an impossibility of life too. The direct result of this is to make RHE impossibility of dong the very object which has to be transcended if life is to see and continue. In other words, we have come to a vicious circle. Group itself on basis of need or common danger and defines itself bv the common objective which determines its common praxis. Yet neither common need, nor common s, nor common objectives can define a community unless it makes itself into a community by feeling individual need as common need, and by projecting itself, in the internal unalteration of a common integration, towards objectives which without famine, this group would not have constituted itself. But why does it define itself as common struggle against common need? Why is it that, as sometimes happens, individuals in a given case do not quarrel over food like dogs? That is the same as asking how a synthesis can take place when the of synthetic unity is both everywhere, in all individuals as a free of the field, and that it would be a free transcendent unification of the plurality of individual us, nor forget that the common as the unity of the multiple outside is above all the pro of serial unity. It is basis determination that the anti-dialectical structure of the collectivity, or altertry, constitutes itself. Obviously it is not of danger that there or old ladies up of but to objective mng to the total in which are in he severity of against CLA etc. From that the stage of totalism AAA for groups. They are its living and negation, at the time, they it entirely within their take it by it. In this way, of it is to study ailly, in a milieu in which is already objectively given, or in so far of in CTE rich whale of whole historical I only here with the fundamental of emooping as or quest of collective by the fused group SS. But this last observation may help us. If the object really produces itself as the bond of alter tie between the individuals of a collective, then serial structure of multiplicity depends, basically, on the fundamental characteristics of the object itself and on its original relawith is the set of means of production, insofar as they are the property of others, gives the proletariat an original structure of seriality because it produces itself as an indefinite ensemble of objects whose exigencies themselves reflect the of the bourgeois class as the seriality of the other. Conversely, however, it is possible for the investigation to consider the common objects which constitute by themselves, and in the practic nert and approximate to a totality the of the multiple by the other through matter, and to try to discover whether they tco must con the multiple in as to the estormaying of the Bastille after 12 July 1789. Thx people of Paris were in a state of their anger had deep causes, but as yet these had affected the people only in their common impotence. Cold, hunger, etc., were all suffered either in resignation, serial behavior falsely presenting itself as individual ganist outbursts, riots, etc. On the basis of what virtue or honor were to be constituted. In the place, in order, the existence and institutional, group, the electors of Paris, in so far as they had constituted themselves ill accordance with royal decrees and in so far as they were in permanent session, in spite of, or ln contrary to these decrees, designated the inert gathering of Parisians as possessing, in our dimension of collective praxis, a practical reality. The electoral assembly was the active unity, as the being outside itself in freedom, of the inert gathering. But this totalisating was not enough. Indeed, representation consists in by some in a projection of the inert gathering in for in bourgeois democracies, elections are positive, serial processes. Each elector, of course, decide how to vote as other and through others, but instead of deciding IRI common as a united praxis with RHE Book 11 others, he allows it to be defined inertly and in senility by thus an elected assembly reprec ntstlw gathering u. As long as it has not met, as long as its members are the inert product of an inert ALDERIT, and as long as a relation between the parts expresses the relations of impotence collectives and power relations in so far as these forces are forces of inertia. But assembly gets organized, as soon as it constitutes its hierarchy, and defines itself, by party alliances, as a definite group, characterized by permanence of a majority, by a complex play around a shifting majority, by the complicity of all the parts against a single individual etc., real, in which the votes of etc., now have only the aspect of the original election as an infinite ALDERIT of isolations, but express numerical y and symbolically the agreements, disagreements, alliances, etc. % amongst the groups in the majority, as the faithful of gathering which being organized, it cannot in any way be and as its dialectical ibsiri. But the very fact of penetrating the gathering with a false totalized unity, see Frenchman, your government, etc., relegates the gathering to its statute of impotence. France as a totality realizes itself outside it through its government, as the free totalization of the collective which is the nation. The government relieves individuals of the task of determining their inert sociality in a grouping. So insofar as class conflicts and social conflicts did not, through the struggle of new groups, the gathering against the legislative body and the executive power, existence of these bodies was necessary, i.e. a mystification which relegated the cult's life to inertia, powers were delegated through serial passivity, and the affirmation of our unity T/WRE, in the council, condemned us in all cases to infinite ALDERIT. In this sense, those electors of Paris were not necessarily a factor of practical unification. Indeed, they probably feared the violence of the people even more than that of the government. However, provided that circumstances indicate a unification elsewhere, they can become a representation, but this time as a unity which is to be reintegrated as a unifying praxis in the gathering itself and as a negation of impotence. The government constituted Paris as a totality from outside. As I not at real need at present know is or the I merely its relation AGA with the fused group 353 early 8 Yuli, Merle had reported to the National Assembly, and is immediately known to the Parisians, that 3-5 coup men were divided between Paris and that more were expected. And Louis XVI answered the deputies thus, I'll have to use my power to restore and maintain order in the capital. These are my reasons for assembling troops around Paris. And on the morning of Sunday, July, the city was full of posters by order of King announcing that the concentration of troops around Paris was intended to protect the against bandits. Through these the city was designated for and within itself. Thus the practicio inert tension and excess of the Parisian gathering, was constituted by an exterior praxis and organized as a totality. And this totality an object of praxis, the city to be besieged, disturbances to be prevented, was by itself a determination of the practico-nerd field. The city was both the place, in its totalized and totalizing configuration, the threat of siege determining it as a container, and RHE population designated in the form of materiality sealed by the military action which produced it as a rumors, the news that of Necker's departure, communicates lo their common designation to everyone, each was a of at this level. The totality of encirclement can be described as being lived in seriality. It was what is known as enthusiasm. People were run me in the streets, shouting, forming gatherings, and burning down the gates of the toll houses. The bond between individuals was, in its various real forms, that of ALDERIT as the immediate discovery of oneself in the other, which is manifestation of ALDERIT of quasi-reciprocity. This structure of through the action of common fate, that is tense, as the practical objective of the royal armies 5 in this case it is a totality of destruction, in so far as individuals were designated by their identical to the, in its of seriality, is he class is of totalizing exploitation as the deliberate of a group through of s the VE plans. It did really it wanted or what lay in power. But this vs not the important point. The deployment of troops and the biggie, Ming of the Boer, in that is to say, TLWYTFC Pusian object of it is to know et to he it of in the relating the book il membership of the same city, on the basis of serially as inert flight. By threatening to destroy seriality through the negative order of the troops, as practical unities, provided the totality, which was ex per se conced by everyone as a negation, or a possible negation, of seriality. This was HCR.V, through the coexistence of the two structures, the one being the possible and future negation of the other, and at the same time the negation of all in everyone continued to sex himself in the other, but saw himself there as himself, that is to say, in this in of the Parisian population, by the saber blow or the rifle shot which would kill him. And this situation established what is sometimes, and improvx rly, guild contagion imitation, etc., in this behavior everyone sees his own future other and, on that basis, discovers his present action in that of the other, but, in these still inert movements, imitation also discovery through doing one's own action over there in the other, and through doing the action of other here, in oneself, fleeing own flight and that of other launching a single attack both through the other and with one's own fists, without either understanding or agreement. It is exactly the opposite of an understanding, but realizing and living alderity on the basis of the synthetic unity of an organized, future totalization of the gathering by an outside group. Was followed by some incidents in Paris itself, at the barricades and in the Tuileries gardens, between military detachments and imitation gatherings resulted in a new wave of serial, defensive violence, and arsenals were looted. This revolutionary response to a constantly deteriorating situation has of course the historical significance of an organized common action. But that is just what it was not. It was a collective action, everyone was forced to others' attempts to find and everyone tried to get there before the others because, in the context of this new carcalty, everyone's attempt to get a rifle became for the others the risk of remaining unarmed. At the same time, this response was constituted by relations of imitation and contagion, everyone finding him of an army and the situation, and possibility no longer actually depended or the leaders. This D covers it by we the same law in the with the opposite the fused group 35-5 self in the other in the very way he followed in his footsteps. These violent, efficacious gatherings, however, were entirely inorganic. Certain unities were lost or rediscovered, but this had no effect on what one mifle like Durkee.im but in a quite different sense call the mech solidarity of their members. Besides, there was an imminent danger that they old fight among, the collective breaking down into reciprocities of the possession of a rifle. If the anti-inning of passive activity is revolutionary, this is mainly huge, as a result of an exterior PRN is, the unity of impotence, inertia, had, weight of numbers, transformed itself into a mass force for this crowd, which within itself was structured in alderity, found, in its very disorganization, an irresistible mechanical force for destroying sporadic resistance are the arsenals. But the other factor which was soon to create the revolutionary of a group that the act of oneself, in so as it was in itself a complex process whose aim, for every individual, was the defense of his own life, but whose motive force was reality, was reflected, both of itself and in its result, as a double signification of freer l'homme. Insofar as everyone wanted to defend himself against the dragoons in words, to extent that government was attempting of at practice determined the entire feld as practice exith as what might help this policy and as a result, in was that the of the alienated the passive reactions of seriality to its own practical freedom. Indeed, from the point of view of Alice praxis, the passive activity of the gathering taken from it in its passivity and inert seriality reappeared on the other side of the process of as united performed concerted applies not only to the army leaders, who were well aware of to Parisian is this KNCRW ledge as a structure of unity. Here again, their unity was that is, it was both past and it was past in that the performed and that collective had this action with surprise as of its OWTT activity. Gran a group and this group defined itself by a revolutionary action which made the percess irreversible. and it was future in that the weapons themselves, in 50 far as they had been taken for the sake of opposing concerted act on by soldiers, in their very materiality the possibility of resistance. The uneasiness of the electors was to create institutional groups inside gatherings, as negative uaries. They actually decided to re-establish a militia of 48 coup citizens to be provided by the various avowed aim was avoid in this moment. The future militia appeared both as razor from the gathering as designed to most of the population had no fear of disturbances and, quite rightly, saw no real danger except in the deployment of around the capital. In so as the districts did seriously try to form militias, these groups in formation, unlike the representative groups, helped to unify the Gathans. Representation, in fact, presented itself as the gathering itself in the dimension of organized praxis and therefore, as we have seen, tended to maintain it in its inertia. The militia, on the other hand, was an organized body designed to bhng about the practical negation of the gathering. It would prevent public assemblies and disarm the citizens. In this way, it helped the gathering to perceive its reality as an organized being. For it had to forcibly prevent the development of the organized being sv for I armed itself yesterday and which would defend cray/fee tomorrow. Or, to express it differently, these fabricated groups were anti-groups which appeared to the gathering as having the task of keeping it in its structure of serial impotence. Through them, something fest as that which was negated, and had rob prevented and every member of the gathering % in so far as he was imperatively designated in his 7 saw profound unity as an and as a fundamental visibility. At rhe same time, the militia, as prefabricated themselves represented, though negatively, a synthetic determination of rhe gathering. An rhe fact that they had been defined within the gathering by institutional or institutional organs, manifested itself in so far as it was a negated negation as what had to be destroyed by means of a unification produced internally by the gathering itself. The violent contradiction between the militia and the people, occurring within the people, produced the possibility of an internal unity as the negation of external unity. In fa as the militia was still a seal applied to a multiplicity, it could contradict and dissolve itself only in a free ergarusa any private with etc. shall take to his own delay we not to of J. Ali. The fused group freedom as a simple positive determination of Prince Rix Organito the basis of its real objectives, defense against the troops of the Prince de Lambesc, was manifested as the necessity of dissolving necessity. On this basis, a dialectic established itself at the constituted authorities, which did not wish to hand out weapons, and which equivocated and found pretexts, and the crowd, which was increasingly threatening, and which, through of the provost of merchants, revealed itself as a when rav were found in the boxes of ermized by Flessiles, the crowd felt that it had eccentricked in other words, it interiorized Flessiles' actions ere it saw them, not in serialio, but in opposition to seriati as a sort of passive synthesis. The process of trickery, in fact, in the context of an antagonistic relation of reciprocity. Tn tricking the crowd, S. Flessiles gave a sort of personal unity to the flight into alterity, and this personal unity was a necessary characteristic of the anger and, for the gathering it. Everyone in a way, not as an individual, nor as an other, but as an individual incarnation of the common person. There was nothing in this reaction, it merely the re-interiorization of a reciprocity. Fn-m this moment on, there is something which is neither group nor series, but what auxiliary, in days of hope, called the apocalypse, that is to say, the dissolution of the series into a fused group. And this group, though still unstructured, that 15 to say, entirely amorphous, is characterized by being the direct opposite of alterity. In a serial relation, fact, unity as the formula, raison, of the series is always elsewhere, whereas in the apocalypse, though seriality still exists at least as a process which is about to end, although it always reappear, synthetic unity is always here. Or, to put the same point in way, throughout a city, at in partial process, the part is entirely involved and the movement of the city is fulfilled and signified in it. By evening, wrote Montpie, Paris was a new city. Regular cannon shots reminded the people to be on their guard. And added to the noise of the cannon there were bells sounding a continuous alarm. The 60 churches where the residents had it in faith, this ig not tt is not the it duped, that it p asterisk is, 1938. Gathered were overflowing with everyone there was an orator g the city was a fused group we shall see how this differs from seriality. But first we must make it clear that it would congeal into a collective if it were in a temporal development, the and duration of which obviously depend on the circumstances and situation. A fused group is in fact still a series, negating itself in exterior negations, other words, in this moment there is no distinction between the sieve itself, the group in formation, and this self-negating negation, the series in dissolution. It can be the initial structurarian, insofar as it comes from the group itself, affected one district, as a parle of a fluid whole, with structure. Saint Antoine district had always lived. The Black Fortress was a not because it was a prison because of its cannons. It was the of repressive as the boundary of a poverty-stricken and unsettled. Moreover, skirmishes and uprisings, in particular the bloody repression in April, the Réveillon affair, had remained inside the gathering itself as an excess. A collective memory was passing into the common structure, a point to which we shall have to return. For the moment, I am not even taking into account the explosiveness which this excess might derive from the energy released by the dissolution of bonds of impotence. The important point as far as the genesis of an active group is concerned, is that this excess actually structured a root. It was primarily a hodological determination of the lived space of the district. And res root vas negative, it was the opportunity for troops to enter the district by coming from the west and the northwest in order people. In other words, the practico-inert unity of the field was at the indue third p70. Affair algo that the different districts were opposed by a tlnt is to y, by it of Revelin, omaf of a rough, an arrogant man that the by-middle show that the elition of the district liable to off to road imdy, of kind of he point of there in areas a portion of the wc underscorers of res up by a rich of parks are, group 3 to 59 moment in which seriality was in the paircress of dissolution, as the possible act of penetration by other, that is to say, by FME hostile organization. At the same time, this possibility actualized the threat of Bastille. It was the possibility that the district's inhabitants be caught in the crossfire. And this possibility refers back to its social have mentioned in the last footnote, which was also its negative unity. Of course, all this was in anxiety during the days of soon as the news of the intervention of the troops at the Tuileries arrived in Saint Antoine, it actualized the possibility of a special massacre in the district. In fact, the news, reported by others and configuration of the place was of social condition believed in so far as it way other, had to be perceived, in the practico-inert, as the noth of the district as other, that is to say, in so far as it presented itself through others as an other event, affecting others. But this very alterity was a sign, this clash in the middle of Paris was a determination to take repression to in so far it was a sign, that is to say, as the first action in the district least exposed to this kind of action. Thus the real, but future, meaning, signification, of the Tuileries affair was the destruction of the Courrier Saint Antoine, defined by T.W. Resenair's schemata of the Révillon affair. Or, to be more accurate from the serial point of view, the Courrier Saint Antoine was exterminated in the future by the Prince de la Tombesque, of course. What we encounter here is, once again, the designation of the district by things and by its topographical configuration, as these would be used in the organized action of an exterior enemy, as the particularization of a general development. However, there is a considerable difference in so far as things, in this case, presented themselves as destiny, as instruments of the organoid action which was going to destroy the district, and in so far as RHE individuals in the gathering were obliged to negate them as such, they define them everyone within negation violent, still purely as an instrumentality capable of being against the bia that their instrumentality for enemy, negated, revealed itself as a counter-finality for the enemy. But this counter-finality, as a pure required a common in order to be actualized and developed. From the point of view of the still unactualized assert of destiny, organized by the other arrow L negated, what is new in relation to the characteristics already discussed is that the practico-inert structure of the district, as a negated destiny, realizes synthetically, a material exigency, which practical can bring out, an objective relation of differentiation within the fluid group. In other words, the structure not only makes the fused group, through evition, the unity of all, but also makes it a ruptured unity. Materially and in inertia it suggests an initial differentiation of functions, a division of labor, that is to my, it preempts everyone with the condition necessary for preempting the fused group from relapsing into a gathering. In fact, suffered destiny shows us the gathering caught in crossfire, that is to say, to the action of the two forces of extermination situated at either end of the district. Turned back into negativity, IR points to the unity of this fused group. Interior is duality as a double movement of struggle within the unity of an organization defined in its practice both by theples as passive activity and by hostile organization insofar as it is negated. Armed men would be needed to defend TXL district against the royal troops, and others to defend it against the LHS till. And the Bastille, in turn, in the context of primary exigency of common, if the district was to be defended against the soldiers, they would have to get orn arms, there were enough but were plenty the Bastille. The Bastille became common interest in so as it be not only disarmed, but made a source of supply of arms, perhaps, be turned against the enemies from the west all in a single action. The urgency then was due to scarcity of time, the enemy was not there but he might arrive at any minute. The task defined a tale for everyone as the pressing revelation of a common freedom. Naturally, the action itself had its own way and even a derived from the past. It appeared through TLW ambivalence of the relations between the Parisian popula and the constituted the practice of in front of the Hôtel de Ville during past few days had been partly solicitous and partly threatening. And, to this extent, the objective to be attained, getting arms wherever they could be found, defined itself through a predetermined operation. Yet the social structure of the WAUP in formation, and the character of the repression it had already suffered, in addition to that of the hostile group, soldiers, some of them foreigners, and commanded by a noble officer, helped to give the operation a more uncertain character, that is to say, these structures, in their synthetic defined a limited field in which the explosion of the still passivist attitude, demand exigency, and the APLROs of organized action as violence appeared as the probable future of the ambivalent task. This example shows a group being constituted by the liquidation of an inert areality under the pressure of definite material circumstances, insofar as particular practico-inert structures of the environment were synthetically united to designate it, that is to say, so far as its practice was inscribed in things as an inert idea. But in order that the city or section should become totalizing totalities when, in other circumstances, the same realities might be lived as collectives, they had to be constituted as such by the external action of another organized group. The population would constitute itself as a defensive organization insofar as it was threatened through things by an organization which at its negative totalization, muffle annihilation. Should we therefore say that groups in the process of constitution are determined of a serial insofar as the self-determination is conditioned by the transcendent, tra-acrante, action of one or more already constituted groups? The answer is both yes and no. Proposition is true. It conforms to practical insofar as it suggests a sort of serial conditioning of groups in the domain of the other. And as we shall see, the moment of this infinite conditioning does exist. Of course, very often as in the example we have been discussing, a collective ends its possibilities of self-determination into a group from its antagonistic relations with an already constituted group or with a Arun representing this group. Nevertheless, the unity of self-determination through all the relations described comes to the collective through the other in alterity as an authus structure outre, of the gathering, and as needing to realist by self-determination. In fact, it was not the intention of the two reciprocal actions to constitute a group, the objective was always other and the antagonism was based on the conflict of needs, interests, etc. Thus the developing group is not constituted intentionally by the be-analysation oft environment by the other, insofar as T/U oft conditions it as the negation of its own unity, or as total satiare, through systematic destruction. In this sense, though RHE unity of the group is its own product and is always here, wherever its members act, at least abstractly and in theory, it is also characterized by a structure of flight, since the induction proceeds from the outside inwards without being either necessarily or generally desired by other groups. Bulletin T. The structure of senility, as one of the relations between groups, should not detain us any longer. It was only necessary to observe that synthetic self-determination is frequently the practical re-interiorization, as the negation, of the unity constituted by the praxis. The reason for using the example of the 14th of July is that it shows how a new regroupement dissolves a habitual seriety into the homogeneity of a fused city. The constituted reality had ceased to exist ago for of and, what Jaurns called a historical fever, overcame social heterogeneities. Nothing had, then foreseen which might constitute the unity of the city, except as a feudal good city, no organ of unification, no instrument H.R.L. been left at the disposal of future group on. The contrary, it was intended to prevent it from existing as such. The Versailles Assembly had to be put at the mercy of the aristocracy by being isolated from but the very precautions taken against the possible unity became a future of projected and shunned unity or the gathering, and therefore a negative ferdinand. Unity proceeded from one to another as an alienation of necessity to freedom, that is to say, as other the project and as an other result of this of group, a homogeneity of fusion, produces itself as its own idea. We shall see what this means later. It is, by totalizing extension, in this conception of a fused totality, combined with the conception of electoral assemblies, parasites of as we will find of the contradictions which split of the assembly and, particularly, of its theoreticais. But we might explain the formation of other groups high self-determination, no longer as negatively defined by a which, from the outside, NNKES them the antagonists of certain groups, but as induced to determine themselves by the marginal existence of a multiplicity of organized groups, whether institutional or not, as determinations of the practic inert field by a common action. In this sense URI group to constitute itself is singled out as a group through seriality by the synthetic relations amongst other groups, own if relations not affect it directly. Of course a group will cone itself only on the basis of specific circumstances, directly or indirectly connected with the life or death of organisms. But the movement of organalization, insofar as it transcends its conditions towards its objectives, actualizes an external determination, which gathering has already interiorized as a fan-torn possibility of producing itself in the field of freedom. The third party and the group. Thus groups usually come to gatherings from groups, they may also arise within a larger group, as the rex apture of unity in a partial or it should that matter, insofar it mediates between activities or may spontaneously present itself. 354 in the as a counter-finality, with the of a negative totalization of human multiplicity, although no concerted configuration. In this way, it the place and time of negatively and in multiplicity. In fact, it almost always happens like this, at least in bare, for example, the characteristics of materiality, as topographical configuration, as authority of inertia, as transcended past or as excess, did, as we have seen, amplify and divert vacillating, dangerous of the government, that is they gave a character of brutal force to what in could only be a policy of weakness even if the active was violent oppression. In other words, it is always possible for materiality, as a worked thing, to posit itself as essential through the inessentiality of separated men, and, in the seriality of inert men, to constitute an imperceptible and omnipresent structure of free practical unity. Basically this means that scarcity itself, as a tension of the polyvalent practical field, at the same time as constituting man as the other species, determines, in same geld, and, valid for any kind of grouping, of unifying synthesis. And, point of view, there is one level of reality at which unity to the group through as of a practical process of and of the serial unity of ties of groupings, and there is another level at which the unity of the GN-up is reflected to the gathering on the basis of the inert unity, or passive synthesis, of M-RKED matter, that is to say, the level at which the unity of the individual joined with other unities in the object, is re-interiorized by the gathering as a possible structure of common unity. Of course, this possibility of the designation exigency of a group by worked matter arises in specific conditions, which may, in turn, require the marginal coexistence of other. In other words, problem of the priority of the group over RHE gathering, or of the gathering CNER the group, is, in this context, a metaphorical pro-FM, void of meaning. However, this is not the real problem. And, in order to determine whether the transition from a gathering to a group possesses a dialectical intelligibility, it is not necessary to know whether the group derives its unity of self-determination as its own possibility from the synthesis as a conducting medium for other common actions, or providing in itself of action on the basis of the dispersal of the individuals who transform it. We have established that a group only arises if it is a group through the field of passive activity. But this designation received a bithern, which can receive it only in seriality, that is to say, in the flight of the other elsewhere. The real problem of structural intelligibility, therefore, is this: what are the conditions for a series, on the basis of given circumstances, to actualize a structure of practical unity which, though really determining it, as a material meaning, significalion, or the unitary praxis of a group, must in principle elude it, in so far as milieu of seriality are structured so that they refract unity only in the infinity flight of the facets of recurrence, as the absolute elsewhere, that is to sy, as the other or. As a series totalized in the by a passage to the is possible, it is also necessary that the instruments for wresting it from recurrence should be present in the collective itself. And this is the and more important, point which we must examine. As we have seen in relation to class, it is possible for unity, as an empty, formal totality which negates identity, to enter, under certain with the of. We are not talking about concepts here, and be supposed the concept of unity will, its opposition to concept of develop Fn-m being abstract and negative into a concrete notion of positive unification. This simply means that the excess of serial unity is lived through multiple relations of reciprocity, comradeship of labor, bonds in the RC5 essential collective, the close links of small groups which are themselves THRL and VN into seriality, families, societies, etc., which tend through their own free development to PRT_reosit as a synthetic foundation, or all concrete relations, labor, belonging to the same class, etc., form the basis of friendships. In this way, the unitary basis arise in T case relarian as the mirage of a free foundation for all choices. But, at the same time, confronted by destiny and the exigencies of the practice finite field, the same unity as a serial structure of ALDERID is revealed as fundamental impotence, assuring we can ignore synthetic, and reciprocity is again, as the inert dependence of everyone on the series, and or every me, in his place in the seria, on everyone else. This contradiction cannot take us very far, since unity arises here only to dissolve as an illusion. In it does not much matter whether, at least as a moment of illusion, it has a place marked out for it in serial experience. Unity can at least initially, as the possibility of groupment, that is to say, as the possibility of negating itself as gathering, because, at the moment where reality is impossible, the in Book 11 gathering presents itself as a concrete truth whose unity is an abstract appearance. Apart from this, the structure of this unity is indeterminate, since it does not present itself in terms of a practical objective, but class being, in so far as individual relations of free reciprocity cause it to appear as the foundation of individual choices. The importance of the contradiction we are describing lies elsewhere. Its function, in effect, is to lead in our dialectical investigation, back from the moment of the constitution of groups, to the ternary relations of free, individual action, of free reciprocity, and of the mediating third party. In other words, relations which ap to in the field of passive activity, are the only possibilities of making intelligible the appearance or a constituted praxis, in and against the mystified, alienated, and cheated. These free, practical developments, the source of individual, serial intense, are still actual synthetic actions, and are still capable of unifying from the individual point of view, admittedly any multiplicity that appears in RHE practical field. And though I claim that the totalizing totality of the environment indicates a possible unity as the self-determination individual, it is true that it indicates it in the milieu of seriality, but it does it for everyone's free, dialectical actions in so as they are for dialectical, but the fact of everyone being affected by the possibility of union with all would have very little importance if this designation affected people only in their isolation or their relations of reciprocity. Indeed, unity could not appear as the omnipresent reality of a seriality in the process of liquidation in his third-party lions with which constitute of the structures of his freedom. In fact, as we have, everyone is a relation to reciprocal relations between other individuals, and this means that he totaliscas this relation in his praxis on the basis of material meanings and indications, uniting the individual terms of the relation as I astrarnerx serving a partial end. The third party is instructured as the other, and therefore as other than one and other than us, so that his internal-external relation of free alderity in relation to reciprocity gets lost in serial alderity. Nevertheless, it does exist. It is every one of as alienated freedom revealing itself in lived alienation as now, by constituting the work thing as a totalizing totality. The E group 36-7 at first eliminates seriality either at the level of the isolated individual, or at that of reciprocity. It tears everyone away from his other being in so as he a third in relation to a, in short, it the ternary as a inter-individual and immediate relation. The third party, in unity, as negation of a threatening organized praxis, reveals itself the constellation of reciprocity. From a structural point of view, the third party is the human mediation through which the multiplicity of epic entrées and ends, identical and separate, orgasms itself directly, by a synthetic. This practical of the third inrity, or partially overlap with them, or contradict them, or harmon-lse with them, or subordinate them to itself, or subordinate itself to them. But if the practical unity of surrounding materiality constitutes the multiplicity, externally and negatively, as a totality, the splective of the third party produces itself for him as an objective, and the plurality of epicenters reveals itself to him as unified by a common exgenki, or common praxis, because its serial multiplicity in of community is already in the idea, or as the possibility of repression in the Courier Saint Antoine appeared increasingly probable, residents of this district, seen third parties, were directly threatened. However, this threat did not apply to them as accidental individuals. They were not being sought for their individual activities, like a criminal in hiding. The other hand, 1 foot 10 inches wanted kill imprison, as that is to say, as general individuals, in the way rat price rises threaten every wage on a wage earner that category. Rather, they are threatened as moment of a punitive campaign which will develop dialectically, as a free organized action, whose successive moments are foreseen by the enemy. In other words, it was their political and social activity, their condition, the location of their homes, in relation to the military exercise, the urgency, from the enemy's point of view, of beginning flushing out somewhere, the importance of their neighbors, their activities, etc., which had been or would be united by a single totalizing process which would be is in its dialectical unity by realizing the progressive and synthetic of the districted _ at this level, everyone. As a book third became incapable of distinguishing his own safety frcx and that of the others. This was not an issue of altruism and egoism, such behavior, in so far as it exists in this very itself on the basis of existing circumstances, and it preserves human relations which are engraved in the field, in transcending it to see how a neo-positivist might interpret the statute third party. In a situation of looting, disturbances, and spheritic riots, he would say, rhe accidental, serial, in pseudo-generality, or universal individual might still have a chance of defending himself on his butt if he was threatened as a certain of a repressive by the development of totalizing action, he would no longer have any such opportunity. He would have to defend himself as a concrete part of the totalized totality, that is to say, no one would have any hope apart from the totalizing negation, through the union of all, of the destructive operation. But this kind of rationalism is not dialectical, and, though Marxists some of it, its analytical, utilitarian origins are quite apparent. Truth not that repression linked individual risks to the risks run by everyone, it is that, for every third party, it constituted a statute, which we will define below, by producing his own possibility of being killed or imprisoned as a specification of the common danger, that is to say, as a foreseen and controlled element of the program of extermination. We st quite clear about this, the which the third party outside determines through a contradiction. His orthogonal structure as a third party expresses, in effect, simply the practical power of unifying any multiplicity within his own field of action, that is to say, of totalizing it through a transcendence towards his own ends. As such, it can therefore serve as one moment of the mediation we are for, in activity a worker, etc. Every resident of the Quarrier Saint Antoine district totalized his district in principle, the customers, the comrades, etc. But, at the same time, his real membership of the district was serial in character and manifested its inertia of alterity. In this connection, it's easy to make mistake of believing in the homogeneity of their statutes on the ground that the relations between and multiplicity. He actually totalizes the district in so far as he not part of the totality, and district serializes him in far as lives in it. But if the totalizing power of RHE third party produces, the E-group revelation of an objective possibility, the perception of the district as now being a totality in danger, he will find himself thereby designatedly this threat as integrated into the totality which he has totalized. But requires begin with, in fact, the free of the practical field presupposes a and it is impossible for transcendence feature in the field as then, as I have the is in others as but at first it is so as in his serial impotence. The contradiction between contagious as a serial realization of the common threat and the perception of the human totality as unified negatively, and crew, by this threat, therefore resides in one, since everyone is also RHE third party. The contradiction can be transcended only in action. This is reason which to go out to the streets in the critical hours of the revolution, and to constitute gatherings, anywhere, anyhow. Elise gatherings, which were still serial but already quasi-intentional, were to become groups through their internal tension, and in a passive activity which changed, in accordance with strict rules proper to each event, a common action. In other words, the third party, designated by the situation, which he revealed through the unification of his practical field, as an integral part of a whole, realized this whole without integrating himself into it and discovered his in as a risk of object of the gathering was to overcome this malaise by practically integrating everyone by but no one determine objective clearly, since everyone joined the gathering both as other, as the sovereign organizer of the practical field, and as a bird. Requirk CL by a totality. And now, as we shall see later, seriality does in practice tend to effect an initial integration. We have already how the direct action of the totalizing totality, the hostile group a CM practicio inert immediately produced contagious reactions, that is to say, passive actions realizing themselves through the free activity of individuals in so far as it was alienated, and in so far as they were subjected, by the necessity of freedom, to the laws of the other. We should remember one of the most Clornrenan episodes in these gatherings, a march, to out out to individ mice, to definite they to AA of people who was followed by panic, flight, and regroupment, followed perhaps by an panic was the of the other and a process realizing itself through the alienation of free reciprocities. Everyone freely fled the flight or the other, which means that the other was embodied in everyone as imperative flight. But as well as being other, everyone is also a third party. As a third party, he organizes the constellation which surrounds him, he attributes a free meaning as the of inertia basis of overall insofar as he a third can no longer grasp the serial structure of flight, perceives the panic as the adaptation of a totality to a total threat. For him, it is neither others, nor a few individuals, who flee, instead, flight, conceived as a reacting Abrams an active totality. But this simple unification would only be abstract, external, and theoretical, if, for example, he observed these exa 2 nts from his window. Helps, at the in which third party grasps the flight, from outside, as an organized reaction, he lives it through himself, in serial imitation and as a writing. Two contradictory aspects of the other and of the third party are now directly opposed in the indissoluble unity of a praxis. And the materiality of his membership of the series and of his passive activity gives the individual a statute which prevents him the multiplicity our side, the of integration as a human thing in flight, and the synthetic, which starts from him cannot really enclose him, but at any rate it designates his integration as a task to be done. In the context of this new task, every third party as such will seek in himself the dissolution into tree common activity of his serial being. The active tie of the group turns back on his passive activity, or him, fight, which began as a contagious phenomenon, through his individual and so he has the group in his practical field, with its own objective and, therefore, having to the it leading an offensive. This transformation would not be a change in knowledge or perception, it would be a real change, in himself, of inert activity into collective at he is to say, he through the change of praxis, the orgar elser of LTRR. Mon it is not that he wishes it, he simply becomes it, his own light, in effect, realists fused group unity of particular structure from the particular link which unites the third party to the gathering which is being destroyed, and it makes him both the transcendent synthetic unification, over which everyone is supreme in the practical field, and a term which is in immanence by the circular movement or its own totalization. Transcendent, because the unification of all by the agent does not come to an end with his real integration into the totality, and immanent because the contagion can dissolve in him only in favor of the unity. On the other his praxis is no longer in him as that of an other, any more than it is his own reality in so far as seriality as contagion is in the resumption into freedom of the passive movement, his praxis is his in himself, as the free development in a sing-je individual of the action of the entire group which is in the pros percent, of formation, and, consequently, of everyone in so far as common unity serves as a mediation between weary one and the third party. It is on this basis that his action as sovereign, simultaneously unique and shared, lays its laws in him and in everyone merely by its development. Just now, he was fleeing because everyone else was fleeing. Now he is stopping and giving order to stop are identical in that the action develops in and in everyone through the imperative organization of its moments. It must be understood that, at this instant, the third party unifies the gathered multiplicity and makes it a totality, as when he unelfic the others in his practical field, as, for example, to take a readily intelligible case, when, in my punctual praxis, I see the gathering of a couple waiting for the bus as a group, and consequently say to myself, there are many of them, I'll take the underground. Thus this group object, seen in relation to my own aim finding a way of getting to and defined in turn and motivation, that is to say, in the unity of my immediate project, it tends to counteract the slight preference which I have always had for traveling by bus. The difference is that the group of passengers appears to me as an object, as a total totality. In effect, my project totalizes them through 41 its transcendence, to notice roughly how many there are, or to estimate it according to the density of the gathering, is to it impractical by its coefficient of adversity, that is to say, to define it in terms of how long I would have to wait before getting a seat on a bus. Besides, as we have seen, I pass from illusion of polyvalent unity, as an initial synthetic perception, to the discovery of because the serial order which will me to join a queue and perhaps arrive late outlines itself within my very perception of group. On the other hand, I have sometimes had the experience of such cris, which may either terrifying or helpful, and for which I am and to be or and I have a sense of transcended by their untranscendable transcendence. This is what happens to the soldier who sudali fin ls himself alone in midst of the enemy, or to a half-dead mountaineer being carried down the mountain on a biation is affected in the same way and in my practical field. But this unification does not disappear when confronted with passive seriality. On the contrary, on the basis of the common action of the group, it has the effect of revealing to me a unifying unity which does not depend on my own unification and which, suddenly, by its strength, invests, penetrates and metamorphoses my own practical field, to the point of putting my own freedom in question, not in its inalienable existence, but in irsu or changing or alienable obiquity. This group is not an object in any way and, in fact, I never see it, I in so as sees me, in as it takes me. There are also some intermediate forms, an emperor/espretorian guard might, be either his worked his human tool or, if he is afraid of being assassinated, a community subject concealed behind simulated objectivity. Any transition from one form to another is but gathering six into my group not have of forms, nor any of it is easy. C presents itself, as a sort of synthetic transcendence of the group object and the group subject of the practical field. If, on this basis, I perceive flight as a common activity, totalization will take place. The immediate structure of membership of the fused group is the real totalization of all by is in me. In simple Persprian, I can see the flight group, which is my flight, because, in Rhe dialectical development of my I unite and see ordinal similar or reciprocal actions, people ilf one another to flee or to defend themselves. There is, therefore, something resembling one objectifying on these 100 pairs of legs. And it really would be an object if I did not flee from its flight. Rut in fact, to the extent I discover it through our flight, it is necessary that my synthesis should, the end, turn hack on me and integrate me entirely as a part it. But this is impossible, because it cannot total se itself as a element. Through the group, I indicate as a necessary of the operational cation has, we shall deal with this fundamental structure at greater length later. Thus I am neither aidally integrated into the group, has been and through praxis, totally transcendent I not a part a object and, for me, there is no transcendent, totality object, the group not in fact New York object, it is common structure of my is often expressed by the fact I sin not really affect a total, for example, perceptual, synthesis of the group in far it is my environment, I can see my neighbors, or, my head, behind but I can never see all at once, the of both and ahead of me, through nzyl. One thing which the group has in common with the group subject of which we spoke earlier is that the synthetic totalization which I effect in my field through my praxis rewells to me an interior independent of this itself, is to say, a which has constituted, or is constituting, itself spontaneously and outside it. Flight, as the unity of the group, is a unity of infying totalization, it is simply revealed through it. But, conversely, I could not take the group as a community subject of which I am the example have its flight, it and in me, the same, in other words, the practical unity which my totalization Ruka 15 and which negates the objectivity of the group thereby negates my own in relation to the group, since this practical unity is, not in me it, but in the same way, if the pure, formal totalization of multiplicity in my perceptual field revealed nothing but a practical unity which eluded it, this would be because this unity was in fact based on some deeper I come to the group as its group activity, and constitute it as an activity in so far as the group comes to me as my group activity, as my own group existence. The characteristic of the tension of interiority between the group, apart from me, and myself IRIDE is that in we are simultaneously both quasi-object and quasi-subject, for and through each other. Book 11. The mediation of reciprocity, he transcendency immanence tension. But it is an error of sociologists to stop at this point and treat the group as a binary relation, individual community. In reality, it is a ternary relation. Indeed, this is something that no picture or sculpture could convey directly, in that the individual, third, is connected, in the unity of a single praxis, and therefore of a single perceptual vista, with thr unity of individuals as inseparable of a with them, that is to say, through of the in terms of perception, I perceive the group as my common reality, simulus a mediation between me and every other third party. Say every third BTRRY deliberately, what were relations of simple prosody, helping, training a new neighbor or comrade, etc., there are within the common action, these relations, though transfigured by their being in a group, are not constitutive. And also say, the members of the group are third parties, which means that each of them totalizes the reciprocities of others, and the relation of one third party to another has nothing to do with alterity, since the group is the practical milieu of this relation. It must be a human relation, with crucial importance for differentiations the group, which we shall call mediated reciprocity. And, as we shall see, this mediation is dual, in that it is both the mediation of the group between third parties and the mediation of each third party between the group and the other third parties. First moment of mediation. Consider a regroupment behind some shelter, after a flight. Some individuals will not take part in it. The action of the enemy will have cut them off completely from any synthetic community. For them, seriality itself, which began in panic, has culminated in cut off others, loses way, hides in a gives himself up, etc. But we should not suppose that he is cowardliness. Cowardliness is a serial feeling, and, isolation, the absent other still determines it. But in any case, this is the important point, every one of the third parties who are regrouping knows that the group will be less numerous than the gathering. This knowledge might be derived from experience, and in any case WTH ser the group reigny from high s immediately preceding persplien, the third peri has seen the practico inert geld from which he torn himself away reforming itself at the horizon of others who will never when he to those who are planning to resist. Fate depends on the number of the resistors and is revealed to him by a rough estimate of this number. It is in the same way, though, as we shall see, in an entirely different structure of being, that everyone calculates the duration of his wait by the density of the serial gathering waiting for the bus. At most, the praxis may negate itself. This is what happens, for example, if the resisting forces are objectively excessively inferior to the enemy forces and he risk run by the third party in his organic, personal rivalry rewells itself in objectivity as directly can risks of as inversely proportional coits perceived, as the initial of the multiplicity as power. But, while I am on my way to join up with the central core of resistors, who are sheltering behind some building, I happen to be in the practical field their third peri, who is coming out of another street and approaching the same group with the same purpose. And the arrival of this third party at the group has real, objective links with my approach. For me he increases of resistors, thereby increasing the chances of success and diminishing my personal risks. This is the surprise which all the when, on the occasion of a demonstration which has been forbidden by the police, they see individuals and small groups converging from every direction, numerous and they hate expected, and representing hop to everyone. On the other hand, I am for them exactly what they are for me. This newcomer joins a group of Irakmi in Sofzu, as the group which I join will have rough serially, or, as we shall see, from the point of view of the organizers, if there are any, we arrive at the group as 2 units. Through us, there will be ICO rather than 98. But for each of us, both me and the other third party, we are, reciprocally, each by the other, and, as we shall see, by all the others, the 99th. To put it another way, each of us is the 100th of the other. Thus it is clearly a matter of reciprocity. I see approaching me the number which I foreknew by adding myself to the group, and I see it through the arrival of the other, at the group is increased in me and by other, in me through the other and through me in the other. And this reciprocity is mediated, because the action of each of us is the counterpart book 11 cf that of the other through his numerical objectification in Gruer. Thus the gn-up is the nadiation. We have already discussed an object, in there are reciprocities which are mediated by the tool and Rhe to be pratyuka. My act takes meaning. In inert materiality, only if the active has already informed this materiality, has given il initial meanings. If, her.w ver, we have not emphasized the mediating character of the praxenert field, this is 9 cause its mediation is passive, it is pure milieu in, but the mediation of the third party by the liup is of a different kind, HRST, of course, the bond between the 4T Jairker and the material field is univoque, my bond with the group, as Rhe link of the other third party, is one of approach it, already of it. We have seen what sense, as a limit of as an impracticable task which has to be done. And, from this point of view, the present multiplicity of the LUP, to the extent that it has been roughly estimated, constitutes me objectively as a renerdlixer of a tiny group CF desperate men 12 who will get themselves killed on the spot, as members of a huge invincible demonstration, or as taking part, as is more usual, in 50 RNE intermediate formation. This internal, synthetic constitution of me by the group is simply to give me my first common quantity over the collapse of seriality. AKD gives this quality as power. Thus the third party to the group which already possesses him, as a constituent and constituted power, that he receives the power he gives, and he sees the other third party approaching him as his power. For, in the group, the other third party, in so far as I total LSE him with the others, is me a did pri object, that is to say, a third party transcendent dam, to me. As an individual, he transcend, me towards his projects in so far as I transcend him, this is simple reciprocity. Integrated into the group by totalization, he is quasi-transemianaire through the mediation of the group, since I am in fact to rate myself with him into the community, and since Rhe task is indicated and since remain intention, at the limit of immanence and trans not claiming alone makes me I am on it simply chat although I my link to him therefore new. If WC were collaborate in SOINEW involve the quo we would reciprocity transcendence again, but in so far as he himself signifies in and. Through my localization my as a task there not here he is transcendent immanent to me, or rather immanence refers back to any, totalizing, transcendence in so ft as we shall see later, his trans can determine my through mediation of the he is other me. Comes to the group as I do. He is just same as me. The characteristic of this new, crucial structure of mediated reciprocity is this, that I see myself come to him, and what I see is merely the objectification of what I realize at the same time as him, he is my lived objectivity. We know that up to now the objectivity of an act aptred fo others or was reflected in the object produced. In the phi, CD group, the third party is my objectivity interiorist. I do not see it as other, but mine. Now, the reason for this new structure, which lie at the origin of all so projective actions or actions of projection, resides precisely in the fundamental characteristics of mediation. For the mediator is not an object, but a VA_RIS. The GN up which I go to is not the inert gathering of 100 people. Its inertia is merely an appearance and one that does not even exist for me. It is, in fact, an action, we are, to become sufficiently numerous, or for some information, for the enemy to be off guard, etc. The truth is that try to integrate my praxis into the praxis, that is to say, the plan to counterattack, for example. This preenes is immediately given as the comprehensible meaning of the regroupment. And if this meaning is prehensible it is because it appears to me through my own praxis, which is already, in itself, a regroupment, of myself with others, and is conditioned by the common regroupment. On the other YNND, the is in its compact nucleus by several huddled to one another, but who, for me and, or the third comes to the group, are simply third parties. The apparent of everyone, his being there, immobile, in the midst of the group, is revealed to me as my praxis both in me and in him. The dislocation of temporality makes no difference, being in the group, in effect, consists in two as to it, and in staying in it, that is to say, to it me, to the group is to be already in it, in that its structures and forces determine me in my very reality. Thus E3th the third party and myself are mediated by the 378 Book 11 action of every third party, in so far as this action zoes and makes each us the hundredth for the other, in other words, so far as this unity of practical self-determination penetrates the freedom of reciprocal actions and makes them same for each of us in being common to all. There is nothing magical or irrational about this, the contrary. The transformation of free action by the of group is unity of the praxis is by the that one of its the group which is in of unifying itself. The unification, in so far as it may effected by any third party, inside the common movement, is not only conditioned, it's by free action, but also, that is to say, as my own project, within my own praxis. And this conditioning of by third party, that is to say, by movement everywhere, whether it is in praxis positing regulatory, or in the reciprocity of my and of that a particular third party, is precisely my own freedom recognizing itself as common action in and through my individual action. It is this synthetic enrichment, apprehended in me here and in RHE third party over there, which makes my simple action, which comes to me the same, and simultaneously as realized here, produce in reciprocity a common result. There are 100 of us. Here's the 100th etc., which could not be envisaged in itself, at least not at the root of a fused group, through me in objectivity the inversion of we have already seen how, on the market, my mere presence is alienating, how I am already for myself rhe and how bewitched quantity causes the stockpiling of precious metals in Spain, for example, to lead to devaluation so rat to appear is, in itself, at least in the two up in this we can see an alienation as rhe other objectivity of any objectification. But in the present case, by contrast, I discover is action and quantity as within certain limits, to more is to he more my appearance in the group eludes me in so far as the number depends on every any, but this #activity of my objectification suddenly becomes my objectivity for me. Through me, the number is increased, I are no longer the other who comes to others, endangering my mere action in of the group in so far as its objectification belongs to me as a common result. A result, it is new, but it is mine in the group 379 fa as it is multiple result action renew I are weed everywhere, and every v here the same, at the same tune. This multiplied action is a single praxis which overflows in everyone and into a totalizing result. For the we can set aside of the regroupernant, it was me and T to provide a graphic model. Of course, it is obvious that the relation of every third party to other is a mediated reciprocity. And reciprocity within the group produces RHE group as a container to precisely the extent that the group allows this reciprocity by becoming a mediation. Second third party tends to as between the group and any other third party, or all of them. This is because I am not in fact alone in carrying out the totalizing operation, that is to say, in integrating the ensemble of individuals into the group and in revealing, through my action, the unity of a praxis which I produce and which produces itself. This operation is the individual and common praxis of ever-wired Perry in so as, failing to his real he designates as free, common action becoming regulatory through him. From this view, every third party, a free human agent, engaged, with other third parties and inside the group, in a constealth of sovereign in relation to everyone to that of totalized sovereign. At other, more abstract, levels of our investigation, ex France, this totality may be both the result and the source of violent conflicts. But this cannot be the case in this initial moment of the group, because the other, by totalizing the practical community through his regulatory action, affects for me the integration which I myself should have realized but was unable to. And rough him, in fact, my being in the group becomes immanence, I am amongst third parties and I have no privileged statute. But this operation does not transform me into an object, because totalization by the third 1k Rudy only reveals a free as a common unity which is already there and which already qualifies in practice, This means that I am integrated into the common action when the common premise of the third party posits itself as regulatory. I run with all the others, I shout, stop, everybody stops. Someone else shouts, ietsco or, to the left to the right to the Bastille. And everyone off, the regulatory third party, surrounding him and sweeping past him, then the group reabsorbs him as soon as another third party, by giving some order or by some action visible to all, constitutes oneself as regulatory for a moment. But RHE is who and is simply the in third of me and in all the other third parties, in TLW movement of a totalization which totalizes me and every DNE else. I can recognize totalizing regulation as such only in so far as my action is RHE same in the totalizing third party. On the basis of the common future adumbrated by the common movement, flight, charge, etc., that S to SY, on the basis of my regulatory and totalizing praxis, the order gives me my common, future possibility. It reveals this possibility as a means within my project. In this way I can, as being in that group, myself become a means of the common praxis, that is to say, an instrument of my own praxis. Get back, you lot. Let the others move ahead. Initial differentiations, almost immediately absorbed, according to the circumstances and the outcome. I execute the command, I am the order, in so far as, through the third party, it accomplishes the integration which I cannot accomplish myself. This is we shall will real group becomes more differentiated. And it is really the constituent whole which achieves practical unification through the order. In the extreme case, no regulatory third party E.cn appears, orders circulate. They originated in some individual third party, or sometimes in several third parties at once. But distance, and the impossibility of the when one is it. And other mean that it is only the word which reaches my ears and that I hear ir in far afar, in so far as my repeats it without changing it. The words circulate from mouth to mouth, it be said, like a coin from hand to hand. And, in fact, discourse is a sound object, a materiality. Furthermore, as they circulate, the words take on an inorganic hardness, and become a worked thing. But this is far from meaning that we are going back to collectives. This thing is vehicle of sovereignty, in short, it does not if it from afar, it is in so far wherever it is, every place in the group is the same here. Il-less object which is apprehended, understood, and reproduced in the immediate transcendence of praxis is merely totalization itself in everyone, in 50 far as it can be achieved only by a sign. Decode the sign by my action, by conforming to the maxim produced, and the absence of the first signifier, of the third party who was the first to shout the words, makes no difference. The structure of my praxis, T.YW authorless words, repeated by 100 mouths, including my CR.VN, do not appear to me as RHE product of the group, in the sense in which this might be a hyperorganism or a totality, in which comprehends it by actualizing its meaning. I apprehend it as the pure totalizing and regulatory of the third party caught RHE same me, in so far as it accomplishes my integration where I am an erotri freedom. But it should be noted that this regulatory totalization realizes my immanence in the group in the quasi-transrondance of third party, for latter, as the of or organizer of stands in a relation of transcendence immanence, so that my integration, though real in the WRE and now which define me, remains somewhere incomplete, in the here and now which characterize the regulatory third party. We see here the re-emergence of an element of alterity proper to the statute of the group, but which here is still formal. The third party is certainly the same, the is common, but a shifting dislocation makes it totalizing when I am the totalized means of the group, and in other everyone for a possible dimension of escape or of tyranny, in so far as integration, though a free, practical unity, refers everyone who has been integrated back to an immanence transcendence tension which is in danger of breaking into transcendence, or into a false immanence which conceals a dominating transcendence. In any case, we shall call the individuals in so far as it is by the of a regulatory third party, his interiority or of in relation to the group. This alternation of statutes, everyone passing from interiority to quasi-exteriority, must appear as the very law of the fused group. Everyone is distanced from all, as the transcendent Verabsenden, agent of the union, and as merged with everyone by a totalizing third party, is of it or in OA set determinations. In historical reality, the event conditions the actualization. In fact, the number of regulatory third parties, even if it is fairly high, is always limited, and concrete circumstance, select them, or lead each of RHCRN to select himself from the group as its spokesman. At the in 789, the first have heard, on some historic day, was probably one who happened to be close to a bench or chair and who could therefore get higher than the others, spatial of the characteristics Book 11 have enumerated, within the group, but separating from it in order totalize it and therefore establishing a dialectical relationship with the crowd and then being reabsorbed by it and reintegrated by the speeches of some other orator emerging a little further at this level, there is no longer any leader. In other words, the crowd in situation produces and dissolves within itself its own temporary leaders, the regulatory third parties. But a dialectical inversion can already be detected here. For we have seen practical community coming to individual action and structuring it in the movement of disintegration of seriality. But we can now seconds in this orator, addressing the upturned faces and shouting, to the Bastille a common, that is to say, one whose praxis is common, who gives the entire crowd the biological and practical unity of organism as of and in WC shall see as a to realize itself as individuality. 5. The INTE eligibility of T4E FUS ed group. We have observed the formation of a group and its structures. Now we must define the mode of integrity of this new. I must remark to the reader that this appearance of the group as an undifferentiated totality does not correspond, at least not necessarily, to a historical anteriority of the apocalypse. On the contrary, for me, apocalypse presupposes tech existence of serial gatherings and groups. We are discussing it first. It is undeniable, in a group emerges hot, KCAEWD, and acts where previously there were only gatherings and, superficial glimpses new, deeper, but yet ROB arrested statutes, the third estate as a group from the standpoint of the nation, the class as a group insofar as it produces its apparatuses of unification, etc. See I's question I about the third estate, which was, and therefore a pure J3 _ what is the third everything? Up OIR been in the nothing. What ILRO in it? CAIERT so bull, Depus, p. 64. The multiplicity of inertia, since it existed as nothingo but could everering, that is to say as certain people then thought, including CIs himself, by an abstraction from which, as a liberal Bourbiouis, he soon recovered the nation, as a totality perpetually reshaping itself, the nation as a Fernand revolution, shows clearly how through troubles of FM med sporadically, which up to that time were called riots, the bourgeois even more than the worker in the cities, though work was done by the workers, glimpsed the transition from an ossified, cold world to an apocalypse. This apocalypse terrified them. In order to avoid it, the members of the Constituent Assembly would willingly have become accomplices of aristocracy if it had been, but it was as the apocalypse that discovered through storming of Bastille. And through this people's battle, they learned not only what the inert words of this speech suggested to them, its power, the contradictory necessity of governing both through it and against it, etc. They sensed that history itself was revealing new realitae. This was not highly significant, but what is important is that this form constitutes itself in reality at certain moments of the historical experience, and that it then forms itself as irreducible to the gathering, to the Moss statute, etc., and also to organized, semi-groups, and its is of an illusion a more and deeper through society as a whole. And THN-UGJ1 the conflicts of antagonistic groups, the statute of the of inertia. For our purposes, this is enough. Its real, dialectical existence and its emergence from the liquidation of petrified forms are sui assigned reasons for taking such a historical reality as our starting point. Indeed, from the point of view of critical KNE.RW ledge, that is to say, from our point of view is more simple than any other, since GMUPs develop by differentiating themselves, and, therefore, legible. Shall go back over my earlier and examine them from the point of view of practical dialectical rationality. Is there an intelligibility of the fused group? And what intelligibility? And what can intelligibility mean in his context? These are the questions which WC have to turn to now. The center of the problem is the question of the shifting unity of syntheses, of the multiplicity of the it is at this that we must ask ourselves, can several syntheses produce one synthesis? Is the synthesis useless? Etc. 384. What we have seen emerging, at the expense of the collective, and under the pressure or circumstances and through a hostile paradoxis which expressed its project of totalizing destruction through the synthetic significations of the practico-concrete field, is not an actual totality, but a shifting and ceaselessly developing totalisation. But this group did not constitute itself for itself. What your enthusiasm and joy may have been felt by the petty bourgeois who ran through Paris, addressing complete strangers and exhorting one another, the deep motivation was terror, is to say, as an motivation are it _terrorist the prolect in so far as it was transcended and preserved, and was created on of a which became more definite and converged into a single one, the defense of Paris, and, in the case of the Quartier Saint Antoine, the defense of the district. Furthermore, to precisely the extent that the structure of the group anticipates differentiation, it comes to the group, as we have seen, precisely from the gradual definition of the objective example, the need to defend the district by lighting on two fronts. It will said that the same applies to an organism, and this is with two crucial reservations. The possibility of an action, whether individual or common, arises at a certain stage in the development of organisms and through a hierarchic structure. The organism which has satisfied a need by some practical activity survives the disappearance of this activity, it survives organism, that is to say, through the variety its although the group, an undifferentiated reality, is also characterized by a hierarchist and unified plurality of functions, that is to say, entrusted to a group organ, refers the group a type of practice inert being which we shall describe later. In short, the organism is both totalization and totality, whereas the group must a developing totalization whose totality lies outside it in its object, that is to say, in the material totality which designates it and which it attempts to appropriate and turn back into instrumentality. In this sense, the objective and the danger are two stages of a process developing from the conquest of the objective, the domination of danger through destiny, topographical configuration, etc., into an instrument. Not to precisely the extent that the totalization accooked by the surrounding matter example, other praxis the part of some other group, is reappropriated by the group and 385. Interoresia as its internal and univocal relation to a particular instrumentali lv, illis totalifying irralary, the n as an ins terumen in use, becomes il variundlian of all structural transformations. Chiefly in this sense we would understand the intelligibility of Marxist descriptions which show the object at the basis of the group as conditioning its internal relations with the others. In one sense, therefore, and provided one that as a free organic but also as entier, as expenditure of energy, and as real but particularized efficacity, which, as such, is or integrated in an active group, concrete reality as only at the level of individual praxis, it can be said that the praxis of the group is constantly to reorganize itself, that is to say, to interiorify its objective totalization through the things produced and the results attained, to make of it its new differentiations and its structures, and thereby to transcend this RC% triangulation towards new objectives or as which to be transcended the transcendence of objectives of in sense. A group defined from the outside the basis of the objective OD by a materiality perhaps of in its objectivity. Example, with antagonistic bonds with some other group, even if the EWOP happens to be able in itself to present itself as the real, total RNG of each and every individual life, as is the case whenever a national community, which, as we shall see, are a complex ensemble of groups, of provisional and finally, becomes, as a regulatory objective, a structure of the human relations which are to be constructed out of the liquidation of bourgeois atomism. The fact remains that the concrete group, i.e. its elementary forms, is a practical organization required by certain situations through every third party. In other words, it constitutes itself means, but this in no way implies that it must remain a means. Here, in fact, the dialectical shows us it is of third pari to the extent that lie is a means of he group. In particular, because it is free, practical relations between individuals which produce the group, it must be recognized that the group undergoes a dialectical evolution of which we provide an point is co-show point 3 sg the dialectical rather than historical basis of all groups, including which themselves in essentiality of is say, display practical reality. Certain situations pose urgent questions to individuals, as multiplicities in the practical Geld questions which already transform in their reciprocal and which can be resolved a rearrangement of their relations, that is to by the interiorization of and of view, danger illusion having been at reshaping of human, and non-human, relations takes place in the same mode as the transformations of an organism. Individual action is perpetual adaptation to the objective, that is to say, to the material configuration, the body interior says the surrounding materiality in its attitudes and postures and, less noticeably, in its internal reactions and in its metabolism. In this scene, the basis of intelligibility, for the Foudy group, is that the structure of certain or the of competitors, is of as demanding unity of a which is everyone's. Of unity is, therefore, even at the level of the univocal relation of interiority, directly derived from the grasp of a unitary, and passive, structure of the surrounding materiality through the synthetic unity of a dialectical, individual unity is reactualist by the individual, both over there as the community of the objective, and in his own action, here, in its present moment either as the xlogency of bring common praxis or as the first realization in Hun and in CWCRY third party of this community. On the other hand, if the urgency of common action appears, whether rightly or wrongly, that is to say, whether in accordance with the real actualization of active exigency or in accordance with mistaken calculations, only to one individual, or to several members of the gathering, then this intelligibility relates only a possibility which is negated as soon as it is posit and. If the order is not followed, if the individual who advances towards the enemy remains alone, either there has been no liquidation of reality, group has against and by the of praxis manifests itself in this individual praxis as a negated possibility. Of itself it liquidates itself in favor of isolated action or, on the other hand, of reintegration into the individual group who may, in case of extreme anger, throw stones at the attacker or RHE police, alone. Alternatively, he may suddenly turn round and seek refuge in the infinite milieu of circular seriality. Of a fused group depends on the liquida simultaneous or to which can be ignored, of the serial, both in everyone and by everyone in and by this, which sometimes produces itself and sometimes does not, must therefore be comprehended in its intelligibility. But this intelligibility is defined by the practical relation of the hostile praxiv, through RHC free by the third pari unveils this by opposing is individual action as the sole means of reaching the common objective, in fact, that the historian demonstrates and evaluates the urgency, the imperious clarity, and the totalizing force of that is to say, of the danger which has to be avoided, of the common means which has to be found. Since every action, is the same, we must concentrate our attention primarily on the praxis of the third party, wherever it may be, in so as it is conditioned in its free development by a Kornrenan future, either to be realized or to be avoided. TT is the tension in the present and progressive and decoding or this fundamental relation, which furnish RHE first elements of intelligibility. We must investigate not only how the threat or the real action, already begun of the enemy affects the third party, but also how this developing future transforms Lis statute, and with what urgency it appears, an urgency which, as an objective relation between the enemy action and that of the third party, may turn out to be very different from real urgency, that is to say, from the urgency which the historian will be able to demonstrate after the event as a meaning of the entire basis A. Adumbrated by the third party, we must investigate what ruogsability are through and for this, and what success reveal themselves in the object itself through the adumbration of the praxis, etc. From this point of view, it may be that the problem is not to understand why a given initiative accompanied by a particular order was not taken up. Explanation B, the group would have run disaster had followed the order, and that it must have known this, given the material configuration of the place and all the other circumstances, but, rather, to interpret intelligibly the fact that in such a few 300k individuals might have believed they could dissolve RHE gathering by a common this problem. Though a negative one concerns certain secondary disciplines within anthropology, in particular those which deal with the individual such, and us back to we went through in the first moment of our dialectical investigation, expertime. The failure of this attempt relegates the individual to isolation and is to be explained in terms of his negative relation to party, say, of a relative non-integration manner, the does not matter, which in turn is to be explained, in RL.E context of the Tualising movement and of history, in terms of RHE circumstances of his personal life. Precisely because of this, the transformation of the gathering into a group, wherever it occurs, includes, for the historian, its own intelligibility, that is to say, it is to be interpreted positively as RNOST concrete relation of RHE third party to and to in so as manifests itself without being either obscured or determined by the specific behavior of every individual MH. But it is obvious that such individual circumstances, which, as we have seen, may be his position, or which may also be his personal qualities, intelligence, %e, initiative, there are plenty of these rather vague words, will produce one individual rather than another as the first regulatory third pari. Are general particularities, they determine the pari into the group in relation to the pari anything or the transcended being of the individual, and indeed, even without really knowing whether this rapidity of initiative was produced him by his free praxis as one of his group flities, that is to say, as an RG means to the N of TLAE lions, historian who, in he would, if, dealing NMTPLY the first of the up the oblum of in relating this, but it is hist will FW of third if trying to of politicians. A little is only, simple relation, can be of to excess which can be seen neither interpreted nor understood outside his collective and are knowing whether it manifested itself on RFS and in see this particular gathering. Tile first point of the Experienic the apocalypse may be the liquidation of a seire of old groups in favor of the amorphous homogeneity of a new fused group, suggests a number of observations. In so far as the group is simply primarily the community of praxis is still expressed in the appearance of a group as the interior rasa of and of we should therefore examine the immediate characteristics of a fused example, in 1789, or the of W. Saint Antoine on 13 and July 14, in connection, of course, with the situation arid the objective, which alone give it meaning, but in so far as the group presents itself in its praxis as a developing reality. From the outset, in fact, we can understand that the group is a directed we save Paris, wherever B will prevent objective, suddenly revealing broader, distant that matter, imminent dangers, which will necessitate the continuance of the GN-up and its reorganization. Indeed, there is nothing to prevent a conscious nexus of possibility from existing in some way, we shall to investigate how, in the group itself. What is important for us at this moment is that this direct process constitutes itself only ROB annihilated in its objectification. The insurrection of, unlike, days of June or 1917, defensive, in an context, the purpose was restore order, is, repulse a threat. Once this had been done, that is to say, the negation having iron negated, the group would dissolve into the inertia of seriality. But in fact this 15 never what happens, after the storming of the Bastille, Paris agent be the Paris of June 1789. New organizations arose on the ruins of the old, New alarms led to new differentiations, and the struggle between group and inertia c.on. Nevertheless, it is that it's led to a dissolution of the group such. The conquerors of the Bastille as such were now united only by a past action which was engraved in being, and also by a desire to exploit it for their own purposes or in support of a particular policy, it longer sang. Point 100 Book ILOK The Silhouette Men. Fused group should therefore be characterized as an irreversible and limited process. The reshaping of human relations by man had tempi released itself, i.e. the practical context of a particular aim and ruch would not survive its objectification. 15 In sense, a group temporality, is to say, practical speed and the speed with which life future comes to it, on the basis of a threat. For example, WHCH itself externally defines an urgency, that is to say, which makes time an objective exigency and a scarcity, speed of group and embracing of urgency. Joseph L. C. Bone, a trumpeter of the convention and sensitive of the people at Arras, said, from his prison, after that one judge events and actions which had occurred at another speed. But this refers to real structure of the group, that is to say, to its own of reality. The problem is to understand what, in a fused group, signified by untry, which the description immediately confers on it, the GMUP does this or that, etc., as a synthetic unification of the diverse. What is really involved, as WC have seen, is in fact a synthetic relation which unites by an and vague interpenetrations which an idealist sociology sometimes tries to resuscitate in some form or other. And this is where the question of structural intelligibility arises. Our comprehension of the individual dialectic has made us see synthesis as the unifying unity of a unique praxis diversity work relation of interiority linked inertia as diversity to action as the unifying negation of this diversity. Within the group, as WC have seen, diversity arises not at the of the individual agent, or even at that of relations of reciprocity, it appears at the of the syntheses. In other words, every third party, in so far as he is himself and not another, affects the of by the practical of designations which groups single out the inert gathering as a negated totality, or a totality to be negated, indicates that his integration is a task to be done. Is this not just another example of serial commutativity? It would seem that alterality is. I width of latex it had is ax. They div by thr of n as materiality by passive of violae. Group be found simply at level that every is, for everyone. Of in and in questions at least have the advantage of defining the problem. If there ts any doubt as to the intelligibility of the group, this is not because of any had is to say, the question is not, and never has been, as some have believed, how separate particles could constitute a totality. On the contrary, it is because of an excess. The difficulty is due to the fact that WC are acquainted with praxis as a synthetic activity. We have every third party in action liquidating and unifying the gathering into a group, thus we seem to be raced with excess. Can we this with 1,000 when we have discovered, in the cam of reciprocity, a relation GTH several epoch entrées, which, for this very reason, was unable to unify its term but, in fact, the question has been badly formulated. We are not really trying to find out whether the group, as a multiplicity of individuals, possesses an inert statute of unity, whether the men who compose it can be stuck together as organisms by some kind of gelatinous glue, or whether some collective consciousness, a totality irreducible its parts, imposes externally on each and every as the Kantian categories impose themselves on the multiplicity of we have seen, in the unity of the was, when it was we shall observe other ixjabilities. Later, the thing, is find of individual can, as such, be the basis of object VE5 and of actions. But these syntheses themselves, as we saw when we discussed them above, realist the substantial unity not of men, but of actions. In effect, every synthesis is practical of subject to reciprocal conditioning, and the relation of this action existing. In we have third party the when he in the and in a passive, disordered activity. And we have seen how, by dissolving his seriality, he is able to see the original contagion disappear and how he connived to THIRD not only his behavior as free activity, by going it a meaning, but also serial violence as common action, through his CRVN activity, which he constitutes as the rule and meaning, signification, of the praxis. This discovery, in action, at first, as we have seen, the third party, by his exhortations, his orders, etc., acts on passive activity and helps to transform it in others into a praxtranuk 1/ and thus he makes himself a free rule for the liquidation of passivity in all. On the other hand, on the basis of existing particular, on the basis AF the negative unity signified by a hostile praxis through the passive syntheses of the environment, this movement of actualization of the common occurs at not the same time in third pares as such. It is the moment in which orders circulate. Now, in this moment, for example, in the moment already mentioned, where a gathering, broken up by the police, regroups against it, a demonstration of his still transformed unity occur, something exists as a totality. This totality is quite simply the attack on is first to explain. Now, it is obvious that, in the case of gatherings which, in 1789, are unorganized, the transition from flight to regroupment does not originate in any particular order, issued by any particular individual, or at least, such an order not very important. If the first order WA5 this gave it. Here, it seems, we have rad plurality of syntheses which would seem to be incapable of constituting a true unity. However, let us look at it more closely, in RHE moment where the demonstrators regroup, everyone his praxis in C, they're from the street and joining the group in formation, but, in so far as each thirn was the free origin the not as his other neen but as here we encounter more the mediated reciprocity which will turn out to be the essential structure of the organized group. But we now see that this regroupernerd in formation, rewards which Eurian is advanced-G and seeing himself advance in the person of his neighbor, Ser, E5 as a third pares, this for everyone it is ensemble to and a group by his presence, and through him, in fact, everyone variavi, the movement of the third pari who confronts him as his own movement and as TLW spontaneous expansion of the which I are about to become a part. Thus my praxis appears to me not only as myself, here, now, but also as myself upmitching me through my neighbor, and as sustained by its own totalized effect in my neighbor and myself. By acting in RHE same way and by making myself the same as him, I in group as a increase of its strength, which by totalization me through the group itself, his individual action which is mine gives me, through the expansion of the E group 393 whole, a greater security. Now, from the beginning of the regroupment, and during the ensuing fight, the plurality of totalizations by third parties does cease to exist, there nothing but hundreds of individual syntheses. However, this multiplicity negates itself in every one of the acts which constitute it. In so far as each of them as he presents as the regulator, that is to say, as the praxis of the whole in himself. And in so far as he recognizes himself in each individual praxis, he sees each of them as the presence in a third pari or the but, at the same time, by liquidating seriality, he has produced his own praxis as a free, dialectical determination. Thus when he tries to attack the police, he carry, and an action which only the existence and practice of the group make possible, but, at the same time, he produces it as his free practical activity. Thus the action of the group as total praxis is not initially other action, action outre, in him, or alienation from the it is of the it is itself, in any third party. Explanation. We show in what way every is a free development, in what way it only be what it is as the percip of a totalized multiplicity. The second point can be easily established by means of an example. Alone or with a few comrades, a particular demonstrator would never even have tried to attack the police simply because the impossibility of such an attempt would have been inscribed in the facts. His behavior was therefore determined in itself as collective, that is to say, as an action which be a multiplicity, or for first time we are encountering this multiplicity in the form of a means, is to say, as a we have seen mass, by its sheer quantity, is weight, efficacity. But it is also clear that the of masses as effect, that is to say, the effect necessarily produced by inorganic materiality in the practical field. Here, in contrast, the individual joins the struggle /tip/e, that is to say, multiplicity is already in his action as a means which has been integrated by a free praxis. He joins in the attack nor as the free of the power he gets here everywhere, the 100 as a structure of action, that is to say, as an element in your yon of the decision of the third inrity is merely an elementary kind of weapon. Everyone possesses it in its entirety, just as everyone can possess a pick or a pistol, that is to say, the pick or rhe pistol. But, at the same time, everyone sees it around him, and finds himself in it, just as several soldiers may find themselves together military machine and are summit together. Being guarantee. It renai be his protection, or, in other circumstances, a negative element people separate and divide, but this will become clear later. In this in party in others nor appear as an other being, etro re, but as the interiorized reality which multiplies individual effectiveness 100-fold, not by giving the third party 100 times his own strength, but by allowing him, for example, to disintegrate rhe crystal group by fighting against one of the individuals compose of action in separation. Instead of being a inert of a for everyone, the group in order to more numerous and of the group becomes everyone's practice. The other question can now be answered directly. Free torusing PRs allows itself to be conditioned in reality and in practice by the totalization it has just brought about. Its dialectical rationality has revealed the threat to it, in totalization, as the negative unity of the group and of itself as totalized by the enemy, again, its dialectical by transforming passive of the repression active of in through group, a structure of multiplicity. In biperi the lack of distinction between the individual and the common action. Earlier we said that the series was nowhere, that it is always elsewhere, the group, in contrast, is always here and in 50 far as we know it to be elsewhere too, it constitutes this elsewhere as the same here. This is 1:0 its circularity is to be understood. The tricularity of the series is a circularity every by it the here and rho. The circularity of comes from everywhere into here and now so as to constitute I. As the same everywhere, and, at the same time, as free, real activity. My is in itself the praxis of the group totalized here by me in so far as Uri other myself totalizes it in another here, which is the same, in the course of the development of its free ubiquity, here there appears the first us, which is practical but substantial, as the free ubiquity of the me as an interiorized multiplicity. It not that I am self in the other, it is that there is no other, there are only group several mijalex. In fact the free development of a praxis can only be total or totally alienated. Thus the synthetic unity of the group is, in everyone, freedom as the free, synthetic development of the common action, for the demonstrators fighting the police, it is the, though not for Stendhal, the provincial officer or for Fabrice, a near witness, in was always and that its unity, to the extent that I is everywhere the MNE and that everyone becomes in as all, later, when the group has cooled off and become permanent, its members will be eronkal/y separated, and the struggle will remain their unity, their only unity as a practice, but freedom here, in so far as it is that of all in everyone, may regain an imperative character. This is Hudis, as it is NOL only thr same but also, as such, already, by in spontaneous of fused group, is everyone as unique own, force in the result as multiple and total the developing is either of cooperation, or of solidarity, or of any of the forms of rational organization which are based on this first community. The original structure of the group derives from the fact that free, individual praxis, objectify its elf in everyone, through the totalisant situation and in the totalized object, free, common praxis. The battle in progress for everyone, in reciprocity, in T4C and seen in object, the group, a which been of the party, in far as it allows the individual a given initiative, and the individual, in so far as his praxis, as a total, regulatory praxis here, as being the whole battle, vs the totality in everyone, and everyone as a free totality, to objectify itself, or himself, in the common objective. This objective, of course, is discovered as RHE process continues. We have only been examining the case of the fused group, according to the possibilities present themselves. But it is revealed development in so far as a regulatory third party, exhibits the common possibility in the particular. The street and the little wall when appear to everyone or anyone, and thereby to all, as a temporary shelter, to signify this is to create a group. Whoever signified was the since he the with eyes, hut he the group, advanced integration, avoided route, by but everyone already transcends this designation. It is no longer a possibility. Book 11 by hut present in the structure of the common environment, but high the time the other parties little is a possible they are already regrouped behind it. The sovereign third party who freely designates is no dicierent precisely because he is every me's own freedom from a incre signpost a carrying a practico-incral message is say. This is a freely transcended air, since for the third party who points it out, indicating it and running the same thing. We should hear that, in a panic, fact of the other's running reveals my action to me in the milieu of the other, and that running to hide behind the wall emerges as a contagious propagation. In any case, in so far as the group is in the process of constituting itself high liquidating seriality in all, where seriality docs remain it may help the common action by caricaturing it, sunply by panics. Basic difference serial activity, passive habits and group praxis, in this case and work where it occurs, is not the freedom of individual praxis, since contagious panic, as much as a deliberate attack, realizes itself through everyone's praxis. Is that in the first case, freedom posits itself only to reveal its alienation in the passive activity of impotence. Discover myself in the other as hunted, and passing discocry of necessity to RHE submission high the other to the reign of necessity, while in the second in the group in the process of leader is me, others, discover in my own praxis the orders which come from the other third parties. When demonstrators are questioned about the origin of this or that common praxis, sither when their Eurasian was wild or, quasi simply, when it took place on a local scale and without being they often decide, that is to say, anyone, gave a practical sign to direct the common activity or whether, as they all say, in fact, we did this because it was the obvious thing to do, because there was nothing else to be done, etc. They have, especially if they are questioned in a trial, by hostile judges a clear, active awareness of their solidarity with any of the demonstrators. If someone did shout, attack or fire first, etc., they will not give his or, if in and is to them, they will say, and this is an active of a militant group that they do riot know, that they are all responsible. That ls, at this first stage, there is no leader, or, in other words, the situation may that single third the initial action, one or another, and in any case because of RHE circumstances of RHE struggle, there was no longer any common signification, the developments of the skirmish every individual or group to the of the enemy without ixing able to coordinate with the other parts of the original group but with catch individual still fighting as the free totalimt, on in action of the demonstration. But it is remarkable, too, that when he is questioned, the demonstrant not to the two or as a single in everyone's action. He is responding in a hostile way to the representatives of an oppressive government or the themselves. He will interpret the action as a free development, the objectives and means as free, practical certainties evidences. And this means that he presents the itself to it does in situation as rev activity. Quite simply, the accounts, and the emergence of the dangers themselves there or of which their risks and there as in evidence, presuppose that was the as here of the common development by and through the free totalization of the practical geld by an individual PNM is. Thus, in contrast to the route as seriality, this flight which already projects itself obscurely as a means of regroupment has everyone as its SCWCRCIGN agent here in so far as which either by transcending or as free of and of in the fight itself, The offensive or defensive activity may involve certain beginnings of differentiation which constitute a structure of alterity, some others. But since this alterity is, some people attack the soldiers or police from the street behind, while others charge them head-on, it is produced in free development of as of this involves a given. In fact this given will turn out be simply the earlier statute of seriality. But, for precisely this reason, he is subordinated to the common unity of the praxis and every same becomes other, both here and over there, in so far as he is the same everywhere, that is to say, in book so far as the elementary, spontaneous organicitlan is half produced by, and half imposed on, every third party by objective circumstances and by the tactics of the enemy. Similarly, the interior, see remains a quantity, so as it of action, this quantity without parts presents itself in everyone as in that is to say, as the same degree of power, in all third parties, the intendi is and as of entire praxis everywhere, everyone 15/100th in so far as everyone freely 100. In the methodology daily simplest cask, that of victory, for example, the taking of the Bastille, the of the result, as in individual praxis, the objective reality of the group, that is to say its being, in far as it can produce itself only in inert materiality. It may be the not always inert, this is on regarding as a which a particular kind of as would be as a which, in kind of material entity. If, fcn example, the prisoners taken by the 14 RAN of the action, this is they represent the objectification of the people's victory as the destruction of an organized fighting group and as its replacement by a multiplicity of impotence, by re-exteriorified quantity as the only passable relation amongst the prisoners. It goes without saying, of course, that the result as a group objectified in its practice is in itself capable of being alienated. This problem must be studied quite closely and we shall return to it. But this alienation, even if it is an encounter with necessity, does not necessarily appear in of may continue only later, ends of different circumstances and practice k. Indeed, in this respect, collective practice resembles individual practice, everyone can, now or later, discover his alienation as necessity, dependent on activities and circumstances. However, as we have seen, this alienation shows through in every moment of daily life, in that, for example, every attempt by the exploited to escape through condition individually inflexibly confirms their class being in objectivity. The action of group is necessarily in group annuits an absolute novelty. The public fact cannot be interpreted in the same way as the significations which it has just over group musirator and through confrontations. Thus the moment of victory presents group except in certain as the pure objectification of freedom as praxis, and its character of irreducible novelty enflex for the gvuk the novelty of its unity. And no doubt everyone sees the objectification as the result of his free praxis, in so far as it is the whole dwellapurg here through free individual action, but it is striking that this perception by everyone of total objectivity occurs in the milieu of third party 5, as common behavior. Is the constant of Parisians in the end staircases of the Bastille, which is the real actuatisation of the people's victory. For isolated individuals, such as an armed barg on guard at night, the common objectification has now become simply an abstract signification, and their exaltation if they experience it in isolation is a spiritual exercise rather than a way of living victory. As we know from contemporary accounts, the dominant feeling amongst bourgeois guards was fear. Absorbed by a work thing which was too large for them, the common action transcended and wrongly finalities, and perhaps even, in an illusory way, as alienation. In the absence of all, il became the other action, l'acte autre, which might lead to catastrophes, merciless repression, etc. In short, as long as the victory was still alive, the total object appeared to everyone only through a total practice, that is to say, in so far as everyone was with everyone else and realized the actual presence of this totality. Thus its inorganic materiality, as the first alteration of objective praxis, remained temporarily concealed, insofar as every visitor to the captured Bastille interior is the multiplicity in his public visit, the unity of the object as a revealed and the plurality of inertia was itself subjected, in object, to unity. The unity of a group had, to some extent, corn to the gathering from the hostile object which designated it as the unity of a process of annihilation, insofar as a group Pirxus actualized this through what? At present, the common action of everyone in the milieu of all expresses by producing and to impotence. What, from a certain point of view, is algebraically no more than a historic ruin, produce, itself through the group as hostility crushed and bound, but still dangerous. In short, the renultiplicity of syntheses cannot be defined in the group, or the fused group, as the inert coexistence of book and processes, relations of exteriority. Nor can it be as a link of uniting as others. Yet it does exist, since everyone and develops his actions basis of circumstances which condition him. It is also true that there is no synthetic unity of the multiplicity of totalizations, in the sense of a hypersynth 5 is which would become, in transcendence, la transcendence, a synthesis of syntheses. What actually happens is that the unity of the all within each actual synthesis, its bond of reciprocal with any other or the same group, in far as it is also the interiority of this other synthesis. In short, unity is the unificaticem from within of the plurality of totalizations. It is from within that it negates this plurality as the coexistence of distinct actions and affirms the existence the collective activity as unified, posique. From within, from the inside of each synthesis insofar as it affirms itself here, in freedom, as developing totalization and constitutes all the others, through practice, as itself, either by positing itself as regulatory, or by accepting its rule from some third party, that is to by producing it freely here as the same and unified. On the other hand, the interiorization of practical unity involves, we have seen, that the multiplicity which becomes the means of common and, therefore, the means of unification from the point of view of total objectification. Nui's reinteriorization of multiplicity, dissolution of number as a relation of exteriority between discrete elements, between individual totalizations. Being hundredst, being as much the group as in the eyes of the enemy himself, there are too many of them, we'd better leave them alone, etc., is a possibility of counting or being counted which immediately reverts to being a free unity means. Thus, in far as it reabsorbs number, the group is a non-quantifiable, not that it must be conceived in it as instrumentality. And, of course, this also applies to the characteristics of weight, etc., insofar as, in the fight we are considering, they controlled exteriority. Here, the inorganic characteristics of the group are means of acting in the prakrico-inert FRLD, just as the practical organism in its individual action acts as a source for transforming energy in RHE physical field of extenuity, that is to say, in far as it and its as in structure transcended and preserved by Orvlonic structures. Group 401. Now it is the of this, and unexpected, structure, that is to say, of unity as ubiquity within each ARAE. Every synthesis, depends entirely on the two-fold ravine, characteristics. This ubiquity is practical, it is not that of a being of a state, but that of a developing action, and it can be conceived only as the ubiquity of freedom positing itself as such. I have already stressed the first characteristic. If the problem were to place the unity of the group in its everything, we have just said would be pure logomachy, or unity of a in every so far as is each part and itself as a transcendent, triuscendansk, totalization of them all. But we are dealing with a, and we must realize here, in contrast, all the sine-helvetic determinations we have described the common action in so far as each of them makes it XST both in itself and twirywhere. For example, the order which springs from any mouth and which is executed by 100 arms is a real process of totalization. Besides, the substantial being of such a common action lies outside it in he future, in the common objective, which is the first designation of the group by the enemy insofar as the T-rope constitutes itself as the negation of this negatum, and it objectifies itself as common by the of the which itself and beside it, has already constituted itself as common. For example, the of adversary is in only as by in far as the or the appears as turned back but still common. Even the prisoners, as the destruction of a threatening unity which has been reduced to passive multiplicity, have meaning only by reference to a previous meaning, to the n#tiv common which has been destroyed. But the essential characteristic of the fused group is the sudden resurrection of freedom. Not that freedom ever ceased to be the very condition of acts and the mask which conceals alienation, but we have seen how, in the practico-inert field, it became the mode in which alienated man has to live his servitude in his way of necessity of his alienations and of revolt, as the liquidation of the collective, does not have its direct sources either in alienation revealed by freedom, or in freedom suffered as impotence. There has to be a conjunction of historical circumstances, a definite change in the situation, rhe danger of death, violence. The silk weavers of Lyon did not unite alienation, they fought in order to prevent the constant lowering of 402 book wages, that is say, basically, for the restoration of, but of course, their very practice prevented in any case. After THC revolt, society was longer rhe same, the prehistory of the French proletariat had given way to its history. But against the common danger, freedom frees itself from alienation and affirms itself as common efficacy. Now, it is precisely this characteristic of freedom which produces in each third party the perception of the other, as the same, is individuality and my ubiquity. In rhe other, who acts me, my freedom is recognizable only as the same, that is to say, as individuality and ubiquity. It is freedom, therefore, as the dialectical structure of action, which prevents the third party from letting himself be determined by the third party's others. In fact, in our example of running away and regrouping, freedom dissolved alternity by positing itself, simultaneously, as a first synthesis, in the third party and in everyone, and as a transformation of passive activity into freely directed action for a common objective. And the totality as praxis came to my freedom through the totalization of all, that is to through %h the transformation of the gathering into a group unified by action. Thus, through the presence of the free actions of which it made itself regulatory, my own action took on a dimension of interiorized renultiplicity. But if this interiorization of the inorganic did not reintroduce alterity into the agent in the form of an inertia of the totality, or of an infinitesimal distance between the practical totality and the individual praxis, this was just because the interiorization was only an instrument chosen by my free action in as it was chosen everywhere by the free praxis of all. Thus the common praxis, as the totalization and struggle against a common praxis of the enemy, realizes itself in everyone as the new, free efficacy of his praxis, as the free intensification of his effort. Every freedom creates itself laterally as the totalization of all freedoms, and totalization comes to it through the others as a lateral dimension of its individuality, in so far as it is freely individual for thirn. This nothing to do with rhe radical transformation of freedom as individual praxis, since the statute of this freedom is to live the very totality of the group as a practical dimension to be realized and by its individuality. But it is true that there is a new relation between freedoms here, since in every totalization of rhe group, rhe freedoms to be the ternary relations of reciprocity and third party is a reciprocal recognition between third parties in so far as it is mediated group 40.3 by the developing totalization of all the reciprocities, and thank recognition is neither contemplative nor static, it is simply the means required by a common emergency. T is for this reason common action, at the level, is from individual at least its practical aspects, except in its results, which are obviously greater. A single individual freedom, inflated by a totalized multi-emerging anywhere, in a plurality in action, Rom here, the center, wherever il manifests itself, first use the multiple and or its stm and gth, a first differentiation functions. Of freedom beneath shifting of syntheses is between a negative unity of all, totalization through annihilation by the enemy, and the negation of this negation to the extent that it is as totalizing and that it itself freely on this basis. Of course, this theoretical description is never completely applicable. It is not true that freedom, emerging everywhere and everywhere the same, Corn-Muni GTCS the common project through everyone to all and through all to everyone. Conflicts occur precisely to the extent that the liquidation of seriality is a temporal process which may be late here and early here. The remnants of ALDERITY represent, for the freedoms as totalizing, a threat of seriality. The group must act on itself in order to hasten these liquidations. We shall come back to such. Moreover, we have supposed for versions that the individuals who compose it are or, to view of the threat which hangs over them. In fact, each comes to the group with character, that is to say, with a complex conditioning which individualizes him in lis materiality, and elis passivative in we as even of a which is capable of occasioning, a new certs. For these and other I have apply in reality, there are procrastinators, oppositionists, orders and counter-orders, conflicts, temporary leaders who are quickly reabsorbed and replaced by other leaders. But the essential agent remains, through this life of the fused group, which is in fact only its struggle against death passivization non-wli, if the group is really to constitute itself by effective praxis, liquidate it, and it will eliminate procrastinators and oppositionists. This means that the non-freedom will create itself in everyone against them until n. 404. And the orders which circulate really are the orders which everyone gives in and in all, until the of anger, courage and the determination to fight to the end, manifesting itself everywhere, reassures every demonstrator, and shows him that the danger of defeat or will create, over an anxiety, the possibility elsewhere and instead constitutes him from everywhere as the practical reality of the group here. This is the heart of the matter. I depend on everyone, but through freedom as practical recognition I am Guranmed against this dependence. They will fight my fight, with my determination, over here is no more than a here, I no more danger over there nothing frown them, ALDERITY, since your yon gives everything both here and over there, thus my own action even when the conditions of struggle prevent me from seeing them is revelatory of THIRS, it is practical in me its limits in thus in driving my tenacity to the limit, I produce this tenacity everywhere. 16 in en routes do but foo we the without taking into the HR style, if asterisk hostile to in all its at a point, it will the of the but the his nor in effect, the gmup of missi of menspklov to in of struggle and if this is not if high is simply dead, and panic the of the 2. The statutory group. The surviving G-rope, differentiat ion. The intelligibility of the fused group depends, therefore, on the complex ensemble of a negative designation of its community, reactualized in the negation of this negation, that is, in the free constitution of individual praxis into common praxis 4. At this level, there is group behavior there are group thoughts in that the common praxis is self-elucidating, and the essential structure of these practical thoughts is the unveiling of the world as a new reality through a reality of that say, of the impossibility of origin of isle grouping was terror is not actually very significant, every constitutes itself as an opening made in the future, and sovereignly its own of the undertaking itself that is to say, it makes success into a structure of practical freedom. As the freedom of revolt reconstitutes itself as cxomen violence against practico-inert necessity, its future objectification becomes, for it, the free violence of men against miserve and impossibility of living. But this structure of the common prolklolik derives from its synthetic character does not settle the real issue, at least not alone. 17 However, it does make intelligible for us the complex dispositions that are to be found amongst the demonstrators, during the insurrectional days of the French Revolution especially, transcendence of terror towards hope and the double structure of and violence freedom as a ir in so as I occasions in depends and why simply to exclamat. 406. Praxis. It is, in effect, not CNLY a practice of defensive violence against the violence of the enemy but also, as sovereignty, violence against necessity, that is to say, violence against the practic renert field in 50 far as it is constituted by thing destinies and by enslaved men. Just as the investigation has shown, in this field of alteration, necessity is an imperative limit which imposes itself on freedom from within, in so far as it is expropriated by the outside, so the of the practical movement and its reappearance as a negation of necessity constitute themselves the violent itself, in so as it produces itself through men and things. Same always ready attack any re-emergence of inertia within the group, dissolves itself in pure, unanimous sovereignty, in so far as, through the active member of the group, sovereign freedom is always here and now. However, as violence is always going on, whether against an external enemy or against insidious alterity within, the behavior of a revolutionary, on July as on August 10, appears contradictory. He not only fights for freedom, that is to say, for the practical realization of a concrete objective, but also realizes sovereign freedom in himself as unity and ubiquity. At the same time, however, he commits violence on the enemy. In fact, this is simply counter-violence, and he uses perpetual violence in order to even going far as some his members. But there is not wholly any contradiction here. This common freedom gets its violence not only from violent negation which occasioned it, but also from the reign of nexity, which it transcended but preserved in and constantly threatens as a disguised petrification, that is to say, as a collapse into the inertia of the gathering. Freedom as the sovereignty of individual praxis is not violence, it is simply of the freedom as alienation unmasked becomes the structure of its own self-confining freedom in passivity becomes qualification of the which it far to a dimension in as destruction of freedoms buried in nerd, and which, as slaves, exhaust themselves in imparting to it its movement of infinite flight. This freedom constitutes itself priori as violence. Only contradiction between the characteristics which are 50 often opposed to one another by reactionary writers hope and terror, wove reign freedom in everyone and violence against the other, both outside and inside group 407. The group is a dialectical one. And indeed, these are the essential structures of a revolutionary group only in tiated reality but also, and to an even greater degree, as we shall see, in its most complex forms. And it will be easy supposedly incompatible characteristics are indissolubly and synthetically united in every action and declaration of the revolutionary demonstrators. I mention them in passing here in order to show, as I have done in previous chapters FBR other levels of the investigation, that the practical and ideological determinations of a fused group are a single structure dependent on its morphology and the dialectical laws of its movement. But this of the fused group in a praxis does not determine the structural relations which hold between third parties in primary interiority, in so far as the group is a means of common action. We have seen that the ontological relations of the group's members cannot be characterized in terms of common membership of a totalized totality. But at this level of our investigation we can in fact define the group as a perpetual reshaping of itself, in accordance with objectives, with exterior exchange% and with internal imbalances. We have still not established anything about history, or whether it is really a totalization cf totalizations. But apart from the dialectical syntheses which constitute individual action and which totalize the whole of the praxio field rather than the organism, fused groups have presented us with the, inerotologically, most simple form of A is least it dries up and ossifies, the being, or inert materiality it contains it constantly totalizes itself and disappears either, dispersal, by, inertia. This totalization does not produce itself in the simple ease I have discussed through differentiated organs, it occurs everywhere and through everyone, wherever one is, it happens here. So we must now define the relation between individuals, as totalisin, and totalizia, rather than as the presence here of the total. In short, does activity not condition a being in the group? For how should this term be interpreted? We have already observed that totalizing syntheses have two moments. In first, I produce myself as the third party by affecting the of gathering, and I in as of I/and in so far as the inertia tends to dissolve in with my of as I have pointed IA integration into group. To extent that I produce the synthetic unity, this unification cannot figure in the 408 ity as a unified hut in any way that the unified individuals are passive objects in the synthesis. The unification is practical and I can recognize my own action in the common action. But the common action, which is free in so far as it is common, this flight, is by me as a grouped white, that is to say, as a unification of the diverse in one praxis, and the movement which reveals this group to me in its action refers back to the same action, performed by me in the group, and as a member of the group, but at this moment the movement stops and designates me as needing to be integrated in my organic reality into the ensemble which I have just constituted. In short, my integration becomes a task to be done, in so far as I am designated abstractly in my group of its and in so far as I really by my praxis as I rega that to say, action presents the in the very of and as is, but distance it free reflection here the is say, as possibility grasping action in myself and of consciously regulating it. But, converse why, in so far as every third party does the same and issues some order, he becomes the rule of in and me the which to without through an interiority creates itself as a new type of milieu, a milieu of freedom, and I am in this interiority, if he stands on a chair, or on the podium of a statue, or harangues crowd, and climb onto the podium which he chose, I am, again, inside but my interiority vs stretched to the limit, and the slightest jolt could make it into an exteriority. For example, if I make a mistake about the common action, if I propose to the group an object different from its own. Thus, in the simple case of the fused group, my being in the group is my integration into it through all the regulatory third parties in so far as it is the certain free support of a common action within the and or alternatively, it is belonging to the totalization which I effect, and which is the same, in so far as I cannot this presence absence, this belonging which is always for other who is but unrealizable for me, who am nothing other than him, it is this contradiction, this abstract separation within the concrete which characterizes me in the individual tension of my being in the group. Of course, this S group 409 tension exists in everyone as a third party. But we should be quite clear about this, the group is not a rivalry which exists in itself in spite of the transcendence immanence tension which characterizes the third party in relation to it. On the contrary, the transcendence immanence of its members creates the possibility or the group as common action. Pure immanence, indeed, would eliminate the practical organism in favor of a hyperorganism. Or, quite simply, if it were possible for you or yon to effect his own integration, every action, in so far as it was any possibility for as a group would no longer conceive in its praxis innumerable of the same operation. In other words, the action would be blind, or would become inertia. Pure transcendence, however, would shatter the community into molecules related only by bonds of exteriority and no one would recognize himself in the action or signal of some atomized individual. Altogether, these observations enable us to attempt a critical assessment of rationality, as a rule of understanding, at the level of the group. Common praxis is dialectical, from the most basic level on, that of the fused group it totalizes the object, pursues some total aim, unifies the practico-inert field and dissolves it in the synthesis of the common. If common praxis is to be a Tn of rationality, it must be dialectical rationality. And, since it is always intelligible, we are compelled to recognize the existence of this form of rationality. Moreover, it should be noted that in itself it does not display the specific characteristics of the individual dialectic as the free development of a practical organism. Although as we have seen, and as will clearer a dialectical insert itself between a and an is not in itself of as we seen, of is one of essential istes. And the organism is undoubtedly comparable in some ways with interiorist inertia. But, when applied to the organic individual, these words have only an uncertain meaning in relation to its biological being, in so far as it eludes apodictic, dialectical investigation and beyond in the of dental dialectic. In fact, shows us the action of the individual as unifying itself in the unifying synthesis and in the transcendence of the practifid field, but it never it us is unifying unity of unification, thus the investigation refers us, as if to its first, most 410 book il as if to as the which every praxis is based, and which every immediate praxis realizes as a temporalization towards an end. The interiorization of V-multiplicity, however, is a moment of collective action, and the group constitutes itself by it, ms by the other factors already mentioned, as the means of the common praxis. In this simple form, the fused group, we are in fact forced to admit that the group is in it ally a means, in which the organism is agent and means all at once. The in a primitive state, is the invention of every in far as everyone is personally threatened by a danger which presents itself as common. And everyone can invent this new instrument in so far as the practical organism can already totality multiplicities in a practical geld, recognize the of developing a group as a and practical inversion of negation of practical of is a resumption in freedom, as a new relation with men, of an exterior unity, or a dissolution of the serial relation of impotence by the FM. Affirmation, through circumrus reini of freedom as a human relation in a new praxis, which comes to the same thing. This does not mean, however, that either the interiorization of the multiplicity in me, or the affirmation here of my freedom as a recognition of all or freedoms, or totalization as the institution of a forpranis, or the synthetic and common character of the original urgency and of our objectification in the victory, are capable of constituting a new statute of organic existence, as being *n regroup any more than the specific characteristics of common action, in particular, the utilization of multiplicity and the differentiation of functions, succeed in Mach and G it a hyperdialectic whose intelligibility lies in its synthetic transcendence of individual dialectics. We have shown in fact that the unity of the group is immanent in the multiplicity of syntheses, every one of which is an individual praxis, and WC have emphasized the fact that this unity has never been that of a cravated totality, but rather that of a totalization which is carried on by everyone HCRC. Thus the intelligibility of the group depends of insofar as individual praxis is lost and rediscovered in the practico-concrete field. A rupture as saw, at stage of a new of and the groups we have are a new determination of every praxis, in far as e group it is determined by itself coming to itself as the same and in far as it comes to as t/le same. This dialectic of the is certainly not to the dialectic of individual labor, but it is not autonomous either. Thus its intelligibility, as will become clearer later, is that of a consmurd of which the dialectic of free individual praxis is the emsrio entritzen. Although they present themselves are realities, and they are, in effect, specificities whose very obviousness imply NTCS a range of factors which they unite in an original synthesis, and although they presuppose their foundation, danger, of action, and the servitude which they are transcending the practico-inert field which as such eludes the synthesis of the individual organism, their own certainty, evidetcie, is based on the translucidity of the praxis of an organism and to the extent that, as we shall see, dialectical investigation displays group structures and Vroup behavior as certainty's contribution can be described as a new aspect of object being, and, as we shall see, of in so as a certain passivity the ser nevertheless bases itself between until reason can concentrate it into two words, the former is the insis of the intelligibility of a practical organism, while the latter is the basis of the intelligibility of an organization. Thus our investigation will lead us from the fused group to the organization and thence to the institution. This is not a matter of genesis. I am explaining organizations in terms of apocalypse, but it could be done the other round. This order is untrue, but the reverse order is possible. I am adopting it because it leads the simple to the and abstract to the concrete. Now, we have already seen certain as yet fluid differentiations occurring within fusion under the pressure of circumstances. It would be instructive to examine how such a relatively homogeneous group, setting aside the presence of the French guards, creates its differentiations in action, on the basis of objective structures, by investigating the various stages of the taking of the Bastille, under the oven would take too long. In any case, this differentiation originates in the fact that the whole group is always here in the of this third party, and that for third Barry it is also over there, that is to say, here yet in the praxis of another third party. Consequently, the action which I perform here against some enemy, though its particular structure for to bore depends on the etc., is, through and for the common action, it is so in so far as the activities of others, by indivi under pressure help to render mine possible and, to this extent, require in a way, each individual holds down part of the hostile forces by his struggle. Mediated reciprocity is the basis for the intelligibility of the differentia which in the context of and a response to hostile racks, s. The action of the other third party remains the same as mine, whether what we are combating is a natural scourge or a which produces itself as circumstantial, in that the common praxis is defined in and through the regroupment with its common objective, which remains the same in every individual praxis. But in a fused group, a mere means to common security, however advanced they do not survive action. Even if they are free adaptations to enemy action, they are nevertheless originally by it. Any tria in order lower the drawbridge of the Bastille, is as an individual PR formation of a proclio inert structure into practical activity, or, to put it differently, it is the practical reading of a possibility inscribed in matter, and which reveals itself, or constitutes itself as a means, on the total the is can read its unity as a totalitarian in its it can, in principle, relapse non-differentiation. Of functions as a very general structure of which the division of is a appears as statutory reality of in far as the group object of totalizing in particular, whatever the origin of the group may be, the permanence of the dangers may require it to persist between the moments of real activity, as a permanent means of resisting the enemy. I take this example, the enemy have withdrawn, they may attack tomorrow, because it is an extension of THRR, we have just examined, but I must repeat that we are not trying to reconstruct a Venesis. The new exigency comes to the group to the extent third peri reveals it, in other words, so far as individual praxis the objective permanence of the common danger in the form of a common exigency. But this new state of the group, which manifests itself historically in every revolutionary situation, is defined by new characteristics, conditioned by new circumstances. The unity of the fused group lay quite simply in real common action, that vs to say, in OWN as in that the and in the dangerous, and sometimes fatal attempt to destroy the common danger was ideal about the group, it was done by sweat and blood. IR objectified itself in destruction, and perhaps in the slaughter of enemies, for example the summary exixio after taking of the same statuting itself as a means of acting, the group did not posit itself for it posited the objective at praxis. If, the group multiplicity is to survive the realization of its immediate objectives, the urgency diminishes. Of course, the offensive return of the enemy troops is always possible, in some cases, it is probable, even highly probable. Faced with this threat, extending from the possible to the virtually certain, the common watch, the refusal to sleep, to yield to fatigue, continually being armed, etc., cannot be regarded belonging to what I called X, R, these are really Ayrton's especially as these actions, whose development we shall examine later, transform themselves into organized and organizing behavior. But the imminence of the danger should not be allowed to conceal it from us. This absence of the enemy is not a non-being, it is a relation to the group which fears its return. And this relation, at least as far as we are concerned, manifests itself as practical dexandioning. High differentia of during skirmish, its real under the pressure of enemy group and were determined as negations of this pressure. It is in this sense that they can be called adaptive behavior. The structure of the fighting group is also that of the enemy taken negatively, missed and in absence. The new differentiations are, of course, determined in close relation to the totality of objective circumstances. Nevertheless, the group determines itself in accordance with a future unification, unification through the return of the enemy, and a past group being as transcended past, or, in other words, practical reality in go far as it and in so far as it has objectified itself in materiality. His means that it has no way of acting on the enemy tomorrow or even tonight, other than by immediately acting upon itself. This structure of was already implicit in the fusion, since the initial differentiations were, in effect, internal transformations of group. Active and the passive were so closely intertwined that it was often impossible to tell whether the group differentiated itself through its struggle or whether it was differentiated by an enemy manquover.lss. On the other hand, when the enemy does not realize itself as a controlling force, differentiation becomes, within the group, an action of the group on itself. In other words, by becoming its own immediate objective, the group becomes an ends of future action. We may speak here of reflection. In the strictly practical sense, the group, waiting the attack, looks for positions to divide itself so of weapons, assigns patrol duties to some, and scouting or guard duties to others, a stabivin of the crudest sort, a mere warning shout, and in this way, in free exploitation of places, and it constitutes itself for itself as a group. Its objective is indeed a new statute, in which individuals and subgroups take on various functions in, by, and for it, and so intensify its power, and strengthen its unity. It is impossible to deny that it posits itself or frse/fonts it has survived its victory. Or, to put it another way, there a new structure to be explained, group as the by every party towards a integration. We examine the of unity light. Are these two practices initially incompatible? Or does one arise as a transcendence strengthening of the other? Furthermore, the of the surviving group, for it by surviving its original praxis, suddenly becomes connected for us with the problem of being, that is to say, of permanence. So far we have seen only two sorts of permanence, the first being the inert synthesis of the inorganic, the second, biological integration. Can the group transcend both? Or will it be constructed on the model of one or other of them? From the moment in which the pressure drops, the chances of dispersive massification increase. Every third party can see behind him his common action, and can also perceive it ahead of him in a produced object, or in the ruins of a destroyed object, and, as we have seen, this or by in attacking or a part of the Whittlewoot the rigging the of soldiers constitute these new arrivals or defined by the opportunity it of e statutory group 4-5. Perception of common objectification is a group structure. The visits its conquest, the Bastille. But as the urgency disappears, group behavior may also be broken. For the common perception of objectification is neither necessary, for every third party, nor urgent. Besides, all it does is relate the WAUP's past being to its present totalis ng practice as its sole reason. The group comes in order to see itself in its past victory, that is to say, it takes itself as its own end, first of all implicitly, seeing the Bastille conquered, the fortress finally reduced to impotence, and then explicitly, the lowered drawbridges, the prisoners, the free movement in the courtyards and halls, all reflecting, in the practico-inert, RHE action which changed their statute. To this extent, its past praxis, in so far as produced object designates the group to itself as a group to precisely the extent that this appears an unfolding group praxis. But this object designates to every third party in a OPPOS alliance of two statutes, outside, past, inert, inscribed in things. The group is already made of marble and steel, its object being, the Bastille, is the real preservation of its past being, practical struggle and victory, in so far as this past doing is in itself inertia, transcended being. 10. But in so far as its praxis of disclosure is common, and in so far as the common object refers of itself to this community, the practical link appears as only reason for the here is object, in so far as it has to be perceived in common. The immense pressures liquidation of have disappeared. In this way, the regulatory third party has practically nothing left to regulate. The order no longer has any meaning simply because there is very little left to do apart from reactualizing the common obfuscation. The people may be united to one another by an immense 20. It would to of here. This problem is in any study of HUD the of the it should be of past, as Bain b, is its wider hit d hives the itself in so fa as it in its w the in organism in THC group. OB *t of is no imbit which is adaptation to the present of HUD b so. In any ease, it is here in its to the within Nook 11 pride any other, but this is not very relevant. The ehavio the third party always manifests itself as the as else in the group, but it no multiplicity remains interiorist. We visit the site of our not have any may an effect on the group itself, come in large numbers to inspect our victory, therefore we still fast. Or again, we can feel confident, etc. is in what shall as a finality without an agent and without a project. Certain actions can be regarded as true regulations. Someone dares to push open a door and go into a dark room, then some other daredevils follow on his heels. The aim such as free access to the conquered Bastille is not directly connected to these initiatives. Even if the door had not been pushed open, its great victory is no way for whether unnecessary, SIPU actions, which are already dispersing, are, and actions, or whether are quasi-serial. In short, the being of the GSUP is the unity of all outside themselves in the produced object, and the group PRGS is weakened by the very movement by which it tries to appropriacy the object. Total disintegration, which would mean the disappearance of the common object as such, does not actually ever occur, because every me is linked by other through other third parties as same, one person to the battlements, and another plants a flag. These slightly differentiatex practices run through the common object, like shivers, and so it is revealed to me by them too, and therefore appears to me illusorily as a developing of no matter. This tension within expresses for every third party the double danger which threatens the group, incorporated a passive synthesis of the practico-inert field, a monument to the dead, or dissolving into a new serial gathering. This tension, lived by the third party, is in fact a sudden flash of awareness, to the extent that it reveals in and that it itself by revealing towards a new end, that is to say, towards the preservation of the as a free danger. In particular, this aim will appear in urgency, when struggles threaten to begin again, or when a surprise expected. Group objective in everyone, it's be secured. But the tension which we have just explained posits a common exigency. The permanence of the group cannot either of the common bond, threatening to pee the group back into seriality, either suddenly or gradually, or the practical inert inertia of objectification, which is simply a being outside oneself, and which by its very structure freedom itself as of, in other words, the group as survival, between a completed action and an immanence and absence, posits itself for itself as an immediate objective, the point of view of its practical structure and unity, and from the point of view or its ontological statute. Of course, it is still a mere means, but it is a means to L_X worked on in the same way that a tool must be an immediate aim to the extent that essential ends depend on its manufacture. To the pledge it will be immediately obvious that initially the ontological statute is the most important, in a first moment, or the dialectic. In fact, the relation of unity to differentiation depends on permanence. If the or the group in itself resists the forces of dissolution, divisions into subgroups according to the needs of the stroll and of work will not pose any threat to its unity. But in a second moment, as we shall see, unity as praxis will become the very foundation of the ontological statute. In the first moment, the group, positing itself for itself through the third party and by the reflection of transcendent unity as inertia onto an interiority as in the process dispersal, requires a contradictory statute. Hecos the group desires permanence in the in it derives it from and from, or, to put it differently, because it desires that totalization in its very freedom should be subject to the ontological statute of inert synthesis. It is RHE actual conditions of survival which drive it back into this is itself doing necessity. But if circumstances demand the persistence of RHE group, as an organ of peoples are untouched by any urgency or hostile violence which might occasion if praxis, in the of organization and differentiation, demands the unity of its members as the pre-existing foundation of all its transformations, then this unity can exist only as an inert synthesis within freedom itself. This moment of the fused group, in which everyone is the same, here, in some exhausting and dangerous action, which itself becomes the universal measure of everyone's action, must perpetuate itself for everyone in separation and in waiting, perhaps in of a guard, for example, Any particular soul FGN-up must be able to retain in itself, insofar as it a link with every other third party as regulatory and as totalized. This opaque elsewhere, which congeals around it and isolates it, night, silence, the special dangers of RHE situation, retains the fundamental structure of a here, despite all the appearances of alterity, in short, the realty other action of the subgroup, which is on patrol, while the others are behind the barricades or at the windows of houses, 15 designated from its very foundation as the same, here and everywhere. But since in fact its alterity is real, this determination of unity can come to it only from the as a lived which through dispersal. This ontological structure of the group therefore involves an inversion. Of course, it is always a means in relation to the final objective, which is complete victory. But in relation to the praxis of differentiated weighting, it has to posit itself as a pre-existing agent. Praxis is the only real unity of the fused group, it is praxis which creates the group, and which maintains it and introduces its first internal changes into it. In RHE moment of the praxis of organization and anticipation, it is the group which guarantees that every separate action is a common action or, to put it differently, it is the group as a reality which produces the unity of the common praxis. My courage and endurance, during my lonely watch, will be proportional to the permanence within me of the group as a common reality. The dialectical exigency which I have just explained reveals itself to everyone, in the moment of survival, as a practic exigency, in fact, to the extent that the distribution of tasks determines itself on the basis of a near future, it entails mistrust of the future, it is in it, as a possibility 01 dispersal, that the dissolving action of separation and of inactive activity first come to be fired. Suspicion appears within the GMUP not as a characteristic of human nature, but as the behavior appropriate to this contradictory structure of survival, it is simply the interiorization of the dangers of seriality. Interiorized multiplicity was present in everyone as an immediately given power in earlier skirmish, and this multiplicity remains, it is always instrumentalist, and is what it to post guards, patrols and combat everywhere. But, at the same time, it passes over to a statute which is more concrete, in that it is diversified and structured, but less immediately understood, since it coins itself in isolation. Separation as the rational use of Nuremberg is an inversion of immediate union, cr a mechanical use of quantity. One docs indeed turn out to be multiple, but in a situation which appears to ha% see all the characteristics of the possibility of fests itself as a structural possibility of every individual praxis, and this possibility reveals itself in every other third party as the .rwne insofar as this particular third party, here, reveals it in them. Thus the ontological statute of the surviving group appears at first the practical of free, inert of unity in everyone. When freedom becomes common praxis and grounds RHE permanence of the group by producing its own inertia in this statute is te hedge, te serm and te. It goes without saying that pledges can take very different forms, from the explicit act of swearing an oath, for example, the tennis court oath, an oath as the synthetic link between members of a medieval commune, to the implicit assumption of a pledge as the already existing reality of the group, for example, by those who are born into RHE group and who grow up among its members. In other words, historical of making a pledge in common, though it is universal and always corresponds to a surviving group's resistance to the divisive tendency of spatio-temporal, distance and differentiation, is not the only form of pledge, insofar pledge is a guarantee against the future, inertia I immanence and by freedom, and the foundation oral differentiation. If we examine it in its reality a historical act for example, the communal bond in the Middle Ages this is only because this posits itself such and shows its structures more clearly. A pledge is mediated reciprocity. All its derivative forms for example a witness's oath in law, an individual swearing on the Bible. 420. Etc. Meaning from this of pledge. But we be careful to confuse this with we are trying to describe the basis of particular societies which, as we shall see, would be absurd, we are trying to explain the necessary transition from an immediate form of group which is in danger of dissolution to another form, which is reflexive but permanent. A pledge is a practical dues. It cannot be presented as a possibility for the individual, unless it is assumed that the possibility is social and that it appears of groups are already by a pledge. As we have seen, the abstract experience of the practical octonism, insofar as its praxis is a constituent dialectic, can give us only the translucidity of an action which is defined by its objective and which exhausts itself in its objectification. But, insofar as it is the group itself, as this invention is the negation of some exterior circumstance which defines it negatively, and cru. In other words, it is the affirmation by the third party of the permanence of the group as the negation of its exterior negation. And exterior negation must not be confused with the danger of extermination by the enemy, or by a cataclysm. It only involves the possibility that certain tasks involve the re-emergence of the multiplicity of alterity or of exteriority, and this re-emergence does not directly imply the annihilation of the individuals as such. In this sense, the pledge is an inert determination of the future, that to say, this inertia 5 above all a negation of dialectic inside the dialectic. Regardless of subsequent developments of praxis, of the event, or of the development totalization, up to and including the level of historical totalization, one element will remain non-dialectical. Eok remembers cornrency and membership of the group. Group will enter into new dialectical combinations which will transform it as such. This will not affect its, that is to say, its interior statute as a group. 22 The act of swearing an oath therefore consists in freely presenting the dispersal the group in future as an inert a permanent negation of certain within field of possibilities, conversely, in bringing the future group to the present community as the limit to all possible transcendence. Here again we encounter, the dialectical law which we met at the beginning of this investigation. The Rh-Orisation of inorganic inertia is the basis of instrumentality, that is, of the struggle against the 21. I refer to the rather than to the real of historical developments on the group under the statutory group. 42 Inertia of matter within the group tries to its against it, a inertia to protect it against threats of to inert. The device itself, that is to say, behavior as immediate praxis, appears in of intelligibility. There is reciprocity, whether not it is spoken. Order, swear certainly represents the invention as the regulatory action of the third party the existing group. But it should be observed that in the milieu of the same, the third party fears dispersive dissolution in the other party much in himself. The possibility of his being isolated may come to him from the third party, but only to the extent that it can come to the third party from him, or even, to the extent that it can come to him through himself. This negative possibility is therefore in everyone and here the same, and the reverse of the praxis of the fused group. It is in or her through the other party, and for in order, swear, he an objective guarantee other third party that will never other. Whoever gives me this guarantee thereby protects me, as far as he is concerned, from the danger that come to other. But equally, if he were to swear alone, or if everyone swore except me, then I alone would thereby take responsibility for bringing alterity to the group. But in fact the act of making a pledge cannot be anything but Eltman. The order is let us swear. This means that I'll make RNYSCLF, both in and for him, a guarantee that alterity cannot come to him through me, either directly, as would happen if I were to abandon him in the middle of a joint action on behalf of the group, or through the mediation of all, as would happen if, within the majority, abandoned the struggle and surrendered. This reciprocity is renounced. I give my pledge to all the third parties, as forming the group of and is which enables everyone to guarantee the statute of permanence to everyone. A given third party can pledge the permanence of the group against alterity only insofar as this permanence depends on him, that is to say, insofar as the other third part C5 have assured him, on their account, of future unchangingness. Or how could he guarantee he will never be other, if he begin the that will not come to from and inspire of unknown to him? Indeed, it is characteristic of alterity to come to 422 Book 11 everyone through Rheo there. Thus my pledge to the third party receives at its inverse a dimension of community, it comes to touch everyone directly and through all. This common action of the third party realists as in structure and the group as such. The pledge is not a subjective or merely verbal determination. It is a real of the group by action. Inert negation certain future is interiority with the sworn group to which I belong. In the sense that for everyone the same negation is conditioned by mine, in so far as it is his behavior. Of course, it must be added that my own behavior is itself conditioned by everyone else's. But this is not the most important point to emphasize. What appears at first, indeed, is that the guarantee of permanence provided by the oath of the others produces itself in me as objective impossibility, in interiority, that alternity should come to me from outside, at the time, it is the possibility that I should make myself other, by betraying, fleeing, etc., which is underlined as a future from me to the now, this possibility in the my freely to post to go over to the goes without. Saying that the freely here and elsewhere in this work refers to the dialectical development of an individual praxis, born of need and transcending material conditions ls a definite objective. Betrayal and by fear and suffering, are, from this point of view, free praxis in that they are organized behavior to exterior. It is afraid, for example, of letting the side down, of being the one through whom the group changes thn-ug. Panic into an inert mass may be important for an inexperienced one combatant. He is afraid of this fear as an irresistible impulse and, at the same time, he rejects it as a free preference for his own safety over that of all. In this sense, my pledge becomes my surety for myself in that it is me offering myself, in every thin I party, as everyone's guarantee of not relapsing, in my person or through my cn-induct, into alternity. Thus, in making a pledge, the first movement is to swear so as to make the others swear, through mediated reciprocity, that is to say, so as to guarantee oneself against the possibility that they will disperse. The second moment of the operation is to swear in order to protect oneself against oneself in the others. It should also be noted that RHE second moment cannot be that of the totalizing action of a regulatory third party, when I make a in fact, or perform some stat. Group 42.3 remain in a relation of transcendency immanence to the group as a whole, and through my behavior I effect a torusing synthesis which does not actually integrate me into the whole. My making the pledge thereby reveals itself as common freedom, but not as the inert negation of my other words. I unveil objective, is of group, but in freedom, that is to say, the description expresses enlightenment which freedom, as practical transcendence, cannot produce of to put point way, by a freedom which swears, it reproduces itself as a freedom to transcend, to change, to the pledge if other hand, the which to third party into in so far it is a constitutive structure of his pledge, it is party into the group as a third party whose immutability is an objective cn addition over there of the pledge of another thin I party. The act of swearing, when performed by the third party, becomes in turn a regulatory and totalizing praxis and I am synthetically united with others in the community of a quasi-act. Now, this quasi-object is re-interiorized by the third party, who makes a pledge as the sworn permanence which can alone give meaning to the pledge. My sworn faith is reflected to me as a surety against freedom, through that of the third party. In fact it is this which gives him a real possibility of swearing, since it is of it, and, of else's, that the possibility of relapsing into alternity no longer depends on him alone. How unity, this permanence were not constituted everywhere else except in his own if it was at point and at moment. Insured against my possible betrayal, he is in a position to affirm to all that he vvll not ec the one through whom betrayal comes. But this totalization is also the moment in which a new sort or alcrity emerges. In so far as, with the others, I are in a cornrenon condition of the pledge for the third party, I already am permanence. My pledge is a mere free or a set of words my future developments, in so far a third party constitutes it as such by basing his own pledge upon it, it is already the untranscendable, and therefore inert, negation of any possibility that I may change, regardless of the circumstances. And when the third party addresses me, and, as we have been, he does this both indirectly and directly, his regulatory pledge is addressed to everyone who has 424 book il already assumed permanence, or, to be more precise, he constitutes me as simply transcending pledge out to be other than myself within my own free praxis, simply because its untranscendability comes from the other third party, that is to say, in fact, from all the third who have sworn, are swearing, or are going to swear, although I entirely accept my pledge. For the guarantee which I give to a particular third party is guaranteed by everyone, and it is also the same, in the totalizing synthesis of the third party, as that of all. It therefore turns out to for RHE regulatory third PWRTY, my Kornrenan Belng as untranscendability. And in this way it returns to me through everyone's pledge, that is to say, the group to which I belong in the common being as a of freedom. In fact, this limit as untranscendability is different from free and can come to it only from the other. Or, to put it differently, it is anywhere, which is the basis of his pledge to remain the same in so far as his CNTH is the same as mine. It may be objected that my action here, in the fused group, work or combat, already allows and conditions that of the other, of the same that over there. And this is true, but the it in and through the object. It is the enemy held down and the task completed, by me, or us, which objectively determines the possibilities of action for a given third party. Similarly, everyone features as a unit in the interiorist multiplicity, but in everyone's art of interiorisarion every third party figures, through mediated reciprocity, chiefly as a transcendence of this inert separation by the intertorisation of the multiple. Other in the fused group, party is never other, he produces his action in the object as the objective condition of my own action, or, through the mediation of the group, his free praxis, its living conditions to the extent that that is to say, a development, and that it is conditioned by it. Besides, the results of this reciprocity of conditioning are to be serued in the group as an objective reality, its GRCVRH, rather than in free action of every individual. In so that we to the group but to the group that of the third party, although hath re-interiorize the quantity. On RHE contrary, tile pledge is an act which refers to free as such and tries freely to limit this freedom. From within it would absurd to suppose that an individual freedom could be limited by itself, except through some the statutory group 425 form of unpredictability, that is to say, the opposite form from that of the pledge. If circumstances were to change in some way or other, I would be unable to predict sincerely what I would do, since praxis is the transcendence of conditions, it is adaptation to transformations of we are uncertain, that we lack basic projects, acquired structures of predictables, quite the reverse. But even if these conditions, transcended and preserved by freedom, did IIS to predict who is contained within the practic nerd field, they are exactly the opposite of a pledge. A gives a practical certainty for cases in which future is unpredictable. This is possible only in so far as freedom is other, for is to say, in so far as it is longer simply transparency and urgent adaptation to and the dangers of the field. And this a/terity can come to freedom only from the other. If, however, we do not relapse, at least not yet, into seriality, this is because the other is being repaired here in his practice, that is to say, as power and as freedom, and this activity affects me as a hardening against the world impotence and seriality. In short, the third party remains same for it, his pledge, like mine, is regulatory in mediated reciprocity, but through the practical activity the third party, in as is the same, I come back to myself as the unshakable common condition of his possibility. Deep as group takes itself as its own objective. Thus every action of every third party must have every other third party, and all, as its objective, and as its means and agent, in so far as he takes it up or transcends it and organizes it for others, and, instead of transcending itself towards the object, every action turns out to be in an object which manifests itself by appearing as an IA common praxis which has to be sustained. The group rewells every informalism not in sense as an activity of surviving and means of every sci-far. as is the everyone to infer positively the action of every third party by negatively limiting his own. But TLE project of limitation returns to him, through a freedom which makes a pledge, as an exigency in him for everyone's freedom, that is to say, both as his freedom as an other and as RHE freedom of RHE others. The 42G moment of making the pledge is, in spite of the words that are spoken, only a project which announces itself with an urgency and affirmative fordra which are conditioned by the real organism, by need, by danger, etc., or rather it would be, if it could be separated, for one individual, from the common pledge. But if this moment is, also, ilrat of all the pledges returning upon mine, I become in every me the condition, sure of myself and of the others. No one need concern himself with anything outside his specialized task, and, in so far as this free common praxis returns to me as a condition of my own freedom, too, must rely on them in performing my task, either on my own or in a subgroup. It constitutes the untranscendability of being in the group as exigency. As we saw in our discussion of is a claim made on some by an inorganic materiality, and of course, some other context, has same characteristics, but it is the agents themselves that are inorganic inertia. To the extent that tile permanence of my membership of the group is my own free project, this permanence is for my action an objective situated in RHE future, and corning to me on the basis of future dangers. That project of itself every of group, in THT it can be carried out for and by everyone only in and through RHE permanence of the group, everywhere. In so far as RHE same project becomes, through my free pledge, a complete response, deliberately given by this in the peri, it returns to through third peri, faith sworn the in it is, on now this his pledge, is to say, of free which I need in order to be free. Thus my returns to me as its own negative, inert condition, for me to be able rely on the group in separation, everyone must be able to rely upon me. I can claim that they will sustain the limitation or their own possibilities, of betraying, disbanding, of slackening their activity, their work, etc., as an impossibility of changing only if I thereon, for example, as the necessary condition of the calm with which they will carry everyone everywhere is everything T security. In this minute which may save us, or save me in totality, I exist in everyone as his trust and courage, that is to say, as the immutability of all the others, through every concrete action performed elsewhere. The filter negative therefore appears in my action as my exigency upon The statu for Y group 427 so far is the of others on all the others. The inorganic, in this context, is the rigid, non-dialectical future, and this future is posited both as an impenetrable and as the basis or any a framework, because whatever may they destroy of the and a basis, because as long as the group still has an urgent objective, any activity must tend to sustain the powers and practical efficacy of the group. On the basis of this I will set TNYSRLF tasks, or given can only free, practical development. This triple character of untranscendability, the exigency, and any that the reflextijrukbekornis the basis of a new dialectic, as whereas it is really constituted by the original dialectic, of which permanence is simply a negative determination. For clarity, I have distinguished two moments, that of the project being announced, and that of the pledge of the other which returns to it saying purely was intended explicate the structures other the project, as the dialectical transcendence of material conditions, is still the fundamental movement. But it is obvious that for everyone, even before the others make their pledge, I are already DGE. My point has simply been that it could be so only through others. A pledge necessarily involves the following: the characteristics of an order, of a regulatory action, whose, reflected, aim is to involve third parties. I offer so that they can offer themselves. The offer of my services is the at level. My engagement is a commitment, mediated by the third party. 7. The characteristic of a manipulation of myself. To swear is to give what one does not possess in order that the others shall give it to you so that one can keep one's word. Define the permanence of the group as in a practical or through the tota-ization of pledges, must confer on me this untranscendability as a negative limit and as an absolute exigency. These two are in sc far as each of them is a upon other third pari of the third party, has claims are immediately satisfied by the pledges of all the others. In fact, although the actual giving of the pledges may be successive, each representative of the third estate in turn signing the proceedings in the leu de pomme, argel thus involve a quite formal seriatim, the entire real moment cf. The common action is contained in 428:11. The order let us swear, that is say, in the common decision to swear. At the moment of the decision, the pledge still lies in the future, but its signification as an immediate objective of the group and as of maintaining the permanence by certain distant objectives presents it to everyone as a common operation, or, in as acting even if the pledge of one thin I party is given before that of others. For example, in the serial order of signing, it can never fail, it temporalises itself in an already limited temporality which contains in advance the pledges of all. In a sense, to say let us swear is to swear, the possibility of a disagreement this is in fact normally purely formal. If the pledge is recreated, this is because objective circumstances already constitute it as the group's only reflexive means of preserving its unity. It should be defined as everyone's freedom guaranteeing the security of all, security returned to everyone as other freedom as to ground his free, practical membership of the group as in the pledge. True party makes himself a member of RHE group through his corm non praxis, and therefore in freedom, this means rat his very action develops ill within a subgroup as of an isolated individual. Is at the source of his of absent third parties, which he guarantees, and of his own security, guaranteed by RHE third exigency and as in of possibilities under of conditions, actions the enemy, for example, such as terror, torture, or separate offers to negotiate, etc. Fraternity and fear. At this level of description, it is at last possible to pose the question of intelligibility. In fact, we shall discook our RHE intelligibility proper to the pledge if we to the surviving GN- up through third paries and in mediated reciprocity, our investigation must grasp the dialectical continuity, that is to say, the free development, which always constitutes the recreation of sworn faith. In other words, the individual project and RHE common E group 429 of group are realities, investigation whether the recreation of the is a pro capable of the basis of stances. Secondly, the structures of the common pledge, as elucidated at appear a sort of abstract ideality. The for is that the pledge as an action of the group on itself does not at first appear as a modification by the effort, by work and cornixty, of the material statute of the group, but as an immobile traction of its course, is materiality, action effort. But neither the repetition of orders by 100 mouths, nor the raising of hands, can be compared the exhausting work of a bat. In our descriptions of the fused group, meanings, dotnifications, correspond to the creation of a common praxis both as a real of energy as a directed modification of the group constructed or produced by work, through sweat and toil, to precisely the extent that its common effort inscribed it in being. Compared with this enormous dialectical event, which can also be seen simply in terms of energy transformations, the moment of the pledge appears as a moment of ideality. Moreover, the unity of RHE fused group derived its materiality from the intolerable pressure of the enemy group. It was the interiorization and inversion cf. This pressure, of this totalizing destruction. The unity of RHE pledged MUP, by way of contrast, in so far as it comes from it alone and from a paisible but not yet actual attack, seems to be a mere play of signs and meanings. Nothing material really unites me to the third parties. And if pledge were a reciprocal of it would not explain the adhesive causes while isolated under to have of group. In the ease of differentiated dispersal, in fact, the action of the enemy tends, directly or indirectly, and whether deliberately or not, to accentuate isolation, in contrast to what happens in a fused whelp. In the of death or interest is in danger of giving way to immediate necessity, avoidance of death or pain, it would be almost impossible to believe that the operation described above could, on its own, constitute the untranscendability of the group in these circumstances as an irresistible force of inertia. These two problems are really identical, we will solve them together and through each other. For, though we have described the internal structures of the pledged group, we have not grasped the true, immediate meaning of the pledge as freely recreated by the third party. 4.30 The origin of the pledge, in effect, is fear, both of the third party and of RNYF. The common object exists, indeed it is common interest in so far as it negates a community of destiny. But a reduction of enemy pressure while the threat persists, entails the unveiling of a danger for everyone, that of the gradual disappearance of the common interest and the reappearance of or of serial this reflexive of a danger still exists. It may even be objectively more serious. RHE enemy may have obtained reinforcements, but it becomes distant, and moves to the level of signification, and does not arouse enough fear. Reflexive fear, for the third party, is horn when no one not even him is sufficient/y-afreem, d. Change of state which the group it disintegrate, there is no guarantee that attack would give it back its statute as a fused group. Reflexive fear is lived entirely in the concrete, through real facts, one man exhausted, another wounded, and a third asleep, myself having an argument with a fourth, and so on. And the transcendence of this developing dissolution by the third party can occur only through the negation of the circumstances which condition it, that is to say, by RHE negation of the absence of fear. The fundamental RC Krierion, within the pledge, is the process of substituting a real fear, produced by the group itself, for RHE retreating external fear, whose very distance is deceptive. And have already encountered this fear as a free product of the group, and as a CN-Reeve action of freedom against serial dissolution, we have seen it appear momentarily during the action itself. AJK3 It is called terror. Terror, we said, is common freedom violating necessity, insofar as necessity exists only through the alienation of some freedom. Through the third party who reveals RHE group as threatened by death in his own person and in that of RHE others, transcendence refrains the group as a threat of death for any which individual again and relapse into seriality. The group itself, at the of can be regulatory third party reveals that the diminishing fear of danger is the real threat, and that it must be counteracted by an interim sin. Fear of destroying the group aim is the same, to protect the but, in the absence of any material pressure, the GN-up produce itself pressure on its members. And this is in no way idealist, for it presents itself concretely as a SGT of real renines, accepted forever and by all, establishing in group a reign of violence. It's the group 431 members. It does not matter much whether statutes are laid down, and organs of supervision and policing created, as in some developed groups, or whether the pledge simply gives everyone, as a member of the group, the right of life and death over everyone, either as an individual or as a member of a series. The essential point is that the in risk of death which, as a possible agent of dispersal, runs group. On other hand, this is free, it is irrelevant that, and in particular some of them may have usurped it for their own advantage, we shall return to this point. What matters is that no usurpation of violence, or conquest of power, can be intelligible unless violence is initially a particular, real, practical between within. In other words, this is kind of on itself group, insofar as this is recreated, carried out and by, but this is precisely what a pledge is, namely the common production, through mediated reciprocity, of a statute of violence. Once the pledge has been made, in fact, the group has to guarantee everyone's freedom against necessity, even at the cost of his life and in the name of freely sworn faith. Everyone's freedom demands the violence of all against it and against that of any third party as its defense against itself, as a free power of secession and alienation. To swear is to say, as a common individual, you must kill me if I secede. And this demand has no other aim than to install terror within myself as a free defender against the fear of the enemy, at the same time as reassuring me about the third party who will be confirmed by the same terror. At this level, the pledge becomes a material operation. The first moment, let us swear, corresponds to the practical transformation of the common statute. The common freedom constitutes itself as terror. The second moment rhe successive or simultaneous giving of pledges is a materialization of ter, or its embodiment in a material object, swearing the sword, signing rhe text of rhe common pledge or organs of coercion. Thus of derives front that it is a rediscovery and an affirmation of violence as a diffuse structure of the fused group, and that it transforms it reflexively into a statutory structure of common relations. In fact, to precisely the extent that the relations of the third parties are mediated, that is to say, to the extent that they pass through all, the character of violence cannot be detected in them, they are the free common relations of members of rhe group as such. But as soon as the danger of disintegration appears. 432:11. Every third party produces himself for everyone else as the one who passes sentence in the name of the group and who then carries out the sentence, or, conversely, as the one on whom the sentence will be executed by everyone else. Ver, at the tout himself as demanding to be defended against himself and as accepting the sentence, whatever it may be. And terror comes to RD risk from his structure of immanence transcendence, at the very handy of a pure of the party as a to integrated, the real danger falling out of the group is lived in practice in and through this integrates in the material force which unites the sworn parties k the force of the group as a totalization which threatens to totas itself without them, if they lost sight of the common interest, and this force as the coercive power of a hostile totality is, for everyone, directly and constantly, the possibility of losing his fief. In this sense, Ewing in the group as in products of death should the limit be transcended. From this point of view, it does not matter whether RHEPLRGE, as a material operation, involves some transcendent, transcendental, being, RHE cross, RHE Bible, or himself, or whether it remains in common immanence. In either case, transcendence, law is present in the pledged group as the absolute right of all over every individual. In other words, the statute does not present itself as a mere practical formation which is provisionally adopted because it is best suited to RHE is posited as by and against it and against any the transcendence, that is to say, its permanent, absolute right to manifest itself in a death is based s itself as justified against or the cross, do not add anything to this character which is, so to speak, for the first time, the positing of man as the absolute power of man over man, in reciprocity. But, conversely, when the pledge, in a profoundly religious is given under and divine punishment of anyone who violates it, damnation, etc., this commitment to God is only a substitute for immanent integration. God becomes responsible for executing RHE lofty tasks of the group, he is, as were, a substitute for the executioner. It might even be thought that damnation takes of, since it is taken to be real and has the same function as death, but in fact, if the pledgee group 43.3 betrayed, divine sanctions in no way prevent the group from executing the traitor. RHE right of life and death however linked to RHE transcendent is the very statute of the group. A free attempt substitute fear for the fear, if oneself and the other in so far as its suddenly realienation by common freedom, that is what pledges are. They completely intelligible because they are the free transcendence of dread * given elements towards an already posited objective in so far as this transcendence is conditioned by concrete circumstances which figure it negatively, an eru, a destiny to negated. But the structures of freedom and reciprocity which WC examined at the beginning, far from disappearing, take on their full when they manifest themselves in the practical material true _ment of terror. It is still true that my pledge is a guarantee for the other third party, but the meaning of this guarantee is precisely violence. The third party is guaranteed against free betrayal by the which I have everyone, including him, to me in the failure, and by the terror which the common right establishes within me and which I have demanded, and RHS guarantee which deprives him of any excuse in the event of dispersal or betrayal means that he can freely guarantee his own solidarity, freely demand terror for himself. Thus I encounter terror within myself as exigency. In other words, the fundamental statute of the pledged group is terror, but, if circumstances are kin at an untranscendability. For the pledge is a free relation of free commit merits. At this I perceive the exigency only as my committed freedom in the other and as the exigency of myself towards THIRD. If the pressure increases, the same relation reveals itself in its funda structure. Have freely to the liquidation of person as free, and this free consent returns to me the primacy of others' freedom over, that is say, as the right of the group over my praxis. Here again, it does not matter whether this right is conceived as a duty towards group, that is say, negation of a possibility, obviously has nothing to do with Mordre or Ewan with codes, or whether it is conceived as a power of the group, consented to by me, of taking my life if I do not act in accordance with a given directive for, and in this investigation, this makes no difference. These different forms of behavior are in fact conditioned by circumstances, and they 434 book constitute themselves THIR situation. The important point is that within itself, and implicitly, the concrete duty contains death as a possible destiny right of the group determines me, in so far as it is agreed. This statute of the pledged group is, in any case, crucial. Indeed, it be our dialectical has led us the and created, and relation between active men within an active community. The group permanence is, in effect, constructed in concrete circumstances, or basis of a fused group, or at fast, this is it in our dialectical investigation. And this construction, which is common, or effected by every third GNRRY as a common individual, can never be reduced to natural, spontaneous, or immediate relations. It occurs, in effect, when external conditions have occasioned a reflexive praxis within a surviving group. The nature of the danger and of the task implies that the group, in so far as it is threatened with dissolution, posits itself as a means of its praxis and a means to be. Thus the relations between members the group establish themselves in a community whirly is acting on itself, they are pierced by the subjective praxis and conditioned by it. However, we have already seen the group derives fact that it nor have, like in a totality. At this level, the group, as a reality, is initially no more than the impossibility for everyone of abandoning the common p-axis. To put it differently, is for of death as the inert negation of any possibility of strictly individual action. This being is, as we have seen, an orca being for every free praxis. But still WC do not relapse into seriality, since, for each third party, this other be, and G is RHE same other being gas for his neighbor. In this sense, violence is everywhere terror as the first common statute. But this terror, as long as unity has not been destroyed by circumstances, a terror which rather than a terror which separates. Indeed, in so far as these have constituted themselves by their pledges as individuals, refine their own terror, in I_NE another, as Dre same, here everywhere live their grounded, rat is to say, limited, freedom ns their being in the group, and their being in regroup as the being of their freedom. In this sense, terror is their primary unity in so far as it is the power of freedom over necessity in everyone. In other words, being in the group is, for everyone, an intermediary between free common praxis. For simplicity, we assume that the action the group 435 has not yet begun, and the statute of serial impotence. It is the statutory guerami, free y demanded, that no one will relapse into the practicoinert field, and that individual action, in so far as it becomes common, as such from, even if total of into it. As a this is solicitude for everyone, but THLS solicitude is a bearer of death. But still, it is through this mortal solicitude that man as a common individual is created, in and by everyone, and by himself, a new entity, and the violent negation future is, from statute of in pledged group, fundamental relation between all the third parties is that they created themselves together from the clay of necessity. It 15 on this basis that their immediate relations of reciprocity established themselves. Everyone recognizes violence in the other third party as the agreed impossibility of turning to the stature of and the perpetuation of movement which a common individual. But, of course, This recognition is both practical and at every party members of the group, not as abstract men, or abstract instances of the genus, but as sworn members of a particular species, a species which is connected with concrete circumstances, with objectives, and with the pledge. It 15 practical because it is the pledge itself renewing itself through some particular act of reciprocity, he helps me, does me a good turn, etc., and presenting itself as its fundamental structure. This is particularly evident in the case of public or clandestine mutual aid groups, but this case is more complex than those we are examining here. And as every pledge by of all, since it is that of all which the basis in inert lying, of the freedom of the CN_ non-individual, recognition is simultaneously in every one of a and freedom of free through freedom of the other, and in total legation, in this context, is simply the reactualization cf. The statute everywhere, that is to gay, in everything ere now. It presents itself both as having been performed once and for all and 23. I this giving it tmisi it to mark, are a group which itself fo itself passivity of field. Book 11 having to be constantly reactualist. In the act or constructing the pledge, in fact, an object is created. In the historic moment in which the decision was taken, this material object retains in its materiality the historical pledge as an untranscendable past. The objectification of the fused group, a fortress taken and dismantled, etc., is abandoned. On the contrary, it becomes the material realization of an archaic unity, the of rising. But it is earlier of reality, the signed agreement and the actual place where the pledge was appear, at the level the group, as the group's force of inertia, as the lier severance of the being in the group in its being against internal and external threats. It is the indissoluble reciprocity of significations between, on the one hand, the inorgswick materiality of the fact, revealing here and now, on the basis of every future project, avant repergit, its present being as a constitutive structure, and, on the other, past human fact as the immediate link with the future. Rhe fact of swearing was, in both its renrumtite and its profound a precaution against but as an and so as the eternity of presence in the future. The pledged group produces its objectification as a particular immaterial product in it, the written pact, and the very hall in which it was signed, which was formerly a dispersal, and product, a material mediation between this interior objectivity produces itself as an of back beyond a certain fixed date, as an irreversibility of temporalization, is not the objectification of the group as being, it is the eternal, frozen preservation of its rising, of the reflexive, statutory rising through the pledge. It is the origin of humanity. Z in becoming for everyone an imperative nature, by virtue of its character as an untranscendable permanence in the future. This beginning therefore directs recognition to the reciprocal of Renarian of these common characteristics. We are same because we emerged from let there no I am not talking great, in which T, W of NO which has CF pledge is a new beginning. It is the victory of as FM editon areality, what evoques it my this is at level of group, it is pledge at F at F, implicit both. Produced by it, but as of attaining a mole or distant therefore as its OBCTIVE. G 437 the clay at the same date, through each other and through all the others, and so we are, as it were, an individual species, which has emerged at a particular moment through a sudden mutation, but our specific nature unites us in so far as it is freedom. In other words, are common not an identical in everyone. On Rhe contrary, it is a mediated of in approaching a third party, recognize my inert essence as manifested in some other instance, instead I recognize my necessary accomplice in the act which removes us from the soil, my brother, whose existence is not other minke eroches me as my existence and yet depends on mine as mine depends on his, through everyone, in the irreversibility of free agreement. Indeed, everyone lives group hiring as a nature, he is proud to belong to it, he become, the material referent of the uniforms of the any, as, it is its frightening force of inertia, in so far as it comes to me as exigency. Thus the relations of common individuals within the group are ambivalent inks of reciprocity, unless they are governed by the resumption of the struggle and the total objective he and I are brothers. And this fraternity is not, as is sometimes stupidly supposed, on physical resemblance expressing some deep identity of natures. If it were, why should not a pea in a can be described as the brother of another fia in the can? We are brothers in so far as, following the creative act of the pledge, we are our own sons, our common creation. And, as in real families, is in the biaset of an individual by the whole group of and objectives, obligations to help one another in general or in the particular and fully determinate case of an action or a concrete task. But as we have just seen, these obligations in turn express only the community of fundamental exigency and, in addition, past self-creation as an irrevocable renorgag of practical temporalisatin. From this point of view, fraternity is the real bond between cornrenon individuals, in so far as everyone lives his being and that of the other, whether in simply or resemblance solidarity of rebels, the innovable reciprocal obligations. Indeed, the color of their skin, taken as a pure, reciprocal obligation by the black rebels of San Domingo, and, at the same time, as everyone's material, inert guarantee against the possibility of being alienated, the color of their skin being taken, and by everyone, not as a universal characteristic, but as a historical-based past of a free promotion 4.38 Book 11. This is fraternity, that is to say the fundamental, practical structure of all the reciprocal relations between the members of a group. What is later called comradeship, friendship, love, and even fraternity, using the in a vaguely effective sense the basis of circumstances and within particular perspective, for a given reciprocity as a dialectical, practical enrichment, as a free specification of this original structure, that is to say, of the practical, living statute of the sworn members. A constituted group is produced in and by everyone as at time, everyone can grasp, in fraternity, his own birth as a common individual as having been produced in and by the group. Furthermore, this fraternity is the right o fall through you or yon and everyone. It is enough to that it is or that it originated in it is itself as a bond immanence through positive reciprocities. This renianes that the practical power of the bond of fraternity ic imply, in immanence the free transformation of the fused group by everyone, for himself, and for the other third party, into a group constraint. This lack of distinction is particularly evident when the sworn group proceeds to the summary execution or lynching of one of its members, suspected, rightly or wrongly, of betraying the group. The traitor is not excluded from the group, indeed he himself cannot extricate himself from it. He remains a member of the group in so far as the group threatened by betrayal reconstitutes itself by annihilating RHE guilty member, that is to say, by discharging its guidance onto him. But this exterminating violence is still a link of fraternity between the lynchers and the lynched in that the liquidation of the traitor is grounded on the positive affirmation that he is one of the e%, right up to the end, he is abused in the name of his own pledge and of the right over him which he acnrer alleged in the others. On the other hand, lynching is a percareer of common violence for the lynchers in so far as its objective is the annihilation of the traitor. It is a bond of fraternity amused and accentuated amongst the lynchers, in so far as it is a brutal reactualization of the pledge itself and in so far as every stone that is thrown, every blow delivered, is a new affirmation of the pledge. Whoever participates in the execution of the traitor reaffirms RHE unranskrandability of group being as a limit offis freedom it without saying down to its T group is by its to the that is to Europe, we shall return EST 4.39 and as his new birth, and he reaffirms it in a bloody sacrifice which, moreover, constitutes an explicit recognition of the coercive right of all over every individual and everyone's threat to all. Furthermore, in the developing praxis, rat is to say, during RHEXC2D everyone feels at one with everyone in the practical solidarity of the risks run and of the violence. Am a brother into and it is clear that anyone who this fraternity would be suspect. In other words, anger and violence are lived both as terror against the traitor and, if circumstances have produced this ring, as a practical bond of love between the lynchers. G violence is the very power of this lateral reciprocity of E. This enables us to understand how the intensity of the group's actions intensity of the that is to say, Danger: if intensity manifests a real pressure but the danger itself still exists, then it is replaced by the artificial substitute of terror. Terror is a real of men in groups, but it still depends, in and for its degree of intensity, on hostile violence, that 15 to say, both on suffered violence surviving in people's memories, and on expected violence, as in the case, for example, of AI creation of terror as a counter-violence engendered by the group itself and applied by common individuals ro twiri particular agent, in so far as he contains a threat of seriality, is, therefore, a use of common strength, hitherto used against the enemy, in order to reshape the group itself. An of common individuals, fraternity, love, friendship, as well as anger and lynching, derives its terrible power from terror itself. In this sense, everyone is, for everyone, the same in the unity of a common but, precisely because reciprocity is not integration, and Beauvois the epicentres, though dissimulated, are still in mediated reciprocity, and because I cannot a and a party, and Hekosk the other me who approaches MC also exists in me as myself Hekernk other, and limiting my freedom, the possibility of constraint or extermination is given cernal renaissance in every reciprocal relation. An impossibility of a traitor is given in fraternity itself and as a condition of it, and this means that any concrete and practical relation within the group is necessarily through individual organic and thereby helps to give him a real existence which common solidarity must sither negate or pass over in silence. And this possibility rat fraternity with a given person may suddenly change, through RHE betrayal of the brother, into lynching and extermination, is given in fraternity itself as its source and limit. We fraternisk because we have made the same pledge, everyone has by other, the of this fraternity also determines intensity, is everyone's of over that is to precisely the common, reciprocal limit of our freedoms. However, still be observed today in authoritarian Paris, fraternity is the RNOST immediate constant of our definition is reciprocal of mon-individuals, which is capable of leading organic individuals into friendship. No milieu is uxermer than an authoritarian party which is constantly subject to external threats, and which is authoritarian because it is threatened. But, whatever the fraternity, in the event of deviation, heresy, or betrayal, it cannot survive violence, except in the form described above, the link between the executioner and the condemned man, and it cannot oppose it either, not, as has too often been said, because it would be weak and ineffective terror, but quite simply bulletin as it is violence itself lived as violence friendship, as a violent force within relations of friendship. NIS violence, born in opposition to the dissolution of the group, creates a new reality, the act of and this itself that transforms fraternity, as positive violence, into terror, negative violence. Thus, if I am a member of a constraining group, the violence of my fraternization rests on the practical certainty, which is not, or need not be, explicit, that this fraternization will become either a lynching, in own name, or a pitiless condemnation, if my brother behaves as an other and if the group sees in him a threat of dissolution. The immediate bond of freedom and constraint has produced a new reality, a synthetic of the group as such. My application of the term righteous institutions are grounded on the pledge, which is not in itself institutional. It would be better to say that this reality, in this abstract moment of our investigation of the group, is simply the diffuse power of group jurisdiction. But we must be quite clear about this. I use the word CMLY to make a contrast with specialized organs. In fact, the common individual's power, the individual, in himself and others. Freedom which has been freely limited forever by his other being is each person's power over all insofar as it is in everyone an accepted mutilation. It is impossible to derive power either individual has no power over reciprocal freedom, or from a social contract uniting several entities, or from he constraint imposed on the group by some differentiated organ, or from the customs of a community insofar as they appear to involve an excess. As for the circumstances which explain the particular of this power, that it is exerted as a prohibition, as a exigency, etc., they may show us, in fact, that a given risk run by a given group in particular circumstances gave birth in this group to a given common decision, but by themselves they cannot explain repressive power as a practical form of the decision in Kazan. However, we're not in any way attempting to describe the historical genesis of the power of jurisdiction, and we shall see below that such an undertaking does not even have any sense. But our dialectical investigation involves us in the recreation of this in a surviving group which is attempting to become a statutory group. Juridical appears a which that neither is ever will be a, and it is therefore a new form of totalization intended to compensate for the possibility of completing the totalization, that is to say, of its appearing as a form, a gestalt, a collective consciousness above all the members, and, therefore a guarantee of their permanent integration. This new statute or totalization is terror, and terror is jurisdiction. Through the mediation of all, everyone agrees with everyone else that the permanent foundation of every freedom should be the violent negation of nistai, that is to say, that, in every me, freedom as a common structure is the permanent violence of the individual freedom of alienation. And everyone demands that everyone should both guarantee him the inert structure of common freedom and make himself, as violence and terror, the inert negation of certain PCR, civilities. It would be dangerous to assimilate this diffuse juridical power to the simplest form of the sacred. This would take us too far, and the examiner of these is not task. It will sufficient to note that in and at level of 442.11, which have defined themselves in combat and by the liquidation of the old seriality of impotence, the sacred constitutes the fundamental structure of terror as juridical power. Sacred is manifested through things, it is freedom producing itself in worked matter, both as and as is, so to speak, freedom to man as a superhuman, petrified power. This has nothing to do with the exigencies of the practico-inert field, which, how they do indeed express the freedom of the other, absorb it entirely and do not show it, so that an inert thing could of itself be an exigency. In the of the sacred, upon its very destruction, through explosive disintegration, 27, but by affirming itself in opposition to the thing it becomes an inert power over man. And Ruellerian, Pro and other practices in relation to this power constitute it as sacred, and its very contradiction, freedom, in human relatons, does not intimidate, it is the same and the agents of a relation of reciprocity, it defines itself for everyone by its homogeneity. In the present case, however, it manifests itself to individuals over the total submission of, disintegrated or pierced high rays or directly modified, without labor, by mere sovereign will, but it does so as is to say, as an of possibilities. In this sense, its power has RHE possibilities which are negated in everyone as the of every freedom. To put it differently, it constitutes everyone, within his freedom, received, and accepted, passivity. And worship consists in which inert in it possibilities as an absolute gift and a creation which proceeds from inert freedom as a sacred power. This simply that any pledged group, as a diffuse power of jurisdiction, manifests itself for every third party, and in the totalization performed by the other third party, as a sacred power. It serves no purpose if the sacred assumes a specifically religious or cultural form, it is, at least in general, circumstances determine cases, simply a character proper to terror as inert freedom and negative power and its relation to everyone's other freedom in so far as it negates certain possibilities. This relation manifests itself as sacred when a coercive and unanimous totalization rewells itself through this is of the extent materiality, vestments, stereotyped actions, objects of veneration, this disintegration keeps the thing tablet, etc., intact as at the Itstopi group inert commemoration of the past, RHE inflexible and invariable order of actions etc., expresses inertia in them, and also that their conventi or .al and teleological aspect embodies freedom power. And the sacred, with its rituals and its ceremonies, derives, like juridical power, of the group, that is tense, fact that any community is a rotalization or, to put it differently, a totality which is perpetually derotalized. It is a fundamental contradiction, in fact, that the in so is by is the essential factor or detotalization. However, as we have already noted, the possibilities of dissolution, for the group, even when enemy pressure is relaxed, would be less close and less threatening if its members could remain united, in one place, in the square, etc. For unity in everyone, as a synthetic determination of multiplicity, would be the interior resalience of the real, visible, and twiggable promiscuity of the people in the group. We have seen that the group posits itself for itself in a reflexive practice and becomes its own immediate objective not only when circumstances require it to be permanent, but also when the diversity of its tasks requires that differentiation take the place of fluid homogeneity of fusion. In this way, in fact, a risk is incurred that distance will make everyone isolated and separate, or that new conflicts, arising from the differentiation itself, will produce new antagonisms in the community. Through the pledge, the GN-up ensures an ontological stature which will mitigate the dangers of differentiation. As I have already said, this pledge is not necessarily a real operation or an explicit decision. In reality, when the group posits itself as its own end in and by every third party, and when this practical if the reception of terror, it is enough that violence, both in its negative forms, the liquidation of the uncommitted, and the suspect, and in its positive forms, fraternizations, manifests itself in such a way that the statute of permanence becomes an immediate certainty for every totalizing third party. So, whether or not a pledge was rivalry renadre, the of the group it was this as an ulterior objective, the creation of permanence, and again is which permanent group now sets itself as its immediate aim. And the unity of the group is nowhere but in everyone, as a pledge. This pledge, whether implicit or explicit, defines everyone as an individual, not only because it concerns his being in the group, because it is only the of that it take. 444. Place in everyone. But this has nothing to do with inorganic products or with an inertia of exteriority. In this sense, terror does not inflexibly define the permanent limits of freedom for everyone. In fact, it merely raises the at which untranscendability will become transcendable, or, to put it differently, it makes it probatelli that one will abandon one's post, go to treason, as of is always a possibility everyone. Its probability is a function of the synthetic complex of historical everyone's individual this that the group is also negatively the totalization of its points of possible rupture, and that for each point there is a certain threshold above which the rupture may occur. And these thresholds are extremely variably at the organization. I organized S and functions so far as the on itself of the statutory directly relevant to a critique of dialectical reason. Whether it is a matter of the division of a particular case, there is no need for a formal enumeration of its possible forms, or for tracing the historical movement of the division of or of the transformations of the army on the basis of weapons and of combat techniques. Our sole problem is dialectical rationality. We are acquainted with two types of intelligible actions, the translucid, ver abstract, praxis of RHE individual, and the rudimentary praxis of the fused group. To the extent that the is relatively undifferentiated and that action in it is everywhere RHE same, everywhere cornerna n, orders all sides, but which a single third party might have uttered one after the other, we can take it that MOA differentiated retains the characteristics of individual action and amplifies them. It is alive in so far as it is, in everyone, both total and the same. No doubt it multiplies, but we have seen that an individual becomes a member of a group by interiorizing multiplicity. Through the relation of mediated reciprocity, he spontaneously and concretely benefits in his activity from the activity of the others. Inertia, control, and complex organ, sashana are nowhere to found. This means that praxis is every v here plenary, that it is everything it can be everywhere and that, ultimately, reciprocal conditioning manifests itself through the object and through objectification, but that the operation, in so far as it is very close to the operations of a practical organism though separated individual praxis by field retains a sort of however, involves a system of relations, and of relations between relations, such as to make one wonder what type of praxis manifests itself in it, comparing these structures with the dialectic of individual action, and whether this is still dialectical, and what kind of ohictive it sets itself, what kind of reshaping of the practical performs, internal it, and, finally, how far it is MZL/E-praxis, that is to say, freedom, and how far it refers the internal action by a group defines its structures and to the group itself as a structured in the practical field. On worked or on other groups. People say both, we have failed because the organization, distribution of tasks, left a lot to be desired, and our organization has decided that, etc. This ambiguity is important. It expresses a complex reality which might be described in the following terms. RHE group can act a transcendent object only through the mediation of its agent, performs action indefinite, that is to infar as his practical relation with the thing is directly conditioned by to the other as established either group, as a plenary by its representatives, however they have been chosen, then, is a distribution of tasks. And it is the common objective, common interest, common danger, common need assigning an aim, praxis at the of this differentiation. Organization, then, is the discovery of practical exigencies in the object and a distribution of tasks amongst individuals on the basis of this dialectical discovery. In other words, the organizing movement settle 5 the relation between men on the basis of the fundamental relation between group and thing. Depending on the nature of the circumstances and on the characteristics of the, in fact, according to the whole historical conjuncture, this can lead either to a voluntarism which defines the task of the individual on the basis of the exigencies of the aim without reference to everyone's individual possibilities, or to an unprincipled opportunism which reduces the common praxis, common in its aims, intensity, and complex organization, in accordance with empirically given limits of individual principes, limits which, on closer examination, might show themselves capable of being pushed back by some action of the group itself, without the workers, combatants, etc. suffering it into individual organisms. Depending on the ensemble, one can equally well find organizations, generally very close to the simple pledged. 447. Group, in which function is always, or sometimes, defined in terms of the TXSK to be carried out and of the particular capacities of each person, in so far as he is known by others. For example, in a very small combat unit, a particular mission will be assigned to a particular soldier because of his exceptional strength. I have presented these various possibilities not because they occur in or in an arbitrary but far as problem is they are voluntarism and are in the of group on its members. The group acts on the object, indirectly, only in so far as it acts upon itself, and its action upon itself which as we shall see is its only action as group defines itself on the basis of is either gradually the group defines, directs, controls and constantly corrects the Kornrenan praxis, it may even, in some cases, produce the common individuals who will realize it, through technical education, for set of presupposes differentiation. For example, the distribution of tasks, or of weapons or supplies, supposes an earlier, that is say, the within the of directive organs, groups for or distributing, or lading exchanges, administration, etc. This first moment of differentiation, which has nothing in common with the appearance of Romaldhoch, as we shall see, it is the basis of it is, therefore, filmed on of the group itself. And, to precisely the extent that this differentiation remains very abstract, there is the service which prepares the work and the other common individuals, it unresponds to a still very abstract conception of the group, united in a common, but still inadequately determined project, a combatant community, a vigilance committee, a team of technicians or an association for buying and selling property on the moon, produces its first differentiation in order to give itself the means of proceeding to this determination. And there should be nothing to surprise us in this differentiation, in itself, since it is simply a pledged statutory group acting on itself, a group, that is, whose internal relations have been explicitly constituted so as to respond to the demands of the situation and to make differentiations possible. In other words, R is to explain any the of he pledged group or, and this comes to the same thing, the possibilities which reveal themselves to the action of every third party in the 44's book IL group, are simply the through its establishment of any particular is immutability of a more general structure, through the pledge, the statutory group put it differently, it makes itself that not do differentiations not destroy its unity, practical problems can themselves sow it through differential and. Since the thought of the group, that is to say, its practical ident of the universe, is simply the transcendence, dépassement, of the practical idea which it has of itself towards the transcendent object, and since the practical idea which a group has of itself RHE schema which it uses to resolve its internal problems cannot be separated from its internal constitution, both as its action on itself and as its objective structure, differentiation, which is the abstract thought of statutory the group, it appears, in fact, the biparties of an increasingly precise differentiation, and thus the thought of the transcendent object expresses the increasingly concrete and differentiated structure of unified multiplicity. L shall return this point shortly. Thus individual differentiation is of little importance, at least for our purposes, and appearance, though is intelligible. But the intelligibility of organisal action is a completely different matter. The problem is what type of unity and reality can be attributed to praxis in its form of organized praxis, and what meaning it can have. What we are interested in, therefore, is the relation between the of the group on itself and action of its members on the object. We shall study the different moments of this relation step by step and by deepening our investigation, experience. We must first specify where the task is when it appears in the group as RHE objective of a process of organization. This will lead us to a new definition of the individual. Statute is of a determination, and therefore a limitation, and a concrete enrichment of RHC statute of the pledged number, inertia in freedom, right, etc. Then, having explained function, as the statute of the non individual, and its two aspects, a practical task in relation to the object, and a relation in so far as it characterizes the being in the group of the third party, we shall have to examine the foundations of a logistics of organized systems, as the multiplicity and unity or inverted and mediated reciprocities, and describe the structures as such, that is to say, arise in the group in opposition to the passive activities of the practico-concrete, and then we shall find in them a new human and social the 449 product, active psiviri. Only then can we approach our two essential questions. In fact, we shall have to rearrange all our conclusions into a synthetic movement which will itself produce the intelligibility of organized praxis and reveal in it a new apodicticity, that is to say, a radically different necessity from RHE first. ITIIS will enable us to examine the ontological statute of the organized group as a concrete in the investigation, or, in other words, we shall discover whether the organization should be regarded as practical existence or as being. At the level of the fused group, the common individual appeared to us as an organic individual in so far as he interiorized the multiplicity of the third parties and unified it through his praxis, that is to say, in so far as unity determined multiplicity through Ilern as an instrument, a force. This characteristic of synthetic unity posits itself for itself in the statutory group when the situation demands separations which danger the in the of third party in the possibility his breaking the unity, and relapsing into the statute of isolation. Common of the dual, or his being in the group, becomes everyone's juridical power over organic individuality in himself and in every third party. But this power is still abstract, its abstraction is a measure of that of the group and of the common praxis. At the level of organization, this abstract and fundamentally negative power, as the free inner ton of freedom, is concretist and changes sign. In fact, it defines itself for Kukri 1, in the context of the distribution of tasks, by a positive content. It is function. As such, it remains an inner limit of the freedom of the third party, and, therefore, its basis is still terror. And terror can always re-emerge as a relation between pledged members when the conjuncture and the particular history of the organization compromise the functions of the third party, or render them useless or parasitic, and reveal, from below, the danger of dislocation. The Organisaurian then reverts to the less differentiated stage of the statutory group, and appear as then with reality. Is I and terror can appear a regression and simplification. But in the of activity, function is a positive definition of the common individual, either the group as a whole or some already differentiated organ assigns it to him. It is a determination of individual praxis. An individual belongs to the group in 50 far as he carries a certain task and only that task. In simple terror, Book 11 however, the inert lunate of possibilities remains abstract and purely negative. It is freedom freely renouncing the right to dissolve the group relation in case of separation. Function is both negative and positive, and the practical movement, prohibition, do not do else, is perceived a positive determination, a creative imperative. Do teed. But in the milieu of the pledge, doing that is the right of each all, just it is a right of over each, or in so far as a concrete it, is everyone it I, the right to carry out his particular duty. He must actualize everything that predetermines his function, the common objective, practical problems, the conjuncture, the state of techniques and instruments, in inertia, as an inert possibility defined by discourse, example, and it in of sovereignty freedom of and of power over men, social freedom as a synthetic relation based on the pledge, in short, in freedom if a football team is being formed, the function of goalkeeper, or forward, appears as a new player. He will be recruited by one of these functions, it will select him on the basis of his physical qualities, weight, height, strength, speed, etc. But in so far as it designates him in his free praxis, that is to say, in so far as it produces a determination of inertia at the basis of his freedom, it is already possible, and he lives it as exigency, exigency of training, for example. The team in which he has been signified by this function is then 10 raised to a, physical technical, at which he will be capable of performing the actions which the group requires. This may also signify his right to refuse excessive training, badly and exhausting played in conditions, etc. And it is that he has these negative rights. In other words, his prince RIS freely reappropriates the exigencies of his Rurushan. At this level, there is no difference between rights and duties. The classical distinction which lends to make duty into a right of other third parties over me, and to make right into the duty of other third parties towards me was still valid at the previous level, but once the positive content of function has been defined, the distinction ceases to exist. There is no ground for staring a priori that the dirt involved in the training of a particular sportsman is either a right of other members of or own if, as an organic individual, he were to resist following the diet, the others would the organization 45 impose it on him, either because he needs to lose weight, or he wrong to or he or eats indigestible food, because each of them, as a function, in the praxis, requires every member of the team to reduce himself to his own function. On the other hand, if he adopts the prescribed diet without qualification, then, for the administration of the sport group, the organizers, this is simply their duty to keep it for him as long as necessary, as a function of the group, he will require his Felkvu team not to his duty, carry it out, and if necessary to force him to do so. It is clear that each formulation indicates only more clearly the increasing inextricability of right and duty. If one member of the team makes this exigency, to keep fit, to persevere the training, over another player over the group, then it acquires a juridical and dialectical structure which is of all suppose into a group, that is common individual, M, defined by a certain function. I require that M should receive from group the training, etc., to enable him completely to fulfill the requirements of his job. Now, I require this not only for the group, that is to say, Fn-M the point of view of the common PNM is, but also Fem group, since it is the group which distributes the functions. I require it for my own function, that is to say, for the guarantee which each and every member must freely offer me, and I also require it every NE as a particular third party, For NZ as such require that I require this guarantee for him, it is he, example, who has most to lose in through the failings of M, and because, seriously threatened through N or Z by these example, I am more filings. Lastly, I require it because M himself, in the name of the pledge, requires of me, as a limit quer, that I require it of him. Now, all these abstract moments of concrete exigency are given together in my way of acting, of realizing my function through my action and of basing my action on my powers, RHE right which the group has through INE over all, and RHE duty trumvards the group as defined by all, RHE reciprocity of right, I have the right that you should assert your rights. That of duty, my duty is to remind you of yours, that right and duty, I have RHE right that should allow me to do my duty, that of duty and right, I have the duty to respect your rights, the infinite complication of these reciprocities, in the context of the complex reciprocities which we shall examine shortly, all these lines of force constitute the web of what might be called power as reality lived in and through praxis. According to circumstances, one or other of these lines of force may appear, as a form, against the synthetic background of all the others, but if they are not all present, the group will break up. For of let the case of an which directly in its internal structure by exploitation, it may constitute itself either for the exploitation of others or against the exploitation of its members by others, but there will be no relations of exploitation between the third parties who comprise it, and a particular function of which consists in a certain operation performed with a particular tool and with some definite technique. The technique and the tool define the moment of the historical process in so far as it produces, penetrates, sustains, and particular group this developing, but the common individual perceives techniques and tools as his sovereignty in the practical, that is, as an extension of his individual praxis. This sense, and are really same object, are the group so far as individual perceives it as his own social power over things. In other words, acting with tools reveals his to, it can be defined as an inert negatic, but from the abstract point of view of a diachronic totalization, as practical squarrenty, over inorganic matter, it is at this level that the is a practical unveiling of the M-RLD to precisely the extent that the practical organism is a tool. By this I mean both that it changes the world by a reorganizing transcendence, and that in this very transcendence it reveals it to be a world in the process of being reshaped. These themes have been discussed many times by many different authors, shall only refer to the first technical agent to grasp, and fix in XX-rents, the social moment of unveiling the world by a praxis involving tools. Saint-Exupéry and his book Terre de Hormes data the astringent power of RHE aeroplane, as an instrument which reduces traveling rhyme, is not only produced by a technician using an object Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, H. the 453 which has already been worked by men, but also, and inseparably, revealed as a real movement or contracting space. But this real movement in itself is revealed as a means and can never be a matter of contemplative perspiration, except for RHE inert passenger who is being transported from one city to another. It also determines the speed of the operations to be out thoughts, as hypothetical actions and as constantly corrected syntheses of the practical field. In the context of the practice inert, we saw how worked matter produces its own idea. Here, it is the other way round. Activity involving tools defines itself through the instrument of society as a practical power, structure * by RHE tool which it uses and transcends, of thinking development of world. This power comes ro the third party through RHE group which PR muses, or acquires, RHE tool and defines function. But though possibilities as determinations of the future, it that is to say, the practical options by creating, through the task and the tool, differentiated structures amongst the possibilities or in by it is obvious that the options do in fact impose themselves on the basis of real objectivity, or of the developing process, but the instrument, as practical perception, creates the permanent possibility that certain subpossibilities will inscribe themselves in praxis from the outside, and require an immediate option. The speed of the danger and of RHE defensive action, for example, RINST as much a function of the speed of the as of the nature of possible dangers. These aton options the agent pi for in of the world his power, and the final x praises his sovereignty. Here we encounter the organic individual as an isolated agent in the first moment of his concrete truth. It will be recalled that he was presented, in his pure abstraction, at the beginning of our dialectical investigation. We find him now and his complex relations with the it be completely wrong to give word here at individual. He threw the pledge so that common individual may exist, as an enriching limitation of the field of he again and of concrete praxis, in relation to the common individual, that is to say, to the task, with the available instruments. And by organic individual, here, I do not mean some given individuality which distinguishes everyone from everyone else. Individualities, as we have seen, are historical individualizations of material conditions, and in any case they do not concern us here. I mean free constituent praxis in so far as it is finally only signified by function. In fact, to the extent that the determination the sub-possibilities context of Shen under the influence of tools, functional predetermination appears as a schematic adumbration of a sector of activity. In this sense the common individual, as function, remains mostly undetermined. To a pilot, of course, is ob nothing but a pilot. But, in the course of rhe variety of exigencies by the end in action, is so their urgency so that it to one's bim j pilot as a totalized ensemble of practices confined within strict limits. A praxis, however, though completely unintelligible in and techniques, the tiv and the material circumstances, is only a free organization of the practical field the of the produced us. Of course, the individual action of a practical organism no longer has anything in common with that of another practical organism which possesses rudimentary tools and less developed techniques. It is true that the conditions of sovereignty are social. Everyone knows the power of the plane is not that of rhe pilot. The other hand, in so far as this power can practically through the specialized praxis of the pilot, that is to say, through the of inertia and the use of forces of exteriority, everybody also knows rhe opposite airline pilots, though identical as individuals, at the same the group itself, by what is stupidly there in fact, simply the history of their technical choices as free dialectical agents. For an airline pilot in mortal danger, what is excluded is a set of possibilities, which are in any case completely unserviceable, to negate the common individual in him, the responsible individual. These shall find lapsing into the Geld dissolving into a MW the senior LE master CM board, all of whose initiatives must be aimed at saving the plane, and to relapse into fear, isolation, and the irresponsibility which is characteristic of isolation located linii for any group betting. What is required, meanwhile, is to transcend the pure inertia of common being by some action, if action is still possible, or to choose between two techniques, both tested, both of which have their defenders. Thus, in function, the practical individual, as a constituent dialectic, transcending inertia in a praxis which preserves it by using it, which, as I have said, amounts to transcending the inertia of the instrument. The individual as organic praxis is below the common individual in so far as he grounds him with a pledge, and beyond him in so far as he is his practical individualization. In reality abstract, we have yet run the of and of the practicoinert in the reverse order. He is no more than the common praxis, in so as it has to transcend it. Goes without saying that the common individual, in so far as he is produced by the group, is something more and something different he had appeared. His is a with a particular instrument. And of the is instrument itself in so far as it been invested with meanings, significations, mediations agent and the thing, by of others. But, of course, it is also the becoming instrument of the specialized agent. Through training, professional instruction, etc., RHE instrument exists as an excess in the practical organism of anyone whose function makes or, in other of the specialist to signifying interconnections of a, or tool, as an interconnection of assemblies. However, we are not at the level of alienation here. The group constituted itself in opposition to it and has not yet relapsed into it. And this interonection should not be seen as an inert instrumentality of man tied to the inert humanity of the machine. In fact, PRGS is the temporalization of X, S in a situalion which is always individual, or rather which always are for reorita ROB. So, this means that action defines itself here as RHE simultaneous transcendence of assemblies by the tool, of RHE tool by assemblies, and of the whole higher directed process which future possibilities have in E_vis, without practical vigilance, that is to say, without a objective to determine them in their essential intermination, and without a project to actualize them by specifying them. Thus Exis, as an enriching limitation of the common individual, manifests itself concretely only in and through a free practical opposes initiative, of course, but this contradiction occurs at another level. It has meaning, in fact, only in the context of a complex historical conflict which opposes new means of production to old ones, forces of production to relations of production, etc. As such, routine corresponds to a total situation and expresses the quarrel attitude of particular groups and milieus, that is to say, it manifests itself in terms of a political and social alliance between these milieux and the conservative class. But, to take a routine practice, that of a Tennessee peasant in 1939 who refused to use electricity, as a particular action and in its positive relation to a specific objective, plowing, sowing, breeding etc., there is difference between its structure and what we have just been describing, regardless of whether he uses electricity, votes for the Republicans, and of technical education, he is hostile to elementary forms of cooperation. Peasant, with his work tools, defines his in of a few. And he trans of the practical by to difficulties with the means at his disposal. The main purpose of my examples was to show HCVW the common is transcended in work itself. They were not intended to take us back to the simple groups which we were studying before. In effect, these were characterized not only by their integration, but also by the strictly common character of their objective and, consequently, of their praxis. How you or else they may differ, a football team and a group of armed rebels have one thing in common, from the present point of view, that the real objectification of the action of each member lies in the movement of common objectification. In the case of a football team, the action of every player is predetermined as an indefinite possibility by function, that is to say, in relation to a future objective can itself and of technical activities. Thus, function is for every member a relation to the objective as a totality to totalized. In the every common individual will, in the light of the group's objective, effect a practical synthesis, orientation, schematic determination of possibilities, of difficulties, etc., of the field in its present particularities, mud, perhaps, or wind, etc. In this way, he tries to make himself generally prepared for the specific characteristics of the inich. But he will realize this practical synthesis which, ultimately, is a kind of mapping, a sort of totalizing survey not only for the group and cm the basis of the group's objective but also on the basis of his own position, that is to say, in this case, of his function. When the real struggle begins, his individual actions, though they require initiative, daring, skill and speed, as well as discipline, no longer appear meaningful apart from those of the other members of his team, insofar, of course, as each team is also defined by the other, not only in the abstract, insofar as each function presupposes the organization of all functions, but also in the very contingency of the concrete, insofar as a particular player's slip or clumsiness at a particular point strictly conditions the movement of another player, or, of all the others, and gives it a teleological meaning which can be understood by the other players, and, though this is incidental here, by the spectators. Illis no particular movement, pass, or feint, is entailed by the function itself. Function only defines the abstract possibility of making particular feints, and performing actions in a situation which is both limited and indeterminate. The action is irreducible, one cannot unless of the, that is to say, group on basis of its objective, but it can rules, it basis of them unless one can also see the whole field. Thus, this particular act is contradictory. In itself it is in fact a complete individual action, it has a partial to pass the ball, an assessment of the developing situation in terms a calculation of chances and a decision which may be modified by new developments, which can either fail or succeed and whose success defines it as a self-sufficient dialectical process. In other words, if we assume that this particular individual had this particular objective, to pass the ball to the member of his team whom he thinks best placed to use it for the benefit for the entire group, the action, as a constituent praxis, irreducible to function, is completely intelligible. But in fact the impossibility of stopping at this partial objective is revealed to us in our investigation by the fact that RHE permanent reorganization of the group continues, in accordance with general rules and with the particular exigencies of the situation, and that it absorbs every particular moment which conditions it. Thus the meaning of the particular undertaking, even if, as such, it is successful, lies in the use renate of it elsewhere in RHE undertakings of other members of RHE team. And it may be worth remarking of this past in the opening, the try and possibly the goal will provide a definite justification of the daring with which a particular individual tactic was adopted at a given moment. Thus individual praxis, as it transcends the common individual through its concrete temporalization, is retrospectively modified by other provis in so far as they are all integrated into the development of the match as a common process. But is this a case of alienation? It of course that the individual practice of player and objectifies itself in the real, living development of a common tactic, or in some cases, strategy. Every practice, solicited by a moment of the common development, becomes engulfed in the moment which it helps to produce on the basis of the first. As we have seen, its justification and ideal lie in the completed process. Bull as this validation is produced through successive mediations, that is to say, through successive suppressions third parties in favor of RHE practical totalization, one initiative is stiffed by another which it has another player to rake, initiative, in B in relation to Ryan, as a mediation by the other, and the mediation of this initiation etc., could be seen as a process of serial alienation. In IL's way we would come back to the schema of the moment of necessity. The action of the organism in objectifying itself is as in its practical CSSC and CE and in its results. But in fact, this alienation, at least at this level, is only apparent, my action on basis of a power, towards a objective, the fundamental moment which is characteristic of the actualization of the power and the objectification of the praxis is that of it itself as an mediation between the and the in itself in does it as an action, in favor of the common objectification which is in the process of completion, but also this annulment towards the objective the to it in as structure of the constituent project we would with organist magic, but outside it, as something whose developing objectification dissolves all individual work, that is to say, every individual objectification. But this CN-Riemann objectification is, in fact, simply the realization of the objective. The group tempi releases itself in an objectification as an active in 32. Either OCU_EMP the winning compact the 459 of the result produced and this Shantiarards and in favor of the common objective is the common undertaking of every third party, in so far as it is lived the indissoluble unity of right and duty. This common undertaking manifests itself in individual act which on basis and is through this act that the advances to its end. Thus, the individual praxis is a self-suppressing or a sake of being transcended by a third party, and is to a particular result as a means which has to be transcended towards the end. He therefore is in light of the triune objective, mediated by the future actions of the other members of the team, and, inseparable from the long-term end, so as to dissolve in the common objectification. In fact in a football match, for example his action has a cornman past namely RHE perpetual reorganization of the field by the players and this common field is precisely what, at a certain moment of common temporalization, rouses him in turn, as a common individual, to action, indicating the common danger, the common weaknesses this common individual, with his powers, his tools, and his acquired abilities suffers, in an alienation in fact, set himself a ultimate aim without it immediately. Metamorphosing into individual of a free, passing conceived in terms of the whole organized field and as a means of offensive reorganization, becomes the Kriyazion for combining the positions and of individual in with the ball, in terms of the individual tactics of an opponent who is trying to intercept him. The essential moment of the action becomes that of struggle. Even before passing RHE ball to another member of his team and seeing the outcome of his decision gradually emerging, the have through over another individual, in other who same and who has therefore benefited, in principle, from the training, etc. But this transformation of practical power into isolated freedom only a moment of metamorphosis leads up to the disclosure of Korm non-objectification, and this culmination is precisely RHE meaning of the transition to isolated freedom. This freedom is expressly designated as a mediation the common individual, who is never the %, defined fundamentally by an inert limit, to be Reactualist Book 11 in freedom, and RHE common objectification which realizes itself at same rhyme as the individual action, a reorganization around the passing of the ball, and reflects the common objective back to the common individual through the mediation of everyone's individual praxis, the individual in the common objectification which produces him and which is produced by of has over in silence, since it would negate if it were posit itself. This indeed is what happens if one has no team spirit, which is rare in sport, work, or Riksvark, but frequent in some contradictory activities such as theater. The great actor, the Arcred beast, has no spirit. This does not mean that he relapses into his own individuality, that he arrives late, that he rehearses when it pleases him, or that he refuses to perform and pretends to be ill, etc., or rather, since this does sometimes happen, it does not necessarily mean this. But it means that his free praxis posits itself for itself as an individuality on the basis of the taking, every a function defined by actions, and speeches, which are strictly conditioned high the reciprocal. He this already gives a hint of what is, as we shall soon see, umbration. It changes the fixed places, the times of speeches, the order. Now, in individuality as is a confiscation of power for the sake of a single individual. He is not back in he is group's actual serving undertaking everyone turns out to be. We shall dwell on this point later. However, it be team spirit, is to say, the strict interdependence of powers in connection with the common objective, results in the concrete agent being reduced to his function. This not occur unless the situation its everyday banality could itself missimulated to an abstract generality. The weather is fine, not too hot, wind HMS dropped, the local team is playing at horn against another team from the same region, a team which it knows and which is clearly inferior. As soon as unexpected emergencies arise, which, in a sense, is normal, individual initiative takes on considerable importance, in the final objectification, that is to say, in the totalization of the undertaking by its result. The group as a past totality defines itself not by the order of its functions, but by the real integration of individual actions into the common praxis and by the hierarchy of individual initiatives in the context of the general struggle. However, every third party appreciates the importance of a particular third party, it's were if you hadn't fast to etc., in the total, that is to say, on the basis of the match as a totalization which develop, WTG, and which has eliminated itself in object, victory. This transcended totalization, rota gry-anti-bzst, is the concrete reality of organized praxis in all its contingencies and material accidents, due to accidental features of the environment, that is to say, of its historical temporalization. By way of function, at the beginning of a match, for example, is, for everyone, a common and partially indeterminate signification of possibilities. So after his action, the individual manifests himself to the group as a concrete moment of the past totality, as a structure of irreversibility in its temporalization, and therefore as a common, but this common individual is defined as a historical and concrete individual insofar as his action was an unforeseen, and, on the basis of function, unverservatel, moment of the common undertaking put it reshaping by TLE group. What is revealed as common by the group is the individual particularity of his action, insofar as his initiative was justified by sequent developments. In him, the group becomes aware of having saved its common undertaking by a risky but successful maneuver. In other words, every third party becomes aware through him of practical freedom, the constituent freedom of praxis, as creative freedom. This retrospective illusion is nevertheless a common structure. The group totalization turns back on itself as a transcended totality and, in totality, it perceives the praxis of a given third party as the practical superiority of a given common individual. So Anvio, for example, good goalkeeper, he because on several occasions he has saved his team by his individual actions, that is to say by a transcendence of his powers in a creative practice. But if it is possible to speak of class being, for example, in the practico-inert field, the reason is not hard to see. The complex system of alienations means that individual praxis realizes its lying in trying to transcend it. But it must be emphasized that in this case the opposite applies. The individual transcends his common being in order to realize it, and being a goalkeeper or halfback is not like being a function, as is determination which tempi releases itself as a positive enrichment in which present as concrete imperatives 462 book and requiring concrete choices. So, as soon as the common individual makes one of these choices, he transcends himself as a common individual in order to lose himself in the common objectification. What will later be called goalkeeper, the center forward, etc., in the organized have an excellent goalkeeper. Our backs are not, that is say, the common I determined by his past acts, and, therefore, is characterized by his possibilities. The will, the goalkeeper, him for a particular operation, possesses only past being. This being, who is the object of a non-temporal designation, even though the process is tempi released, reveals himself to the practical, retrospective per of the undertaking. In the of he is not, he is free, so in but in circumstances, appears in of the structured totality. Function is abstract imitation, inertia transcended and preserved by the action, in the moment of temporalization, or it is, so to speak, the particularity of common individuality insofar as the action, in RHE past, is confined within the limits it prescribes, not so as to have been incapable of realizing anything but its own power, but so as to have deliberately set itself as in the organized group, in moments where the practical tension relaxes, though the group does not dissolve. The common individual perceives his function as his common individuality. The past meaning of his present is both his task as a prescription pledge and his as actualizations of his task, transcended and the course of earlier undertakings. The future meaning of this same functional present is the determination of his power, in future undertakings, by concrete possibilities which define themselves simply as the projective transcendence of past actions and their metamorphosis into a future beyond of the Rightotti couple. A good gatekeeper is individualized as a comp non-individual insofar as he produces himself in the future through his past actions as capable of more is of everyone the of now. This as of possible is simply the practical, of the organic individual lived as the free individuality of the common individual. It is past, transcended insofar as the member of the organized group lives it as the individualization of his being in the group, lived as futur exis. It is past freedom, by allowing his free praxis to be absorbed by the common. 463. Totalization, the common individual reappropriates his being in theos a determination, beyond the task and RHE pledge. To rect proc and activity we have now grasped, for the first time, the complex relation between the practical organism and lahur, and RHE manman individual as function. But this investigation teaches us that the efficacy of the Kernrenan individual, as an integrated member of the group, entirely depends on the mediating moment of organic praxis, even if this in itself makes of common instruments and reveals, through them, common field defined by the group. This means that organization is a real operation which the group performs on itself as a distribution of tasks in accordance with the common praxis. The common, on the other hand, is RHE mutual or successive conditioning of functions insofar as a multiplicity of individual actions concretely inscribes them in a definite situation. The only direct and specific action of the organized group, therefore, is its organization and perpetual reorganization, in other words, its action on its members. By this, of course, I mean that common individuals settle the internal structures of the community rather than that the group in itself imposes them as categories. But the important point here is that, from this point of view, function defines itself both as a task to be carried out, an operation defined in terms of the transcendent object, and as a between each common individual and all the others. This is not a pure, logical, formal relation, Dialectical. It is clear that it must always be some deter of right-duty tension which provides the objective internal bond of a community in the process of organization. In other words, the is originally synthetic and practical, since it specifies power over each and it must be as a relation of interiority. But, by introducing this specification under the pressure of the group to from fluid homogeneity, everyone being the here and everywhere, to regulated heterogeneity, alterity reappears explicitly in the community. Its origin may be transcendent, transiente if the community becomes differentiated. This is because, in the unity of a single 464 book 17 threat, the danger and means of defense, or attack, always other and vary to and temporal but the of the differentiation in a internal, precisely to the extent that the instrumental complex which characterizes a group, in its evolution, can the of tasks is a better of technical equipment or else a response to the pressure of new inven and new any. The important is that group reinteriorizes alterity the better to struggle against it, either to dominate the complexities of an immanent object, or to confront a transcendent, transcendent diversity. In the organized group, alterity of the members is both induced and created. Following the pledge, in effect, every third party remains the same as the other third parties, even though the pledge is made with a view to a differentiation, still abstractly foreseen. In other words, the third party undertakes, by of his pledge, to negating any possibility of either OWRT as an individual, or from any whatever. The young pledged member of a combat group is given a exus that he is the who has never fought has not war, which, in the of peace, was an abstract and purely in praxis, through the common objectives, becomes an exus a complex of negative possibilities, of being unable to shoot, of a wing afraid, etc. And this exus distinguishes him from, for example, the old soldier who is making the pledge next to him. He is other than soldier. By his pledge, the young fighter swears to put res alterity in brackets, and to render it accidental and negligible. In the dialectical development as statutory in its transition to an organized group, it is clear that the function of the pledge, to exercise terror over the other and, making a clean start, to establish the dictatorship of Rhe same in your yon, is to serve as the basis for the reintroduction of alterity. As Levi Strauss would say, it is suppressed as nature, and reinteriorized as culture. Alterity culture becomes a creation of man and a free means of preserving the free group when the group is able to make an indissoluble connection between the TWO approaches, affirming radical of differentiation and strict equivalence of its memlxrs as common individuals, through the pledge, and itself producing functional alterity, the basis of this perfect equivalence producing, that is, alterities which define the odor in the same by his task. Thus, to the extent that the GN-up has so decided, everyone is other in the group, in far as is a relation defined in with a and in 50 far as this relation, to the extent that it has been is capable of being the object of practical understanding. As a member of a series, I do not understand why my neighbor is other. Serial alteration reinforces accidental alterity, birth, organism, and renders it unintelligible. As a member of a living organisarion, I understand that is a practical and signifying us as to TVW, another team member's relation to me is entirely comprehensible. He is, so to speak, the means, the object, and the of practical understanding in the organized group. Il is other because it is necessary, from the point of view of the common objective and of the common which he indicates at the horizon, that this or that should be done, to allow the completion of same other task, which conditions the possibility of me carrying out mine. And the teleological link between these functions is immediately given in the functional action. There is no need explain it in words or to take a contemplative view of it, which would in any case be impossible. Action and comprehension are one. In comprehending my own aim, I comprehend the aim of the other, and I understand both and those of and the others in terms of the common objective. And, in W.C. Scene, real is this, it incomplete, develops by creating in with ulteriorities. The will do this, etc. Hud it is simply to this fact. Beneath the it is in this il as e ident, cl aim. The negative of the individual or of it culture. Aig histinct the coit in him, this is the original f give everything will onto you veis typical ofthe regasi ergative alt eridi in yourself, cast it af the of positive your give away vigo or agnity, you will a imavidual aist high fm could it is a which in ml, it be, physical by training, by I this in simpler ways in order to grasp intelligibility I know will raise and the more ease into precisely the extent that the group individual as a consecrated power, differences of training or physical strength which benefit some other receive, so to speak, a statute of intelligibility, it is as if the group had at some point just the strength and the brains it or these will be primarily social, based on the ubiquity the p-ledge and the equivalence of his mems. He is not primarily a man than me, he is primarily a reinforcement of the CN-man defense, in a particular place which is more liable to attack than any other. But the express condition of this practical reinforcement is egalitarian fraternity, it is merely a special form of it, the pledged relation of fraternity is a functional in groups, without any direct of everyone's falls within competence of third party and what is always carefully and within the group arise because competences have remained indeterminate in some respect or other, or irc or some new circumstance, by creating a new prop produces a provisional indeterminacy, and therefore in the relation between men. The of sociality in the of pledge, and it concrete of human relationship. Every function, as a relation hetweird RNR and a particular other or the others, itself a, direct or indirect, limit of competences, and positively as the action which makes my action necessary and possible. But lion is tli individual, or being in the group. At the is an polyvalent determination of human relations, it is the organist relation and but this human by expressing a king, receives an inert rigidity from it. In fact it reciprocities of powers based on the pledge, that is to say, on the negation of certain possibilities. In fact, the relations between common individuals, in so far as these relations present themselves as a tem which, within a irrevidual longer the of others, or fails that a fool be an other by I ask be our patient, and that a WC get to it WLW investigating must the for pluralization there being within definite limits, aim to leave nothing indeterminate. This is clear when, for example, the first meetings of a society establish its office, secretaries, treasurer, committees, etc., and still clearer when are of competences, of tasks, implies that a funitional individual can never have a certain type of relation with another. This is the negative meaning of all rules in the organized group. Human relations involve their own freely we saw above in concrete limitation of statutary relations corresponds to a positive within of for example, NTNM2 in a pledged group, the only possibility, in its total abstraction and play indeterminacy, was for everyone to preserve the group, rom ali kinds of external and internal threats. It was the same thing, in a negative sense. But the hierarchical relation of superior to inferior, for example, consists precisely in avoiding internal ruptures, insubordination or slackness, by positive and adapted actions, a joint rejection of voluntarism and obedience, etc. The aim of the parties to the pledge, on other hand, was urgent is an example of this. Faced with a still imprecise threat, but with an increasing hostility from the aristocracy and court, the deputies of the Third Estate swore no to themselves to become divided. They did not know what their tactics should be. And in fact it was the people of Paris who resolved the problem. The unification of an organized in is by objective, which is individuals laid a task solely with a view to the successful completion of this task. Now, this relation is no longer the simple, indeterminate relation of each to each, with and through all. It is primarily a particular mediated reciprocity which unites an X to a Y, or to several Ys. The mediation is effected by RHE whole group a developing totalization, rather than a complex of is to say, as its own laws, and it is through the initiation of new reciprocities this time uniting the Ys to the Ms, and thereby the Ms to the Ns, etc. that the common term X relates to each and to all. Thus every common individual is specified, and his direct and indirect relations within the group are necessarily specific and established with specified other individuals. Furthermore, in this concatenation of specific relations 468 book which unite an X to the Ys, then, through TVS, to the Ms, and through the Ms to Ns, etc., the group intervenes, as a totalizing praxis defined by its objective, in every new relation, in order to perform the mediation. However, the structure described here is too simple, and in fact, it complicates itself of itself. In fact, it should be noted that there is always a the X and arise, at time and same by an indirect chain of specific relations and directly. If this possibility were realized, two sub-possibilities remain. Either the direct and the indirect X and Ns will not differ in their specification, the general has his orders transmitted to soldiers through the hierarchy, but in certain circumstances he may be in direct contact with fighting unit and give them orders personally, or the specifications of the direct and indirect relations are different. In principle and setting aside for the moment the question of what actually happens, the hierarchical and indirect relation of a Soviet manager with collar and white-collar workers is within party, of the manager many workers will certainly be by a direct relation which the is by another hierarchy. It is possible, though this is a purely logical hypothesis, and never actually happens, that the manager might indirectly command a local leader of the party and, as a member, directly obey him, and find himself directly under his orders. In fact, it often happens that the two cases occur together and define the same power in relation to two different subgroups. An X has direct and indirect relations of identical specification with Ms, and direct and indirect relations of different specifications with Ns. These various relations may be established with the distribution of tasks, and it is not rare for them to be specified in the course of common action. And it should be added that, if the group is numerous and relatively dispersed, indirect relations tend to disperse into indefiniteness, or else the limitation of competences may, for a whole interior zone, fail to determine the common relation which is to unite common individuals to specified powers. In either of these cases the original terror-fraternity relation reappears in all its starkness, generally in its positive form, the common individuals whose existence I am aware of, who work in the common praxis, and whom I cannot touch directly, are my brothers. But frath that every other than not each the workers, of or competence is my brother in so far as by his differentiated functicum he and enables to fraternity reveals itself as the immediate and fundamental relation which ists in its abstract starkness in the of any specified relation. In direct or indirect functional relations this fundamental link subsists, as the synthetic bedrock on which all relations are built, but it does not allow itself to be grasped in its abstract strength, precisely because it is there to serve as a basis for differentiations. Thus two common individuals within a subgroup may well abstractly designate the bond between them as fraternity, but in fact except when lions without breaking up the group this is only a verbal determinalion. It is in their reciprocal act on, in their function, in their specific rection as mediated, that they actualize the fundamental bond and transform it by affirming it. But at this level of discourse is practical and concrete, it is used to give orders or to name everyone's respective function. Furthermore, in arbitrarily considering an X in his relation with lie the Vs, I have, for brevity, presupposed an absolute beginning. This has no importance provided we re-establish the true procedures of dialectical investigation, but it would be a mistake to stop at this way of classifying or of thinking. Indeed, if it were necessary to begin arbitrarily with the subgroup of the XS or the YS or with any other subgroup in order to conceive the ensemble of mediated relations, there was case in which Archive in which and its structures are explained in terms of any one of them. In fact, relations of X subgroups have meaning only TNILE true Nalian of the organization, that is to say in Cerezen.ri1y. For the possibility of beginning the explanation of specific relations where and everywhere really means that every relation is da-B, X has a functional link with Y and Z only insofar as the specific relations, both direct and indirect, of all the individuated powers the group turn back on him and specify his power. In other words, I can, a priori, determine the powers of X on the basis of Y as well as those of Y on the basis of X. Of course this is a logical determination. Actual praxis emphasizes subordinations and coordinations, either temporarily or definitively. But if the practical structure of an organized group has an orientation, if it is this orientation have to find is W110 I speak etc., this reading does not destroy the circular structure. This structure, in effect, book is simply the determination of the milieu of Fraternity Terror 19 mediated reciprocity. In our investigation we have discovered that, whatever the organized group may be concretely, it is a complex circularity of mediated reciprocities, both direct and indirect. In this respect, it merely determines and enriches the reciprocity which we have seen to constitute the original bond of the fused group. But we cannot go any further unless we examine this new type of reciprocity which is born of fundamental reciprocity, and is of group, and, in fact, a product of its work on the original relation. Now, the first effect of this work is that it inverts the fundamental relation. In the fused group, mediated reciprocity emerges itself as a relation of convergence between two third pares who come together in the generating movement of the group. I see the advent of myself in Rhe other, the same, in so far as Rhe other sees the advent of himself in me, and, through this very movement of regroupment, everyone in turn a constituted party. Reciprocity is a direct, convergent, lived relation. As we have seen, the vicissitudes of action and the transformations of the situation gradually produce Rhe diversity of tasks. Even at Rhe level of Rhe fused group, elsewhere is always here, but elsewhere, Rhe enemy is other and Otaves otherwise. This diversity is and it is as against dangers of differentiation that the group recreates its unity in the of Bur as a between agents, is prati. Only reciprocity can produce in me a free of my freedom, have already shown, rediscover in so far for guarantee of always as in so far as others pledge for a guarantee of being there is reciprocity here so it practical to affected by inertia, it is already a worked reciprocity. The pledged member uses mediation by the group so as to entirely transform the free spontaneous relation which appeared at the beginning of our investigation. As soon as the pledge is given, reciprocity becomes centrifugal, instead of being % a lived, concrete bond, produced by the presence of two men, with or without mediation, it becomes bond of their absence. In his isolation, or in thr milieu of the subgroup, everyone has guarantees and affects individuals he no longer sees. In this sense, reciprocity is no longer the living creation of bonds, it is, on the reciprocal the pledge, against separating power of inert materiality, spatio-tempora, distances, etc., but at time, it, and reciprocity, as an inert limit of freedom, comes to man from outside, as exteriority against exteriority, and it exists in him as work. This very inertia, still in a crude state, is what is refined in everyone by functions, and with instruments, with places, with enemies or with things. Since this inert reciprocity is established to serve as a basis for as inside is understand an apparent paradox, the heterogeneity of functions, even in a hierarchy, is simply a determination of inert reciprocity. I call this an apparent paradox because, at least from the point of view of positivist logic, relations which unite two heterogeneous terms and refer to them in seem that is to between one common individual and another, it is possible to establish a double system of directed relations, in opposite directions. But their differences of function apparently make it impossible to merge the two systems into a single, two-directional system. A doctor treats the deputy mayor, and he votes for him in the municipal elections. Thus there is a set of relations proceeding from the doctor to the patient, treatment, the practical knowledge of his body and its deficiencies, and of the trust, fees, etc. None, we can add another relational system, administrator administered, elector elected. Of course the circumstances alley interact and the relations condition one another. Nevertheless, reciprocity seems to be excluded a priori. It would be absurd to say that is to patient to, and perhaps more absurd say is patient what the, but this is because we have deliberately taken our example from a situation which is not characterized, at least not necessarily, by the individuals belonging to the same organized group. Thus heterogeneity is to some extent, we shall see later how much, based on suffered, serial alterity. It may be that the doctor is treating the deputy mayor because they belong to the same political group, they met during an electoral campaign, etc., but it is not true that he became a doctor in order that the other should become deputy mayor, nor and derives from needs is created on the basis of reciprocal sureties 472 book and is a determination of reciprocity. It is incorrectly called interdependence. But interdependence, as we have seen, can suffered in serial alterity, in an inert gathering, twiri one depends on the others in 50 far as they are others and in so far as he is and but is a free overthrow of serial interdependence, everyone depends on the other in so far as they are both. The mediation of functions is the common RHE group produces me as the power to realize a certain detail of the common praxis so that this PRA.VTS can be realized in its totality and differentiate itself, se. Defodler, in objectifying itself, by performing this function, and through the development of the common action, every particular to itself, and to as another detail of the objectification. Thus the reciprocity of two radically heterogeneous functions remains unintelligible long as they are not mediated by the practical group, but its full intelligibility emerges as soon as both functions are understood in terms of the common praxis. But this should not be taken to mean that every organized group, or every agent, is indispensable. This obviously depends on the objective and on the circumstances. Indeed, the common individual has, as it were, a marginal utility, cause, according to circumstances, lack of finances, of weapons, or of men, functions are eliminated in a certain order, which varies according to the praxis and its aim. But such a reorganization is always possible, in accordance with some scarcity. It is in fact the of group, other means and, often, a problem is not to determine who is and is not indispensable to the common action, or rather this problem is practical rather point, is in a group action, of powers and tasks creates a concrete milieu its relations, and this so as it defines itself into a transcendent objective, is the practical reality of the group, its physiogend internal so far every this objective reality through particular events, and for a given multiplicity, and in fixed or only slightly variable conditions, budget, means of communication, etc., it is the reciprocal counterpart of the others. That any particular function may atrophy or disappear when the situation is transformed obvious, but this will only occur if the group proceeds to a rearrangement and modifies the internal relations of its members, and therefore its structure. Functions are reciprocal in that all of them, in reciprocity, help preserve a particular internal physiognomy of the group in activity, that is to say, in so far as they have been defined by practical which is the guiding schema of the action. A political group which undergoes a purge and survives it thereby demonstrates that the %ed members were not indispensable to it. But, at the same time, it becomes other and the new statute which it gives itself defines it irreversibly. But most of the time, all functions are all equally this is they are established on of certain which themselves a particular type of later, this appear wasteful and ineffective, but only from the point or view of other techniques and instruments. It is therefore impossible ever to make an absolute hierarchy of functions, which define themselves in a dated temporalization. On the contrary, the fundamental character of an organized group is that all these functions are conditioned and guaranteed by the developing, hence function becomes the signification of the other insofar as it is itself signified, and every function in activity is evident in DISTIP-lined groups, like sports teams, in which every movement of a fellow member, seen in, is decoded in the very movement which it occasions in another fellow member, as a different through the defined by action of the group, and as a of mediation. A given center forward, is in as their praxis it a practical occupied traversed with a variable coefficient of and adversity, and developing of the on the field it situated, in the to a opponent of, but soon as he takes up this spatio-temporal situation and transcends it by his, in accordance with his function, rhe common situation of the is for a spectator, to understand a is precisely to 3s. In FZVZT, in a MTCH. Is by of the of a is with a nut this not in. 474-11. Particularizations of mediated reciprocity as a perpetual totalization on the basis of a known objective. But inerr as reciprocal inertia cannot be reduced to the forms of it is and remains centrifugal, and affirms in opposition to the void and to we have just seen its original structure. It is necessary for A to do what he does for the common in order that B can do what he does, and conversely. This structure becomes complicated under the pressure of circumstances simply because it becomes a sort of inorganic materiality of freedom. Thus, in a way, through inert reciprocity, inorganic materiality again becomes the mediation between practical agents, like R11C work thing, precious metal, etc., in the practico-inert field. This means that the group acts constantly on itself in order to modify its possible counterfinalities, and that it can act only by creating new reciprocities. In fact, organization, as internal praxis, can neither produce nor preserve itself in the milieu of reciprocity unless it becomes a emanation of this reciprocity as a free, inert relation of synthetic one-entity. So far, we have always described organized groups as if they were composed of relatively homogeneous individuals or of ones who differed only in respect of some qualities whose very diversity of, but this would hardly apply to selective groups, etching out their enrollment to, but the group is a very broad genus of which the selective group is only a small species. In fact, organization takes place the spot, with what organs and men are available, at least in most cases, and the living moment of constitutive, thus rhe synthetic bond of unity and the rule of reciprocity which distinguish the group from other multiplicities, into a particular, hitherto inert, positively within the resulting interiority, as a function of these bonds of interiority, differentiations which, outside the group, were simply inert relations of exteriority, and inside group reciprocities. An example this throughout we have maintained is a group. Lion of young and old in a nation depends on CN-plex PROCXs, which, as we shall see, alone represent the absolute concrete, that is to say, the perpetual conflict between group praxis and practico-inert processes, rhe presence of common structures in seriality and of seriality even in organized groups, which, taken as whole, cannot 475. Correspond to any praxis. Amongst these processes, in fact, the demographer will attempt to designate, as immediate factors, sexual behavior in the different classes of a avicular society, progress of domestic hygiene and of medicine, in other words, medical technique in relation to the infant and old age mortality rates. And these data will be taken from a society which is already defined by the relation of its children to its old people, that is, a society which to its new generation a certain demographic structure on the basis of which the tendencies from new will partially modify this inheritance. Of course, as Marx indicated in a passage in The Population is in its refer to all the and to the process. Thus the rise in the French birth rate after the Second World War is a process whose development can be studied without any complete understanding of its signification. At first it was thought to be a temporary phenomenon, common to all post-war periods. but it has persisted and stabilized, which is somewhat paradoxical since it is, at least in peculiar to but as soon as economic, or social, technical, political, research turns to French or the redistribution of national income or the demographic demands of economic progress, etc. And, using some constantly revised working hypothesis, decides to treat the active population, or various groups of workers, defined as primary, secondary, or tertiary, or by class, or according to any other synthetic project, as a unified group, the relations of pure exterior contingency which apparently unite an Alsatian adult, living and working in Paris, to some old man born in Paris and to a 14-year-old boy from Nantes who passes them in the street, suddenly appear as in recipient vitae. The group of producers, in effect, RHE old man and the boy become non-productive elements who have to be fed. However, for society, the child is an investment, society spends money to make him a worker. The old man is more or less a dead weight. It goes without saying that at relations of view of and on this basis, we can see how adults, who, even in primitive society, 36 pl he population is if I leave pl the of which it is if are with the which where labor, capital, see Marx, trans. Nicholas, Penguin Books. 476. Confuse death and birth, childhood and old age, not primarily in tle name of mysterious intuitions, but because they are useless mouths, are engaged in a double reciprocity, regardless of the social system, part of product in fact the and in of the child, the is that invested with he is maintained so that one day he can take over and maintain others in turn, and he allows himself to be kept, controlled, and produced with a view to this future. The other reciprocity refers back to the past, it is a temporal reciprocity. The contract or pledge, without ever having given rise to any act, goes back to the period when there was an adult that is sealed. Thus we encounter the original situation again, though we live it in its consequences and 30 years later, and this shows that functions, as reciprocity, can succeed on another, the second appearing when the first no longer exists. But this is not what concerns us here. My important point is that if one totalizes, then differences will be interiorized and lived as special characteristics of the common praxis, that is to say, as the internal physiognomy the group. French community considered as a productive group has its present structure, and a different future, because of the proportion of the young, under for example, to the old, over 60, that is to say, hecosk of the proportion in it of useful work, production of goods, of future workers, to sacred work, pledged reciprocity, the maintenance of old workers. In reality, for the sake of demographers, sociologists, and choose treat active community as if were group, this is quite as see it as a hypothesis or of do allow to taken in by but example clearly to what extent, in a pledged association and through the synthetic structure of reciprocity, the only fundamental structural bond of the group, the practical unification of a multiplicity into a group gives rise to heterogeneities which produce themselves in serial inertia as non-reciprocal but which, in praxis, be as reciprocities. That in the milieu of mediated reciprocity nothing can happen except in the form of reciprocity, but this means too that the heterogeneity were constructed and sustained by the pledge reveals non-constructed and non-functional or pseudo-functional heterogeneities, that is to say, heterogeneities which determine themselves in this functional unity as functions or as counter-functions. Mediated reciprocity, as a free E477 determination of the common praxis, is constantly traversed and is always in danger of being modified by secondary reactions of reciprocity developing the distribution tasks. Secondary reciprocities have the same structures as primary ones, they are NW diated by the common and through this mediation every characteristic the under consideration, for example, the totalization of productive forces makes age in way, it helps give group its physiognomy, praxis would be different if the proportion of old and young varied. But though these secondary reactions may be favorable it is not fact that they arise from the pledge does not mean that their origin does not lie in the predico inert thus, the possibility that they may impede, or slow down, or divert is also present a priori. Besides, it is not out of the question that they will endanger the group even when they constitute an internal factor of acceleration. It is well known that Vicosi set out to liquidate the Hungarian petty bourgeoisie and proletarianism. But a number of workers in Budapest were former members of the petty bourgeoisie, and bourgeois they were deeply opposed to RHE regime. At the rime of RHE rising, when the workers organized demonstrations, this group, through its common action, developed in reciprocity its internal contradiction. The proletarianist petty bourgeoisie accelerated the insurrectional movement and, in certain it this did in any way is say, workers of working class or peasant origin, but it was used later as a pretext for justifying Soviet intervention. In so far as factory escape it was opposing groups of workers to other. In short, these two groups did not exist and, given the temporary impossibility of even imagining an insurrection, the origin of a worker remained and for the in of a however, the workers who as alienated producers were all of the working class group themselves as a class and did take of this in my, less reprinted in V. Trims. The of 1969. IFRL, I of it. I of it from reliable need I this absolutely number 10 my rule my position. 478 book thereby caused class conflicts to reappear inside their practical unity. The majority remained working class, but the minority revealed itself to be petty bourgeois and demoralized. The violence of the hatred and despair produced a ferment, it triumphed, in so far as it was lived in it denatured. Is that the insurrectional committees arose partly in order to struggle against this denaturing. Nevertheless the whole group had to live the lion of its minority, in which the condition of the worker opposed the class being of the peri-bourgeoisie. In other words, the group could not exclude by violence pledged members who were pursuing the common aim or at least seemed to be doing so, and perhaps believed they were too, but it was too lazy to do any effective rearrangement or reorganization. There was not enough time, and RHE's second intervention interrupted the reorganization when it begged for a group which is organizing itself in the reflexive awareness of its practical unity. RHE problem is not so much the neutralization or of reactive reciprocities, as reappropriation their retrieval in light of an objective. But although the possibility cannot be ruled out a priori, and many examples of it could be cited, such reciprocities are not usually dissolved in freedom. As a rule, freedom tries, through the action of all common individuals, including those through whom a procul-munter finality is manifested, to provide them with a foundation as free, created functions. Indeed, at this level, freedom coins to be respected a free, integration. When counter-finality presents itself as a movement towards some more total individuation, it is respected for showing the face of unity. This is why particularly in Lamhat grouping sectarianism and all forms of violence initially manifest themselves in the form of respect, and then get the upper hand, for the point of view of a totally adapted praxis imposes itself only gradually. On the other hand, in so fue, second reciprocities appear to threaten praxis with paralysis, or to threaten RHE serial terror, as liquidation of attempts the third parties of pseudo-functions. In any case these abstract considerations can only be in the context of a historical study of a particular group. I refer to them here simply in order to indicate the nature of the perpetual work which the group renuslo perform upon itself. In fact, in so far as this work tends to transform interiores deeltierities into functions, is the usual case and one us at present, is bound to effect this integration on the basis of the aim and of the primary reciprocities. But this immediately shows not only that the true work of organization is the synthetic production and the distribution of tasks, but also that it must constantly effort the synthesis of the mediated reciprocities which arise in layers of reality. The organized group cannot be practical and alive except as a progressive synthesis of a plurality of reciprocal fields. In other words, all human organizations are pluridimensional. In fact, as the task becomes more complicated and the volume of the group increases, systems of simple reciprocities are replaced by systems of composite reciprocities. In particular, RHE appointment % trans of commutation, which is often destined to compensate for reactional alterity, introduces a successive system of tempi or least reciprocities Rhe function of each of whose is between the initial and the terminal relation. This is not Rhe place for an abstract study of those such AAA of obviously leave of as the of this original, social relation, but, on the other hand, it amuld provide a rigorous elucidation of the typical organizations of the reciprocal, of their developments and interactions and of substitutions of terms and transformations of elements in so far as these modifications of individuals leave the structures of the system intact. But if it really is possible to devise a theory of reciprocal multiplicities in organized groups S independently of all concrete, historical ends and of any circumstances, do we not immediately lapse in Rhe far of an inert oscitur oft organization? And do we not abandon the terrain of liberating praxis and Rhe dialectic and revert to some kind of inorganic necessity? 3 structures, the work of Levi-Strauss. Question of praxis et can in fact be no reciprocal can be 38. Fact, theory is by 490. Treated by the exact sciences, and they are already present, as a foundation, in the administration of a school when it decides the timetable for a particular class or in the strict arrangement, by the management French railways example, of the train timetable a particular for the or summer period. But, on the other it should be noticed that these calculated determinations nevertheless refer to actions. In railways for example, they involve not only finished, crystallized-RK machinery, rails, etc. but also the actual of the from drivers to ticket collectors. Peculiarity of this oscitui seems to be that it is both an inert relation and a living praxis. It should also be added that the permanence of the relation as such does not in any way imply Rhe immutability of the terms or there may provided take place in a way specific of preserved. Been explained admirably by Levi-Strauss in his work Structures of. We note in particular how his study of matrimonial classes led him to this crucial conclusion: these classes are much less conceived of in extension, as groups of objectively designated individuals, than as a system of positions whose structure alone remains constant, in which individuals may change position, and even exchange their respective positions, provided that the relationships between them are maintained. But above all, Levi-Strauss's work makes an important contribution to the study of those strange internal ridics which are both organized and organizing, both synthetic products of a practical totalization and objects always susceptible of rigorous analytical study. Both the lines of force of a previs for your common individual and the fixed links between this individual and the group, through perpetual changes of them, both inorganic oscitur and everyone's definite powers over everyone else, in short, both fact and right, mechanical elements and, at the same time, expressions of a living integration into a unitary praxis of those contradictory tensions of freedom and inertia which are known as structures. Function as lived praxis appears in the study of the group Nuctivitui in the EKFE form, F structure. And we shall not understand anything of the intelligibility of organized praxis as long as we do not raise the question of the intelligibility of structures. Trans. Of Kinship, London, and p. 113. 48z. But let us quote Levi-Strauss, one of whose examples will helpful. Suppose there are and patriloch _al A and B, united by the marriage of a B girl and a man. From the viewpoint of group A, the woman represents an acquisition, while for group B, she represents a 1055. Thus, for group A, which benefits, the marriage is expressed by a change to a debit position, and for group B, which is decreased by Rhe loss of line female member to the profit of group A, by the acquiring marriage of each of the men of group B and of group A represents a gain for his respective and group in general, in particular, in the position of debtor. By contrast, the marriage of each of the or women represents a loss, and thus opens up a right to compensation. Fock family descended from these marriages, thus L heirs a sign, which is determined, for the initial group, by whether the children's nother is a daughter or a daughter-in-law. The sign changes in passing from the brother to the sister, since the brother gains a wife, while the sister is her own sign also changes in passing from one generation to the next. It depends upon whether, from the initial group's point of view, the father has received a that has been outside. Whether the sons have the right to a woman each couple bears a, plus, or sign, according to whether it results from a woman being lost to or acquired by line A or B. The sign changes in the following generation, the members of which are all to one another. It is now only necessary to look at the cousins' generation to establish that all those in the relationship, TT, are parallel to one another, while all those in the relationship L, or F, are cross. Thus, the notion of reciprocity allows the dichotomy of cousins to be immediately deduced. In other words, two male cousins who are both in the credit position towards their father's group, and in the debit position with regard to their mother's group, exchange their sisters, any then could two male cousins in a credit position with regard to their mother's group. This intimate arrangement would leave somewhere outside not only groups which did not make restitution, but also groups which did not receive anything, and marriage in both would be a unilateral transfer. 40 Interest of the proposed, which is in fact a deliberately 40. pp. 492 book abstract summary of several concrete studies, is that it displays the structure as a complex reciprocity of credits and debts. These credits and debts, of course, depend on a basic dichotomy, they are reciprocity, unite groups. View, there is stab groups. We also see that a debt presupposes a power, a right acknowledged by the individual or the family and appropriated by some individual other subgroup, the system being a mediation between the two parties. Of course, this is a mediated reciprocity and, in a sense, a concrete relation between a demand, in the name of the common pledge, and a free will which has freely deprived itself of freedom to refuse. In short, the debt of family Grand A, which has just acquired a daughter by marriage, is a debt which is lived, by actions, and accepted or even undertaken, though certain complex circumstances of family histories may cause it to be conflicts between groups. Spire this, the debt is capable of being represented by an algebraic sign associated with a symbolic designation of group, A, or of the individual, A, and the same applies to the credit which corresponds to it. And their mutual, symmetrical relation can be expressed by an exact proposition: in the matrimonial system of cross-cousins, no individuals who, as a of system possess characters, for E, and, can be united. Marriages can take place of obviously that of the or it not denying ignorm, TRW which it is simply TL and T of at which they into one would nerd the of which into A and which, by dialectical ront tedisarian, logic to at which is of this developing which theory, the partial of critical in T in which his investigation not at any other time, history lakes hack and but does nor the which at which he only signif me, which him a moment, their signifier, and him sink into being, while they the intelligibility objective rationality of the totalizing that is to say, mal of which in only in the of bear signs, L that is to say between cross cousins. Here we have, as it were, the embryo of a strict, in sense in which we seen intervene in demonstrative experience. Levi-Strauss has already defined cross cousins. Members of the same generation are divided into two groups. On the one hand, cousins, whatever their degree, who are kinsmen descended from collaterals of the same sex, parallel cousins, and, on the other hand, cousins descended from collaterals of different sex. This is a matter of the strict, universal definition of the constitution of a, in sense of the word. And the passage we have quoted offers us a deduction of a mathematical kina, mathematical not in its content but in its apodictic certainty, which from definitions produces two groups, plus or and which thereby makes us see, in the alienating experience of necessity, that one group, for E or, is strictly identical with the group of parallel cousins, while the other group or E, is with that but stration however rigorous and alienating, and therefore non-dialectical, it may be is no more than a mediation. Levi-Strauss actually attempts to determine the true nature of marriage between cross-cousins. In the final analysis, therefore, cross-cousin marriage simply expresses the fact that marriage must be a giving and a receiving, but that CME can receive on, from him who is obliged to of, and that the giving be to him who has a right to receive, for the mutual gift between debtors leads to privilege, whereas the mutual gift between creditors leads inevitably to extinction. Obviously this is not a matter of a common praxis, organized in the heat of the moment, like the one we have just studied. Later we shall see what kind applies to type of individual. What is IIS is that in of practices relate to a single aim, the exchange of women organized in such a way to combat, far possible, scarcity and its consequences for the social ensemble. In opposition to privilege and extinction, every family, in the milieu of the pledge, the meaning of this will become clear later, claims its rights and recognizes its duties in a single movement, and, as we have seen, these amount to the same thing. But at this level of power and of rig, a strict formulation is both possible and necessary. The two, imperative, formulae of the exchange 43. p. My italics. 484b of sisters. The of cross cousins card be defined in these terms, is to as is or again, if to L, is to C, C must be to D as B is to. Here we encounter some well-known aporias, but ones which lack real consistency, and which the sociologist right to ignore. Right cannot be deduced from fact, fact can't produce right, and right RHE ensemble of juridical practices, whether codified or not, is fact. It is a fact that one gets married in a particular society in one way rather than another. Fact engenders right, in the organized community, and when it takes place in accordance with laws, a particular a group a woman from group B is a they did get married, yesterday or last year, but this fact is lived by group A, for example, in RHE form of a complex of obligations, rat is to say, of exigencies which corn to it from the future. But in RHE perspective which the work of Levi Strauss has opened up, these superficial aporias are merely characteristics which are the debility of the structure. Let us try to see them in their true relations. Structure and function. Persuasiveness of Levi Strauss's rigorous demonstrations is due more than the of their as a of knowledge. This necessity can have no basis except in a practical n_isis.vd, the makes a man from a woman from B, for familial or personal reasons, into a debtor of B, and which constitutes through him the whole of group A as debtor. We have already that in organizations we would an experience on the of agent, and that this at first sight, resemble that of alienation. The married man from group A constitute, himself as an other in group and not any other, but as a common individual designated by new function, his debt. And we must go further, since the act of marriage will rave effect of in a creditor-debtor to the groups in question, and because, through him, this relation will strictly determine his future marriage possibilities, but in common, leaving his individual possibility undetermined. The son is born with an untrans the 485. Sendable future, that is to say, with an untranscendable limit to some of his possibilities. He is designated on the basis of a free action of the previous generation. The father chose one or another from the result of can be by a sort of this really free choice. Wife, in the first generation, effectively involves, as a freely accepted condition, the inert negation of certain possibilities. In other words, the acceptance the inert of exogamy in esoteny and negation is itself based in the free production of a particular kind of reciprocity. Obviously, inert possibility, lived reciprocity, are not, or need not be, explicit. In the very freedom of choosing a wife, they are reactualist and sustained. And debt, as a relation which constitutes a man in relation to B, is the free production, through this choice, of a mediatenge function between A and B. Through A and B debtors and creditors are linked, and to some extent, RHE power of BWER is the power of A over A. Thus he has the right to require RHE group 10 keep the taking given by the OL Tunranon individual who, in his person, married a B woman. Thus these are genuinely free human relations, undertakings, pledges, powers, rights and duties, etc. And if the son of an of marriage is constituted with a double character E before being born, regardless is because, his pregnant, is a determinate possibility, the father and mother that is to gay, a limit which is as yet still only their limit, there's long future than possibility. The in the milieu of the pledge is the equivalent for him of making a pledge. Anyone who arrives within a pledged group finds himself to be pledged not as a passive object receiving his statute from outside, but as a free common agent who has been granted his freedom. The real function of baptisms, initiations, etc., is to reinteriorize the pledged function as a free pledge. Later, we shall discuss this point at length, for this explains the attitude which is amongst or free thinkers. I call Catholics of their origin their faith, ifa in children, will of following limb of left my mke own choice et they of age. For a long time I by this, it concealed reckoned plug has special characteristics which need to be elucidated and, most importantly, is infinitely more widespread than the first. What is certain is that birth is a pledge to precisely the extent that the pledge is in an initiation, the group responsibility for it. The initiate distinguish between his social birth, his powers, and his pledge. In fact, initiations were originally associated with trials and ordeals, and at the same were expected and promised. Organic individual freely bore the expected ordeals in order to achieve the statute of the common individual, that is to say, in order to have and to exercise practical powers, and this undertaking manifested by sort timidity, fear. In fact, of is valid. As who had real links with the Catholic a gauge of future child being a real Jimmy's upbringing, going to his etc. That total indeterminacy was a from point of group which lukewarm or unbelieving but Catholics still the lning aw linearist, the etc., opposite is Tuesday, is a way of in at as qualifying him by his relation as the of individual is, it to a potential fwacity capacity underscore wish to him at this that with incomplete whether to his to it to bar an atheist is only an individual and that hr is level of as either or it, whereas the will of through his doubts, if he has any, the w realize that neither my nor of the drxs, in me by a simple whistles also a group, with etc., m. A child to the baptism of or to of the tmth, which is very liberals any tmth is it is of faith is and kimel, o belf of ch ild, ut of him, that one what underscore wer one takes, the wit of this his life. But it is trw that it can him only to the that he underscore fmally interioriwi. It that it of his limit to him by his father. His very endurance is precisely the second pledge. Can be no doubt that the individual lives it as an acquisition of merit, but it is equally certain that adults see it as an indication of commitment. It is as if, on rhe basis of this commitment, they were reserving the right to punish him if he should wish to leave the group on the basis of this commitment, as if they wanted to be able to say to him, your impatience for thy initiation, your courage during the ceremony committed us to you, and you had the right to ask us to install you as a common individual but, in us so wholeheartedly, you were committing to us. Enthusiasm was a free determination of your future and you took upon yourself the burdens, exogamy, etc., which have weighed upon you ever since your parents' marriage. Thus rites of passage, like marriage, are hilateral, symmetrical ceremonies, they actualize a reciprocity. It is therefore impossible for the child not to interiorize this future anterior which has been constituted for him a priori and not to interiorize it droupositive acts, initiation procedures, choice of a wife, military prowess or, where appropriate, the struggle for power. This is still the meaning of the true and constantly repeated sentence, no adult can say, 6 did not ask to be born thus. Ultimately, the organic individual grasps his contingency in every movement of his life. This inconce that he is his product, but as his birth is indeed the arrival of his freedom idealf. To be born is to produce oneself as a specification of the group and as a complex of functions, burdens and powers, debts and credit, right and duty. The common individual produces himself as a new pledge within the group 43 but in the case both of the original pledge and of the secondary one, in fact it is except in emergencies, a matter of secondary pledges, function depends on a veiled inertia, on what I just called the inorganic materiality of freedom. And the aim of the common individual within the group is to preserve the permanence of relations through changes in the position of individual terms, which means that 46 goes without that what we are considering here is the org-mup, in which problems of exploitation or struggle do we are slowly, and at end of the we shall complex of organ interfering with and the of action taken up by the intensivity of the only at this level will struggle, exploitation, etc. Take TLWIR 488 book U. He modifies his praxis, and acquires new characteristics, insofar as other third parties, or all of them, are themselves led to change either by previous or by the pressure of external circumstances. Thus the relation remains fixed insofar as it is preserved. And if, through AA is invoked, is say relations which produce one another, then these relations will arise as relations then of a praxis. As functions, in fact, they are still the condition for the praxis, of the individual and group, they are praxis itself, on the it is inert instrumentality the limitation of their possibilities, which conditions everyone's efficacity. This is how the efficacity of a goalkeeper, as well as his personal possibility of being good, very good, or excellent, depend rhesgt of prescriptions and prohibitions which define his role. The match would no longer have any meaning, and would become a form if goalkeeper as he wished, play the of half-back or center forward, and once functions have been distributed, it is not notifying themselves simply through belonging to the same whole, which is characteristic of insofar as are within certain as we see. Of the functions was dialectical, although it was produced in the light of the multiplicity of agents and exigencies. But, although always rearranged, the has to be put in question by RHE whole group, either through a reflexive attitude of its or organ, in the adaptations. When they come to necessitated the 47. Today is the of do, as to the IONAC the two outlets omiat via from his point of view, in a state which leads to a constant or c.pedalist motive of hut place in spite of the of, coming city are the or trmit, is to of cushioning of by unions will failing to adapt directives employer's policy, by of all detailed to put it by action by the others under of new circumstances and beyond the four we shall therefore call through structures, in so far as their inorganic materiality has freely and reworked by group, the of that inert, that is to say, different reciprocal limitations, comes into contact with itself in the group, and through the profound relations of interiority which unite each to all in mediated reciprocity, but that this contact of inertia with itself necessarily takes place according to the laws and the intelligibility proper to the sector of materiality. And this means that the conditioning of remessions by each ether, once their synthetic, reflexive determination takes place in exteriority, as in the it is important 10 recognize that the skeleton is sustained by all the common individuals and that it is always possible for the group, as totalizing action, under the pressure of new circumstances, to dissolve it entirely. It should therefore be noted that it is the free attachment of each individual to the community insofar as it is the inorganic Bachengi of Vatranernber and that this necessity, as exteriority structuring interiority, is simply the obverse of the latter appeared as activity, whereas the former active everyone's we have seen, of praxis, it frames it gives it everyone's guarantee along with the instrumental spring a-art it needs. But praxis itself, when completed, cannot be reduced to the skeleton, it is more and it is different, it is the free concrete realization of particular task. We be surprised by the opposition of these nects giddies. The second is the interiorization of the first and its negation by organizing labor. We have seen how the group acquires inertia in order to struggle against inertia, it absorbs the passivity which enables matter questioning. In an organization, whatever Renai be, will, given an of Rhe limits as a which always be but these only in the or which o the of limits. Short, the of is in it tasks with a to total objective in varying circumstances. The applies to he action of each every day, I would, as a by the attitude by the effective of the fighter, of object of as of being as a. 490. To sustain the passive syntheses which it needs in order to survive, but it is precisely not, in itself, a passive synthesis, and its passivity sustains the active synthesis which is peuxis. The practical comprehension of active passivity is given to everyone regardless of his group in the behavior known as freely agreeing to discipline. The only error which in any case is not so frequent as one might suppose is due to there is a danger words will give the only effect of free consent to bring behavior into line with in discovers in his that in vary with the of being, that is say, with a certain form of exteriority which, paradoxically, sustains his bonds of interiority with everyone else. But this means exteriority as the foundation of the is always external, or rather that it is at the extreme boundary which separates transcendence from intbt of a whole order of a superior in freedom, because he recognizes its importance, because he transcends it towards the common aim, in a sense, therefore, this is a free reciprocity. Yet the hierarchical bond between the lieutenant and the private is entirely contained in this relation, in other words, the inert reciprocity of command underlies concrete action. The complex structure of this organized connection actually comprises three signifying layers which it is necessary to describe. The first is concrete praxis, this includes the second, which is power, freedom terror, and function, right duty, and this in turn includes the third, which and the inert skeleton is fact the abstract of subgroup it as a set of elements in A on basis of a differentiated pledge, of rights duties, of functions, and of everyone's relation to the common objective. From the and it's a problem immediately arises, one of whose aspects is purely quantitative of cadres officers and NCOs to privates, in a particular situation, in the light of specific objectives and on the basis of quite definite instrumental and technical resources, for example, in a state of international tension in which, as at present, there is an opposition between blocks each characterized by a given level of armaments, presupposing a certain industrial capacity. And calculation enters into this quantitative problem as if all the relations involved were relations of exteriority. It be added that the if it takes place, may lead to a qualitative change in relations of interiority, for example, a tightening of authority. But there would be no sense in working on TLR inertia of the group if it were simply a matter of rearranging inertia which has already been produced, as interiorized exteriority, insofar, that I, as it is sustained by relations of power, of rights, etc., which veer differentiated through the pledge and which produced it. Structure and sys tem. In this sense, we can describe structure as having sides. It is both an analytical necessity and a synthetic power. Power certainly constitutes itself by producing in everyone RHE inertia which is the basis of necessity. But, conversely, necessity is only the external appearance of this freely created inertia, it is, in other words, the index of this inertia seen in exteriority, either by an observer who does not belong to the group, or by a specialized subgroup which uses analytical methods and symbols for dealing with certain problems of apportionment and distribution, because the multiplicity which they represent for RHE group as plurality in of scarcity of or provisions, is appearance of an interiority which the problem possible, not in its solution, but in its very formulation. Even to think of regarding as which have to read, in order to enumerate them, to establish the relation between provisions and the number of mouths to be fed, to establish provision centers or to bring the existing ones closer to the front etc., the army must already be a practical totalization, a combat. But even this is not sufficient, certain functional relations and powers and discipline must be presupposed, so that, at a particular practical level, execution can be relied on. To say that the bases are too far away means that the quartermaster is doing everything possible, and is not to blamed. To say that they can be brought nearer, by a certain distance, means we are increasing the power of the supply services, their efficacy will therefore increase accordingly. In short, they are entirely devoted to their functions. Other aspect of structure is, in effect, that of a mediated reciprocity. Furthermore, we have seen that this mediation is quite simply that of RHE totalizing group. Thus, while structure is reweld, in 492, exteriority, as a mere skeleton which be examined and reworked in itself, the mere tacit presupposition of the whole, that is to say, by the as the support, the inertia at the moment of the combination of terms interiority, an immediate relation to the totalization. In fact, the totalization is closer, at each term of the reciprocity, than everyone is to each other, since everyone is linked to the other through it. Poehrlian is right in saying, idea of structure is profoundly different from rat of order. Only structure makes it possible to transform Rhe of Pascal knowledge into, to speak, a true in a structure. Element is the particular expression of the totality immediately and totally reflected in it, rather than an intermediate stage in the constitution of the whole. There is no other way of avoiding the paradox of the simultaneous autonomy and dependence of an element in relation to the whole, or of conceiving Rhe synthesis of Rhe heterogeneous. But it is important to realize that what we're dealing with here is not a totality but a totalization, rat is to say, a multiplicity which totalizes itself in order to totalize the practical field from a certain, and that its action, through organic, is revealed individual, as in other words, the mediating group is already, in of praxis and inertia, of already fact, is where the reflexive structure is characteristic of Rhe organized group as such needs to be more purely normina inhabits the group, of but only rat every common individual, already kornrenan, through the pledge or the first action of the fused group, adopts practical erhavio takes group as its the basis of distant objective practices produce group for its non-members, and is an object in any case, and it is a practical and signifying produces its own certain instruments. The group has an internal objectivity, that is to say, the group exists through every common individual in 248. El histo irk visible, p. 893. The radically distinct forms, prior to any functional determination, it is, for everyone, the security of each and all, which is once again present in him, the other being of his freedom. We have seen that, as the organization Hekernes formed and consulted, this inertia, which can affect freedom only by using other decreasingly as and as basis of powers. But this unity of inertias will produce change in extract through someone's real, free. The group as a totality or an objective reality does not exist, on level it is simply the fact that the free production of inertia is the same and determines itself as such intentionally, or, to put it differently, that the E is a single pledge. And this does not mean that this pledge on its of the contrary, it an individual, is the act swearing, thus the individuals are diverse but their pledge, however distinct as spatio-temporal acts are, through everyone, the pledge, an individual act of the common individual, in that it consolidates or produces this individual. But in the common decision to swear there is a presentiment of the exigencies of differentiation, and it is precisely the unfolding of these exigencies before the pledged individual which shows him the group as a means, and therefore as an end and an object. Every means is an end in the practical enouement in which it has to be found or produced so that another means, and thereby the end, can be accomplished. And the is revealed through re-instances, they indicate certain possibilities in the multiplicity in so far as it is subjected to and controlled by unity through each individual unification. Illis, the creation of forms of differentiation, treats the group as a transition from homogeneity to a calculated heterogeneity, or, more commonly, from a less differentiated state to a more differentiated one. And, in so far as it reveals itself to the practical action of Rhe organizing third party, the T-cup appears as a developing, or still to be achieved, tarsation, rather than as a completed totality. Nevertheless, it is an OBCT, and this renearness that it can be modified by work, the third party main, like a worker who wets repairs his again, for practical object then, since it is both the matter which is to differentiated by functions and the unity of the pledge which founds heterogeneity as the free, controlled use of multiplicity, and allows it to be reintroduced. Book. In other words, through the individuated practice of the common agent, the group is an object in one form and the foundation of the, as pledged inertia, in another form. And this produces reflexivity quasi-objectivity. Individual reflexorm also involves a single cousness, but insofar as its relation to itself newer allows it to be either one or two. But it should be noted that once the organization already exists and needs to be rearranged, possibly from top to bottom, the relative autonomy of functions, that is to say of the limits of competence, by threatening to posit itself for itself in the individual function, accentuates the object character of the unified multiplicity and tends, without ever wholly succeeding, to simulate the impossibility of a total objectifying duality. In any case, radical duality is still out of RHE question. It is the same, the pledge as non-individuated in the common individual, which rex urs practically as RHE still undifferentiated unity of this multiplicity. Even if he belongs to a specialized group, the organizer derives his power to this relation the group itself, and its end, if he tends to conceal his membership of the group in his L_W havior, this is precisely to the extent that his work makes him treat in exteriority is a numerical multiplicity and a relational skeleton which have to rearranged. But in an organized group, the act of organization is only means often entrusted to specialists' efficacity, and the essential practical is that of the agent task the external object in which he realizes the common objectification. It is at this level that function, as a relation to a given subgroup or directly or indirectly to all, is mediated by the group. And it is clear what group must mean here, a practical relation between the pledge as the same in everyone and the already unified multiplicity which it allows to become differentiated. This reflexivity determines every common individual insofar as he understands the utility of his task and the necessity of his being organ, said. This means that every functional differentiation, regardless of which individual or subgroup chose it, is reaffirmed in pledged freedom. In short, it is adopted, assumé, in this sense, although your common individual may transformed, disqualified, requalified, silenced, or displaced by new reorganizations according to RHE Corm non-objective, he can never produce himself, and his actions and his active passivity, as purely and simply an object of the group. It may in fact be true that the XUK treats him, or can treat him, as an object. His activity may be chosen and subsequently changed, a strict burr, insofar as every pledged member is always RHE same, the organizer makes his decisions insofar as the and organiged adopts the decision insofar as as the organizer. This means that he sees his own CN-man decision as a moment in an already process. A given activist, sent into a particular factory or collective farm, in order to explain a decision of the Soviet government to a group of workers must treat himself both as the inert object of a choice, his D not take his capacities into consideration, and as an element in an immense prerus which realiscas itself in div f. At RHE inordinate thousands of activists are spreading out in order to go and perform the same act everywhere, and whose deep of praxis the objectification, the unification of reactions in all milieu everywhere. But he cannot grasp himself in his inertia and in his being as a discrete element of an objective process by himself and in free, realizes all the moments which affect him in this process, from the when presents some prescribed of communication at his place of work to the moment when, on the basis of a set principles, explanations, unchanging he the individual reply he give a particular individual question. And it is the of the prox which refers him back to the other free realisertons of different propagandists and which rewell his localized action to him. He has persuaded people here, in a given town or province, as the common objective of a common praxis. In other words, structure as the exteriority of interiority is re-interiorized by functional activity without being dissolved by it. The agent conceives it, in his very activity, as the intersection of two planes, on the one hand, the work of instrumentalization which the GN performs on its multiplicity and, on the other hand, his own inertia as a free pledge and as a free adoption of his character as a discrete quantity on the basis of an indissoluble common unity. For him, exteriority signifies interiority and the multiplicity of inert relatants is simply the practical determination of the Leman unity. This example still does not get us to structure, since essentially it a very rapid event is reabsorbed its objective, the propaganda which accompanies and follows a policy change. Nevertheless, if it is examined more closely, it becomes evident that it presupposes structure as an expression of the totalization and as 496. The inorganic skeleton it be in both that any activist, taken individually, that is to say by party, or by certain firms, to perform tasks of agitation and propaganda and, at the same time, that this productive action, performed by a subgroup, as an expression of the whole, over very young boys can temporalize itself only in reciprocity, that is to say, it must also be adopted and interiorized by THR individual. He is the product of a given administrative group insofar as HR is his end product and vice versa. If his mission is to train a group of workers to output, as a team and Stakhanovite, he still has to make himself capable of raising norms by his own work. Conversely, if the administration selected him, this is for a set of aptitudes, linked to his loyalty to the regime and revealed through his praxis, and in any case, his selection can always be revoked. These two indissoluble actions, which together require that the product of the free, common organization should, as a common individual, make his product, in there achieve the double, equally reciprocal result of producing the activist as an inert determination of multiplicity and as an individual expression of the developing totalization. Then a particular mission will constitute him as a power object, that is to say, as a unit which has to transport it to a particular place by a means of transport in order to make contact with specific subgroups and as a mal-right duty who require of the local authorities or of certain individuals RHE means to carry out his duty. It is therefore the exercise of a function which develops in this particular event, and this function is structure insofar as it is seen the potential and power of the group of activists. On the other hand, in this relatively simple case, and other things being equal, everyone is the same as Irion, and since Uri propagandist is conditioned in his very power by the interiorized multiplicity of his subgroup, 9 and, finally, since the group does not possess the metaphysical existence of a form or a gestalt, of a collective consciousness or a 49. Sin of E of 2 and, ultimately, the very his as by his fatigue the slow, at the in RHE on THR of simultaneously quantitative and relation, in and with of multiplicity of activists of the which is be agitated the created totality, each individual, a common individual, in himself the propaganda subgroup as a statutory unit of the interiorized multiplicity and his own activity is an expression of the totalizing organization. The totalizing organization here regards the synthetic ensemble of governmental and administrative services which have created these organs of agitation in the light of a certain objective, of certain mediations between the apex and the base, and of certain relations with the masses. It is obvious, and we will come back to this at length, later in our investigation, that suffered inertia has infiltrated this ensemble, which includes a regime, in the form of revived srrality. But, at RHE present of this inertia does nor yet appear, it emerge later, in the is to define the moments the investigation in their purity, even if it is only so as avoid the danger of attributing 10 characteristics which confused and hasty observation reveals to us, but which really belong to another moment of the dialectical process. It is therefore particularly dangerous to speak here of bureaucratic seriality, although it is obvious that in our example it affects everything, and primary/y the creation of propaganda subgroups. WC shall also see that the seriality transforms, but certainly does not eliminate the character of practical expression which is concealed by function in the common individual. It extends this transformed expressiveness and produce, the common as a signifier signified in relation to society as a whole. At present, taking the subgroup and the totalicity% organization in their pure state, that is to say, in the concrete struggle against a given, particularized threat of serial dissolution, there can be no doubt that TK's particular young activist, in his individuate way of realizing his powers, is not only autonomous, as Poerlton noted, but also a simple, detailed, practical expression of the total operation, and of the complex organization which has and planned this kind of operation for a time. He is autonomous simply to the extent that concrete circumstances, he is speaking to an audience defined by particular interests and jobs, by a particular culture and particular/ts in the sense of exis, are the other side of untranscendable inertia, that is to say, insofar as the alkness require him to mechliacy between the abstract determinations of his task and the particular difficulties he encounters. He is expression insofar as his whole undertaking is incomprehensible except the point of view of a certain relation book between the leaders and RHE masses, which involves RHE social and politi %31 system of the USSR as a whole. From this point of view, tactical differences are themselves expressive since doubt on the basis. A kind of authoritarianism, which we need not define here, lie at the basis of their mission and their common being, in far these of the group produce them, and the point of view it not whether this manifests itself as a tic of the individual, which is Garnet-Imes incorrectly called a character trait, it appears is apparently and conciliatory but which really has no other aim than to realize the centralist authority while concealing it. Or rather, tactical differences do not reflect differences in the structure unless they arise at two different moments as two attitudes of the subgroup, rather than as individual variations. If the operations of the activists, as a unified multiplicity, are carried out in voluntaristic arrogance, they will, in one way or another, simply express the activities of RHE government and administration. We shall therefore refer to RHE function of the Sol FGRUP or of a member of the Soli group as structure, in far as its concrete exercise free of the reveals it as a of totalizing rearrangement of the whole by itself. It should be clear that word expression here refers to a fundamentally practical relation, that is to say, a reciprocity of constitution, free, individual s the previous as a limits, it the totalizing operation by concretely objectifying itself in a concrete result which the totalization of results which are in the process of being objectified. Meanwhile the organist totalization designates and solicits individual action, as function, as its inevitable concretization, it constitutes a power and an instrumentality for it. Structure is this double constituent designation, in its two simultaneous and opposite orienta so. This not the of central form of dictatorship at any particular moment. On it insignify of the structured past amongst the Yang activists. Determine, signification, and expression totalizing totality. My is simply that this which always in is a the totalisaphor of is no mote than function, is to structure. Either at the level of mere abstract potentiality, the level of power acknowledged by common individuals, or at the level of actualizatlan. It is obvious that this relation between the individual and the group, as an interiorized multiplicity in each and all, existed even in the fused group we stress it. But yet speak of a structured relation, that has not yet been specified. Structure is a specify relation of the terms of a procal relation to the whole and to each other through the media ion of the whole. And the whole, as a developing totalization, exists in everyone in the form of a unity of the interiorized multiplicity and else. Structure and the group's idea of itself. In the reflexive context of the group, however, this structural relation arise as knowledge, in other the individual of the agent itself as of the indeterminate without conceiving function negatively in the transcendent object as exigency and as a negative adumbration, quis and cru, of behavior and, positively, in interiority, as duty and power. Moment of mediation through organic praxis is also that of knowledge, that is to say, of the co-presence of all reciprocal implications, but of course this does not mean that this knowledge is explicit or thematist. But, we consider all the characteristics, already enumerated, of knowledge in the organized group, we can immediately see that the individual is aware of as a common individual, first, insofar as RHE object reflects the group to him as practice and as practical knowledge, that is to say, both on the basis of the common objective as the future revealing the present situation in the practical field basis of conceiving work a particular detail of the end, insofar the as a practical is also I. Formed by him, forces him, in functional determination, practically to conceive the transcendent object as Cn-Rnan and the practical field as a common situation to be modified. Thus structure, L considered, by way of abstraction, as knowledge, is simply the idea which the group produces of itself, and of the universe in so far as it is practically determined as a field of objective volition. And the content and foundation of this reflexive idea is simply the common organization as an objective 500-book-end system of relations, or rather, RHE organization conditions it and comes its internal norm. At this level of abstraction and purity, that is to say, in the absence of serial determination, the idea of the group is without it is the same everywhere as a pure expression of the rho, and less surprising this it is in actualization, of specific of structure as a relation of reciprocal expression between the part and the whole. But, at the same time, at this level of non-differentiation, it remains purely practical, that is to say, it is still both an organizing reflection and a pledge, or in other words, both the truth of the group as practical experience and its ethic, as the constitution of common and rights pledged are the of indissoluble unity lies in the very urgency or the Eltmernon tasks. The idea of group, is of the group, is to say, of an fraternity terror, so far as expressed by specific norms, derives particular coloring from the real objective, that is to say, from needs or the material organization of the group is indistinguishable from the organization of thoughts, the system untranscendable prior ripples of every mental operation for everyone is indistinguishable from the system of inert WTRKED relations which characterizes functions in exteriority. Invention and ideational discovery as individual praniz occur as free, reflexive action on basis of an organized specification of freely adopted inertia, and it is and the thing he to a given organization, or a given system of values or a given system of guiding principles. However, the idea of man which is produced by the group as an idea of itself cannot be compared to the idea which is produced by the gold coin in the practico-incrite field. This in fact supports the ideas of the other by its fundamental inertia, and so it cannot change. The idea of the group, on the other hand, as a structural determination of the indeterminate, must be invented, and remains infinitely variable within certain limits. But the double character of structure, an inert object of calculation when seen as oscillator without taking account of totalization, or an of and all, a character in the idea. It is the free p. Let L the 50t where of functional activity in Evrein in far as its heterogeneity relates to the homogeneity of pledges on the one hand, and to the synthetic unity of the transcendent end on the other. It is at ths still practical that the group has a silent knowledge of itself through each common individual, but this understanding, evidence, is not available to who share its objectives. As practical individuals, they may perceive these ends in the common action as it unfolds for them, and carry out a correct reconstruction of the praxis, but he will never perceive the common relation to the end concretely as an inter-individual relation, that is to say, as a milieu specified by organization. It is at this level that complex knowledges may disconcert or them in underdeveloped because conceive as theoretical derived from observation of and whereas they are really practical structures which are themselves lived in the interiority of a common action. Ethnographers have stressed the logical flexibility of primitive thought. Deacon has written about a matrimonial system. Native is a pretty advanced abstract. This is not a good way of formulating the question. The point is not to discover whether they are capable of abstract thought in general, as if this thought were a universal capacity which everyone possesses to a greater or lesser degree, but to show within the investigation whether or not they are capable of comprehending the abstract structures of their matrimonial or kinship systems, which is perfectly clear today. Other words, we should avoid putting the cart before horse claiming that primitive people understand the abstract relations which constitute the organization of their group because they are capable of abstract thought. On the contrary, we should say that their capacity for abstract thought is determined by the abstract relations which structure their that it is simply relations themselves insofar as every common individual has to live dm alt in order practically to realize his relation to all. In the unity of a common objective. Relations not only the level of abstraction of application, rel a system as the end of ideational power a system of logical relations, which means 57. Abdkm, A in mu weight Gyoke, 934, GH3 RGE Sol A, P. In OPP 1-27. 502. Both that it can be applied to a certain number of similar cases, well defined and forming part the social, everyday life the natives, that its existence as inertia is by itself a sometimes invincible resistance to the elaboration of any other system. In this sense, in effect, truth is normative because fidelity to logical principles is only a form of fidelity to the pledge. But, apart from this implicit understanding which is simply a structure of power, there is, at least for certain specialized organs, a knowledge which is equally practical and reflexive, but which is of a logistical and combinatory kind, directed at function as inorganic inertia, that is to say, the relational system as Asarur. I shall not dwell this since T discussed it above. It is clear that totalization as a pledged milieu which sustains this inertia 15 passed over in silence in the moment of calculation. But it should be noted that, although the totalization is invisible, it occurs at the level of the organizers and calculators in that they know and acknowledge their right and IRWCR to only to the basis of discrete elements is, therefore, the lived comprehension of structura as the reciprocity of the whole and of the part, rat is to say, the comprehension we have just describing, in so far as it arises in the praxis of the organizers and in so far as it gives meaning to this. Therefore has in practical comprehension the structures in all their complexity, and this the basis of the analysis which he then performs on these structures as skeletons. In fact, the natives of Ambrim gave Deacon demonstratins, using diagrams. They drew lines on the ground, and these, according to their length and position, represented one or other of the spouses, their sons, their daughters, etc., seen, of course, from the point of view of a complex matrimonial system. In this case, it is important to realize that in producing these relations in the domain of the absolute inert, earth or sand, and of perfect exteriority, they were not copying some model which they carried in their heads, and it would be equally incorrect to say that they project their synthetic practical consciousness of themselves and of everyone into the analytical milieu of the inanimate. Such a projection, in fact, is impossible, since it would involve, roughly speaking, two distinct orders of rationality. Have shown that analytical rationality can be transcended, and 53. The 503 integrated by synthetic rationality, but it is also clear that the opposite is not true. A dialectical proposition would lose its meaning and dissolve into relations of exteriority if it were projected into the milieu of logical or mathematical calculation. In fact, the decision to make the kinship system into a fabricated, inorganic object, lines made on the ground, corresponds, for the native, to an attempt to win the secret of inorganic immateriality in order to produce the structures in the form of inert abstract schemata. The reason for this is that he is explain me them to a stranger who is sit tread in the exterior, and who in of exteriority, he pledged inertia not as an interiorist exteriority, but as a pure determination of universal exteriority. But in establishing the schema, that is to say, in reducing ossature, is guided by the synthetic defines his of the group. His is a matter of or transposition. He is simply creating an inert object which presents in exteriority, to the exterior, a set of passive characteristics which retain only the inertia of these structures and which, indeed, falsify this inertia by presenting it in suffered condition, whereas in fact it is produced. It is obvious this construction is a thought, it a piece of biosynthetic which it does, but this example enables us to understand the or her work performed by a subgroup. Pledged inertia as in structure, in and for the group, is also guided by and a comprehension of whole it seek to or and it cannot, in the first be regarded as a thought. It one practice, the organizer creates analytical thought, and the rationalism which corresponds to it, with his hands. It is born within his hands. Every explains itself in of the objective and the object. Thus, at the level of calculation and redistribution, the trends of ossature which are on the basis of a functional and totalizing power develop a set of guiding schemata which are laws. Inertia transformed of organism practical unfolds simultaneously on two planes according to two types of rationality, and this is not surprising. especially in where it is to find solution to a practical problem if the question is not treated at several levels simultaneously. In fact, as we shall see, the Practico-Inert Field 504 book IL reintroduces itself at the moment of the true concrete, so producing a new complexity. But this does not constitute an unintelligibility or a split in thou M11, since dialectical reason sustains, controls, and justifies all other forms of thought, because it explains them, puts them in their proper place and integrates them as non-dialectical moments which, in regain a dialectical value. 4. The constituted dialectic 1. Individual common praxis, the man und in the course of his preliminary observations we have not encountered any major difficulties. This is because we are trying to determine the meaning and scope of dialectical reason. New, at the level of these first approximations, we have not encountered any critical problems which are rivalry new. True, the new necessity produced and sustained by organizing freedom had to be analyzed and elucidated, and the relation between the two aspects -ts of Struct.Tour, system and function, has had to be discussed in some detail. But, on the one hand, this has, on TLR whole, involved a simple dialectical progression, which merely united into new syntheses factors which had already been discussed, the pledge, terror, inertia, reciprocity, objectification, reflection, etc., and, on the other hand, at the level we were occupying we rediscovered constituent Orpnic praxis as the indispensable mediation between the common individual and the common non-objectification of the group. So since praxis, when considered at the level of each function, is still action as a moment of the constituent dialectic regardless of readjustments and the relation of common individuals elsewhere, and since the organized MUP acts only upon, in to make better able to carry our share of the common task, and since this very action is done through the mediation of individual praxis, the real new modifications which have arisen before us have not raised the question of constituted intelligibility. In other words, the kind of dialectical intelligibility which we explained at the beginning of our critical investigation was sufficient to explain the practical relations of individual functions within the organized group. But this is because we ourselves were taking an insufficiently synthetic view of such groups. This was necessary in 506 Book 11 order to explain its structures, but it meant postponing the real critical question, what type existence or being characterizes the common action of group it is, rather than in so far as it can be into of what kind of intelligibility does this action define. What is a LN-N-stitual dialectic? We've been studying, in fact, is the conditions of rather than itself. This action in fact referred to by certain determinations of language, the people of Paris taken the radio, the team has won a match, we have put a new locomotive into production, these the is plural but and the action is a goal are seen either as a temporalization, they took, they are taking, or in its common result, the storming of the Bastille, the people taken etc. Now, we have explained the interiorization of plurality, but this gives us no guide to praxis as a common temporalization or common objectification of group. We have seen, in effect, that through the organization it is realized through the mediation of organic individuals and of the individual dialectic. But, in opposition to this, it has a concrete unity, which implies an organization of means in the light of the end and a realization of the synthetic end through labor. Everything would be simple if, corresponding to praxis as the concrete, living temporalization of the group, there was a living, concrete group, in short, a gestalt or an organism or a hyper-consciousness which temporalized and objectified itself. In fact, it is clear that the group, united around an instrumentality or contained in appropriate locations, is not used anywhere except everywhere, that is to say, it belongs to every individual praxis as an interiorized unity multiplicity. And the ubiquity the herace corresponds to the real practice of negating plurality. This totality does not circulate, it is not elsewhere, it is always and entirely both and same. But if we abandon query magical or mythical interpretation, then it is clear that this ubiquity does not mean in any way that a new reality is incarnated in every common individual, like a Platonic idea in individuated objects. On the contrary, it means that there is a practical determination of everyone by every me, by all and by oneself from the point of view of a common praxis. The proof is that this unified multiplicity re-emerges as inert exteriority within the group itself, that is to say, as Azam Turk. However, the action is one as individual action, the objective is one, and RHE temporalization and the rule it gives itself are in, so everything is as it would be if a hyperorganism had demand objectified itself in a practical end, by unifying and unified of which every individual with would be a thing seems even more paradoxical at the real level of action, that is to say when I is split, within by deep of interest. Or generalist, revivals of seriality, or by accidents. Through all the well-known incidents, disorders, accidents and misunderstandings the Parisian stormed the but we are at the level of abstract purity, this synthetic signification of at first AMXR's paradoxical, the praxis is not in fact RHE temporalisatio, of an organic unity, but a negated and instrumentalist multiplicity which temporaliscas and unifies itself in the common praxis through the mediation of individual temporalizations. In other words, the only unity is practical unification, that is to say, the unity of every particular with his unity heterogeneous temporalizations. What kind of reality does it have? And what kind of intelligibility? Everything is or see, but the of this organization, or organic. And its signification, its temporalization as diachronic signification, and its final objective as synchronic signification, is and can 154 should its unity be regarded as homogeneous with the significations of individual, organic, or should we recognize that a signifying synthesis performed by organized group is absolutely of a different order than an individual synthesis? If it is order, how are we to explain the fact that the group produces a praxis which is individual and organic in character, even if it 15 distinct from individual actions in scope and power? And if it is of a different order, shall we have to accept a hypoelectic, which means either regarding the group as a hyperorganism, or making the dialectic into a transcendent law imposed on the object? In fact, how does it come about that understand the meaning of a group action? Of course, I may be mistaken or mystified, but the existence of historical science is sufficient to convince me that it is in the long term and given sufficient information, to understand a common signification in the course of individual research. The historian, as a solitary worker, can grasp the precise of some political action, that of the of twitty. I do which will embla apodictic and anew of 508 book 11 is to say, the end pursued by a given group, was not realized. Scholars de, Anti and Disarvi about teak declaration of war in and about the like grasp the in certain societies, although this signification is normally hidden. Is there, therefore, any homogeneity of knowledge between the moment and that of the project as a shin which unifies the organized multiplicity? And what if there are structures and practical signification must, a priori, escape me because the practical thought of the individual researcher is of a different order and, a priori, of a lower degree of complexity than the signifying action of the group? All these secondary problems are simply special ways of formulating the fundamental question of the constituted dialectic and its rationality. Naufra is a false aporia which can be quickly disposed of, if I have an understanding of the common activity of a group of which I am not a part. This must be because it does not transcend my possibilities as it is I approach it with the and in the function of a common individual. I mean by this that the historian a product of a group, that his instruments, techniques, and powers, as well as his knowledge, define him as a member of a research community and that he will understand the CN-man undertaking of a historical in so as he himself belongs to a historical group which is defined by a particular common undertaking. And if he were a solitary researcher which is really senseless unless it simply means that he is not a men Iber a university or does not have a degree, he would still be integrated into other groups cultural, and would therefore be a common individual, capable of understanding any common, but the reciprocity between historical knowledge and its object postpones the problem rather than solving it. Since organic constituent praxis is an indispensable mediation between the common individual, as a limitation of possibilities in the light of a common objective and as the unification of a multiplicity by mediated reciprocity, and the practical exercise of a Kornanon function, how can this moment of pure practical individuality carry within itself a comprehension of the common of that is the organism? Can also expressed from the point of view of historical research, the historian, of course, is function, power, and ability, but all this has to be constituted soi reactualist by a synthetic invention, that is to say, by and in a synthetic, individual decoding of the practical field. Now, the practical field, in this is constituted by certain documents and monuments through which a common ion must be rediscovered. Thus it is clear that the historian would not have the capacities necessary for comprehending a CW historical action if HC were not the social product of an organized group. Implies that his as individual his object, the group which he is reconstructing, involve a comprehension, that of the common function of the scholar and that of the common praxis of past group. These observations point to the following conclusion: there is always a permanent possibility, even if it can occur only in the context of organist functions and powers, of the practical organism comprehending the praxis of an organization. But as I showed in the PRN/M of method, comprehension is not a faculty, or some kind of contemplative intuition, it is reducible to praxis itself to the extent that it is homogeneous with every other individual praxis and that it is situated by reference to any action performed in the practical field, and therefore in an immediate practical relation to it. This implies, therefore, that common action and individual praxis exhibit a real homogeneity. The individual would be unable to understand either his own common action in terms of the totalizing praxis of the group, or that of a group external to himself, if the structures of common praxis were of a different order than those of individual praxis. If the objectives of the group had a hyper-individual character, then the individual would never be able to grasp them. This does nor mean that the common action is an organic synthesis of the members of the group, but, on the contrary, that the group, far from having hyper-individuality in its action, sets itself objectives of an individualist structure and can achieve them only through common operations which are individual in character. But there is a danger of very serious confusions if we do not explain these conclusions at onct. The common aim is in fact always wo_man, it is the aim of you or yon as a member of RHE group, and its is common. N is an interest which defines group is valid only the group and which is and is equally true a group of to resist for employers reaching an agreement against the workers' unit YRS, etc. Indeed, a GMUP is often established as a last resort on the basis of individual recognition of impotence. The history of industrialization in France shows a bitter resistance by family capitalism to all forms of capitalist association. In particular, the first mining companies appeared when it became absolutely impossible for landowners to exploit RHE subsoil individually. In the same way, the means, that is to say, RHE distribution of tasks and powers, the division of labor, the organization of functions, are constituted by the transcendence of seriality, massification, individual antagonisms, and isolations. And, as we have seen, it is circumstances, external pressures, which dissolve seriality in and make it emerge in is of freedom and terror which they were unable even to conceive. In this group statute is a metamorphosis of individual. The practical the powers constitutes in himself, as from what was unknown, adopted inertia, rights and duties, violence and fraternity he actualizes all reciprocal his new being, his sociality. Elie's existence is not, or is no longer, simply the temporalization of organic need in a project, it arts in a field of violent but non-antagonistic tensions, that is to say, through a web of synthetic relations by which it is profoundly and fundamentally constituted as a mediated relation, that is to say, as terror and fraternity for all and for itself. Thus sociality comes to the individual through common totalization and initially determines him through the curvature of internal social space air. But reservations serve to the formal structure of the objective and of the operations is still typically individual, in the original sense of the term, thal is, in the sense in which the organic individual is characterized as a constitutive praxis and of practical by an individual totalization. If the objective of the group by definition, incapable of being realized by an isolated individual, then it can be by such an individual, on the basis of need, of danger, or of more complex forms. Although groups founded in this way seldom have much historical is quite individual to a common aim, and thereby to discover a community which ought to be and try a group also is unable to realize his undertaking on his own. Such isolated cases occur naturally in complex societies which present inert serialities, various one another, and very project of founding a group is conditioned by the real existence of semi-IR groups. But the fact remains that practical action in this case is TLR individual's determination of a group which ought to be constituted for a mere non-objective which he discovered on his own. It may be added that he already belongs in some way to other organized groups. This is certainly not false. But though he may be a common individual in these groups, he discovers the end as an isolated or serial individual. If an individual senses the need to start an international health organization, then it can in fact be said that it is in his sociality, that is to say, in his relation to society in which he lives, that he is affected by the external imperative. But he goes beyond this sociality towards a larger integration, because his membership of a given national community /FSHOW an international on this practical in with his attempt to desituate himself, to from a situation enter a broader does not that is always of grasping every that would be absurd. On the contrary, the problems arise in terms of objective contradictions. And, as we have seen, they can appear to all he others in a series in the dissolution of this THIRD. But here too what matters is that, through mediated reciprocities, through the play of the regulatory third party and of immanence transcendence, the movement of comprehension appears in every me as the individual transcendence of seriality towards community. There is no common aim that an individual cannot set himself, provided that, in the unity of the he tries constitute a group to it. And precisely because the decision to GN-up or to regroup is occasioned by the common objective as the exigency that it should be pursued and realized in common, it also appears that the constitution of a group is a means which is accessible to individual praxis. In fact, it is clear that the abstract individual whom we encountered in the first moment of our investigation perceives the as a multiplicity in his practical field. And we have also seen that his sovereign praxis, as a perpetual reorganization of the field in the light of needs, realizes the CMSLYLSST me of and appear as an exigency in which define the individuals in places who are practical unity of this objective multiplicity. This unity may appear as mere serial THIRD, but if there is an exterior group then, as we have seen, it reveals itself as a group to the extent that unification by the individual, though effected from outside, turns out to display an internal unification, realized in practical autonomy. But above all the practical agent performs actions relation to organic individuals as inanimate objects, a marching crowd is to it, to turn into a group it a series. The action is already in extent that there has always a possibility of unifying a whatever be, whether inert or constituted by organisms. This possibility contains and it is not group is to constituted from the outside. This can occur in the construction of a trap as the totalization of an already constituted group as well as in a practice which defines a seriality children, the sick, etc. ified, receptive GN-up which can be the object of my generosity, as a or whether it to be constituted as a wrapping produced by the agent in order to envelop both himself and the others. But clearly this indeterminacy is logical rather than real. Practical priority is initially given to the group object which is totalized from outside, since the primary movement is the sovereign reorganization of the objective structures of the practical field. And anyone who tries to see and institute a group in order to realize a common objective, useful to all, sees it initially, abstract which he begins undertaking, his means of achieving his objective. It is only the progressive constitution of the community which gradually reveals to him that he is necessarily integrated into it. But this makes his comprehension of multiple activity even and obvious to us, the moment in he is staying group, which is as yet unconstituted in the course constituted, of as a specific from the of view of an individual. In fact, he also organizes material objects, in the dialectical unity of his praxis, he creates material quasi-totalities whose elements in a way that, they can transmit and amplify a movement which he makes at one point of the system to the intended objects. The transcendent, organizational movement is not in principle different when it is men who are being grouped, the difference emerges in RHE undertaking itself, and, in fact, there is no need for it really to begin. The abstract schema of the is sufficient, in that the projected unity immediately appears as perpetuating itself through Eurion's activity. This initial disclosure reveals two contradictory characteristics: the passivity of the inert object maintains the unity that has been forged, but it also ver up an infinite dispersal. On the other hand, the activity of a group in formation realizes true unity as praxis, but thereby emphasizes the real multiplicity of the pledged members as a multiplicity which is constantly being overcome by a produced inertia. On RHE other hand, the original difference between a group which is united from outside and a controlled mechanical system is not basically a matter of complexity and simplicity. The human system is a practical arrangement, produces its through itself. When the sovereign individual undertakes to rearrange the human multiplicities of his practical us group, he tries to art instrumental system are and governed in a rule, and whose organization differs from inert systematization in one essential respect: autonomy as productive of passivity and of specificity. Complexity of groups is generally with the of the which the agents are capable of at that historical moment. These remarks are, of course, not intended to emphasize the individual as the producer the group. This case is of limited. They are only intended to show that the organic individual, simply in his field, develops a of group object as an instrumental. Anyone who can shelter rocks can also shelter behind those other masses men. On this basis, if these men, for some reason, assume the task of protecting him, he will be able to comprehend that these new kinds of rocks into RRWKS by their reciprocal pledges, and that they arrange their gathering as rocks by means of a reciprocity of functions. This means that they behave as though they were animated by his own will, and at the same time, that his will branches through them and produces innumerable divergencies, so as to converge, and that, complete everywhere, it opposes itself everywhere in order to recognize itself as the same. But these constantly resolved oppositions do not disconcert him from outside. Neither he ensemble, the groove oblect, integrated into his personal undertaking a specific means and, consequently, illuminated by RHE objective rearrangements as simple as the amplification of plan and its plural realization, can disconcert him. When danger threatens, the Praetorian Guard itself around the sovereign, but the danger threatens FM, and the group object, which is simply the means of avoiding the danger, is to be -ded in terms of the fears of the exalted personage, and it provides reassurance in so far as it rules them out as impossible. The sovereign fears doors, windows, and everything that opens onto the outside M-RLD. His fears, diversified by the diversity of the practical field, are embodied in one instant as precautions in the diversity of the guards who go and position themselves at every they active and functional, inertia as active passivity, power in so far as it is defined by the objective constitution of the entrance to be guarded, etc., and the individual who is being protected understands for are required the object if he had his have had performed successive. It is here, in fact, that the novelty of the group object resides for the individual here rather than in the each and all, as such. For praxis in fact always understood through praxis, at least as regards its reality what is precisely hensibility of certain material supports. In its origin, the transformalities in the of in ort the basis of reciprocal relations, what the individual would have to realize successively. But, apart the fact that the basis for comprehending the simultaneity is given, the praxis of organism is the of the handle of one lever and push it with my right hand, and I pull another with my left hand, at the same time I bend or reach out, etc., and apart from the fact that an adumbration of a practical redistribution of the group, in its objective interiority, is schematically provided by the organic posture that involves of every practical, of an object into a to is that the arrange meant of an instrumental, and inert, ensemble by one person involves, as an essential aim, the compression of a given practical temporalization into simultaneity, so that the agent can transcend this fattened duration. This is what is called making time, and it is an exigency of time itself in that, in the world's scarcity, everyone's time is scarce, although it is no more than practical temporalization. In this way, one puts the 5-5 auxiliary tool within reach, another tool, to be used later, a little further away, near the object which it will be used, and in this way, as have said, inert interdependencies are constructed so that individual movements can be absorbed, divided, and distributed in several directions at once. In short, there is no visible contradiction, at least in elementary forms of sociality, between the Gravinstrument and RHE inert instrument. To the person who gives it its tasks, the characteristic of the group object, slaves, for example, appears to be its ability to absorb the praxis of RHE individual and to make it into its temporal and practical unity. For primitive societies and techniques, the inert instrument retains a magical, double residue of individual praxis. The past labor of the tool maker and the past labor of its user coincide in the tool, and it has been established that in such societies, the maker and the user of the tool are generally the same person. For the primitive, therefore, magical character derives from the fact future appears to him as in inertia and as an already given of passivity towards the future. Obviously the two moments creation and use enter in the of passivity. Now, instrument itself is not an indeterminate force, it is an reality example. It played so at this is a genity between, on the one hand, the group object as it reinteriorizes an individual's project and praxis and so becomes, as a means, his relation to the objective, and, on the other, the inert instrument as it absorbs a praxis which produces and constitutes it as a mediation between its owner and his aim. Illes is illustrated by the native's magical tendency to attribute to his weapons or tools, that is to say, a power as potential praxis and a mortgage against the filcher, and by the opposite tendency, in the outsider, to treat the organist group a material object endowed with powers. In the extreme case, in the practic near field, the sanctified instrument and the totalized group are equivalent. Conversely, an individual who is tracked down in the practical field by a group organ said for a manhunt and, specifically, for a hunt for him experiences this organized the free project of an individuality which is wider, more flexible and more be-werful than his concrete individuality, but homogeneous with it. The practical field appears to him to be undermined by this freedom, it becomes the other meaning of every object in the field. And this other meaning becomes practical truth, the truth of a given exit, a gate or path, is no longer that or an exit, but that of a trap by the group. The individual cannot attempt to break out the circle unless he manages to reinteriorize his objectivity for the group, that is to say, to decipher his own acts in terms of the common freedom of his enemies. The action I am about to perform is precisely what they expect of the object that I am for them, etc. He is immediately given an understanding of the cornroom aim, since this common aim is hernelf. And on the basis of the objective that he is, HR can reconstruct in practice and in prospect the operations of the group, of which he is the negative and totalizing unity, 5G, and thereby his action objectively from the practical point of view of escape or fight. Dialogue, in the GNSE of rational antagonism, is possible that of in his and the other either through each and all or differentiated can some variable margin of error, will by treating for his _VN acts as objects. We need to go beyond this and note that the hunted man realizes in practice the truth of the group, except in the special case where he knows RHE names and characters of all his hunters, which can only apply in a very restricted multiplicity, he nor a hyperorganism, but as ubiquity in each structure and in everyone's praxis. Meanwhile hunted at human presences a door or trees regards as same, he there ruthless elsewhere here. For him, RHE differentiation will depend entirely on the practical situation, the group is up there and so that it a whole the group is some funct in it is to hide it, but which may also, by way of counter-finality, certain through interiorization of his objectivity for the group as practical freedom, he we how a hostile a danger as the totalis dachshund of a group, via which all in a common, and but is by dis as re-enteric _ygiog this objectivity, the individual the kutzitsing of which is him. In so is with the of kill are, prouching him as a possibility which to enemy group and as the of group will annihilate ion of individual, as a negative objectification, the _WDT is inert and of unity the constituted 5-7 truth of function. By deciding go behind the curtain of trees rather than cross the field without cover, he differentiates these sames, les mimes, by means of the real situation, that is to say, through function, in common individuals, behind the trees, the group is closer to him, but not so well placed to see him, in the person of those lying in wait on the hill. The group is further but it can see further by means of an instrument, the hill is being used. And this differentiation of functions does not by any means prevent the fugitive from being trapped, and therefore function, reciprocity, and structure are revealed by of as the of a freedom which is organized for extermination. In other words, the hunted man, in the tension of being surrounded, sees behemoths rhe tray _e for those up the in so far of them deprive of the possibility of escape by and common appears to him as a keer in places to the extent that the danger up there and the danger down there are a function of one another. But in the deliberate action of I'll manhunt he sees this reciprocity everywhere and structure of in every member of every subgroup. He acts, in fact, in the light of the ubiquity of the enemy's coordination, those up there are directly connected with those down there. If he is seen by those on the hill, they will forek him towards the sole H% ropes who are concealed in the plain, etc. It is not necessary to develop this example any further. It must be admitted that, as moments of the dialectical investigation, these still not show that of the praxis is the synthetic unity of the individual praxis and this formulation is inaccurate anyway. But they do at least prove that an individual's understanding of praxis ran remain of the same kind whether applied to the praxis of a group object, to that of a group subject or of an organism. In case, and is practically as towards group transcends what given, and this practical perception is itself an individual transcendine, repsement, and in each case, the actions are decoded in a from the future to present of reveals in regressive as a unified by the common objectification, to the end. There is nothing surprising about this. It is true that the objective UF the group is common in so far as it appears only through each common, rat is to say pledged and structured, individual, but it is also Book 11 true that practical is organic and rat this constitutes itself as the comprehension its individual task in so as the task in common objective can manifest itself only through individual action and as its common beyond, and that structure, as a relation to the totality, is lived as the deep meaning, signification, of the task being performed. Certain determinations of action in effect come to the individual from the group, as a new statute which, in his individual isolation, he could not have produced or even understood in particular, and fundamentally, the pledge as a free limit of freedom. We have seen, in fact, that a praxis reduced to its individual translucidity cannot in any way commit an indeterminate future, that is to say, in a praxis our freedom turns against me as other in so far as it is other for the others. Thus the of action, its normative aspect, often eludes those who are not grouped, even if they live it themselves as members, in different circumstances, of another group. People call Theism, Rindness, etc., is really fraternity terror as experienced in another group and in so far as we, as treat it as an emotional occurrence in but, on the CME hand, is not by a hyper-dialectic, it is an of inter-individual relation of reciprocity. And on the other hand, even if the moahity of action eludes the non-grouped individual externally, it is still lived in the group through the mediation of individual praxis, and this means that power and the imperative, far from producing and qualifying this praxis, are adopted and interiorized by it in so far occasion it. In the process of concretely unfolding and adapting to circumstances, free PNM produces its own inertia, its own limitations, and keeps these determinations in being. Moreover, individual praxis as the beginning of this investigation. And reciprocity is the basis of freedom interiorizing multiplicity, which we have called the pledge. The pledge is the practical comprehension of reciprocity as a means of constituting a group inertia, in same way that pledged praxis implies a common understanding of RHE group objective and of the pledge. From this point of view, apart from modality, it is still necessary to establish dialectically the formal conditions in which a non-of group can it in the group. There is always a possible reciprocity between the member of the group and the non-member. It may be difficult for the first to explain the conditions of the constituted common life to the second, but this difficulty appears a posteriori. The soldier will find it easy or difficult to explain the interior milieu of his unit to the non-soldier, depending on what type of war he is fighting. He can reveal his aim. To other words, they communicate in 50 far as there is a formal homogeneity between the following three comprehensions: RHE comprehension of the group, B subject who group sense a sub of individual, grouping action, the comprehension the by non-grouped as an object, is to say, by very process which interiorizes its objectivity, and the comprehension of the group praxis by each of its members, as a mediation of function and objectification. 2. Spontaneity and command. But, far from making our task easier, the homogeneity of individual praxis and common praxis at first presents us with difficulties. It involves a kind of aporia, or impotence of the dialectic. Given that the group as an interiorized multiplicity is so profoundly different from the organic individual, that, in other words, we have avoided treating the group as an organism, except metaphorically. Can the group produce, in common, actions whose fundamental structure is the same individual actions? Might is G priori. Not a limitaton adopted as pledged inertia, nor for that matter a experienced and as resistance of inert to a given undertaking, but a kind of regardless of the internal constitution of RHE agent who realizes it. This involves a new kind of untranscendability, and it is necessary to explain it. In order to do this, we must make a closer examination of the process of organization, not as a real constitution of a being in the group based on the pledge, but as a distribution of tasks. It is common, for example, in periods of revolution to contrast a centralizing, authoritarian tendency coming from above, that is to say, from who power the being, with a cratic, spontaneous tendency which grows horn the base. The first is posed to realize the organization of the masses into hierarchist $20 book il action from, or, at least, the basis of a frozen the is supposed groups through the free, common action of the multiplicity upon itself, and such to represent true democratic self-determination in interior ity. High difference between these kinds of organization is supposed to be qualitative and radical. They are treated as two essentially opposed realities, only the second of which can really constitute the group common. That truly common objectives, operations, and thoughts are in process of the demassive, cation of by themselves and of their spontaneous organization. This conception has political and ideological foundations which discussed is of greatest importance whether organization is imposed from above or produced from below. Similarly, I admit that the social, ideological, ethical, and, primarily, material, consequences of a movement will completely different depending on whether the popular movement produces its leaders as a temporary expression of its praxis and reabsorbs and transcends them through the development of this praxis, or whether, on the contrary, a group detaches itself from the masses, specializes in the exercise of power and arranges the tasks in an authoritarian manner in the light of its own conception of the people's tivs. Of course, it is obvious that the regime itself will be different in the two cases, as well as the relations of reciprocity between individuals. But the important point here is, quite from Argeians Iderzians, that the mode of regroupment and organization is not fundamentally different according to whether it depends on centralization from above or on a spontaneous liquidation of seriality within the series itself and on the common organization which follows. In short, this is not and cannot be an issue about Blanky, George, Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, Stalin, or Trotsky. And, just as a premeditated crime and an act of justified defense may, in spite of all the practical and legal differences between them, involve the same muscles and be realized in the same basic actions, the differences emerging at a higher level and from the point of a different praxis, that of a police investigation or a trial, for example. So, in the way, the type of formal intelligibility and rationality can be the same with organization from as with from it in fact be that the of. Speaking of transformations, the is always metaphorical. For Dialectic 52, when Trotsky, the qualitative transformation of view of potential, caused by first of workers, he is perfectly right. And today, when other writers take up TLTE, he remarks and develop them in order to show the revolutionary character of the Hungarian, showing that a truly revolutionary situation is characterized both by specific circumstances and by the constitution of insurrectional groups including workers, students, and soldiers. They may be right historically, that is to say, at a level whose concrete determinations no longer fall within area or research. But we certain historians or Marxists, whether Trotskyists or not, when, before or the event, they is really of typically revolutionary meetings, as if an organic synthesis arose out of coarse quantitative relations of three groups involved, but transcending the quantitative relation towards a differentiation. For, as we seen, permitted every Marxist reveal the transformation of quantity into quality in the name of the external dialectic. In fact, even if soldiers and workers do constitute the first of the, not in 1789, of residents of the Saint Antoine the Guards, in Germany, in Russia in 1917, these relations are and have to be specified in each case. Universality is hard to find and define in a dialectical process. Whereas for analytical reason this is concrete reality, as a relation it appears, as we see, an abstract appearance, as the first delusion to be dissolved, or else as the concrete, hidden conclusion of entire investigation, and, as it were, as the totalizing but ultimate ignition of rational development. And if, without prejudging the nature of a typically revolutionary organization, one imagines these groups in a particular concrete historical situation, for example, either St. Petersburg in 1917, Berlin in 1918, but not in both cities at once, then a concrete relation of reciprocity will re-establish itself. For the workers, given the situation in the country and the city at the Rhine, and the special characteristics of the navy and the army, here and always, either the soldiers or the assailors, and each case must be examined separately. Kronstadt is not St. Petersburg, etc., are practical, irrefutable evidence against the government, and a defense against its attempts to surnash the rebellion, a direct or indirect relation to other classes, in 522:11. Unregular, to the peasant class insofar as the peasants who had been mobilized outnumbered the rest, and also insofar as these war-weary, discontented servicemen were a mediation between the workers, the end of which in fact the end a proof of the of rei dollarun, a beginning of universalization. These other exploited men appeared to them as representatives of all exploited people. But above all the soldiers are with us took on, for in everyone, a special meaning because ever since, not to mention earlier tunes, the soldiers had been, in spite of themselves, instruments of repression. Conversely, for a soldier who rejected external discipline, the workers' possibility of and of discipline, the workers, indeed, unlike the soldiers, knew that insurrectired these relations of reciprocity are exactly the reverse of the suggested Gestaltist syntheses. They establish themselves through a practical recognition within action, on the tacit basis of the pledge. And the given which presides the pledged homogeneity which guarantees a created heterogeneity. On the other hand, it would be absurd to deny the practical end of such organized groups. In each case there is a danger, and it is necessary to secure defenses, to maintain vigilance, etc. And above all, whether one likes it or not, one has to go back to the truths established by the historians. The organization selects its organizers. It may reject or reabsorb, but it is undeniable it them in their role by means of the pledge which supports function by adopting passivity. Historians of the French Revolution have established, example, that there was a category of popular agitators, some of whom have been identified and traced, who, between 1789 and 1794, were present at every important Twent, and whom the common individuals of the sections regarded as T4EIR organizers, and whose function, preserved by reciprocal inertia between the popular days, maintained a kind of passive indispersal. The around-in of popular agitators were MOTX seekers. It is primarily in this respect that they're of leaders issue orders, but the group reconstituted itself around Rurn, exalted Thurn and communicated its power to them. It gave itself orders through them. They were in fact simply regulatory third parties whose regulatory activity became function on the tacit basis of the pledge. For this 523. Be them as an against the democracy of the popular organization. But two important points should be noted. On the one hand, this is that is say, is on this is wrong to violence of authoritarianism from above. Although circumstances may, fact, produce violent contradictions between the base and the apex, the only possible basis for violence from above is violence from below. But as we shall see, violence tends to become purer as it _wes away its origins, and what disappears is fraternity. On the other hand, this is what is for by virtue pledged sometime, the means through which the group defines and creates its own organization. This does not mean that the organizer can impose a particular action or forbid another. He would immediately lose his power if he tried to issue orders. He is a medium and he knows it, and if he acts, some of them are corrupted, it is through the group, and in secret. But since the orders of the people issue from his enouth, since the to be carried out through his individual, since his objective, we to popular is being created, understood, and organized by an individual, which means, in other words, that the group can define its common action only through the mediation of an individual designation. In the tension transcendence, the leader proceeds to the reorganization of the group E, a quasi-object, and distributes quasi-object VE functions in accordance with the objective which he thereby defines. In this way, he constructs a practical device in quasi-objectivity which will preserve itself as it is through assumed inertia, just as an instrumental system in the inorganic is given an individual praxis and supports it its passivity. Of things are really so is interrupted or warned, his invention is anticipated by someone else, and others suggest some rearrangement to him, etc. As I have said, he is, in the is that is necessary as long as the group itself, because of this mediation, is not finally constituted along with its organs of control. Clearly, whatever the system of self-administration, Soviets, revolutionary committees, etc., the mediation of the individual will have for if 924 book IL1 will be our voting for one motion and against another, for one amendment and against another, in short, for an individual, practical deter the difference between a regulatory third party and a leader is that one is in charge and is we will to the question of command shortly. But except when contradictions become acute, it should not be supposed that the transcendence immanence tension disappears. In fact, what distinguishes the leader from the agitator and right from the coercive nature of his power is, frequently, the number of mediations which separate him from the group. But in ease we come up against a strange limit of the dialectic. The organless group obtains results which no individual could achieve alone, even if his strength and skill were doubled. Moreover, organization as practical being is normally constituted in a more complex and better adapted way than any organism. To resemble a guard in a square formation, one would have to have eyes all round one's head, and arms in one's back. To resemble a combat unit which is protected by guards at night, one would have to be able to sleep and watch at the same time. Thus an organization does not reproduce an organism, but is meant to an improvement it by means of human invention. It takes the Prakriti %31 unity of the organism as its ideal, though as we shall see it does not acquire it, but it dissolves the facticity of the living being. But these transformations do not extricate it from the inflexible necessity of kings situated, to say, regardless of its instruments, a being designated as a practical point of view, as an anchorage defined by Rhe very world is trying to in order finally to achieve supra-individual results, it must all ln, itself to be determined by the unifying unity and individual praxis. Thus the individual and do not achieve the common objective on his own, but be can conceive it, signify it, and, through it, signify of group, in same way he carry are a rearrangement of individual group and group has its practical limit in the individual. 3 disagreements in organizational subgroups. No doubt it be objected quite rightly that Renost organized the 525 groups planning, the distribution tasks, supervision and administration not to individuals but to specific subgroups. In such communities, everything is a common task and the individual as such apparently dissolves in a small subgroup, and then reciprocities exist only between subgroups. But if the individuals of the organizing subgroup sink into anonymity, the subgroup still does not transcend the framework of individual conception in its common praxis. In other words, it is still impossible to determine priori, that is to say, on simple inspection, whether the plan adopted is the work of one person or several, for, in order to construct it, several became one of the group are and may even be violent. And the plan gets organized through these the groups, by conflicts of interest or of point of view, and infected with seriality. It will no doubt be claimed that Rhe several organizers, if they have been represent of tendencies which individual could do. But, apart from Rhe fact that a synthesis is not usually achieved and that CN-compromise proposals reflect in SORN form the deep impotence which results FN-M divisions, such decaying or disunited groups do not belong to the present level of our investigation. People in a technical office or managerial department, etc., normally belong to the SARN class and milieu, share the same interests and have had the same technical training. However violent their disagreements may be, they are not a direct result of social conflicts, and it would be ridiculous psychologistic skepticism to attribute them to personality conflicts or secret rivalries, although, of course, such conflicts and rivalries may be expressed in the contradictions which divide them. Of the practical problem has to be resolved. And when experts are trying to a problem like in a city, they are with a set given, material incompatibilities, whose origins may be extremely the rising of number of relative of the main roads, the for car owners to their cars getting about to have parking places, which is in itself contradictory of lining necessarily solution, if there is one, obviously has to transcend and resolve all these material conflicts, and it must emerge in a framework city, since Rhe budget of Rhe city, or state, does not permit any large expenditure. Any conflict between the members of the group will, in 526 fact, be due to that trying to transcend objective contraction of the proposition in a false synthesis. One solution ignores the interests of another, makes parking in the city impossible, and so makes the car useless and threatens to impede the expansion of the motor industry, and another, which revives an old plan of building wider roads, simply ignores the limitations of available resources. Each of these solutions is individual, by which I mean not only that it provosed by an individual, but alluit and defines an in the group. It is not that is result of certain pressures, or if he has discovered the solution amongst this may be cleaves to certain possibilities and rejects all the others. But such predispositions can do no more here than define an approach to the problem, contradiction in itself simultaneously, and it explodes in the final synthesis all the more violently if the synthesis neglects one term in of another. Of lners the contradiction may strike other experts, especially ones who are themselves proposing a partial synthesis, that is to say unintentionally expercoring one contradiction while meaning to transcend others. Each of the solutions is an individual reality and objective, individual failure insofar as the mistake has been attributed to individual limitations, a part was mistaken for the whole. But the limitations are themselves individual. By this I mean that people are limited here in relation to other individuals, better equipped than themselves, rather than in relation to the or to mankind. However, individual reality, in the ancient sense in which the individual is characterized by the degree of nothingness which he has interiorized, reveals, false discourse, an objective, and material contradiction which rhe false synthesis which favored one term and neglected another. In other words, it represents the objective possibility of serving some interests while neglecting others, possibly in the same person, and this possibility is a structure of the problem insofar as it is really already expressed in the practice of certain groups of ear users, garage owners, or traffic police. Through them, one term attempts to destroy the other and impose itself, by lending the support of its common strength, the municipal authority route while allow rhe attempted solution to hold, at least as since the term it reappear in some the 527 other form and the whole problem would recur. Thus, what a particular individual becomes responsible for is the contradiction as it exists in the practice-centered field. It is in this field that the increasing number of cars, a strictly serial phenomenon, comes up against the rigidity of urban structures, inorganic and serial inertias, and this contradiction, by becoming a structure of a technical problem, it is out of the practical field. It should also be noticed that, as an individual, the expert serves a purpose, in that his own solution becomes his ideological interest, his being outside himself which he defends in rhe way as he would and fcnd himself, and because it is himself. Thus the conflicts between different solutions actually 5e the contradictions as a permanent conflict, of material forces. Every solution is really lust a veiled attempt to make one term dominate the other. And the inter-individual violence of the conflict is inconceivable outside an organized group. In rhe milieu of the pledge, the others must become the same again, for otherwise the calculated alterity of functions becomes a suffered alterity. Thus, above all from the practical point of view of finding a solution, the conflict between two individuals, a reciprocal antagonism, occurs achieving to end with the destruction of one in favor of the other, or of both in favor of a third or of their reciprocal by rhe group. For these experts, of course, there is no threat of physical liquidation or of brainwashing, but though their individual lives are not in danger, perfectly be, either in of this individual solution, or, legs determinately, as their reputation with others, of define their TWGROU1L and this is not to be confused with rhe relation of the common individual. Reputation is the of power insofar as a common result in the interiority of the group and is functionally connected with the concrete exercise of this power. Thus the of individual dual was necessary in order to carry the objective contradiction into the group, but the common being in the group was necessary in order to restore the virulence of the contradiction through personal conflict. In fact, it is obvious that everyone has been aware of all the of for that, in of a given first reports again enumerate the aprias, objective conflicts, etc. But these oppositions cannot manifest themselves in their truth as long as they are the object of a pure 528 book il enumeration or of a strictly verbal description. I include diagrams, statistics, etc., under this heading. This is because the organizing soul group stands in relation of immanence transcendence to the surrounding group, a quasi-separation, or quasi-negation, conditions the in inertia, we shall as the lived contradictions of the surrounding group, in the relations of its far as they need are in danger of being disunited by the object, cannot he re-interiorized by the organizing subgroup and lived at a level abstraction and specialisalion which is precisely that of the subgroup. If a can experience for the contradictions suffered by every member of the meaning of this term will become clear when we examine it concretely, which the Parisian population, in so far as some of its members are car owners. But at this level, he either suffers or avoids the problem by some special expedient which is incapable of being generalized. In short, his own misfortunes determine his perceptions as a Parisian, but they have practically no effect on his attitude as an expert, an individual defined by his proer, though he may use them as examples or illustrations in his arguments. But his practical point of 6W formed within a community of experts, or else in isolation, but only in SN for as this isolation is simply one mode of being in the group, for example, when working on his report in his office. Thus car accidents, impassable streets, traffic jams, etc., are reproduced in all their violence within the specialized when conflicts of material interest are taken up by individuals in the form of ideological interests. As a mediation of an antagonistic reciprocity, the subgroup controls its tension and defines Rhe urgency of transcendence. Thanks to Rhe fact that individuals endangered in their being in the group, the subgroup makes their conflict both possible and inevitable, the objective problem develops, or develop, all its contradictions at the level where it ought to be possible to find a solution. Of course there may not be any in besides, may in so far who suggest third parties and which already at though without seeing it quite clearly. What is served by this virulence? To raise the question in all its forms and in all its complexity, or, in other words, to aet the becoming question, devenir question, of the subgroup. The ed 529 maximum tension will be realized when the group, at its own level and in accordance with its functions, becomes the of now this complexity bristles with contradictions and cannot sustain itself as such. It is a way of interiorizing the problem, but as long as they remain divided, the common individuals will be paralyzed, the moment of the interiorization of Rhe contradiction, in so far as it transforms those who into be transcended unity. More integrated the subgroup, the more sensitive it is to the profound of same and the other through its and it is to a that is say, requiring support for a proposed thesis. In this case, it is not important whether or not a vote is taken. What matters is the elimination of the minority as such. And, above all, it must be made clear which thesis is being supported. If, as often happens ns, this is a thesis which has already been proposed, one which has just been explained, then, if one refuses to submit to the law of alterity, one is bound to give an arbitrary advantage to one or more of the terms oft objective contradictions, to the detriment of the others. There is no thought, in the sense of an organizing practice, which selects a best, if not actually good, solution by a synthetic transcendence of the contradictions. Action or to a their fair becomes defined as a common of an individual proposal a individual. That is to say, if someone proposes a hest, if only temporary, solution it manifest a praxis and part why there is third party or several, or whether the solution is found by several people at the same time. What is important is that everyone, in so far he a common individual mediated by organic practice, produces it a free dialectical of what is in is a dialectical transcendence through a practical project, and it there presupposes a grasp of all, in short, a living reunification of Rhe. I subgroup by the third party, taking the dissensions themselves as an instrument of reunification. The subgroup then becomes simply the synthetic unity of its own divisions, that is to say, it realizes, through its dissensions, the objective contradictions which the whole group derives from its situation. And, by finding a Kilurian, the individual posits himself as a regulatory third party, that is to say, he exhibits his solution as the opening to a possible future and book na conditioned by the since presents and transcendence of objective contradictions and as a possible reorganization of the subgroup itself in interiority. When the solution is adopted, factional divisions, in the most general sense, annex themselves into a structure positive reciprocity. Within the new unity, the CN contradictory terms are preserved as indissoluble elements of the new arrangement, and their mediated contradiction becomes an adopted heterogeneity. It does not matter in the least whether Rhe solution was found in THR course of meetings of the subgroup or through isolated work, since, as we have seen, is a particular the individual and a subgroup to which he belongs. What is important, on the other hand, i.g. that the practical development of the lions can and must take place through the regulatory third party, in so far as these contradictions realize themselves in the unity of the divided subgroup, he grasps them both within himself, and outside himself, in the common field, and in so far as he is a common individual, just as a footballer perceives the moving organization of the practical field as conditions arid transforms him and so realizes itself. Through him, since these internal contradictions are the interiorization of objective contradictions, he perceives them in the indissoluble unity or is as a problem of the objective organization O. The whole group insofar as the solution of this problem must effect a reorganization the organizing subgroup in other words, he not or Jo sees the solution as necessa but the reorganization of the soul _H4 rope as having to be effected on the basis of possible solution. And practical conception is thought, which that it is of groups the and to of subgroups to and to group, insofar as these relations are inert, pledged os sarur of coimmunity or, in other words, capable of being seen as the inert exteriority modify some of them in the name of the whole, it is structured by them, and it preserves them by synthesizing them through %ll a project which transcends and uses them. At rhyme, they lie before it in quasi-objectivity as rhe inert matter of an ordinal mathematics. Thus the end instruments of praxis is a mediation of the practical organism and of the free, cone-constituted dialectic 53 inert relations and objectificadon. Finding a solution is the synthetic, individual relation between structures brought together in living syntheses and the structural relations rearranged in response to the synthesis, in a practical field by exigencies. Since discovery of arises as a regulatory praxis of rhe third party, and since comprehension is this discovery insofar as it occurs in the other third party as rega praxis, the action, as the unity of the reorganization of the soul _F group and of the new the group, everywhere now. This is the crucial point. What we are touching on here is that essential structure of communities which epistemological idealism calls agreement of minds. There are no such things as minds any more than there are souls. This is already established. But the word is misleading. In effect, different individuals, or groups, with different horizons, and with n of kinds, in reciprocity optimism this will rise to a this so reign in of human knowledge but is a of history. It is always the new is the for the situation, it is previous a moment of its history, science can bring about the agreement of individuals differ age, sex, bark to later, individuals agree, on laws dynamics and there at same the agreement becomes external to each of them a communist physicist and an physicist can agree on some experimental results and their interpretation, without any change in their sociality or organic individuality. And, in a way, this is all that actually appears to happen, but this is because it involves a more complex structure than what we are examining at present, but what is really involved is a resurrection of unity through seriality and the creation of groups in the serial milieu without is degraded product of arrived groups as we refracted in seriality. The contradiction in the idealist conception due to its assumption that truth can be the same in the other as other. And _5.32 it would be impossible to claim that scientific agreement between two others is an example of basic human reciprocity, and that, consequently, alterity in its social and political forms, etc., is merely a secondary modality which will ultimately dissolve, without making an the of history example, simply rejecting class strugg 4% LE and exploitation. For intellectual agreement a scientific is always an employer and of his workers, all that is necessary is that both of them should have the desire and the opportunity to learn, which depends mainly on circumstances. But if a welder and the owner of a shipyard are both convinced of the truth of Archimedes' principle, each of their convictions is an other conviction, because it exists in a divided society and, as it were, at the two ends of an exploitative system. Here, an agreement about science is quite unimportant, just like an equally real agreement about the weather or the temperature. One might even say that it no concrete reality, simply because the two individuals are such that a confrontation in knowledge is extremely unlikely, and would, in any case, be pointless. Ili are in fact two individuals whose concrete relations are governed by the mode and the relations of production and who, for a group, the movement of thought of a given strict proof. In short, when individuals or groups are fundamentally other, and therefore inevitably an of minds as a permanent of reciprocity abstract and quire inessential, after the artillery of two enemy armies will be in complete agreement about ballistics. On the other in heuristic, which includes active groups of scientists concretely working tricur, the appearance of a solution commits yon much more totally and much more concretely than any agreement. An agreement, in effect, realizes at one point the exterior unity of the others as others and thereby decomposes into a dust of identities. All the others are identical at this particular point. When a solid 10n is produced as practical a regulatory third party, this what it is, of graphic the reproduction of experiments, etc., and when it also reproduces itself through the of CWCRY other third party, then it is in fact the temporalization of everyone as the same in of a. This hension is creation, and amongst such scientists or experts, it may happen that, as soon as the first one is have been spoken, the field of possibilities BEA-mess illuminated, that the future immediately appears, S3-3 even more clearly than the regulatory action had intended to determine it, but it also means that the free creation does not occur in an other as such but in a common individual who, momentarily aided, by the contradictory divisions, himself is the same by his practical activity insofar as this is one and rhe same thing for the whole of this interiorized multiplicity. We have TWD descriptions of in question, a third party explaining A to his and both of are inadequate. The first is implicitly organicist, it presupposes that there is a synthetic act proposer, that itself through the audience as the unity of integration. This interpretation amounts to submerging all but one of the people involved into indistinct inessentiality and to constituting the originator as a totalizing hyperconsciousness. It is based on superficial syntheses of X-reception which make the ensemble of listeners appear as a background from which the author stands out. The second interpretation, by contrast, is rationality, it group, it by its the of understanding a number of identical processes in different argon the proposers is then every term of which is governed by preceding one it ser VCS as inducer of identical reactions in external units, listeners, spectators. The concrete truth is much simpler than the mistaken interpretations between which we constantly vacillate. The actual process AF discovering the solution even if it slightly precedes that of the exposition still belongs to the process of common division. In fact it is, inevitably, primarily the appearance of one solution amongst others, and each of the false contradictory solutions has really been lived as a totalism reorganization and has been realized as a new internal contradiction, dividing the group and signifying its author in his individuality. When it comes to trials, the truly synthetic solution realizes itself as a restructuring of the group. The trial may be experiment or calculation work different it in the explanation of the solution. In any case, an isolated trial, however is still inadequate. The truth is both a controlled, practical decoding of objectivity and a determination of sociality in interiority. Is number 10 expect these operations to RO another nevertheless, the first for and which is the of its. 534. Thus the operation is not the property of the regulatory third party any more than was the responsibility of feast individual to shout, to the Bastille. Run L. It is performed by everyone, in three ways, a practical chain of abstract arguments, that is to say, of inert necessary relations. Necessity appears to everyone in all its persuasiveness, in so far as it is understood through the same relations united in the living structure, liquidation, through a totalizing rearrangement, of their ideological separatism, and rhe realization of the practical field by n and by in an operation. This liquidation takes place 3 extases, past are determining and the practical present, already illuminated by a global understanding, that is to say, by the future already prefigured as signification, occurs as a regressive determination of the mediations which unite this future to the past. It can therefore be said that the operation takes place everywhere, that the only way in which explaining is superior to comprehending is that it has the abstract privilege of regulatory action over that operation. Explaining and comprehending is cm individual praxis of the liquidation of practical contra and basis of structures, and that this individual praxis can never reproduce itself in the form identical processes in each third party since it actually presupposes two mediated reciprocities. That between each comprehension and explanation through the developing, that is to say, of rearrangement as everywhere, and that between everyone and everyone else and between everyone and all through the regulation of the third party, the being explained. but the synthetic bonds of reciprocity are here reduced to their simplest expression. Reciproco designates the comprehension of the other as the same as mine insofar as mine is the same as his. I.e. abstract link simply amounts to a reinteriorization of multiplicity and to its strict subordination to the different forms of synthetic unity. In fact, and this structure was explained above, there is not one comprehension, or 10, or 30, this comprehension, everywhere has no numerical determination. It is neither the explanation by the party group in of a nor a numerical plurality of act s. It is not the synthetic action of a hyperorganism, is it the individual, of a particular organism, it is of a practical organism without any emanation of individuality, to the extent that it mediates between the constituted dialectic 535 function and objectification, and that it arises as ubiquity in the organized milieu. My comprehension is mine only in so far as it is that of my neighbor, and the multiplicity of identity disappears in every understanding implies all the others and realizes them. Ubiquity is the reciprocity of unity as, with a single movement, it excludes both the multiple and the identiel. This double exclusion is perfectly conveyed high language with the first person plural, when it expresses the interiorization of the multiple, in the we. In fact, the multiple is not so much eliminated as disqualified, it is preserved in RHE form of ubiquity. True, one can say, we are two, just as one says, they are TV, but in the second case, the enumeration is real, and expresses commutativity, either may be RHE second unit, whereas, in the first case, this cornice the non-explicit content of reciprocity. Before an objective, the of the solution is an individual moment whose here is everywhere, and by its reciprocal presence in every of this is an abstract as group however to, but there are intermediaries between the non-multiple or ubiquity and latter really exists as when group is completely dead, and then there will not even be any hensive construction of a solution, or if there is, it will no longer have power to break the inertia. But for us important is that moment of synthesis is of individual per quite a universal objective, an agreement of minds while preserving individual performance. Nothing, everyone the it, me truth in its original sense, therefore, as causality and within an integrated group, is of integration thn-ug the mediation of a regulatory third party. But this leads to an aliot impossibility of distinguishing between the truth as an individual performance and as a common one. This lack of differentiation through ubiquity between one and finds expression in the fact that science will both name a law or principle after its discoverer Ohm, Joule, Carnot, etc. and also allow constructive work to develop anonymously. Not only is it impossible for common operations to operations practical structure, in as we shall we, the individual operation appears to the group as a practical ideal, never hud we return to the subgroup. Suppose 536 Book 1, that a schematic solution to its problem has been found. A solution has and it is of concrete modalities of application, etc. At this level we encounter the heterogeneity of again, it non adoption of the regulatory plan of the solution, which has anew the hand, is a comprehensible pledged inertia, it is obeyed, and no one should try to question it. Thus, in itself, it represents a synthetic relation of omnipresent inertia. In everyone it is entirely same, as a basis, and it does not reside in anybody in particular, or even have any special position in its originator. On RHE other hand, as an organizing the of group subgroup, it empowers precisely because they are integrated, because everyone is the same and bases his own activities on the same overall plan. It is possible for any individual of a proposal which presupposes, and contains, as its oscillator, the inert himself heterogeneous through his free, enriching proposal, while constituting this invention in the object as a moment of the totalism objectification which will have to be transcended. The progressive work of adapting the schema to the concrete therefore develops under the control of the plan, through heterogeneous moments each of which preserves and transcends the previous one. Level least in that is say, at of purity which we are now occupying, the contradictions do not affect group, they are in a possible future unity, of the common praxis and the group itself. But, view it be that the of on a basis unity again refers us to the practical unity of the organism. Even if the entire process were the product of different operations, performed by different individuals. Every that suggested, with its en priori, be a position that was transcended and preserved in the free, the is that the constituted dialectic rests on a non-dialectical moment, that of adopted in makes possible in so far as it lays down untranscendable limits to the constituent dialectic. And of course every practical organism contains a structure of inertia. This is constituted y it instrument of any instrumentality, but this has nothing in common with the inertia of freedom. In fact, free, organic transcendence is always a transcendence of material conditions, but the limits action are prescribed by historical circumstances as a whole. By itself underscore this inert negation, however, is the necessary condition of common action. It is through it that the common individual exists as power, function, and structure, and dialectical as the mediation between the common individual and the object to be worked. Itself differs from the free isolated vaxis of an organism, in far as it transcends, preserves, and actualizes inertia, power and function, in short, the common individual. There is a synthetic, constitutive relation which, in the group itself, is the definition of each individual, in relation to everyone and to all, and the Einman individual, actualizing himself through J-. Individual praxis, arises in a field of incredibly violent forces which form and deform him and involve him everywhere. In this sense, the concrete individual in the group is radically different from the organic individual and the common individual. At first sight, this makes it even more VV-TADOC-CQ% when the group in action relapses into it as regards at least in structure. But the paradox disappears when one remembers that the group is, and that is to say, an undertaking, a operation. The fundamental relations unite, and that the plan of operation be the produced other aim is not group, but the group in order to objective in common, but it as an in fact only a very but an organism constitu a careful division and a systematic of functions. Now new nor prevent being situated, not prevent giving rise to in its is, contingent of plan be same the group as a product it, except that the group as an object of labor must retain its determinations, as a worked thing, by a certain inertia, or that the only unity which a group can give itself since the 11. Hyperorganism is an illusion of idealism does not oscillate between the false unity of worked matter, a coin which has been struck, and the synthetic, living unity of the organism. So we are in a position assert that the praxis does transcend rationality individual praxis. On the contrary, individual praxis goes beyond it. And its special complexities, its knotted relations, and the formal concatenation of its structures derive precisely from the fact that the second rationality is from the fact that the group is a product. In other words, the group constitutes and organizes itself in response to the pressure of necessity in order to produce a dialectical action. And if it succeeded in becoming an organism, the organic unity of its action, assuming a hyperconscious unity, etc., would different in kind and would have a different intelligibility. Each organism might have some comprehension of the hyperorganism as a structure connected to RHEW, but this would be very different from ours, which, in the organized group, aims at totalization. In any case, RHE conjecture is vague that it is impossible to settle whether this comprehension would apply to the hyperorganic whole, or to its hyperaction, WHLCH is itself a rearrangement, or to the one through the other, or whether there might be no comprehension at all. But precisely because it fails to become a totality, that is to say, to transcend individual praxis by a practical hyperdialectic, it falls short the level of the praxis which alone could provide it with a model of active unity, just as the organism itself provides its totalization with a model and schema of ontological unity, a point which we shall return. And the paradoxical tension which constitutes the praxis of a group is that it is in itself a metamorphosis conceived as the ubiquity of the individual through all the others, and therefore, in a way, a new statute of existence, power and violence fraternity, and that its action which is the very reason and of what can be projected by an organic individual who uses a group object in order to carry out the project. But this factual untranscendability, which is not a necessity, but a permanent certainty of the investigation, necessarily refers to the impossibility of being a hyperorganism, which is the limitation of the GN-up, and this impossibility itself is primarily simply the impossibility of acquiring an organic unity. The untranscendable connection 9 between the group and the practical organism as idea not in RHE sense of a determination of discourse, but as an unrealizable task which becomes regulatory by constantly positing itself as of being the 53.9 next day, changing a perpetually rearranged and perpetually unsuccessful totalization. The group is haunted by organicist significations because it is subject to THIRD rigid law. If it were to achieve organic unity, which possible, it would therefore be a hyperorganism, because it would be an organism which produced itself in accordance with a practical law which excluded contingency, but since it is strictly forbidden this statute, it and a which is the practical and its in short, since b it cannot be attained, and the as a have to be crossed in order to reach hyperorganic unity, remains as the ontological and practical statute which serves to regulate the group. Similarly, the group constitutes itself through labor as a for producing a dialectical praxis, though this dialectic, forged organisation, is constituted by the free dialectical actions of the organic individual and is modeled on chem. The result is not only that the common action is capable of being recreated by a single the etc., but also that the intelligibility of the CN-instituted dialectic is weighed down and degraded in comparison to the full intelligibility of the constituent dialectic. For praxis process we must now seek to explain why, though as we shall see it is still intelligible, common praxis lacks the translucidity of individual praxis. First of all, it is obvious RHE fundamental reason is its adopted inertia, however extensively adopted it will still come to everyone as his other freedom and consequently from the third party as other, even though alterity arises here in its formal purity. FFL run up against my own limits, against certain untranscendabilities, the fact that I have one function in the group rather than another, then I can obviously provide practical interpretations of them, cognizing the reason for my function in circumstances and my abilities, and, rediscovering my it was implicit or can reproduce it in the urgency of the resuscitated past, and on this basis run through 540 Book 11 the dialectical sequence which leads to this present, to this task. But negation and limitation as such cannot be dissolved even if comprehend them, as I must, in terms of their instrumental function. And I and Alves rediscover the dialectical movement within the group, which produces all the determinations which are based on these rights and duties, powers and structures though they do not have RHE translucidity of my own pure organic print is. Both my right and my duty appear with the dimension of alterity. Of course, these are relations with others, but still, translucid human relations do exist, and I spoke o'er them at the skinning of this work. I mean immediate what we have here is worked reciprocities. Right and duty, in their non-transparent certainty, appear to dialectical investigation, and to practical consciousness, as my free alienation freedom. But, in fact, we know the aims of the pledge. The problem was to struggle against our multiplicity by interiorizing it, that is to say, by constantly subjecting it to unity. Thus the problem of dialectical rationality as constituted reason at the basic level of common action against multiplicity. Taking our investigation to a lower level of abstraction and purity, though it is still wholly abstract, WC can immediately observe that the interiorization of renultiplicity constantly has to be redone, and is never successfully completed. This is due primarily to the actual circumstances of struggle and action, that is to say, not only to the totalizing historical process, but also to the objective and the instruments. To begin with the latter, it is striking that, provided the group 15 not itself the whole of society, that is to say, practically always, RHE other intervenes in so far as the instrument of the group is the product of his labor and worked matter, from within the group which is constituted upon it, thereby impregnates all interior organizations with a certain alterity. Whichever group is considered today, it takes no more than a strike affecting the unity to be temporarily broken. Now, this unity has meaning only in the tnov of and in the of situation. If it is, this will break a fidelity between it will simply everyone to carry out his task in very he will deprive the and orders which the gyuk normally provides. The common individual subsists, he is the pledge and in everyone, but in the situation he tends to reduce himself to a purely negative determination, a handicap of inertia. The organic individual is no longer immediate on the is, that is, sustained and nourished by the common milieu, by the given and by inertia, and, on other, the objectification of common praxia. Isolated, he identifies himself as a practical organism with the group, that is to say, he gives the group the statute of dialectical spontaneity which characterizes his organism. As we shall see, this sudden isolation as rupture is not lived in the same way as those continuous functions which characterize the being in the of the individual, consequently, produce individuals useful, who live their isola their statute. But it is obvious that this identification of the group with oneself contains two specific and opposed possibilities: sacrifice to the group, in spite of the unreliability of orders and information, and the use of the group by the individual. The danger that common individuals will dissolve, in this case, is not prior to the pledge private interest, etc., in far as they threaten a group with disintegration, but quent to it, the group dissolves in the individual when he keeps the powers of the group and, in the absence of links, embodies the group. Thus the problem of links, liaisons, is inseparable from that of organization, or rather, it is a special aspect of it. The problem of the links of organization is inseparable from that of organization of links. And if the developing organization, through the general form it the general type of links, then these links, depending on the difficulties they present, cost, relative slowness, of danger, etc., act on the and make them alter their plans. Forms of and administration and the possibilities of communication, that is to say, the real techniques and means of communicating, is revealed to us in its inflexible rigidity by the whole historical reconstruction. But, for the problem has two aspects. 5 This dependence really gives the group, whatever it is, depth of the world, which means that it is united to the serialities of society in which it was engendered through the mediation of work matter. It may be said that the individual also depends entirely on the social ensemble, that is to say, on the social circumstances of his materiality. This is true. And, ultimately, his class situation and, for example, the state of medical techniques, in so far as they reflect production as a whole, and affect the refractive index of his practical possibilities in so far as his inside. But 542. This is a superficial analogy, reality is one. Certainly, there are linking organs, nerves, blood, endocrine secretions, etc., and illnesses occupational or other may some of these links, while certain medicines may re-establish them and even, in certain cases, improve them. The differences must lie elsewhere, even if one imagines progress in medical techniques making it possible gradually to transform the organism. It is in this respect that the biological links are established through and between biological and in milieu. Its own ways, and these ways are themselves functions. The inorganic appears in it either as a substance has integrated into the or a product of a secretion, but not as in a distance or as an inert vehicle whose speed is a function of some exterior operation. Within the organism, distance itself is organic, it itself to appear in its inorganic reality only through the degradation of the living being, slow reflexes in sick and the old, etc. With groups, however, the work materiality is an inert mediation between the of leads initially to the prec 2 nce of an internal alterity not p enslost by the group and which, depending on circumstances, but independently of the objective, or, at least, without any practical link to it, established by the agents, appears as practically negligible or threatens to tear the community apart. Supporters are up, or are coming in smaller numbers because we are meeting too far from where they live, because transport is expensive, etc. A movement, which needs to manifest itself at several places in the country at the same time, may fail because links cannot be established. 58 A particular fighting group may be wiped out because its links with RHE army to which it belongs have been broken. Such internal conditioning causes a reappearance of interiorist multiplicity, and, so to speak, re-exteriorizes it in interiority. The group has eliminated by setting itself A and by eliminating the organic hazards of its then it again, within itself, in the form of a dispersive limit to its unification. But it should be noted that this unlike basic present itself as a special biological of rather as a contingent determination of the practico-inert field. This 58. This an individual event if an exigency for failure will the 54.3 determination is said to be contingent not because it either strictness or intelligibility, given the practico-inert geld on the basis of which the group arises, it is inevitable that the problem of links should present itself to the common practice in some way cr other, but because it is external to the practice in so far as it organizes the group in accordance with a particular objective. Second aspect of this dependence is of even more concern to inquiry than the first, in so far as the group wishes struggle, with contemporary techniques and tools, against the dispersive force of the practico-ineral field, it must produce within itself apparatuses of mediation, supervision, and inspection, whose essential function 15 to put the subgroups into relation either with one another, as with a federal structure, for example, or with the CX entral apparatus, with the centrality structure. The active function of such mediators, whether are timekeepers in a factory or inspectors in education, is unite inertias as and these inertias were not produced by freedom, they to group through an exteriority apparatus consumes them as inertias which have been transcended and mediated by its mediation, and without this mediation the central administration would have no power over the local executive and vice versa. The mediating apparatus may of course be produced by the administration. But as soon as it has been produced, the administration is dependent on it, as well as the local executive. In such cases, a control body is often created to supervise the mediating organ. Of course, these remarks would be even more appropriate and complete in relation to a hierarchical UP subject to controls. But we have not yet examined such a structure. But in any case, the link reveals and develops the inertia of exteriority while struggling against it by rearranging pledged inertias. The peculiarities organized praxis are that it is constituted by a pyramid of inertias, both external and internal, through the exteriorizathe inertia of interiority and the of exteriority, the object of any, the subgroups which have to link together, appears as an external internal inertia and must be treated as such, while in its relations with other coordinated organs the same apparatus is treated as inertia by subordinate apparatuses. But relations of communication are only one example of the separation of interiority. Depending the task and it tray also find expression in temporalization, each particular task in its 544 book particularity may be completed and be separated by a time lag from the particular task which it makes possible in the development of the common action. An industrial complex, either a socialist or a capitalist organization, we are not directly concerned with exploitation here, but rather with technical necessities which are the same everywhere, east and west, the extraction of raw materials or the manufacture of intermediate products, blast furnace, and forges, iron and steel, etc., is objectified in a certain object, such as crude oil, or steel ingots, which absorbs just like and allows it to crystallize in it. The plus will be resumed, the oil refined, the steel transformed into a crankshaft, a drive shaft, else, possibly and in a third process it will be enabled to perform its functions directly, the machine will be assembled out of its separate parts, etc. But it is clear that the praxis of every is absorbed slow as an inert of materiality and transcended by a operation. The point of view of the it is very important that workers and managers should be integrated into a single complex. But 10 the subgroup which perctuses blasted is of very little importance whether treated raw was mined by a belonging to the complex or whether it was transports, by train from some distant region. In the second case, the fact that the so-called raw material is already worked, the fact that men have into the is practically irrelevant even if the worker in the forge belongs to the chass as the miners, This class solidarity is not a structure of the group as such, at least not directly, and, besides, it affects the members of the class, whether they belong the or not, rather than of the group. For the worker, in the inert exigency of the object may refer to those who have produced it, but, as we have seen, it may also be as a sort function of materiality. At this moment, it separates more than it unites, or rather it unites in seriality. But still we have not relapudi into seriality, the group loses its purity, but it still has its efficacity and its structure of interiority. But the important point here is that in the technological complex under consideration, the task of the preceding is perceived owing to the time lag, the transportation of the product from one workshop to another, or the mind to as inverted and turned back into passivity by its basis of inert passivity. It a mortgage the future of the new worker, a limitation of his to the constituted _54s which he must submit, whether it was done outside the group by others as others or whether it rhe result of an wider raking which was common to certain members who in so far as they are sami. There are ways in can the mediating subgroup may improve by increasing contacts between workers in sectors. It may that everyone understands giving instruction or enable every worker to see the meaning and importance of his own function and also to learn to recognize the meaning of other tasks, or it may institute a system of rotation which puts everyone into each of the different jobs of the ensemble in the course of 3 or 5 years. I am not mentioning these practices because of their social efficacy, but simply to show their common character. They take up organization at the neutral point at which it was left by temporal dislocation, and they treat the isolation of each or individual in relation to other individuals and subgroups as an inert negation which has to dissolve, and treat worker as a unit who has to be won back from emerging by either of a rearrangement of jobs, or of a verbal action they have a material on inorganic materiality. Is true that this work is intended to replace a cloud of isolations, such as time lags, by a functional unity, but in terms of the common of organisallion, it shows that concrete organization is a perpetual negation of the negation, that is say, a practical negation of developing disorganization. From this point of view, the heterogeneity of functions in a totally and abstractly pure group is, as we have seen, a creation of freedom. In a complex group, however, in which spatial distances and topologies are constant sources of massifying dispersal, and from the point of view of totalization, it is clear that differentiation, if it is determined by the organizing apparatus and by Spedic-Hernpearl lag, can collapse, in a moment, into a statute of accidental heterogeneity, of exteriority. In an effective, practical, but real group, there is a constant danger that the current will cease to end. We have what of which are mediated by the apparatus is true alm of the apparatus which mediates. The activity by differmed he east, the of propaganda, and in the west engine ring. Gut this little so book U group uses up part of its energy, the energy of its members, its numerical strength, credit, money, etc., in maintaining itself in a state of relative fluidity. Thus by of reflection, which is highly intelligible since it involves mediating subgroups and mediators between these sol_f groups, etc., the group as interiority, that is to say, as a developing totalization, is in danger of being resolved, and will in fact be resolved, into a hierarchy and circularity, both of them, for we shall discover later, of unifying actions which take actions and agents of a inert or, into a hierarchy of quasi-objects deriving their statute from an other, a subgmup. Or an individual considered as a quasi-sub-ECT, as a quasi-transcendent determination of their suffered, adopted inertia. At this level, the group tends to have mom in common with the kind of complex which is constituted by a machine and by the workers who use it for a particular job than with practical organisms which dialectically transcend every inert organization of the practical field, and this occurs without the moment of passive negation and arrest being directly produced by praxis, but, on the contrary, in so far as it returns from the worked object to the work as a limitation of the developing objectification which is immediately transcended by the inorganic statute of materiality. In fact, even if it is true that the group never relapses to the level of, even that of a feedback machine as has been suggested and if it is also true that it can never itself to an organic status, this is because it is actually a human product, that is to say, an instrument made by men in accordance with laws which make it possible to create automatic devices on the basis of the inorganic, and hecos it is simultaneously constituted by the free, dialectical praxis of human individuals, in so far as it acts in interiority on every member, and in exteriority on the common object. There can never be a social machine, because it would resolve into a massified plurality of organisms as soon as every practical organism received a suffered statute of inertia in relation to the group. On the other hand, its operations become more machine-like as integration advances, that is to say, as the group, through the organization of its structures, increasingly as of the practical organism, as a regulatory schema of the constructed relations of 60. Inferiority, like hierarchy, arbitrarily, chat is to say in with E547 interiority. This in no way implies that this organization, as an impossible mediation between the organic and the inorganic, is of itself unintelligible. But it does mean that it is a constituted dialectic, that is to say, there is no dialectical praxis here to realize the unity of individuals. On contrary, there are individual, constituent dialectics inventing and producing, through their work, a dialectical apparatus which encloses them and their instruments and which is determined in accordance with the aim. Within the apparatus, everyone is transformed with and through all the others, and the common individual structure of the amalisation appears as the highest level of integrity on which the group is capable of realizing in its attempts to produce itself as an organism, but the PIOP can be comprehended only as a particular dissolution of the practicomer field at a certain degree of depth, and as such, it preserves the dissolved field, at least in the form of a constant danger of the resurrection of seriality, and its very leads it towards the statute of inert things, of worked products. As have said, even is provisional. Later, we shall examine the avatars of the group and what becomes of them when group is. By important point is that praxis is 60th every the insofar it is everywhere the same, is produced as a finished action by an organism as mediation between function, common individual, structure, and objectification, inscribing the common work on the object. In common praxis, there is a common aim, objectification, labor, transcendence, ru-iproel adaptation, etc., just as there is in individual, and every partial be grasped in its as a free, of detail of the but aim, whether regarded in of individuals or reflexive rule which of the whole by of apparatus, appears a emanation of the future by a project on the basis of concrete circumstances. At this level, the individual dialectic actually transcends itself towards another form of intelligibility, since it can already reprod and comprehend the specific modalities of the group which would be unknown to an isolated individual, if there could be such a thing, that is to say, structure, being in the group, function, power, and, ultimately, 61. This is, of any of an avatar of the Book 11 the pledge. The pledge, in fact, as a determination of mediated reciprocity, is incapable of being produced, or, therefore, comprehended, by an isolated freedom. And if everyone understands the group in this way, in so far as it appears to transcend itself towards a form of this is of group is given concrete at the same as practical individual existence, thus there are not two separate moments of comprehension here, but rather two types of activity, practical and theoretical, which are always possible, either separately or together. But, as we have seen, at the moment in which the group transcends itself towards the organism and its individuals, it's still inoperative. Il can go no further, produce new relations with others, and therefore with oneself, in everyone, but it cannot produce an integrating and integral organism. The totalization cannot become a totality. And if the group is to remain an effective power to produce particular results, it will clearly be necessary that the number of readjustments and mediations in it should increase, that is to say, it should itself of points of view perceiving it in forms as an inertia be. This procedure is the of failure of the first. Since, Add integration to the of multiplicity into in it with a new unity. Multiplicity without parts inevitably reproduces itself as a quantitative, discrete multiplicity, the group itself, under other and through the mediation of the Praktikvinkrit. Circular recurrence yet on basis, but the circularity always does, for mediating organ must itself be mediated and it turns out to split by the separations it mediates. Now, in this circular ensemble and even when we introduce, as we shall, the of authority as an autonomous positing for itself in inertia of isolation, while practical lies mediation of a subgroup of at this level, passivity is given first but isolated prox ss, as the work of one machine in a group of machines, and teleological activity is simply what underscore mess, from above, to break up isolation and to restructure functions. Totalization constantly breaks down and is always re-established by others, who are now no quite the same. Its free, practical reality eons ro everyone as a passive recovery of his common individuality. From this point of view, which is also that of the interior practice of the group, and which tends to the constituted dialectic 549 dominate as the difficulties increase, the common action becomes directed process. What difference is there, then, between process and praxis? Both are dialectical, they are defined by and direction, they transcend the obstacles of the common field and transform them into stepping stones, stages, steps marking and facilitating their development. Both are defined in terms of a particular determination of the field of possibilities, by which the meaning of their different moments can be explained. Both arc violence, fatgue, wear and a constant transformation of urge. But praxis is directly revealed by and, the future determination of the field of possibilities is posited at the outset by a of material, that is to say, by a project, at each of agent produces in a particular posture, accompanied a specific in accordance givens in the future have called this for simple in a given set of circumstances, on the basis of a given need or danger, it creates its own law, in the absolute unity of project, as a mediation between the given, past objectivity and the objectification which is to be produced. Slow he process is comparable neither to an avalanche or flood, nor to an individual action. It actually retains all the characteristics of individual action, since it is constituted by the directed action of a multiplicity of individuals, but at the same time these characteristics receive in it the modification of passivity because, through the resurrection of TLW Nuttletipple, Uri here presents itself as a passivity, and implies passivity as ubiquity in every air, and activity appears as the elsewhere, that is to say, as the dissolution here of suffered inertia in so far as of in elsewhere and for others, be an inertia which has be dissolved by activity. In the group as pledged inertias are forever concealed and veiled mediation between organic activities. In the group process, practical activity, as an ungraspable, fleeting event, serves as an suffered inertia so far as it dissolves them temporarily. There cannot be any question of determinism in either case, since the development is concrete, and directed, and grows richer with each transcendence, and defines itself in terms of a particular future end. In the first case, that is to say when the group is manifested in its abstract purity as a living comprehension is quite simply the production of or of 550 book you spectator by himself in his being in the group, this act is always possible because the organic individual is always a common individual. This understanding is richer than inter-individual understanding, because implicitly or explicitly it reproduces new dialectical structures as the pledge. And this pledge is still intelligibility, although in everyone, other freedom, because in itself it is a free operation performed on the fundamental relation of reciprocity. However, lucidity is effaced as a function of complexity, structures, law and terror contain no new determination cio not any opacity, and it is both possible and necessary to produce them dialectically in explanation. However, so far as they arise on basis of a relation to the party who not and who, of course, appears as RHE same, here and in so far as reciprocity bases them on inertia pledged by RHE other, that is to say, on abstract alterity as an inert PLCX/GE never to be other than myself, the certainty of the structures is based on an empty reality, whose other ERM is active in me insofar as it is not me and insofar as it denies itself the possibility of being totally itself in isolation. The action is intelligible because IR is RHE as my own, but I consider it in a vacuum because, in the ubiquity of the pledge, same, everywhere, is not myself. We are therefore confronted with a negative limit of transparency rather than with a positive limitation, as by some irrational effusing of common manifestations. Apart from these two differences, comprehension is richer from one point of view, and poorer from another. A common action is intelligible to me as organic action, that is to say, through some graspable end which totalizes us, or the group, if am situated outside it, negatively. Totalization of a multiplicity, whether this multiplicity is inert, living, or practical, is an operation of as dialectic. And common praxis in its purity is understood on the model of organic praxis, that is to say, as the individual action of a community in the light of a common aim. For understanding, common praxis appears precisely as a mediation between the community and the common aim by the singular, just as the action of the individual organism is RHE constant mediation between the common individual and the common objectification. There should be nothing surprising in this comparison. The actually reveals through multiplicity individual limits of functions and powers, and each of these presents itself as exemplary, that is to say, as the same as all. Illis the schema of intelligibility is not provided by super-individual undertaking, the 551 but, on the contrary, by the dialectical, and perfectly comprehensible, relation between pure, simple, individual action, modified by the relations mentioned above, and a common aim. Individual praxis is the synthetic mold which poured. In the second case, the process manifests itself as an object. This does not mean that we receive it as a totality, on the contrary. But, whether I in the or is not of the kind that I can produce, as a practical organism, it belongs to the category of those which I suffer in 50 far as I have my being. In other words, it reveals itself as a reality in relation to which I shall always be outside, CVCN if IL envelopes and which be even if, with everyone, I help to produce it. This reality is structured in interiority, for, in spite or everling, whether they are inert or isolated, functions subsist and yet it have interiority. Does not produce in immanence its own determinations, on the contrary, it receives them as a perpetual transformation or its inertia. But as these received determinations are themselves synthetic and internal, since they are always directed to a future end, and they represent a constant enrichment and an irreversibility of time, they proceed not from analytical reason or the laws of exteriority but, if one is not to prejudge them, from an external law of interiority. This law may MLT or CN-ers be referred to as destiny, since an irresistible movement draws or impels the ensemble towards a prefigured future which itself but it is interesting see it as the celebrated external dialectic which was criticized and rejected at the beginning of this essay. Indeed, it is precisely this which appears as a transcendent law of interiority, and which is given as the move of and destiny or fatality. And if one bites dupe, it makes appear as but as is because of it projective and structures are by the process develops in accordance with a law from outside which controls it in accordance with earlier conditions, but this necessity is still directed, the future is prefigured, and retains its finality, though but this conception of human activity as PRFKCSS takes rather different forms especially non-dialectical or aberrant ones in the work of many American sociologists. 5. Lewin's Gestalt is based on a vision of as process, there is destiny, as an external law of interiority, and the synthetic passive organization of results. The works of Gardiner and Moreno, and the studies of the culturalists are always based on directed, and overblown passivity and inert futility which we have just seen, and the group process is, from one point of view, a constant reality of our own investigation. Its characteristics are not their invention, they have not chosen to see only it and to study it at RHE level of its complete unintelligibility. Misunintelligibility is simply a moment of intelligibility, it is the first appearance which certain groups display. Moreover, it becomes intelligibility at a level of greater complexity, which we shall soon reach, at the level at which the group interferes with the series. For the moment, it is better to present process as the permanent obverse of intelligibility. Taken on its own, comes the fact that it can be and reversed, in it represents the moment where the interior of group so as to counteract the multiplicity which begins to erode it. Ever here reabsorbed by the inert, at every it tries to it everywhere, and if it escapes or flees, it is through its own negative character. It appears parasitical though it is in reality practical reality itself. And as long as the group, with its control mechanisms, remains effective and active, its fundamental truth is still praxis. However, we must retain this first aspect of process if we simply wish to mark the concrete limits of as long as one isolates it from the world in order to study it in its abstract purity, it will yield its intelligibility without transparency as an individual and common practice. When it is considered in the world without relation to anything except time and place, it will display new aspects, separations, scleroses, useless survivals, local wear stratifications, the inertial force of apparatuses, fragmentation of the group, tendencies, antagonisms of function, carefully defined competences cease to be so as praxis develops, because of the need to adapt to new circumstances. And the negative praxis of mediating apparatuses which attempt to dissolve these callosities and knots is essentially danger of being simply an ever anterior liquidation, a preparation for common action, a restoration of instrumental functions without any other positive connection with the praxis of the group in the common field. Thus, while continuing its real development, the group also appears as an object which is constantly being repaired, and the teleological aspect of the repairing is its very negativity. It appears be subordinated to the inert which have be 55.3 the possibility of the group being when inside out as an enormous, passive object, dragged towards its destiny, and expending its energy in internal reactions, absorbing the human conduct of its members and subsisting by a sort of inert. Perseverance is still no more than an abstract of simply shows that the group constructed of individual and that it produces an organic action without itself being an organism, that it is a machine for producing non-mechanical reactions, and that inertia like human product constitutes both its being and its raison. And when we say that, considered as a represents limit of intelligibility, we do not mean that it is unintelligible in the depths of its inertia, but, on the contrary, that this fundamental inertia must be inserted into its very intelligibility, in other words, that the praxis subject of a pledged community maintains itself in being as a process object, and that this is its own materiality. Tied materiality of the group is in far as it is forged, and forged in far it is suffered. The is a function of distance, becoming correspondingly more weak or inflexible, distance, as a reciprocal path which be entered and an expenditure of strength and wear, is created by the pledge, and in the form of this double conditioning of inertias, it makes it possible to indicate RHE stare of the by this. I do not mean either its b, ng, which we shall come to shortly, or its constitution, as a structure ensemble, an exogamous system, or an administrative apparatus, simply the relation between constituted inertia, suffered and pledged, and praxis, at any given moment. It is at this level that explanations will be found of such matters as the aging of one part, that is to say, both the decline in and stratification of the controlling organs, the effect of scarcity on the possibilities open to a group, scarcity of empty classes, etc., being either a national circumstance in the light of which the group determines itself, and which determines its density, or improper the group itself and to its of recruitment, CIR in relation and between objective of the group and the objectives of other groups or serial individuals in the society under consideration. At this 62 of is upwaff with of, a shortage of at li, of be due to it or money. This renaming is 554 book 11 level, 2, one can speak of softness, or, the other hand, of hardening of routine or of a frenzy of innovation. At this level it is possible to explain the difficulties of a given group in new circumstances, by showing, for example, that whereas all its structures were organized with aid to a defensive prams, the conditions of struggle are forcing it to go on the offensive, etc. Examples could be multiplied indefinitely. It will be sufficient to remark that his state is not inertia as an inert foundation, as a sclerosis of structures, etc., but inertia as a condition of to the extent, that is, that it acts as an untranscendable limit, in which the suffered pledged are and in an indissoluble reciprocity, of any action which tries to negate it. It is at the level of the state, and we shall return to this, that the group is totally conditioned, in a form for which it was not prepared, by the practico-inert field which it attempts to modify. A particular action, in duplicated, the do not them, a particular locality, may be aimed at intimidating, at improving wages, but it may inopportune, may be ignored. The dangers which have to be avoided are not yet sufficiently clear, and above all the workers in the big 4% est firms are about to begin their paid holidays. We seem to be on the point of encountering seriality again. And in fact we shall encounter it. But, for the moment, it is sufficient to comprehend the group as constituted praxis. In it, through the determination of its members, the contradictory tension which opposes co-multiplicity of can be seen arising at dialectical. However, it must be recognized that both the dialectical structures and the synthetic movement which produces the opposition proceed from organic praxer, and that multiplicity is a factor of dialectical intelligibility only in so far as it manifests itself as transcendable inertia, that is to say, as the explosive exteriority of the interiorization of number. The group at work is individual praxis, initially exceeded and reified by the seriality of actions, and everywhere turning back on the amorphous multiplicity which conditions it in order to extract from it the serial, numerical statute, so as to negate it as quantity, and, in same movement, it, a means of achieving the totalizing objective praxis, remains fundamentally individual because it is constituted as he same, that is TOSY, as the directed exploitation of multiplicity without parts. In this first moment praxis does not treat archaea multiplicity differently from the inorganic gatherings of the practical field. When it combines them to make an instrument, the crucial is the pledged agreement. Every detailed action, in so far as it is both the same and differentiated, turns out to make use of multip/isif, which an interior feature, power, of individual unit. When, for the sequential time, this interiorized multiplicity is placed in exteriority, this does not that it has escaped common control, or removed itself from the multiple unity in everyone, so as to reconquer quantity, would be on assumption that it had a dialectical power of its but of inertia and of relations of exteriority has, quite simply, recurred, that is to say, in and through practical objectification, and yet the ontological statute of multiplicity, the plurality of organisms, is not affected by this. Under fire, the unit replaces dispersal with practical organization, it encloses its multiplicity itself. But first the unit is counted, and before long, it will count its wounded and its dead. 11. And the enemy, if they lay observation posts, can always count the able-bodied soldiers it still has at its disposal. And this inertia as the ontological limit or integration, we shall see that there are other limits, is not a theoretical given of some passive knowledge, it is, in fact, the objective feld of the unforeseen. Through it, indeed, the passive action of the practico-inert is reintroduced into the free group which is to it, and this passive reappears as action of an interior force but as an interior danger of dispersal. This pure exteriority is, so to speak, lived in interiority as a permanent threat and a permanent possibility of betrayal. Thus multiplicity is reactualist in its untranscendable objectivity by the practico-inert, and the practico-inert is simply the activity of others in so far as it is sustained and diverted by inorganic inertia. Thus a passivist of activity reactualizes discrete multiplicity, and the group, as dialectical praxis, perceives it in its very dispersal as an internal danger, that is to say, as a dispersal is passive activity, seen, through the unity of the praxis which it contradicts, as an active negation of this praxis by a directed counter-praxis. It is at this level that Manichaean explanations, in terms of English gold, the plot of the aristocrats, counter-revolutionary activity, etc., appear. And it is in opposition to this action which reactualizes in itself discrete multiplicity as the ubiquity of the possibility of betrayal, that is to say against itself, that RHE organization reorganizes itself, breaking up old frameworks and, through mediating organs, etc., trying to reduce the passive act of multiplication to a simple, multiple, discrete inertia, ineradicable, from point of view of we rediscover organic praxis everywhere, in so far as it acts on its inert multiplicity, and this multiplicity manifests itself initially at every level of reflection as sustained by passive activity, in so far as it is the point at which practico-inert forces act. But we have seen that the field is in itself a caricature of the dialectic and its alienating objectification. Illis, common pra_us is organized at every itvel against TLR anti-dialectic, first by jointly settling TLW objective and the means of attaining it, dissolution of seriality, and then by perpetual rearrangements of its structures. And the internal life of the group manifests itself through the positive and negative consequences of these rearrangements, that is to say, through new determinations of the interiority of the through, and the organizing praxis to the common consequences of these determinad. 557. But, at the same time, every partial reinteriorization of the multiple is a way of introducing it at another Lula's inert quantity and separating force. In this sense, the hostile group, if there is one, minds the enemy both as and as process. It cannot actually be unaware of the enemy taxis as T comprehend and anticipate it on the basis of its aim, but at the same time, if it wishes to prevent it from being achieved, it must strike the enemy at the level at which praxis is also the development of a process, destroying its supply bases, cutting its lines of and group is under attack, in so far as it anticipates the enemy, must to itself, in the of a process, this is the basis of reflection. Complex of dialectic therefore fact in multiplicity as a so as it an instrument allowing action to common while remaining individual. And, as work is the paradigm of dialectical activity, the group in action has to be understood in terms of two kinds of simultaneous of which is of other, activity in immanence, reorganization all of the organization, and dialectical activity as the practical transcendence, dependence, of the common statute towards TLW objectification of the group, production, struggle, etc. The object which is realist D is, if we temporarily ignore the dangers of alienation, the expression in transcendence of the organization as a structure of immanence, and conversely. There is, therefore, no ontologiro/y common praxis. There are practical individuals constructing their multiplicity as an object on the basis of which Quirion can perform his task in the free, agreed, and pledged, heterogeneity of common function, that is to say, by objectifying themselves in the common product as necessary details of the Div 101-ing totalization. But this does not mean that constituted intelligibility demands the of every praxis individual actions, a dissolution while D imply, in effect, that there was no intelligibility apart horn constituent intelligibility. Moreover, it would blind us to the real metamorphosis which the pledge causes in everyone and to the fraternity-terror relation as the foundation of all subsequent differentiations. On the contrary, there is such a thing as comprehending common praxis as such, that is to say, in so far as it is related to the group as a subject, in the sense in which one speaks of then to the individuals who are integrated 558 Book 11 into it. It is simply a matter of regarding the group as a product of human lal_ur that is to say, as an articulated system and of seeing the common action as a determination in passivity, through the constructed instrument, of individual praxis. These precautions will make it possible to comprehend group praxis in terms of this reciprocity of as a positive and image of and product of by the future. On this basis it will be possible to grasp TLW synthetic connection between the two permanent actions reorganization and production in far is of but of the constituted and of its intelligibility is that in it action is defined and carried by passivity and that the modifications of the everyone. Originally, we can understand any common praxis because we are always an organic individuality which really 5 a common individual, to exist, to act, and to comprehend are one and the same. NIS reveals a schema of universalit / which we can call constituted dialectical reason, because it governs the practical comprehension of a specific reality which I shall call praxis process, in so far as it is the rule both of its construction and of my comprehension, that is to say, of my production of myself, on the basis of the common, as a developing praxis process. Both as object and as subject of the constituted dialectic, the group produces itself in complete intelligibility, since it is possible to see her * every determination in inertia transforms itself, in it, and through it, into a counter-finality or a counter-structure, and, also, in the best cause, into structure and finality. This intelligibility is dialectical because it shows us the free, creative development of a practice. But its specificity as a constituted dialectic means that freedom is not the free activity of an autonomous organism but, from its origins, a conquest of alienation. Moreover, the specificity of the object demands that freedom be sustained, channeled, and limited, both in interiority and in exteriority, by a pledged and sufferer inertia which is simply the free determination direct and indirect of the field of passivity. The whole of this practical development produces undeniable results. In other words, it constitutes first of history as such in relation to the taking of Bastille or to the silk weavers' revolt, and these results thought J1 directly susceptible to alienation, as we shall see represent in the objectification of a community as such. In other words, the euphistituted dialectic, as the E-dialectic 559 ubiquity of the praxis penetrated with inertia, transcends itself in the case of a practical success in its result. The objectification really is common, to the extent that the objective was common. But as an organizing effective, the untranscendable limit which it encounters is that of practical individuality. Precisely this constitutes it, and because, as a constituent dialectic, it is the regulatory skerne and untranscendable limit of the constituted dialectic. It is at this that it is possible to grasp strange circular conflict. All is impossible, is the untranscendable contradiction of history, the opposition and identity of the individual and the common. I would like to illustrate this conflict and this lack of distinction by an example. The one I have chosen is certainly neither pure nor abstract, and it scarcely concerns the group, at least as homogeneity, because it was conditioned by the of production and the class, and it towards the end of the 19th century, the eve of the Second Industrial Revolution. But this has very little bearing on the formal Reisvarkels which we are conducting. What I wish to show, in effect, is identity of action and group action and mechanical action, in short, the organic praxis as the regulatory praxis of the group and of machinery, and at the same time the irreducible opposition between the individual and the machine. 5. Taylorism. Taylor was without any doubt the first of what we now call organizationmen. His aim was to increase output by eliminating wasted lime. If a worker's task comprised 5 successive operations, then 5 operators, each performing one of these operations 5 times, would take up less time than 5 workers each performing one complete action. The ingenuity of the organizer here consists in replacing temporalization by passive temporality. An action is a temporalizing praxis. And, in a way, your elementary operation is also temporalized. In fact, it too is in 63. English in original. Ed. L. 500 N. Action, complete in its realization, and incomplete in the common signification of its result. But what makes the living totality of the action disappear is that the 5 operations are separated both spatially and, by a time lag which is time of waiting. For operations e to egen, it is necessary and sufficient that operation should have taken place. Thus every operation is passive in relation to the succeeding one, because it does not form part of the same temporal development, but each is separated from the other by a determination of time, and, incidentally, of space, through the negative exteriority of inertia. Moreover, every operation, in itself, insofar as it has been timed and insofar as its normal duration has been established by means of a determination of exterior rhyme, that is to say, of Rhe non of inorganic insofar as it is defined by specific practices of a passivity into free, practical realization. Instead of being conditioned by the result which had to be achieved, and by the free organism in action, it tempi releases itself dialectically by preserving, as its internal oscillator, the passive temporality defined by the workshop clock. Thus the action is constituted by 5 practices which are mined by the interiorization of a passivity and separated by the passive how of, that is to say, by the abstract oscillator of the rhyme of employers, other workers, disappears an organic action, and work everyone is thereby disqualified as an individual practical agent. His operation is no longer an action at the same a common individual, but in alienation this goes beyond the cases considered above, in so as his operation depends the quo, for and conditions the other two etidistims. In so far as he lives his labor and his solidarity as a member, with his comrades, of an exploited class, this interdependence may become power and function, but this is not very relevant here. In any case, clipped and mutilated and torn from his hands and muscles by an exterior rhythm, the operation is still his practical operation and, despite its determination in inertia, it realizes itself dialectically through him, if only at the most elementary level. The important point is that the skilled job, destroyed by Taylor, expropriated from skilled workers and distributed to the four corners of the factory, regains objectivity in its totality as a product of 5 separate workers. The only difference is it be a simple of exteriority, 5 specialized workers, each performing a single unchanging the ed operation, produce n objects in a given period of time, while 5 skilled workers each performing the whole task from beginning to end produce of work is simply a consequence of exploitation. What is striking is that this reified labor, so far is of everyone, regains its synthetic character as a free determination of the practical field in matter. If we know that a particular product can, prior, and given a certain LEL of technique, be made either by a single skilled worker, with years of or by unskilled who have had ships of only a few months, there is way of telling, without some other source of information, whether a given sample of the product was constituted by a multiplicity or actions, external to one another and determined in passivity, or by a single totalizing process. This first moment of the example SLU-WS the absolute homogeneity between a dialectical action which CN poses itself, and an alienated, decomposed operation, between free temporalization and expropriated temporality. Philly's homogeneity does not manifest itself in the concrete of is very in 2 cases the synthesis of objectification which is effected in the inertia of the duct. Inorganic, product, in effect, has this double character. By its passivity, it sustains but inverts the synthetic action which is inscribed in it, and endows it with a hidden exteriority. By its false unity, it holds together, and integrates into a single seal, various different operations, coming from different points in time and space. In it, the unity of apraxers becomes a false unity, and this false unity becomes a false integration, outside themselves, of an objective diversity of operations. This observation suggests another: no action is a priori incapable of being decomposed into several operations. These operations are passived and grasped by analytical reason. And so each of them, as the structures of group, the of an ordinal mathematics. No analytical treatment of these operations is conceivable. A view of the totality is not retained, to say, if they are in the produced object as they're in the way, analytical conceive a universal combinatory of functions in a given group, it will have the concrete ability to construct it only in so far as it is a special case of dialectical reason, that is to say, a function produced, directed, and controlled by it. There is no action 50 complex that it cannot be decomposed, dismembered, transformed, and infinitely. 11. Varied by an electronic brain, it would be impossible to construct or use an electronic brain except within the perspective of a dialectical praxis of which the operations under consideration were merely a. But it should be remembered that the deskyling brought about by Taylorism is soon followed by a second moment, that of specialized, for insofar as each operation becomes each machine can perform an operation. Of course, if operation is performed by a man, it will be, but this is because the practical organism has no reality apart from organic praxis, and cause it realizes everything it does praxis. By itself the operation already has no specific character. Piling bricks into a truck is a human action if it is done by a man, and a mechanical action if entrusted to a machine. Specialization passes from man to machine, and a worker who is tied to his machine after an apprenticeship of a few weeks, sometimes a few days, is aware of his interchangeability. Finally, through automation, individual operation, others, task of the machine or of the complex of machines, in the end, human action is completely absorbed and re-exteriorized by the passive instrument. However, the product does not change, or at least not much. It presents itself in the synthetic unity of an instrument which is constructed by men, and appropriated by them for the needs and ends of other men. Its inert unity reflects to the consumer the creative power of human, rightly so, for itself presupposes an analytical reason which is sustained and guided, both in the inventor and in the producer, by a reason, and the far tasks, differently. But still as it can be in product, of the passive of common operations, of production by specialized machines and of automatic machines as a substitute for practical autonomy. From our point of view, this means that the original praxis of the organism serves as a model equally for machines and for groups. Constantly decomposable, and constantly deskyled, it remains untranscendable, and there is other constituent schema, whatever the type of FLOSIC NCY being sought. In automation, however, praxis becomes pure process, and, with Taylorism, it becomes semi-passivity. These transformations are crucial, but they always occur due the of RHE final objectification. They must be regarded as which leave the goal and the distant ends unchanged as determinations F field of possibilities. Individual schema contains within itself everything that to the of seriality, it is the practical Tegui excellence. And it is in it, and through its mediation, that the equivalence between the specialized group and the can be. But, in addition, this example also shows that this practical category guides the analysis of tasks and the construction of instruments, but that it is necessarily negated by this analysis or by this construction, and also by the work or the pledged group on itself, in far as neither the group, nor the addition of tasks, nor automation can of themselves realize the immediate integration of an action which gives itself its own rules by revealing them as exigencies in the object. ITIUs, in the case which concerns us here, and the only one which is relevant to the dialectic, the group both seeks and negates in being the only translucid unity of active integration, that is to say, the unity of which the only example is the organism. It both seeks this unity and negates it, by very to establish it, at same it realizes it by this very means in its construction, victory. Now this practical unity was the group, and which causes it to negate it in its very effort at integration, is what we have elsewhere existence. Problem intelligibility arise, on this basis, what must a group be in its CTNG in order existence in and of in order to realize its own ends in as they have been freely posited by practical organisms as free dialectical existences. The unity of the group as other, the militant. Its unity others, in this initial its exists as a group, as the erosion of the practical of a developing objectification and the manifestation, immediately suffered by the other, of a specific, positive or negative, a negative, practical in external the of and the not being grouped of every other is the common relation of serial individuals to the grouping totalization and to every non-grouped other, as such, within the series. In other words, the other is also determined, as other, as a common individual. Obviously only the particular circumstances can determine, for a given historical group, whether the totality induced in seriality is just an abstract signification or whether the relation between the serial non-grouped and the grouped is a practical, concrete relation. The practical constitution of pigeon fancying or numismatics clubs, if it occasions any negative unity the non-grouped, so in a very abstract way, is of a logical determination. On the other hand, the organized constituent of a fascist militia which specialis 5 in surprise attacks may, according to circumstances, be the occasion of the negative unity of the unarmed population, fear, or even of positive anti-fascist group, but, above all, when an institutionalist or quasi-institutionalist ensemble, in a few pages we shall see how the group leads to the institution, appears to have some public utility, given a more or less developed division of where it takes on a given task, so relieving others of it in so far they are serial, I will produce a totality of dependence in the serial flight of the other, in other words, it will of a group other determinates these consumers remain in a state of recurrence, the customers of RHE post office, for example, or else in circumstances which we have already described the inducing group may occasion an induced group. The state's quasi-monopoly of education induces a parent's association to the practical community of secondary education. In considering this new practical category, that of the non-grower practically engendered by the group, we must recognize that it can take various concrete forms, the volunteers who march past with their after first insurrection, and who display selves to the people who have not been fighting, but who, for the most part, support TLM, as those who defend, or liberate them, produce a feral whose structure actually involves other groups, the King's Army, or the bandits, are in fact the true inducing groups, having already totalized the population of a district or town, by attempting extermination. On the basis of this inducement, a group constitutes itself on seriality. But the passive ensemble, women, children, out to be a contradictory fran is, the enemy, at least this is the aim which is interiorized by the concrete certainty of the people, which, indeed, is always true in a sense that will become clear later, totalizes through a vacuum, the whole town will be raised to RHE ground, the group which resists the enemy totalizes by the negation of a negation. But at the same time, as a totalizing negation occasioned by and resisting the external negation, it reconstitutes negative totality of the non-combatants into a seriality cf impotence, in opposition to the exterminators, they will be those who are defended, but their relation within the town will still be sither an inert gathering or molecular. These statutes exist, one when the housewife whose hush and is on or the is queuing for food, and the other when she tries, in her home, to preserve. In conditions which by day, however, haunted a passive, induced unity, is thereby subject to a certain proof of this is that, if circumstances deteriorate, a section of the population may be incorporated into the defense group and other sections may be organized to back up the first, a health committee, a supply committee, etc. The initial unity of the non-combatants is the unity of those who suffer error and the seriality, conceived as suffered, as socialized impotence, amounts to the beginnings of a recognition of recurrence and of alterity. 566 Book 11 The Post Office, on the other hand, as a public service which functions smoothly and permanently, initially constitutes its CW Tomers as a serial exigency, although its complex, totalizing work becomes, for the public, that is to say, the basic possibility of totalizing itself so as to protect or control the functioning of this organized group. In any ease, whatever the induced relation, a tension between seriality and unification, may be, the totalization of the group an inducer for the social ensemble, which, for the moment, we are treating as a set of groups and serialities. It is so as a purely formal determination, in so far as the group leaves RHE unity of the non-grouped outside itself by a negative totalization, and it is so above all as a practical in so far as this group has practical relations with the non-group, and lastly it is so as we shall see latex in so far as the group on the basis of a certain social volume, which varies according to circumstances expresses in itself the society as a whole, in the form of a totalization. Through this totalizing relation cf transcendent, transcendenra, multiplicity, the group really 5es itself as the first historical mediation between the and practical freedom as sociality. But it is not from this point of view that it concerns us at present. We are describing its effect on seriality only in order to explain modified the modifies it. Indeed, from the moment in which the group becomes a mediation between the non-grouped, they become either in the individuality of each, or in the alterity of the collective, or in an initial developing a mediation or subgroups of the community. If I am a postal clerk, with the task of registering postal or parcels, relation to through mediation of others, of those who queue in front of my counter, seriality. And each of these individuals perceives the totalization of the group as a completed, fully functioning totality. This totality is constituted, of course, as a totalization of functions and instruments, and the serial individual serial thought expires in the practico-inert and individuals inorganic instruments as living functions, as absolutely equivalent. A Hansa registered to a clerk, puts an express letter in the special box for such letters, he sets in motion an operation which begins, in the one case, with a relation between men, though not necessarily with a human relation, and, in other case, with a relation to inorganic instruments. But in both cases E of group as 567 the entire operation presupposes both instruments and men to them in a particular perspective. And for the customer the practical character of the juridical exigency is that the user makes no distinction between the instruments and the ought. We say that in this respect he is by his practico-inert answer is no. His thought, as an of impotence, certainly encourages him to perceive the group as a unity which seals an inorganic passivity. But, on the other hand, his relation as a user TNRHE common instrument and to the common individual is a free juridical relation, 64 and, from this point of view, his individual operation is narrowly confined within RHE operation of the clerk as a common individual. The clerk reads, corrects, or recopies which customer fills in order to send his parcel, etc. A reciprocity is established which qualifies him from a certain point orchio as eans.w.n, a common beneficiary and a common starting point, that is to say, communist by die common aspect of the operation, its pledged inertia becoming its own past guaranteed by the pledge of the others and by a form or which is handed to him. There is, therefore, a certain practical homogeneity between the cast owner and the clerk, to precisely the extent that the initial operation cm% has a practical reciprocity across the real limits of the group, and material ones, in the inorganic sense, for instance, the counter, and by connecting the exteriority of the customer to the interiority of the clerk. Now, from RHE point of view of this practical homogeneity, that is to from the free point of view of pledged faith, the customer will disquire, as such, the active unity of men and instruments in the on this unity is in another sense, as the dissolution of and multiplicity in the this is what one feels whenever one performs one of those everyday actions which a public service, g letter, in one sense, for a particular is to put it in his letter box in Marseilles, in other to put into a pipe which sucks it up like a vacuum and it on the table of the addressee, and it is since circumstances vary. For example, one may learn that a right all from the pledge and of pledged in the ability give a itwolf to cm group to ethio in the of, through pledged in he other or in any particular letterbox was closed in a particular in right of Paris without the users being told, and that hundreds of letters therefore went astray and message co the many hands of a free, pledged, but fallible organization. The post office is an extension of my arm, like a cane, a spade or a brex_nn, or it is a free, pledged which gives a power which what involved here not quo opposed of a rather two limits between are many possible in a sense we encounter once again process and as we define them however, precisely to the extent that the original relation is a power, of die customer wer the group, or of the organized group over tle inorganic gathering, those who are not grouped still recognize both aspects, or RHE synthesis of them, on the basis of a pledged inertia which constitutes for their practice the interior of the group. Whether instrument or organization, the group must be responsive to the exigency the or exigency of the group, if the alone is visible, the plane for its peak censures, it function as a free common function, and if men appear in their mediated inertia, they must respond to the exigency. This freedom is individual, it is common freedom, determined by its limits, gasped by a freedom which is common to every user, despite its preserved seriality. And this common freedom defines the character of the common praxis for the customer insofar as it is expressed by attention which affects the whole group, the whole postal system and the whole of France penetrated by the pledged praxis which carries a letter from Lille to Nice. Thus the other customer posits group totality as an object whose is pledged freedom, he posits this totality as producing totalizing actions and as manifesting itself as a whole in these practical expressions of at the same. The customer posits the individuals who compose it, and the instruments which are in them, in essential particularities. Or rather, as he proceeds need to the practical power which group confers and this power to the apparatuses which the group produces to give him satisfaction, he sees each person, as a common individual, as an specificalion produced by the group in the course of its tquilopernant. And this is n untrue, for the common individual is a product of the pledge, but at the same time the organic individual remains indeterminate for him, sees the specified and high of he group as 5 the total group and does not, or not necessarily, in fact, very rarely, KRL_WRHE details of the individual and his free praxis. He does not see praxis an individual between and concrete result, but as the free production of a preliminary operation by the group through an individual organ, the phrases and letters which correspond to the recording of a number of parcels, and which are specified in contact with the individual parcel which is to be recorded, are traced as the through the other vice indistinguishable hands of these generally speaking, will be grasped as pure negativity, clumsiness, slowness, lack of intelligence or courtesy, in short as the brute resistance of matter to furthermore. This is another case of a reciprocity, usually based on scarcity, and particularly on the scarcity of time, for in the moment at which the operation exigency of the customer constitutes me as an inessential product of the community and treats function, in me, as an essential line of force of the totality as such, L, as the clerk, treat him as an interchangeable member of a series, who exists for me only as a support of a precise general exigency, or as an inessential produced by a group totality, for example, for me, as a teacher, or a representative of the parents' association. Of course the relations between the administrator and the customer can become individualist. This happens, for example, if the reciprocal operations take place frequently. But this individualization reveals a free reciprocity with no practical relation to their practical, functional bonds. Thus by the mere juridical exigency of the customer, the user, etc., the other dissolves me into my group as a part into the totality and dissolves my free practice into the juridical freedom of common praxis. He then constitutes this totality, which digests and transforms external solicitations, and responds to it with a totalicini percent and totalized operation being in intexturity. In effect, the structure of the group, which must correspond to the power of the user, cannot be anything but pledged inertia, and consequently being conceived as a norm, as the counterpart to a GWER. Thus, from the outset, we see the identification by the other of being and this radical identity will constitute for the other the ontological statute oft organized group. But this required being is constituted through certain relations of interiority, since the customer understands the group, through his own action, as a synthetic operation defined by its end and by the unity of its means. In this way, the being norm contradiction is resolved, for the other, being as pledged inertia arises in the form of totality, or, so 530 bookly to speak, the totality object can exist only if inorganic inertia, seen as an infrared/e being, sustains it, but this inert totality is structured in interiority. So its inert being is produced in interiority as a norm of on basis of this the totality produces its differentiations nor as ruralizing efforts, but as diverse expressions of the totalized whole. The being of the whole, lived in interiority, becomes a normative scheme which occasions the production of total operations, and these operations, as interiorist practices, produce their own Menand instruments. For the user, the public service is an object within, that is to say, an internal milieu with its own tension, its index of refraction, its web, and what is involved is, therefore, what might be called practical intersubjectivity as a milieu of the totalized totality. And this intersubjectivity does not relate to any abstract or collective consciousness, it is quite simply the reflexive structure of the group as seen by the user. Now the member of the group, that is to say, the common individual, the clerk, realizes himself practically in the reciprocal operation which unites him to as an inessential of intersubjectivity. This means quite simply that the determination of inessentiality comes upon him on the basis of other, and that he has to assume it through his operation itself. In short, produce myself through the other and for myself as an inessential, passing mode of the intersubjectivity of my group in so far as I operate with and on the other on Q half of this group. And in the practice itself I perceive myself as an objective expression for the other of a totality, whereas the internal of the is mediated by strangers is given reflexively as a simple developing. This will appear still more clearly when the other mediators between the members of the group become for each member, not only erug their actions but also through their material density, the real factor of his separation, of his isolation, when their resistance, either inert and serial or organized, conditions the possibilities of his communicating with his comrades in the group. This happens very often. How you or close the internal bonds may be, it is rare for a group to be constantly actualized, that is to say, gathered together in its entirety in a particular place. Besides, in many cases, these plenary meetings are priori impossible. For example, the sheer size the group may preclude any real gathering. Political parties held conferences in which each individual is the representative several others of the group is temporarily or permanently set apart from the other members by the unity of group forest of humanity. For example, a militant in a non-underground party is constituted as a common individual by his fidelities, the pledge, and by his practical functions, which assign him a given place of residence in a particular town. But at the same time the forest of humanity which surrounds him is, like Macbeth's, active and alive. Its density is material and practical. The human environment treats him, whether with favor, contempt, hostility, trust, or mistrust, etc., as a peri-militant. That is to say, the serial or common practice of the others constitutes him of the political and social program, of the present action and oft past history of his party. His individual practice with its style and color, its skill or incompetence, etc., intervenes only a posterior and lacks efficacy and therefore reality except within a very narrow framework, for example, in relationships with other militants or sympathizers or with a layer of sympathizers who hesitate to join. But in the first instance the overt militant is constituted in his being as a normative inertia insofar as, in a period of political tension, positions of others are adopted, harden, and become unshakable. However, it would be a mistake to think that these attitudes of trust or hostility are directed towards a example, or socialist, or violence of these practices of signify that they are at the party any when fascist terrorismings are directed against one communist, in sole charge of some office, is that they are, that is to say, are directed at the party as a present and essential totality through inessential individual whom they never consider in his individuality. Take a simpler and more everyday case. The political between a given opponent or enemy and a particular militant are not aimed at convincing him, but at refuting the party his person. An interlocutor systematically ignores the personal limitations of the individual, slowness, lack of education, lack of aggression, or poor projection. Someone else might have given a better answer, or rooted he enemy in any case. His reactions are those of the group as a totality which is embodied in each of its temporary modalities. Conversely, the militant finds himself constrained by this scion, which is by the to this relation between and the and part and the whole. He constitutes himself as a sniffier to precisely the extent that he appears to all as Sisyphid. In effect, it becomes extremely 572 Book 11 For the practice it is impossible either to confound his free individual practice with the praxis of the party as such, or to judge in of and since ordinary of entourage consist either in penetrating the acquired of individual seeing in order to go straight party as his profound reality or, the other hand, in taking individual characteristics, and isolated weaknesses, and making them into the common reaction the political group as a totality. The isolated militant tries to dissolve personate characteristics in himself so as to make himself merely the local presence of the party in is irrelevant that is fair-haired, and has a stammer, or that he is or he makes himself for what all make the of a centralized mass revolutionary party, etc., which gets 6 million votes at each election and which takes up and elaborates the exigencies of its electors and members. He becomes exigencia, ng, and he learns the corm non-thought both as a determination of memory and as a pledge, in such a way as to make certain that this normative will be reproduced in as in the other mouths of the party. 65 This transformation, happens concretely under pressure of is an individual initiative, expresses what the group through its organs of mediation, liaison_m, and direction, and through each particular subgroup or sections, of each of its insofar they are all isolated and besieged. However, the formal rigidity of the identification with is accompanied by complete as to its material so far as he has functional relations on militant has his disposal and ideology enables always to take of situation which, through his gives the common interpretation situation the totality of 6. ig not a stratification of in but of the which determ 66. This will by in a km up, taking of all the and, other things, of implicit emergence yes of the corn muniri. Leaders hey may they may it. But prevent AA is in an embattled by totality of the of other 57.3 but, the same individuals the indefinite of serial or enemy by systematically appropriating his action divert or dissolve the signiferarian.s which he gives to his practice and to the course of things, both here and for every in every other here. Refracted by a dark density, bristling with projects and actions which elude him, these significations become indeterminate objects or and comes to same objects with thousands, or hundreds of thousands, of facets when the militant publicly reaffirms the abstract, schematic determination of discourse, he immediately reveals, to everyone, the party as a group totality. But it remains schematic, and the more it identifies him with the group, the more it cuts him off from reality. It should clear that what WC are discussing here is not the of any particular situation. Am simply trying show the forest of humanity materiality and as of the militant, be the but we have seen this ubiquity despite the pledge and the heterogeneity produced, remains fluid as long as the relations of common individuals are direct freezes and ossifees as soon as it is affirmed in opposition to the practice of the non-grouped. At the moment in which the group as a totality object becomes an abstract schematization for the militant, he becomes unable to comprehend either his own organic praxis, or that of the others, the concrete course of events. But, at the same time, he refers to what he realizes as his common reality constantly and for his every decision, that is to say, to the party as a normative inertia and a completed totality, as pure objectivity and intersubjectivity, that is to say, possessing an interiority, in short, as a substance which is total everywhere and which its own instructions everywhere. But it should not be forgotten that this constitution comes to the member of the group through others. This means that it arises in the milieu ofilterity and that he adopts it in accordance with his functional relations to the non-grouped. Thus this structure, as the practical instrument of his operations, represents in everyone his in the milieu of the other and the practical reinteriorization of the other PMY, that is to y, a totally of this totality a practwal by a few of all in of and in a practical of by is to say, by of group as in 574 bore being of the group. For it is in its objectivity for the other that the group can superficially appear as a totality. And it is clear that in itself, as an internal relation, it becomes a totalization. On the other hand, the structure of embodiment, the inessentiality of the individual, and the present essentiality of the whole, is not lived by the organized member for and in itself, he does not grasp it in the reflexive unity of an Orgum-Singarshan which has the totalization oft group as its direct objective. He produces it through the of other as of relations, thus it is to that the practical and theoretical object, for the person in the group, is the other, and that he does not grasp his own reality as an inessential dement except as an implicit rule of action and as a signification which is discovered and projected onto the other in the course of the antagonistic reciprocity of combat or of argument. This univocal relato the party or to the group, his being lived as the dissolution of the part in favor of the whole, can never be either of his action or the of any intuitive, practical certainty. Nor is it ever explicitly formulated, unless it is first formu be others. Is in knowledge, an inertia which is and suffered, and re-exteriorized into stereotyped actions, or rather actions whose relational structures tend to be stereotyped, and a sort of regressive intentionality aimed at relating every particular circumstance, as a pure accident, to the totality as a substance which digests and dissolves all concrete reality, as inessential. And, in a way, if one is careful to avoid equivocal wanton 5, one can say that the praxis of the militant when he is connected to other third parties by the mediation of the forest of humanity brings a certain alienation to the group. This is because he experiences, as a bond of interiority to the totalizing organization, a relation of exteriority to the group object, as an exterior object, which is G7. It is WWTH of a in field is a high is this formally a locality object. If group is given in its then, as we when, this totality and appear. FM it at the objecta of the synthesis. The calls a 2 and when the gmup gets too large, 2 or 2 in its the which though they as a totality which is un of o precisely the relation of the other to the inert totality which he has re-interiori 5 ed as a defense. Nevertheless, he is constituted by a complex relation, composed of two opposite mediations, the other's mediation between the common individual and the group object, and the group object's mediation and agent and other as action. And the of relation and formal intention is still going back the everyday practices of the relation to pledged inertia. This relation indicates the immanence of the individual in the intersubjective totality, that is to say, the dissolution of the mode into the substance or, in other words, the fusion of individual organisms into a hyperorganism, as the future which has rob realizia once the group as such is fully assembled. 6. The institution. In the of m.zated the unity of the community as a bitotalizing mediated reciprocity in the GRO up when, at a party conference or demonstration, the militant is put back into midst of group, or when the clerk, with his colleagues through the medium of the customers, turns back to them and rediscovers the direct bonds of the organization, their expectations are disappointed and their relation to all is metamorphosed. For they rediscover the real milieu of immanence, to precisely the extent that is impossible for them to dissolve into it, and, to precisely the extent that alienation to the group object disappears with the other, they rediscover a community which could never become a totality subject. At thank level, in effect, where the organization takes itself as an immediate objective in the light of a transcendent aim, being in the group is no longer, for everyone, mediated over there by the other, instead it is mediated here by the same, by the negated multiplicity of a very same. It would be pointless here to enumerate and describe the intermediate mediations which actually give the being oft group its inconceivable complexity. For example, I may, through the abstract other, communicate with same, avec les mêmes, a concrete, reciprocal relation. There have been complaints about a clerk and he has to explain his will be to contrast opposed relations. One hand, alienation to the totality and, he false bond of interiority which constitutes the group through everyone as in substance whose being is defined both by inertia and by having to cleave devoir être, and on the other hand, TLW relation of true interiority the 57.7 through mediated reciprocity, the practical recognition if functions, of subgroups and of but if we closely, we will discover a new statute of intelligibility. We have seen that organizations are based on a pledge. Everyone pledges himself to remain RHE same. This pledge occasions a first contradiction in that it the basis of the heterogeneity of and this contra produces another, since it is praxis which, action, the detail lion. Thus the urgency of danger and of need is reflected not only in fraternity terror, as a relation of indissolubility and violence, but also in more complex structures whose necessary effect is to allay terror and mask fraternity. This would be unimportant, but as we have seen, the integration of party group is through mediated reciprocity. And by fundamental integration, we mean both the individual's corning to the group, as the initial movement of grouping, and the permanent act of totalization which is carried out by and for everyone in various forms and through the complex evolution of the group in action. Now, this mediated reciprocity, despite mediation, retains its original structure as a detotalis duality, with a double center, and this detotalis duality manifests itself here, within the movement of integration, and through a temporal dislocation of the totalisarion, as reciprocal praxis. Indeed, when describing the fused group, we noted the main features of the regulatory third party, in particular what we called his relation of immanence transservance to the group of which he was a part. Let us return to this point, now that we are more familiar with common structures, and describe IL more fully. And, in order to concentrate on one example, let us imagine that two individuals, A and B, in the course of a common action, totalize themselves reciprocally, both with and in the group, through mediated reciprocity. NIS totalization is practical. We are not concerned here with ritual recognitions, which have no objective aim other than to preserve RHE bonds of interiority, we are with which are and the concrete relation two powers which come together in order to produce a given result in the objective. In this sense, every function integrates the other into the differentiated totalization through their heterogeneity seen as regulatory by A, is to say, his practical defined by A not arise in 578-11. B as such, unlike what happens in fused groups. But, through the reciprocal grasp of the common field, the act remains regulatory cause it in a signifying the of is known to both agents, and because the two agents are themselves reciprocal products of the organization, they have been formed, trained, and equipped in such a way that B could sex, a forecast of his future action in that of A. Thus in the common field of the football match, on RHE basis of the common game and the given conditions, each move of his actions of the goalkeeper. Now, the structure of the regulatory act is complex, it is, in a limited affirmation of sovereignty. By sovereignty, in the absolute practical power of organism, that is se, purely and simply its prince ris as a developing synthesis of any given multiplicity in its practical field, whether inanimate objects, living things, or men. This rearrangement insofar as it is performed by the organic individual is the starting point and milieu of all action, whether successful or unsuccessful. I call it sovereignty because it is simply freedom itself as a project which transcends and unifies the material circumstances which gave rise to it, and because the only way to deprive anyone of it, is to destroy the organism itself. In conditions in which this rearrangement of the diverse into a totalized field is also realized by action as material transformation of the skeld in its internal configuration and real content, sovereignty is not only amlous but also total. Now, at first sight, this regulatory action, whether it in a fused group or in an group, resembles the exercise of absolute, total sovereignty. The play of a practically totalizes the group, in fact, for its part, and in T5 moment, it defines the orientation of the prince ris and the momentary organization of all, through individual readjustments and owing to the power of each over all, a particular run or breakthrough will arrange the entire team in a certain practical order, the meaning of which, for example, may be both to support the maneuver and to anticipate a counterattack. Through this totalization of the team and by means of it, for it, will be INTE 68. But it is to one can be in ch is a complete and wc become hugged down allow itself by the traps of the and how simple is to it. HUD still simply in to be to his of field. An institution 579 graded whole, will this integration by determining his own position on the basis of the present state of play, of the used, of order by and of his own special function. Thus, A's squarrenty will define the mode of integration of B into the group in his operation, and A will totalize B, C, L, E, etc., by means of his regulatory action. But if the exercise of sovereignty were complete, the sovereign would have to be external to the group and to totalize it as totality in his should, a type of which we defined, in form, the univocal synthetic bond between the agent and the material anti-human environment, or, in an elaborated form, the relation, both in interiority and in exteriority, of the customer as other to the clerk. Now, we are aware of the limit of this sovereign synthesis. It is that the bond is not univocal but reciprocal, that the regulatory third party integrates himself into the group in so far as his regulatory action succeeds in practical and ours, and same. Thus sovereignty is by its very every me is sovereign, but it should not be inferred that no one is. Or the contrary, since each is sovereign over the sovereignty of all, at the same time as being the organized object of each practical synthesis in interiority, he ought to be described as quasi-sovereign and quasi-object, and the group itself, in so far as it is totalized by the practice of a given common individual, is an objective quasi-totality and, as a gated multiplicity of quasi-sovereignties, it is in a state of perpetual in the practical tempi or lisa lion, separates the moment where A becomes the regulatory third party from the moment in which B in turn is a regulator, constitutes IV's being imp group, as well as A's, as an ambivalent statute of interiority. In so fax as B adapts himself to the initiative of A, he defines himself practically as a restructured element of this collective materiality, suffered and pledged inertia, which each third party, as a third party, reimps in his quasi-sovereignty. His objective, practical truth, that is to say, the action to be performed, as signified in interiority by other third parties, therefore comes to him through A as quasi-sovereign, through common mediation, he grasps it through bis action, which submissively realizes the regulatory signification. But, by submitting and in conformity with intentions which have come by of the N himself tries to realize the unity of immanence as the fusion the mode into 580. The substance, but in fact, this unity is destroyed by the simple fact that his action, a free mediate non between the common individual and the common objective, by a practical organism, realizes the synthetic objectification of the group in the worked object by negating his interiority of immanence in and by his dialectical development, that is to say, high negating his being as an inessential mode in relation to the essential substance. Wherever the action develops freely, he posits himself as essential, if only as a detail, through its very development. At one and the same moment, therefore, IR not only manifests his being integrated in TVA group as a practical and objective integration based on his inability to integrate himself ontologically into a substance, but also, at the same time, in the mediated reciprocity which harnesses his actions to the regulatory action of A, he sees himself by and through A as an integrated element of a quasi-objective totalization air formed by a quasi-sovereignty. But this ambivalence, which is simply a developing contradiction, also refers B to his own sovereignty, in becoming the third party through whose mediation B will rediscover himself over there, merged and organized with the others in the intersubjective substance, forces B to recognize him, in a new rm_wernant of reciprocity, as the third party who has the power to integrate, and not as the abstract sovereignty of the individual organism, and therefore as a member of the group. In other words, B has to see A as a simple modality of intersubjectivity, a definite function as the specification of the substance by itself, and this will force him, in A and in all, to snatch himself away from the common substance, that is, away from the integrating operation, so as to a mediation between the individual A and HR's common being in the group. A therefore becomes not only, for B, and by me ans of B, an alter ego, the same positive reciprocity, but also an excluded third party, as a quasi-squarrenty, a quasi-exile, the tension and H, by means of A the same conditions, also becomes an excluded third party and an alter ego. Can be there in his inessentiality in relation to the group through the integrating sovereignty of the other who becomes the provisional subject of the group. But in order for this operation to take place outside by means of the everyone must posit himself in his irreducible essentiality, the one who, with all the others, guarantees others' membership of the group by means of his pledge, his WWCRS, and his action. Thus, in the pledge with which B becomes, through his practical subection to the regulatory action, the object of an integration which is mediated over there in A, he constitutes the group as de totalist, or helps to do so through his obedience. He produces A as a quasi-sovereign, and therefore as quasi-excluded, and in the moment in he grounds quasi-sovereignty a mediated recognition of A's powers and functions, that is to say, of his concrete membership of the group. He produces himself as regulatory, either for A or for others, as when he acts as a guarantor for A and declares to the others, in of powers, be followed, helped, and in person the quasi-exile of quasi-sovereignty. However, it cannot be denied that the interiority of relations, my common being's intimate membership of the whole, the inessentiality of my own existence, in so far as we are RHE same, and the essentiality of my function as a structured relation to the totality, are all practical truths, and the proof of them is that, in a living group, they are realized and verified every day by concrete action, discipline, self-sacrifice, etc., are practical affirmations of all these truths. But in fact, in the living milieu of interiority, these truths, as determinations of my ontological statute, appear only in a perspective of flight and as a quasi-transcendent of my real of this particular group. A transcendent rule of my is as a lived impossibility that my group being should merge with those of other members in an undifferentiated ontological totality. From this point of view, each of my regulatory actions appears as a false totalization, in by surety which others give, and my sovereignty never and none of my regulated actions ever succeeds in submerging me in, since it is itself a surety the regulatory action occasioned it. Being in regroup, in interiority, is manifested through a double, agreed failure. It is being unable to leave and also unable to integrate oneself into it, in other words, unable either to dissolve it in oneself, pledged inertia, or to dissolve oneself in it, practical unity being the absolute contradiction of ontological unity. However, of the group exist, it is pledged same in everyone, that is to say, one's own freedom become other through RHE mediation of the other. But apart from the fact that Ellis inert being, etrinkruk, resolves itself, on examination, into a tight web of inert, mediated reciprocities, and thus loses its appearance of unity, it cannot be regarded as the real ontological statute of RHE group, since it is in fact a means of producing differentiations. To reduce the being of the group to the set of its inertia needs, iner, esrenwayens, is to transform this basically practical organization which exists only through its action into a skeleton of relations of being treated an ordinal calculus. But the illusion remains as an essential structure of any community, for two fundamental reasons. First, the violence and coercive force of fraternity terror as a true relation interiority between the group are on the of rebirth, produce the traitor as absolute evil to precisely the extent that they define him as the man who destroyed the previous unity. In other words, both terror and the pledge relate to RHE deep fear of a dissolution of unity. They therefore posit it as the essential security and as the of any repressive violence. But the basic contradiction of the group which is not resolved by the pledge is that its real unity lies in common praxis, or, to be precise, in the common of this the community itself as the reign. It cannot in fact whatever it does either realize the free interpenetration of individual or an inert being one which is to freedoms. Secondly, for those who are not grouped and for other groups, rivals, enemies, allies, etc., the group is it is a living totality. And, as we have seen, it has to interiorize this objectivity. It would be pointless here to examine the dialectical relations between and show how are through their each in relation to the others, and they are transformed by their and in certain stances, the being for others of the other, as their own immanent being. This has already been done many times, though never very rigorously. The only point that has to be remembered is that, have seen, the group is seen in its totalized unity by the ensemble of the others, and that this pressure is so strong that even in its relations of pure interiority it interiorizes this unity as its sing from -e/ina, etrity thought, is to say, in last analysis, the synthetic source which sustains and produces it in its developing read perpetually its deepest interiority, which is in reality only its most abstract exteriority. There is a being X of the group as its transcendental reality, and this is produced at an infinite degree of compression and gathers together the totalized ensemble of its structures, of its past and of its future in so far as they are externally the common object of the ignorance of others, and this X as the pure abstract object over regressive intention becomes RHE the institution 583 interiorization of the ignorance of others, that is, the meaning and historical destiny of the group in so far as they are the object of its own wonderance. Two purges and tarot are between the individual and the common, which oppose and define each other, and each of which returns into the other as its profound truth. 15 naturally manifested in new contradictions within the organized group, and these contradictions are expressed by a new transformation of the group. The organization is transformed into a hierarchy, and pledges give rise to institutions. This is of course not a historical sequence, and indeed we shall see that on account of dialectical circularity any form can emerge thither before or after any other, and the materiality of the historical process can differ sequence. Purpose of arranging in a series is to indicate the which are to be found in most concrete groups, are proceeds from the because it is both and it so as it proceeds from the abstract to the concrete. We 100k at we can see that the of terror is the fact that the group has not, and cannot have, the ontological statute which it claims in its conversely, it is that each and all are produced and defined in terms of this non-existent totality. There is a sort of internal vacuum, an unbridgeable and indeterminate distance, a sort of malaise in every community, large or small, and this uneasiness occasions a strengthening of the practices of integration, and increases with the integration of the group. It should be realized, in fact, that the conflict between the essential and inessential is not at all theoretical, it is a permanent danger both for the group and FBR the common individual. In fact, the PLG posits the inessentiality of the organic individual by making it impossible for him to dissolve the group in himself. Besides, it is obvious that, in every structure, the presence of RHE developing totalization in the individual part also indicates the importance of every part and their ability. Finally, the other treats the organic individual as a general. 584. Reality which can ignored, and tries simply to approach the group through the mediation of the common individual, and as we have seen, this inessentiality of exteriority is also interiorized. It is at this level that the is practices of all the within the community, as a common individual. He is a determinate function, and competence the practical relation with this contradictory being, freedom becoming a leg claim through the transcendence of free, pledged inertia, is juridical and, even outside action, each relation within the group is a reciprocal recognition of attributions and of the system of rights and duties. Attempts have sometimes been made to base the transition from the repressive to the restitutive, from violence to contract, from contempt for life to respect for the human person, on the historical differentiation of functions. The individual, as such, is presented as a product of the division of but these arguments they only the common wish to reduce the practical organism to its social function. Now, conflicts occurs precisely at his level, in relation to the common operation, each function has a relative importance and therefore the common individual is inessential or relatively essential, but in relation to carrying out particular the Practio 31 organism is an essential mediation. Of course this does not mean that any particular individual, as a specific product of history, is indispensable for the task which the group has assigned to him. This may happen in makeshift organizations, but in a group which itself produces the workers it requires, this dependence is automatically eliminated. But this means that irrespective of the individual and even if he could be immediately replaced, the moment of precise is, the essential moment is always that of RHE free, individual dialectic of the sovereign organization of the practical field. No individual is essential to a group which is coherent, well integrated, and smoothly organized, but when anyone realizes the mediation between the Kornrenan individual, who has no real existence except through the organic life of the agent, and the object, he reaffirms essentiality into the group. And this essentiality has nothing to do with historical individuality of the operation, or not, but rather with practical freedom as an indispensable moment of any operation. Even in the of alienation, individual agent has transcended or betrayed his pledge, he has executed his mission, performed his function, and yet, in a way, he created a new isolation for himself, as beyond the pledge, as a bracketing of inertia E585, whether suffered or pledged. In short, through the powers and responsibilities which have actually transformed him, through RHE instrumentality which increases his power, he has returned to transparency and can realize his fidelity in the group only through a transcendence which removes him from the common statute and projects him into RHEOBCT outside. However it is lived, this contradiction will be objectively expressed as a permanent danger of exile, or even as real exile. And RHE fear of being exiled, in reciprocity, gives rise to the fear that the group may dissolved, as inessential, in the essentiality individual actions. Is not fear in group, occasioned the pledge, the fear then was that the group might be etc. What is feared now is dissolution the rug 4x, and a pledge has no power against this new danger, since it arises precisely from pledged fidelity. But although the structure in reciprocity already extends it to all, even if it is lived in the particularity of individual labor, the contradiction between the inessential and the essential would be no more than a simple cause of disquiet unless it were taken up and amplified by the relation between the regulatory and the regulated action. The counterpart of the integration of each third party into the group is, as we have seen, reciprocal exile, but as each member of the group is the third party through whom integration is effected, it follows from this that the practical realization of this integration has as a counterpart a shifting exclusion, a circular succession of exiles for each and all. Through the permanent practice of integration and ritual recognition, the group resists the dangers of seriality. But it is precisely these continuous operations which, for everyone, occasion a way of living one's own being in the group as a constant but masked separation, and the being in the group of other third parties as a perpetual danger of secession. Particularly in the case of groups which can meet together or live in a particular place which gives material support to their unity, a contradiction emerges here between geography, gil position and rival relations. If the group is protected by a wall, for example, then I may see myself as being really in it, but this only means that I identify its being with that of its container. One sense, such an is since the, in so far as it has been chosen, defined, and worked, and in so far as it shall conduct, etc., clearly represents the practical materiekreaslensessality of this interiorist multiplicity. But, at the same time, in my SGT, relations with third parties I realize my own tension of immanence et transcendence as the truth of our human relations, and his truth is am really the group that my being in it cannot be taken in a naive way as a relation between content and CNN laner. Thus the interior as acts a basis for my relation and it aggravates my exile in interiority in so far as membership of the material whole, as a support and expression of the totalization, is no longer lived as a security, and becomes secondary and slides towards annihilation, although king in the group, as the practical interiority of not emerge in intuitive experience as a new security. What is realized in everyone is interiority as a spatial container and its contents in inadequacy and as an anonymous mystification. I am inside but I am still afraid that I may be outside. In other words, everyone grasps his quasi-sovereignty, which is nevertheless an indispensable moment of the reorganizing retotalization, defiantly, as if it threatened to designate him as essential. In effect, the synthetic operation